Teacher Kakashi, Naruto called out with a cheerful smile. The one addressed, with silvery hair obscuring 3/4 of his face, leaned against the trunk of a tree, engrossed in the small yellow book in his hands. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon him. Upon hearing Naruto's call, he shifted his gaze from the book, tilting his head slightly toward Naruto, responding lazily. "Ah, it's nothing," really. Naruto scratched his head, his golden hair shimmering in the sunlight, and replied with a playful grin. Kakashi showed little reaction, his visible eye crinkling into a crescent shape with amusement, before returning his attention to the book. Sakura, lost in her youthful infatuation, watched Naruto's foolish antics and remarked, "Naruto, must you be so childish? Boring." Sasuke, the object of Sakura's affections, coldly retorted, his expression one of disdain. "What? Sasuke, care to repeat that?" Initially, Naruto had been chuckling at Sakura's words, but upon hearing Sasuke's comment, he immediately bristled and lunged at him. Sasuke sidestepped, and Naruto, in his attempt to tackle him, found himself sent sprawling back to land beside Kakashi in a rather undignified manner. Damn it! Naruto sprang back up, determined to continue the fight, yet predictably, he was sent flying by Sasuke once again. Naruto, let it go. Sakura, who had initially been a spectator, began to feel pity for Naruto as he emerged bruised and battered, urging him to stop. Kakashi, on the other hand, had been watching this farcical display with a gentle smile, reminiscent of the fourth Hokage observing Team 7 in their youthful days. A gentle breeze rustled his hair as he looked up at the sky. Beneath the azure expanse, several birds flitted about joyously, seemingly delighted by the seemingly discordant yet harmonious scene below. Yet, he wished that this moment could remain unaltered. Alas, everything had changed. Sasuke had defected from the village, killed Itachi, and allied with the Akatsuki. How adorable he had once been, now turned into an ice-cold figure. Naruto had grown capable and was no longer the underdog. He had become the village's hero, earning the recognition of all. Sakura, studying ninjutsu under Tsunade, had also emerged as an exceptional ninja, no longer requiring his guidance that if he were to voice his thoughts, a hint of loneliness would linger. Kakashi on the bed slowly opened one eye, glancing around in a daze. Realizing it had been yet another dream, dahaha. It seems I have truly grown old, fond of reminiscing about the past. Kakashi gazed out the window. It was morning, and the rising sun bathed Konoha in a warm, gentle light, as the sun streamed through the window, enveloping him in a comforting warmth. It's time to rise. After basking in the sunlight for a moment longer, he stretched lazily and got up to wash up that brush his teeth. Kakashi had to lower the mask covering his face. Under the sunlight, his complexion, long shielded from the light, appeared remarkably fair, and the mole at the corner of his mouth added a touch of charm to his already handsome features. The scar over his tightly shut left eye lent an air of resolve and ruggedness to his visage. After washing his face, droplets of water trickled down his cheeks, cascading off his chin and flowing down his neck, ultimately intercepted by the snug bodysuit he wore. The figure encased in the bodysuit was long and lithe, exuding strength beneath understated muscles. His narrow waist hinted at faint abdominal definition, complemented by powerful legs, a testament to his potential to be the idol of female ninjas. Having dried his face, he donned his mask and adjusted the Konoha forehead protector to shield his left eye. His silver hair flowed freely as he straightened his attire before stepping outside, only to unexpectedly encounter Guy, who was seeking him. Good morning. Is there something you need? Kakashi waved, greeting Guy with a smile, but the seriousness etched on Guy's face, unlike his usual demeanor, prompted a question. The Hokage requests your presence, Guy replied, furrowing his brow. It seems a new organization has emerged, responsible for the deaths of many members of the ninja villages Umbu. Numerous casualties have occurred within Konoha as well. The Hokage likely wishes for you to investigate. Come with me. Understood. Kakashi nodded, and together they headed toward the Hokage's office. Inside the Hokage building, in Tsunade's office, Guy accompanied Kakashi until he departed. With only the two of them remaining, Kakashi stood before Tsunade as she began to speak. Kakashi, I have a crucial secret mission for you, Tsunade stated, her expression grave. What is the mission? Kakashi inquired, observing the weight of concern on her face. You must be aware from Guy that a new organization has surfaced, calling themselves me. The number of their members is unknown, as is their objective, and their abilities remain unclear. Preliminary investigations at the battle sites indicate that some wield lightning chakra. But that is all we have discerned. They are specifically targeting ninjas, and those dispatched on missions have faced their assaults, leading to significant losses across the various ninja villages. Umbu members sent to investigate have vanished, which is why I am asking you to look into this matter. Given your experience in Umbu, I trust in your capabilities. Will you accept this important mission? Tsunade's hands were firmly planted on the desk, her demeanor serious. Yes. Hokage-sama, Kakashi replied without hesitation, understanding that a ninja must obey the orders of their leader. If you are hesitant, I will not force you. Are you certain you wish to proceed? This task is beyond your usual responsibilities, and it may prove exceedingly perilous. Tsunade expressed her concern, fearing Kakashi might follow in Jiraiya's footsteps and not return. Yet, she recognized there was no one more suitable for this mission than Kakashi. "No, I am willing," Kakashi said with a smile, shaking his head. "I shall set off now." "Wait," Tsunade interjected. "Yes?" Kakashi paused, awaiting further instructions. "Never mind, just remember that your safety is of utmost importance." "Understood." After receiving the intelligence, he exited the Hokage building. Kakashi. Tsunade sighed softly, resting her forehead against her hand. Once outside, Kakashi returned home, swiftly preparing his gear for departure. "Kakashi, are you leaving already?" Kai inquired, intercepting Kakashi as he headed towards the village exit. "Indeed," Kakashi nodded, continuing on his path. "Rest assured, I shall protect the village while you boldly pursue your youthful endeavors," Kai declared passionately. "Yes, yes, yes," Kakashi replied, somewhat exasperated yet pleased. "Farewell, my rival. Complete your mission swiftly and return," Kai exclaimed excitedly as he accompanied Kakashi to the village gate. "Wait a moment. Kai, come here, I have something to discuss," Kakashi suddenly called back to Kai, who was turning to leave. "What is it?" Kai asked. "Please relay a message to Naruto for me," Kakashi instructed. "Sure. What is it? But do you understand? Then I shall take my leave." With that, Kakashi vanished from sight. "Huh? Why must I convey it? Can't you say it yourself?" "Hey, Kakashi," Kai exclaimed, feeling overwhelmed by the task. Left with no other option after Kakashi's disappearance, he trudged back to the village. Meanwhile, Naruto had just returned from a mission with Sakura and Sai. From a distance, he spotted Kakashi and Kai conversing and intended to greet them. But to his surprise, Kakashi had already departed. Eyebrow teacher Naruto called out to Kai, "I'm not in the mood to see Naruto right now." What on earth did Kakashi leave behind? Kai thought to himself, wanting to escape, but ultimately turning back with a smile. "Oh, Naruto, did you complete your mission?" "Yes, we did, but let's set that aside for now." "Where did Kakashi-sensei go?" Naruto inquired, showing notable concern, as he often did regarding Kakashi, though he was unsure of the reason behind it. "He went on a mission," Kai replied. "What mission? Is it dangerous? Why is he going alone?" Naruto questioned, a flurry of inquiries erupting. "Why the haste, Naruto? Kakashi-sensei is merely on a mission. Do you doubt his abilities?" Sakura interjected, somewhat puzzled. "It's not that I just feel a bit uneasy. Isu Pusi. Am overreacting. My apologies, eyebrow teacher," Naruto realized, acknowledging his excessive worry and quickly apologizing to Kai. "No worries. It's only natural for a disciple to worry about their teacher. This is what youth is all about." Kai laughed, feeling grateful to Sakura for helping keep Kakashi's mission discreet. "Well then, goodbye, eyebrow teacher," Naruto said, waving cheerfully at Kai. After bidding farewell to Sakura and Sai, he headed home. "Goodbye." Kai watched their departing figures, pondering if he had forgotten something important. Never mind. After a moment of contemplation, he stroked his chin, then promptly dismissed the thought. Sakura would handle the mission report. Upon returning home, Naruto collapsed onto his bed, feeling restless. Uncertain of the cause, he feared that Kakashi might leave him just as the pervy sage had. "Kakashi-sensei." Naruto murmured softly, calling out to Kakashi. Perhaps the exhaustion from their mission had taken its toll, for he fell asleep unknowingly, clutching a doll resembling Kakashi. In the Hokage Tower, within the Hokage's office, Sakura, how did the mission go? Tsunade inquired of Sakura, who had come to report that IT was completed flawlessly. Master, Sakura responded, holding out the documents. May I ask what task Kakashi-sensei has undertaken? Despite having just scolded Naruto, Sakura felt a twinge of concern. After all, it was rare for a team leader to embark on a mission alone. She was aware of Kakashi's formidable abilities, yet this time, something felt amiss. Perhaps it was a woman's intuition. Kakashi? I merely sent him to investigate a few matters. There's nothing to worry about. Tsunade replied, taking the documents from Sakura. That's a relief. I shall take my leave now. Hearing Tsunade's assurance, Sakura felt at ease and exited the room with a smile. Once Sakura departed, Tsunade set down the documents and gazed thoughtfully at the spot where Sakura had vanished. Kakashi, you must return safely, otherwise, how could I explain it to those children? Naruto, wake up! Tsunade-sama, said Kakashi-sensei, is just investigating some issues. And there's no danger, Sakura exclaimed as she hurried to find Naruto after leaving the Hokage Tower. Is that true? That's good to hear. Naruto, stirred from his slumber, let out a sigh of relief upon hearing Sakura's words. Are you at ease now? Shikamaru and the others are planning to go out for barbecue tonight. Do you remember? Sakura smiled as she saw Naruto's sunny demeanor return, recounting the decision made when she ran into Shikamaru earlier. Really? That's wonderful. Naruto sprang out of bed, dancing with joy. What kind of behavior is that? Sakura remarked. Exasperated Naruto reverted to his childlike self the moment he regained his energy. That evening, Naruto, Sakura, and Sai joined Shikamaru, Ino, and Chai along with their peers, happily indulging in barbecue and conversation. However, during this joyful interlude, Naruto suddenly felt a pang of unease. He glanced out the window, puzzled, but the festive atmosphere quelled his anxious heart. Meanwhile, Kakashi, who had ventured outside the village, pressed onward towards his target location, a site previously explored by ANBU operatives. Though they had swiftly retreated, they had been detected by the enemy and subsequently eliminated. The location was not far from Konoha, nestled within a valley. Kakashi believed it would be difficult for the enemy to spot him. After nearly half a day's journey, Kakashi finally approached his destination, approximately 10 kilometers away. As he drew closer, his anxiety heightened. A thick mist shrouded the forest, obscuring his vision. Upon entering this area, he felt as though he were being watched, an unsettling sensation creeping over him. Kakashi concealed himself beneath a thicket, clutching a shuriken tightly, his senses alert as he surveyed his surroundings. Suddenly, a rustling sound echoed around him, causing his muscles to tense in anticipation. Upon discovering that it was merely a rabbit, he exhaled softly. Phew. It was evident that Kakashi was somewhat anxious. Such feelings were entirely understandable given his utter lack of knowledge regarding his adversaries, as well as their awareness of him. In that fleeting moment of relaxation, Kakashi's presence was detected by members of the Mi organization. Figures materialized among the previously deserted trees, one of whom bore the distinctive attire of the Akatsuki, characterized by a high-collared cloak adorned with a black background and red cloud patterns. Come out, there's no need to hide, one of them called, revealing a total of 4 individuals. One was from the Akatsuki, while the other 3 were presumably members of Mi. They were clad in matching deep blue cloaks with hoods, obscuring their faces and forehead protectors, with white wave-like patterns gracing the hems and sleeves. The trio varied significantly in stature. One was slender and likely female, another shorter, approximately the height of Sakura, and the last was of a build similar to Kakashi's. The 4 encircled Kakashi, effectively trapping him. The Akatsuki member stood behind him, silhouetted against the moonlight, the female positioned to his right, the shorter one to his left, while the leader likely stood directly before him. Good evening, everyone, Kakashi remarked with a smile, recognizing his exposure and the futility of escape, as he rose from the underbrush and waved in greeting to the Cortita. Rather audacious situation indeed. The moon cast a silvery glow upon the earth, illuminating the 5 figures locked in a standoff. The atmosphere was eerily silent, stifled by the gravity of the moment. With the fog having dissipated, revealing the surroundings in stark clarity. Kakashi meticulously examined potential escape routes to formulate a retreat strategy. The four individuals regarded the smiling Kakashi with varying attitudes. The Akatsuki member merely maintained a cold, piercing gaze upon him. The figure resembling a woman spoke first, confirming her gender with her melodious voice. "Good evening, you must be Kakashi-sensei, correct?" "Indeed. May I inquire as to whom I am speaking?" Kakashi responded, somewhat taken aback by her acknowledgement. "Well, I can't disclose that even if you are quite the handsome one," she replied playfully, her tone exuding cheerful delight. "Stop wasting time with him," the apparent leader interjected, displaying a hint of impatience. His voice suggested he was around 30 years of age. "Right, Kakashi-sensei, I'm sorry, but we can't chat for long. Could you enlighten me on your purpose here?" The woman continued, reluctantly complying with her leader's directive. "May I inquire about your intentions? What drives you to assault the ninjas? If you respond, I would be more than willing to divulge my purpose for being here, dear lady." Kakashi remarked with a smile. Bathed in moonlight, his eyes curled into crescent shapes, and his silver hair shimmered under the soft glow, radiating an air of calm and composure, as if he were blissfully unaware of his disadvantage. "Oh, Kakashi-sensei, do refrain from casting such charms so carelessly. Your demeanor truly tempts me to consider you as a prized possession." The woman spoke, her angelic voice delivering devilish words. "Such an honor would be," Kakashi replied nonchalantly, pondering the past misfortunes of ninjas at the hands of Mei. "Enough with the incessant chatter. Silence that ghastly voice of yours. Are we to commence the battle or not?" Finally, the shortest among them spoke, sounding like a young man in his 20s. "Hey, you little brat, what did you just say? Say that again, if you dare." The woman, known as seethed in anger upon hearing the young man's words, her voice transforming into a more ordinary tone, devoid of its previous clarity. "Your prattle is truly excessive. Must you fawn over a handsome face? Is it solely because he is Hatake Kakashi? Why not swiftly eliminate him, as per usual? Women are such a nuisance," the young man retorted, charging directly at Kakashi without awaiting Iame's response. "Hey, you come back here. Don't leave any marks on him. He is to be my future collectible. Can you hear me? Riku!" Iam shouted in a panic as she witnessed Riku charging at Kakashi. Her fixation on Kakashi was evident. "Enough, I'm aware," Riku replied without looking back. "Very well," Iam said, settling down against a tree trunk, seemingly deciding to refrain from intervening. The Akatsuki members and their leader showed no signs of engaging either. "Prepare to meet your demise, Kakashi." Suddenly, Riku flashed in front of Kakashi, delivering a swift and ruthless kick aimed at his neck. If struck, it would undoubtedly inflict severe damage. However, Kakashi effortlessly deflected the attack, having maintained constant vigilance from the outset. After parrying Riku's assault, Kakashi retreated a few paces, renowned for his ninjutsu. He was known as the copy ninja and Konoha's premier technician, yet his taijutsu was equally formidable. As he backed away, Kakashi launched kunai affixed with explosive tags around Riku, igniting them amidst a cloud of smoke that obscured the surroundings. Cough. Do you truly believe such rudimentary tactics will be effective? Once the dust settled, Riku emerged, disheveled and coughing, casting a scornful gaze at Kakashi, who was retreating deeper into the forest. Utilizing the shadows of the leaves, Kakashi swiftly maneuvered into the woods, while Riku relentlessly pursued him from behind. "I didn't anticipate that you would run quite swiftly." Ran, trailing behind Kakashi, couldn't help but express his astonishment, having exerted himself to the utmost in pursuit. There's no other choice. After a futile chase, unable to catch up, he unleashed a ninjutsu. Suddenly, several wisps of smoke surged forth from behind him, advancing towards Kakashi. "So, it was he who conjured that mist earlier," Kakashi mused, maintaining his pace while remaining vigilant of the commotion behind him, uncertain of the mist's purpose and realizing he was on the verge of being overtaken. Kakashi resorted to detonating an explosive tag, momentarily dispersing some of the haze. However, he ultimately found himself ensnared within the dense fog, confronting a dire predicament. This is bad. Kakashi was compelled to halt, grasping his kunai with caution. The surroundings were shrouded in thick mist, rendering him oblivious to the direction from which Ran might launch an assault. Reluctantly, Kakashi lifted his forehead protector, unveiling his tightly shut left eye. Kakashi's left eye had forged the man he was today. The three tomo of the Sharingan seemed to possess the power to ensnare one's very soul. You've activated your Sharingan, Kakashi. Ran's voice resonated ominously within the fog. Kakashi's gaze incessantly shifted, striving to discern the chaotic positions around him. Yet, regardless of his efforts, no clarity emerged. It was as if something concealed within the mist obstructed the efficacy of his Sharingan. The visibility at night was poor, although the moon shone brightly. Its light could not penetrate the thick fog. Kakashi found himself in disarray. He contemplated rushing forth but feared potential ambushes. Without understanding the situation, he deemed it unwise to act recklessly. Navigating through the night possessed both advantages and disadvantages. What's wrong, Kakashi? Are you not going to attack? The voice of Ran echoed from all directions, rendering it difficult for Kakashi to ascertain its source, compelling him to remain vigilant of his surroundings. Ran, too, was enveloped in the mist, yet he possessed a clear understanding of the circumstances within it. Observing Kakashi's serious demeanor as he scrutinized the area, Ran found it somewhat amusing. Wasn't Kakashi supposed to be formidable? Why was he retreating? Why did he appear so feeble? Suddenly, Ran's initial fervor for battle waned. Unexpectedly, you do have much to say. In contrast to his serious expression, Kakashi's tone remained languid. If one were to merely listen, it would be impossible to imagine that he was engaged in combat. Humph. What is it to you? Ran retorted, prompting a chuckle from Kakashi, as Ran's tone resembled that of a child. What are you laughing at? You're only able to smile now. Ran found Kakashi's laughter peculiar, and after uttering this remark, he fell silent once more. The surroundings fell into an eerie silence, devoid of any sound. Suddenly, the mist appeared to shift, swirling ominously around Kakashi, enveloping him and diminishing his field of vision yet again. Abruptly, Kakashi felt a sense of suffocation, realizing that the situation was dire. He needed to extricate himself from this mystifying fog swiftly. Kakashi sprinted toward a specific direction with remarkable speed, yet the mist continued to cling to him. Concentrating was a challenge. If this persisted, defeat was inevitable. Kakashi never envisioned a day when he would feel so powerless. However, such a notion was unfathomable. If he could not even escape a mere fog, how could he be regarded as a genius? His apparent weakness was merely a tactic to gauge Ran's strength. Kakashi, are you a coward? Observing Kakashi's continual evasion, Ran grew increasingly dismissive, his tone laced with contempt. Just then, while in motion, Kakashi came to a sudden halt. After prolonged exposure to the mist, he began to comprehend its function. In Kakashi's estimation, the mist itself bore little inherent power. It primarily served to probe the enemy's location. Upon entering this area, he had felt an unsettling sensation of being watched, identical to the current feeling, though now it was more targeted, whereas initially, it had been more generalized, akin to a spotlight sweeping across a stage without a definite target, now focused solely upon Kakashi. The perception of the mist likely connected with that of its caster. Kakashi's slightly leaked chakra had inadvertently exposed him. Concurrently, the mist emitted a peculiar scent, further hindering concentration. Initially, Kakashi was indifferent, as the scent was faint, so subtle that it would go unnoticed if one did not pay deliberate attention. Although Kakashi possessed a keen sense of smell, his focus was drawn to other matters, and it was only later that he became aware of it. The final and most practical function was to obstruct vision and disrupt the minds of others. In such circumstances, people typically exhibit a fear of the unknown, which constitutes psychological warfare. However, Kakashi was an exception. He possessed an inquisitive nature towards the unknown, recognizing its potential as crucial intelligence. Why have you stopped? Ran inquired, noticing Kakashi's sudden halt. It seems the coward is you. Why do you persist in hiding within the mist? Kakashi retorted, turning to gaze in a specific direction, clearly having discerned Ran's location. Ah, not bad. You managed to locate me, Ran responded as he stepped forth from the fog. With a wave of his hand, the mist dissipated, allowing the moonlight to illuminate their surroundings. Unbeknownst to them, they had ventured deep into the woods. Towering trees surrounded them, and the two stood in the shadows, perhaps feeling that further mystery was unnecessary. Ran emerged from the darkness, lowering the hood that had obscured his face. Bathed in the bright moonlight, Kakashi could now see his features clearly. Ran was not conventionally handsome. A prominent scar, approximately 3 centimeters long, marred his left cheek. However, If one overlooked the scar, he could be considered attractive. His hair was a striking shade of red, neither too long nor too short, and he wore no forehead protector, rendering his ninja village indeterminate. Allow me to introduce myself, so you know who it is that will send you to the afterlife, Ran declared with an air of arrogance. I am Ran, a scout from the Akatsuki organization, and I am quite formidable. May I ask how old you are? Kakashi inquired, bemused, for Ran seemed almost childlike. I am 18. That concludes my introduction. You are doomed, Ran exclaimed, charging towards Kakashi. The two engaged in a fierce struggle. A contest of physical prowess characterized by swift exchanges and an exhilarating intensity. The intricacies of their movements were nearly imperceptible amidst the flurry of action. After a time, they found themselves evenly matched. Kakashi was inwardly astonished at Ran's speed. Without a Sharingan, he might have struggled to keep pace, while Ran was equally taken aback by Kakashi's formidable strength. This is troublesome. I must resolve this quickly. I can't hold out much longer. Suddenly, Kakashi launched a vigorous offensive. The rapid escalation of his attacks caught Ran off guard, yet he quickly refocused to counter. At this moment, he realized Kakashi's true power, prompting him to abandon his earlier disdain. Their battle raged on for an extended period, with trees and stones suffering collateral damage, leaving the surroundings in disarray. A testament to the ferocity of their confrontation. Boom. Ran was struck in the abdomen by a powerful kick from Kakashi, sending him hurtling into a boulder, resulting in a cloud of dust and debris. While Kakashi had gained the upper hand for the moment, he too bore the scars of battle, feeling the dull ache of his wounds. Kakashi leaned against a tree trunk, gasping for breath. Upon reflection, Ran was not in a much better state. A kick to his abdomen had left a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Kakashi, I admit your strength. I shall now unleash my full offensive, Ran declared with excitement, wiping the blood from his lips. Kakashi, observing his opponent's fervent demeanor, was at a loss for words. Realizing that this child was indeed a battle fanatic. Water release, hidden mist technique. Ran initiated his ninjutsu, shrouding the area in mist once more. However, this mist was different from before, as Ran's figure vanished from Kakashi's sight. Water release? Are you a mist ninja? Kakashi inquired, recognizing the familiar technique. Indeed. I employed this technique during my battle with Zabuza years ago. Well, I suppose you were clever, Ran replied. Water release, water explosion wave. Suddenly, a lake materialized, serving as the battlefield. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. A water dragon surged forth from the lake, hurtling towards Kakashi with great speed. Kakashi countered with the same technique, resulting in a clash of two water dragons. However, Kakashi's chakra was comparatively insufficient, leading to his dragon's defeat as it was struck directly, though the impact had been significantly lessened and caused minimal damage. Water release, water shark bullet technique. Before Kakashi could recover, another attack was unleashed. Although this was merely a B-rank ninjutsu, its force was not to be underestimated, as the flowing water transformed into a shark and struck the downed Kakashi. TCH. A substitution technique? Ran scoffed, disappointed to see Kakashi transform into a puddle of water upon impact. Water release, water shark bullet technique. After evading the attack, Kakashi concealed himself and, upon accurately discerning Ran's position, launched his counteroffensive. Is copying others' techniques all you can do? Ran retreated a few steps to evade the assault. Not at all, Kakashi retorted, suddenly appearing behind Ran. His kunai aimed swiftly at Ran's neck. The hidden mist technique proved ineffective against Kakashi. Ran, somewhat startled, quickly employed a water substitution to evade the strike. Unbeknownst to them, they had moved away from the lake Ran had created, now standing at the shore. Water release, rain arrangement. Ran unleashed this A-rank ninjutsu, causing a deluge of water to gather in the sky before launching water cannons that descended upon Kakashi with bullet-like speed, covering a vast area, leaving Kakashi little chance to evade. As anticipated, Kakashi could not escape and was compelled to invoke the earth release, earth flow wall, erecting a barrier of earth before him to block the assault. Nevertheless, under the relentless barrage of the rain arrangement, the earthen wall gradually crumbled, ultimately resulting in the water cannon striking Kakashi. Ugh! Kakashi groaned in pain, collapsing to the ground, his silver hair drenched and muddied, his mask gradually staining with blood. His eyes tightly shut, presenting a pitiful and disheveled sight. In stark contrast to Kakashi's dire condition, Ren appeared relatively intact. Save for some traces from their earlier skirmish on his dark blue wave-patterned attire, he remained quite clean, though his garment's hem was somewhat damp. What now, Kakashi? Is this all you can manage? Chaos approached Kakashi, driving a kunai into one of his hands, pinning it to the ground, and then stepping upon the weapon, seemingly intent on preventing Kakashi from escaping through ninjutsu. Observing Kakashi's pained expression, Chaos felt an unexpected surge of delight. Do you have any final words to share? Chaos inquired with a smile. Leaning closer, the kunai poised against Kakashi's heart. Kakashi remained silent, gazing at him with an empty stare, devoid of emotion, as if oblivious to the fact that his life lay in the hands of his adversary. This reaction took Chaos by surprise. Typically, those he had slain would regard him with hatred or defiance, yet Kakashi's demeanor was unlike any he had encountered before. Suddenly, Chaos found himself intrigued by Kakashi. Before you perish, shall we converse? Would that be agreeable? After stating this, Chaos settled himself upon Kakashi's abdomen. The motion likely aggravated Kakashi's wounds, causing him to emit another pained groan. His face contorted in agony, yet his gaze remained fixed on Chaos. What is your true objective? Kakashi asked weakly. Ah. Still seeking information even in the face of death. You are indeed a diligent ninja. Very well, as a parting gift, I shall enlighten you, Chaos replied with a grin. Our aim is to dismantle the system of the Shinobi Alliance. It is as simple as that. Kakashi's eyes widened in shock upon hearing this revelation. How peculiar. Isn't it? Yet, individuals like you will never comprehend the reasons behind our actions, Chaos remarked, observing Kakashi's reaction with amusement. Strangely, Chaos's laughter was rather charming, unlike Naruto's. It possessed an innocent quality. There is one more thing I wish to understand. Why do you associate with the Akatsuki? Kakashi inquired. We require their strength to fulfill our plans. It is a mutually beneficial relationship, Chaos replied, his tone suggesting displeasure with the Akatsuki. Hey, and what of your relationship with that woman from earlier? The more Chaos spoke, the more Kakashi perceived him as childlike. Her? What else could it be but a typical comrade relationship? Always rather pitiable, despite her peculiar inclinations. She is exceptionally skilled, particularly in medicine, Chaos reflected. That scent mingling in the mist is likely her creation, is it not? Kakashi observed. You noticed, did you? Indeed. It is a concoction she developed to hinder concentration, enhancing the efficacy of my ninjutsu detection, Chaos explained. Upon hearing this, Kakashi fell into contemplation. One could envision the scene. Kakashi lying on the water-soaked ground, his left hand pinned by the kunai, blood staining the nearby water crimson, while Chaos perched atop him. His right foot on the kunai and his right hand brandishing another kunai against Kakashi's chest, the two engaged in conversation. The mist had long dissipated, moonlight casting its glow upon the two figures, the water reflecting the silvery luminescence, and as the wind blew, the surface of the water shimmered beautifully. Why divulge so much to me? Kakashi was taken aback by the unexpected response from Ran. Initially, Ran's intention was to eliminate him swiftly. In truth, I find you quite similar to us. I know who you are, Hatake Kakashi, son of the Konoha White Fang. Your life has been one of near-constant failure. Ran remarked, lowering his gaze upon Kakashi for a moment before speaking. How much do you truly know? Kakashi replied, evading the uncomfortable scrutiny of Ran's eyes. His tone cool and detached, asserting that his life did not require others' judgments. I may not be entirely informed, but at least we share a semblance of experience, Ran mused. As if recalling distant memories, his voice tinged with nostalgia. Even so, there is no need to divulge so much. Aren't you afraid I might escape and reveal information? Kakashi seemed reluctant to linger on this topic. Escape? Do you truly believe that you could still flee? Have you grasped the current situation? Ran scoffed, as if he had heard a jest. Ultimately, you are still too young, Kakashi suddenly chuckled. Seeing the light-hearted demeanor of Kakashi, with his eyes gleaming and a calm expression, was starkly contrasted with his grim appearance. Suddenly, Ran sensed something amiss, though he couldn't pinpoint what it was. Enough, our conversation ends here. Farewell. To ensure certainty, Ran resolved to act immediately, driving the kunai forcefully into Kakashi's chest. He had thought Kakashi was devoid of strength, yet to his surprise, Kakashi still managed to grip his hand. Kakashi kicked Ran's back, forcing him to disengage. You have only yourself to blame for giving me time to recover. Kakashi rose from the ground, pulling the kunai from his left hand, half kneeling, indicating that his previous actions were indeed taxing. Do you think you can still escape my grasp in your current state? Ran dismissed Kakashi's desperate struggles, urging him, you might as well perish. With that, he lunged at Kakashi, eager to conclude this encounter. Kakashi's prior words unsettled him, instilling a sense of urgency to eliminate him swiftly to avert unforeseen complications. After exchanging blows for a while, Ren finally pierced Kakashi's heart with the kunai. Blood trickled down the blade, staining the ground beneath them. The moon reflected in the water, seemingly tinged with crimson. Dead. After killing Kakashi, Ren suddenly felt an emptiness wash over him. Life dissipated so effortlessly. What did Kakashi's death truly signify? What had it exchanged for? Time to return, lest I face another reprimand from Iam. As Ran extracted the kunai, he momentarily sensed something amiss, but the reality of Kakashi's death quelled his discomfort. He bent down to carry Kakashi's lifeless body back. Indeed, you are still too young. Suddenly, Ran heard Kakashi's voice from behind him. He looked back in disbelief at the hand, crackling with lightning, protruding from his own chest. How is this possible? Ran could hardly comprehend the situation. Hadn't Kakashi died? What is happening here? The corpse of Kakashi dissipated into a cloud of white smoke. Ran finally understood why. It was a shadow clone. No wonder he felt something was amiss earlier. That Kakashi was far too weak enough to be defeated by even an A-rank ninjutsu. It seemed improbable. How had he not realized it? Kakashi withdrew his hand from Ran's body. Having been pierced directly through the chest by Raikiri, there was little chance of survival. Ran collapsed to the ground like a lifeless automaton. When had he switched to a shadow clone? Ran weakly inquired, unable to comprehend how he could die so easily. He certainly would not accept such a fate. The situation had reversed. Ran appeared utterly disheveled, blood gushing from his wounds, staining his deep blue attire a dark purple, while the white wave patterns turned a sinister red, the blood soaking the earth around him. In stark contrast, Kakashi was unscathed, his body pristine, not a trace of battle upon him. As I fled using an explosive tag, Kakashi looked down at the barely conscious Ran and revealed the reason. After Kakashi employed the explosive tag, the one who had fought Ran all along was merely a shadow clone, while his true self had taken refuge underground using Earth Release. This explained why he had uttered a phrase about struggling during their confrontation. Shadow clones have a limited duration, and given that Kakashi's chakra was already minimal, that duration was further reduced. Kakashi's strategy was to employ shadow clones against an unknown adversary, simultaneously diverting Ran to engage him alone. If he were with other members of the Akatsuki, Kakashi could not ensure they would refrain from intervening, and should they do so, his chances of victory would diminish. Furthermore, this mission was to gather intelligence, not to engage in combat. This was the most efficient approach. In truth, Kakashi had not anticipated how easily Ran would fall for his ruse. Anyone else, after being struck down by a water shark bullet, would have sensed something amiss. The esteemed Kakashi Hatake defeated by a mere A-rank ninjutsu, though formidable. It was indeed unfortunate that Ran was too naive and foolish. Upon realizing the truth, Ran lamented his own ignorance, asking then, why? Did you only just make your move? A person's moment of triumph is often when they are at their most complacent, Kakashi replied calmly. You possess great strength. Yet you are overly proud. Your past victories have instilled in you a confidence that has dulled your caution. I have truly been defeated by you. Just wait. After hearing Kakashi's words, Ran let out a self-deprecating laugh and slowly closed his eyes. Kakashi stood beside him, gazing intently at the blood-soaked Ran, seemingly lost in thought, perhaps pondering the reasons behind the existence of the Akatsuki organization. After standing for a while, Kakashi sensed that others were approaching, prompting him to dash towards the direction of Konoha at full speed. The paramount priority now was to relay the intelligence he had gathered to the Hokage, particularly regarding the intentions of the Akatsuki and their alliance with the organization known as Me. The collaboration of these two factions would spell disaster for the ninja world. This was not the time for direct confrontation. The recent battle had depleted a third of Kakashi's chakra, rendering him incapable of facing three unknown adversaries. Once Kakashi departed, the supposedly dead Ran bore a peculiar smile at the corner of his mouth. What had transpired? Despite Kakashi's Raikiri striking a lethal blow, he remained inexplicably alive. Time was of the essence. It was imperative to inform the Hokage, who could then alert the major ninja villages. Given Mi's intent to dismantle the shinobi system, an all-out war was inevitable. Kakashi hurried back, confident that he could reach his destination before dawn. He was untroubled by the prospect of an immediate assault from Me, as they likely had yet to finalize their preparations. The moonlight bathed the forest in its familiar glow, casting a silhouette of a figure weaving swiftly between the trees. His distinctive hair easily recognizable. After sprinting for over 10 minutes, Kakashi felt fatigue creeping in and paused to rest against the trunk of a tree. As he gazed up at the moon through the canopy, deep in thought, he soon shook his head and resolved to continue his journey. Suddenly, as Kakashi rose from the branch, an unforeseen event unfolded. A powerful jet of water surged through the thick trunk, aiming directly at him. Although Kakashi reacted swiftly, evading a fatal strike, he was unable to completely evade the attack due to its proximity. The water pierced his left shoulder, rendering his arm nearly unusable. How could you? Kakashi grimaced, clutching his wound as he glared at Ran, who emerged from behind the tree. Ran's appearance was still disheveled, and the wound on his chest had been temporarily sealed with water, preventing further blood loss. Surprised that my heart was pierced yet I still live? Ran chuckled at Kakashi's astonished expression. Allow me to enlighten you. My heart is not where you would expect. It resides on the right side. He gestured towards his right chest. Kakashi, I return your words. When one succeeds, they often become complacent, Ran remarked confidently as Kakashi prepared to flee. Regret washed over Kakashi for not delivering a finishing blow earlier, lamenting his momentary lapse in vigilance that had diverted his attention. Is it your naivety or mine, Kakashi? Ran's pallor deepened as he spoke weakly, clearly struggling to maintain his composure. Time was running out for him, and he required urgent medical attention. Then I shall echo your earlier sentiment. Do you truly believe you can defeat me in your current state? Kakashi scrutinized Ran's condition, observing his frailty. Furrowing his brow, he contemplated how much time he had to subdue Ran. Indeed, I concede my naivety, but do you truly believe I lack the capability to contend with you? Wan weakly uttered while clinging to the tree trunk. Enough of this nonsense. Kakashi launched a kunai at Wan, forcing him to evade. Before Wan could catch his breath, Kakashi unleashed the Chidori, charging towards him for a decisive strike. Just as the Chidori was poised to connect, Wan activated a jutsu, water release, water barrier technique, swiftly conjuring a wall of water that encircled him in a 360-degree formation, effectively thwarting Kakashi's assault. With his attack foiled, Kakashi sensed the rapid approach of three individuals. Assessing the water barrier before him, he concluded it was prudent to retreat. Although he had not eliminated Wan, intelligence was paramount. Acting decisively, Kakashi vacated the area, heading towards Konohagakure. Has he fled? That was close. Wan, sensing Kakashi's departure, dispelled the technique and collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted. Had he not felt the presence of his approaching comrades, he would not have dared to act so recklessly. Gazing in the direction Kakashi had fled, Wan darkly murmured, Kakashi, you cannot escape, and then succumb to unconsciousness. Summoning technique. As Kakashi was sprinting, he halted at the base of a tree, blood gushing from the wound on his left arm, rendering him increasingly feeble. He called forth Pakin, and with a puff of white smoke, the ninja hound appeared before him. Pakin, I have crucial intelligence for you to deliver to Lord Hokage, Kakashi stated as he quickly unrolled a scroll and began inscribing everything he knew. And what about you? Pakin inquired, perplexed by his summoning, but upon learning of Kakashi's dire situation, he grew serious. There is no turning back. I must face them. I'm wounded, and they'll track me by my blood scent. You must hurry back. As he finished writing the intel, Kakashi secured the scroll to Pakin's back and urged him to leave immediately. Pakin took a few steps, but then paused to gaze deeply at Kakashi. After a moment, he said, Kakashi, hold on, before vanishing. Now, what strategy shall I employ against them? After Pakin's departure, Kakashi remarked with a tone laden with concern. After Kakashi departed from Park, he sprinted in another direction, seeking a secluded spot to rest and eliminate the scent of blood that clung to him. The most effective method for this was to find a location with water. After a thorough search, Kakashi stumbled upon a magnificent waterfall cascading from a cliff, forming a vast lake that shimmered like a colossal mirror under the moonlight. Behind the waterfall lay a concealed cave, into which Kakashi slipped. He did not harbor illusions that the cave could shield him from his pursuers, but at the very least, it would prolong the time before he was discovered. Prior to reaching the waterfall, Kakashi had employed water techniques to mask some of the odors. While not completely eradicated, it would at least obfuscate his scent from his adversary's search. Once inside the cave, Kakashi tended to his wounds with a few simple measures, then leaned against the cool stone wall to rest. The sound of the waterfall crashing against the rocks outside somehow instilled a sense of tranquility within him. He exhaled deeply, allowing himself a moment of respite. From his vantage point within the cave, the waterfall refracted the moonlight, draping the cave in a natural silver veil. Gradually, Kakashi lowered his guard. The moonlight remained bright outside, and glancing at the sky, he estimated that dawn was still 2 or 3 hours away. At this hour, most people were fast asleep, while here, an intense battle was on the verge of commencing. Meanwhile, not long after Kakashi's departure, members of the Akatsuki and the other organization arrived at the site of their previous confrontation with Ran. Seeing Ran lying unconscious, SHBU expressed her surprise. I never expected Ran to sustain such severe injuries. As she spoke, she knelt down, placing her hands over Ran's wounds. Green chakra surged forth, initiating the healing process. Fortunately, Ran's heart was located on the right side. Otherwise, he would have perished long ago. Observing Ran's pallid face, SHBU remarked, Kakashi truly lives up to his reputation. A peculiar glimmer flickered in her eyes as she spoke, revealing her growing fascination with Kakashi. Given Ran's capabilities, he should not have been so easily subdued. It was a consequence of his inexperience, a result of his own arrogance. The individual, presumably the leader of the other organization, assessed the unconscious Ran, echoing Kakashi's sentiments. Aren't you going to pursue him? SHBU inquired, turning to the leader. There's no need to rush, let us wait a moment. I have another plan concerning Kakashi. The leader replied. What plan? SHBU asked, her curiosity piqued. Although she engaged in conversation with the leader, her hands continued to work diligently, healing Ran's wounds at a visibly rapid pace. It's still uncertain if it will be feasible. Let's capture Kakashi first. Suddenly, SHBU exclaimed in surprise. Kakashi's sin has vanished. Her sensitivity to the scent of blood, particularly fresh blood, had allowed her to track Kakashi since his injury. However, she could no longer detect the metallic tang that had once guided her. Let us not concern ourselves with that for now. He won't get far. Our priority is to ensure Ran's recovery. Why are you still like this? Changpu shook her head, her tone tinged with exasperation, before refocusing on her healing duties. The individual, however, offered no response to her words. All right, but he's been lying in bed for about a week now. I've only done a superficial treatment of his wounds and damaged organs. True recovery requires a period of quiet rest. Before long, Changpu ceased her work, gazing at the still unconscious figure of Wan, then turned her attention to her leader. Perhaps due to the fatigue from her treatment, she pulled down her hood, revealing a slight sheen of sweat on her brow. Under the soft glow of the moonlight, her skin appeared extraordinarily pale, almost to the point of being sickly. Her eyes, a deep emerald green, mirrored the color of her long hair, which was tied back into a ponytail. The most striking feature, however, was the long scar encircling her neck, wrapping around twice before culminating at her jaw, its crimson hue drawing immediate attention away from her otherwise attractive visage. Indeed, while Changpu might not be deemed a beauty in the conventional sense, she possessed a delicate charm that suggested she was around 20 years of age. Yet, the gruesome scar added an air of menace, casting a shadow over her otherwise appealing appearance. Understood. You take one back to base. I will deal with Kakashi, Changpu instructed. Her leader nodded, then sprinted off in the direction Kakashi had fled, lacking Changpu's extraordinary sensitivity to blood, yet possessing other means to ascertain Kakashi's whereabouts. One of the Akatsuki members followed closely behind. Wait, Tailong, take this, Changpu said, retrieving a small package from her pocket and tossing it to him. Tailong caught it effortlessly before continuing onward. Now, shall we return? Ugh, you really are heavy, Changpu remarked, once the two had vanished from sight. She struggled to hoist Luan onto her back, then disappeared, leaving behind only a faint metallic scent of blood that hinted at the recent turmoil. Have they arrived? Kakashi, resting with his eyes closed, slowly opened them. Sensing two individuals approaching, he surmised they were likely his leader and the Akatsuki member. Given Luan's grievous injuries, he believed Changpu would remain to tend to him. Then, it is time for battle. Kakashi steadied himself against the wall, gradually rising to his feet, though his left arm was rendered immobile. Excessive blood loss left him feeling somewhat unsteady, but he quickly regained his composure. Kakashi activated the hidden mist technique. His left arm's incapacity forced him to rely on his right hand to assist in forming seals, significantly slowing his pace. In the blink of an eye, Kakashi vanished from the cave, enveloped by the mist of the waterfall region. Moments after he cast the technique, Taoyong and the Akatsuki figures materialized above the waterfall, peering down into the obscured scene below. After a brief moment, Taoyong turned away, realizing that Kakashi was no longer present. Indeed, Kakashi had already departed before Taoyong arrived here, concealing his retreat with the mist concealment technique. It was not that Kakashi lacked the will to fight, rather, in his current condition, he was simply unable to contend. Had it not been for that chaotic strike, he might have still possessed the strength for battle. Even if he could not prevail, he could certainly escape, but that was all mere speculation. Did he head that way? After observing for a moment, Taoyong pursued a certain direction. Meanwhile, Kakashi was advancing at his utmost speed, having regained a considerable amount of stamina after the brief respite. He could sense two relentless presences trailing him. Evidently, the earlier mist had not hindered their pursuit. It seems evasion is futile. Resigned, Kakashi halted in a clearing. Realizing that further flight would yield no results, he would merely exhaust himself without shaking off his pursuers. This spot possesses a certain beauty. Dying here seems preferable to perishing in a filthy gutter, Kakashi mused, as he admired the surrounding nightscape. The gentle evening breeze carried the unique scent of the forest. He inhaled deeply, squinting at the sky, overwhelmed by a desire for slumber. Not running anymore. Just as Kakashi was relishing the evening breeze, Tai Liang arrived. Perched atop a tree, gazing down at him. If there's no escape, why run? Kakashi shrugged his still mobile right hand, speaking with a hint of resignation. I know what you're plotting. You've already dispatched someone to relay information back to the village. Haven to you? Tai Liang remained unfazed by Kakashi's calm demeanor. Aware that Kakashi had resigned himself to fate and transferred the mission. Then why aren't you pursuing? Kakashi inquired, displaying little surprise at Tai Liang's knowledge of his sending Parker back. I intend for you to deliver the information, regardless of how much intelligence you gather. Even if you manage to relay all of our secrets back to your village, it merely presents us with a minor inconvenience. However, for Konoha, you, Kakashi Hitaki, are a significant asset. Even if you were to perish, Konoha would not easily allow your corpse to remain in our possession. Thus, you serve as an excellent bait. Tai Liang leaped down from the tree, locking eyes with Kakashi, speaking with a languid tone. You think quite highly of yourself, Kakashi retorted. Yet, despite his words, he could not ascertain whether the situation would unfold as Tai Liang suggested. Then wait and see. Tai Liang did not elaborate further. He swiftly drew a kunai and charged at Kakashi. The night remained unchanged, yet it could not halt the march of the sun. Soon, dawn would break. In a certain part of the forest, two figures were engaged in combat beneath the moonlight, while another observed from the sidelines. One of the combatants, unmistakably with silver hair, was Kakashi, and the other, sporting short brown hair, was none other than Tai Liang, the leader of the Akatsuki organization, his hood having long fallen away, revealing his visage. He bore brown hair, black eyes, and a complexion reminiscent of wheat. His appearance was quite appealing, exuding a mature and composed demeanor, likely around 30 years of age, with a hint of stubble that could be deemed charmingly rugged. Suddenly, Kakashi launched a kick towards Tai Liang, who deftly evaded the strike, causing Kakashi's foot to collide with a rock, shattering it upon impact. After dodging, Tai Liang countered with a kick aimed at Kakashi, who quickly retreated. Raikiri. As Kakashi fell back, he formed a Raikiri in his hand and directed it towards the ground, which erupted violently, sending arcs of lightning dispersing across the fissured earth and striking toward Tai Liang. Tai Liang leapt into the air to avoid the onslaught. Lightning release, thunderstorm. In midair, Tai Liang formed a series of hand seals, summoning bolts of lightning that descended rapidly towards Kakashi. The speed was overwhelming, and Kakashi, unable to evade, resorted to the substitution technique, leaving behind a charred wooden figure as the real Kakashi narrowly escaped. He perched himself atop a tree, scrutinizing the unfolding situation. His brow furrowed and a glimmer of resolve flashing in his eyes as he withdrew two kunai from his ninja pouch. Only one left? He mused, a hint of resignation in his tone as he noted the solitary kunai remaining in his arsenal. After a moment's contemplation, Kakashi hurled the two kunai with precision, forming a calculated angle as they raced toward Tai Liang. Lightning release, lightning fong. The kunai conjured a bolt of lightning that swept swiftly towards Tai Liang, the ground churning in its wake. Observing this seemingly effortless attack, Tai Liang was puzzled, questioning why Kakashi would expend energy on what appeared to be a futile endeavor. As the lightning fong neared him, Tai Liang crouched slightly in preparation to leap away, only to hear Kakashi's voice resonate once more. Water release, water whip. While Tai Liang's focus wavered momentarily on the kunai, a torrent of water ensnared him, just as the lightning fong struck directly, enveloping him in a surge of electric energy. Once the assault subsided, the kunai stood embedded in the ground nearby, faintly shimmering with residual lightning. A shadow clone technique? Kakashi, feeling the toll of executing two jutsu in quick succession, gazed regretfully at the dissipating form of Tai Liang, lamenting the potential impact had he landed a direct hit. Suddenly, he withdrew his last kunai, thrusting it backward as he sensed Tai Liang advancing from behind. Tai Liang aimed a kick at Kakashi's right hand, which gripped the kunai. With a swift maneuver, Kakashi managed to block the attack, but the effort was arduous, and he felt the strain in his arm as he was forced to retreat, the ground beneath him yielding to the pressure. Tai Liang executed a spinning kick, striking down with force. Kakashi was propelled backward, crashing into a tree whose trunk, requiring several people to encircle, buckled under the impact, sending with splinters flying. Coughing, Kakashi slowly rose. Wincing in pain, his blood trickled anew from the wound on his left shoulder. He furrowed his brow, gazing at the composed Tai Liang, contemplating his next course of action. The two stood facing each other, Kakashi now at the brink of exhaustion, his condition a stark contrast to his earlier vigor. Gasping for breath as the world around him began to blur from the loss of blood. Now, he was a picture of disarray. His once pristine Jounin jacket now tattered and torn. Blood flowed from a wound on his left shoulder, trickling down his arm and staining the ground beneath him. His mask was no longer intact, revealing dried blood smeared across its surface. Kakashi, you might as well surrender, Tai Liang remarked coolly, observing Kakashi's battered state. Kakashi remained silent. His gaze fixated on the figure clad in deep blue ahead of him. His chakra reserves were dwindling. What could he do? Why make it difficult for yourself, old man? Tai Liang shook his head, palms open in a gesture of exasperation. Surprisingly, there was a certain humor in Tai Liang's demeanor. At this moment, Kakashi found himself at a loss for words. The juxtaposition of Tai Liang's calm expression against his absurd actions left him feeling quite disoriented. A slight shiver ran through Kakashi. I may not necessarily lose, he replied with a faint smile. Then let us see who has the last laugh, Tai Liang concluded. And the two became entangled once more in combat. Kakashi's fighting prowess had greatly diminished, and to secure victory, he would have to rely on his intellect. Perhaps eager to conclude the battle swiftly, Tai Liang enveloped himself in a layer of electricity. Kakashi could have done the same, but his chakra was insufficient. Disaster struck. During the skirmish, Tai Liang struck Kakashi's right hand, sending his soul kunai flying. Kakashi attempted to retrieve it, but Tai Liang denied him that precious moment. With a grunt, Kakashi soon found himself on the receiving end of a powerful punch from Tai Liang, his body hurtling backward until it collided with several trees. After that blow, Kakashi felt as though his very bones were on the verge of disintegration, and he lacked the strength to move even a single finger. Of course, Tai Liang was not unscathed. Their simultaneous strikes had taken a toll, and he staggered back a few steps, a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Observing Kakashi's vulnerable state, Tai Liang seized the opportunity. In a swift motion, he formed a hand blade, electricity crackling at the edge, and lunged towards Kakashi's abdomen. Kamui. Kakashi had been waiting for this moment. His Sharingan spun into the Mangeki pattern, activating Kamui just as Tai Liang's hand was about to pierce him. Tai Liang's body began to be drawn into the void, seemingly on the brink of defeat, when an unexpected turn of events occurred. Kakashi had forgotten the presence of the observer nearby. As the swirling vortex threatened to consume Tai Liang entirely, a kunai hurtled toward Kakashi's head. If Kakashi evaded the kunai, Tai Liang would emerge unscathed, leaving Kakashi to confront two adversaries with no hope of victory. Conversely, should he fail to dodge, two outcomes loomed. Either the kunai would strike Kakashi first, halting Kamui, resulting in Kakashi's demise and Tai Liang's survival, or both would perish together. Even if Kamui succeeded, Kakashi's battered body was too slow to evade. It was a gamble, determining whether the kunai would reach Kakashi first or if Kamui would ensnare Tai Liang beforehand. Two choices. Three possibilities, three inevitable deaths. What will Kakashi ultimately choose? The first, Tear is certain to survive. The second, Tear has a chance to survive, but also a chance to perish. Without a shred of doubt, Kakashi opts for the second. He remains motionless, continuing to activate Kamui. What, then, is the outcome? The result is that the kunai strikes Kakashi first, allowing Tear to survive. Is it truly the case that Kakashi meets his end in this manner? Surprisingly, both individuals emerge unscathed. Wasn't he Kakashi destined to die regardless? Yet, reality diverges from this expectation. There exists another possibility, that the Akatsuki members did not wish to eliminate Kakashi. The kunai pierced Kakashi's neck, precisely striking a chakra conduit, thus sparing his life. Kamui was abruptly halted, and Kakashi collapsed onto the ground. Tear, having narrowly escaped, instinctively leaped away from Kakashi, marveling at him. He nodded in admiration, acknowledging that, despite nearly losing his life, he must commend Kakashi. Were it not for the presence of a third party, Kakashi would have surely triumphed today, as he held an undeniable advantage. After Tear's departure, an Akatsuki member appeared beside him. Tear turned to him and uttered a brief remark, to which the member merely nodded. This gesture inadvertently revealed his identity. It was confirmed to be Deidara, albeit without his mask, donning an eye patch over his left eye, while the high collar of his red cloud attire obscured the lower half of his face. His right eye gazed at the barely conscious Kakashi, reflecting a complex array of emotions. How do you wish to handle him? You clearly did not intend to kill him just now, he queried. Tear noted that his earlier attack did not target a vital area, indicating his lack of desire for Kakashi's death. Let us take him back first. We can contemplate how to utilize him, Tear suggested. Indeed, Deidara responded with a brief acknowledgement. Meanwhile, Kakashi lay on the ground, feeling a deep sense of discomfort as the two conversed about his fate in his presence. With great difficulty, he extracted the kunai lodged in his neck, glancing at it and murmuring a quiet expression of gratitude. Kakashi gripped the bloodied kunai, then softly spoke, "Thank you." He pressed his hand against the wound to stem the flow of blood, gradually sitting up to meet the gazes of Tear and Deidara. Thus, the three were locked in a standoff. Suddenly, Kakashi hurled the bloodied kunai, though it lacked any real threat, landing in the ground before Tear and Deidara, faintly shimmering with lightning. Kakashi regarded them with a detached demeanor, lamenting his own helplessness. Tear and Deidara silently observed Kakashi's final act of futile resistance. "Kakashi, have you still yet to accept your fate?" Tear remarked with a hint of resignation. He had never encountered someone like Kakashi, who remained composed in the face of adversity. Despite sustaining grave injuries, he had nearly succeeded in eliminating Tear through sheer intellect. In the climactic moment of this 2-to-1 confrontation, Kakashi maintained an air of indifference, leaving Tear at a loss for words to adequately describe such a person. In the brief moment when the two individuals were momentarily distracted, Kakashi, enduring excruciating pain throughout his body and ignoring the blood flowing from his neck, swiftly formed hand seals with one hand and unleashed a jutsu. 3 kunai, radiating with lightning, surrounded Tai Liang and Ah Fei. In an instant, 2 of the kunai connected, creating a formidable wall of lightning that ultimately formed a triangular barrier, trapping the two within. This technique necessitates encircling a geometric shape with a medium imbued with the caster's chakra, with the simplest required shape being a triangle. When did this happen? Tai Liang gazed at the 3 kunai, one of which was the last that Kakashi had thrown. But where did the other 2 come from? Tai Liang reflected on the earlier battle. It was during that time. While engaged in combat with him, Kakashi had employed the technique known as reikage. Were those the 2 kunai from that moment? Truly, who was Kakashi? Initially, Kakashi had not anticipated being able to execute this technique, as the final kunai had been kicked away, but just moments ago, Ah Fei had provided him with a kunai, to which he had merely expressed his gratitude. What now? Ah Fei inquired, surveying the imposing lightning wall that ensnared them. It appeared formidable, yet breaking through was not impossible. Of course, we must escape, Tai Liang replied, unperturbed by the thought of Kakashi fleeing, for he knew Kakashi no longer possessed the strength to do so, especially after using this technique. Indeed, Ah Fei nodded, taking a step back. As for Kakashi, he remained oblivious to the situation within the barrier, and he did not need to know. This technique could not confine the two for long. Kakashi merely required a moment to complete his final task. He slowly raised his hand, crackling with lightning, and directed it towards himself. In the Hidden Leaf Village, aside from those engaged in work, most residents were enveloped in slumber. After enjoying a barbecue, Naruto, Sakura, and Shikamaru returned home to bathe and sleep, momentarily setting aside concerns for their teacher, Kakashi. Suddenly, Naruto, who had been sleeping soundly, abruptly opened his eyes, a sheen of cold sweat gracing his forehead. In a flurry, he scanned his surroundings, feeling as though his heart had skipped several beats. He sensed that something was amiss. Sitting up in bed, he gazed out the window. The night was on the verge of yielding to dawn, and within the village of Konoha, alongside the streetlights, many households flickered their lights on, preparing to welcome the new day. Observing the serene scene of Konoha, Naruto pondered Kakashi's whereabouts. As this thought crossed his mind, he felt a growing unease, the source of which was Kakashi himself. The eastern sky began to brighten, and Naruto's thoughts drifted elsewhere, lost in contemplation. Returning to Kakashi's side, Tai Liang and Ah Fei remained ensnared within the lightning wall, while outside, Kakashi lay on the ground, his hand glowing with electricity. He beheld the sky where the sun was beginning to rise, a hint of nostalgia flashing in his eyes. Dawn has arrived. This is the last time. Kakashi's eyes reflected the lightning, tinged with a sense of resignation. He slowly closed his eyes, and with hands crackling with lightning, he thrust them towards his own chest. I never imagined I would have to end my own life. Obito would surely find this amusing, and Rin would probably be heartbroken. I wonder how the teacher would react. My father would be disappointed in me. Soon, I shall reunite with them. I never uttered that you could die. Just as Kakashi's hand was about to penetrate, It suddenly halted, as if seized by an unseen force, the lightning dissipating and his hand falling limply. Before Kakashi succumbed to unconsciousness, he beheld two figures emerging from the wall of lightning, offering a bittersweet smile, resigned to his fate. "I'm sorry." No one knows to whom Kakashi directed his final words before losing consciousness. What transpired? A closer inspection revealed a syringe embedded in Kakashi's neck, the likely cause of his sudden paralysis. Luckily, it was thanks to SHBU's medicine. Taeyong approached the unconscious Kakashi, bowing his head to say that without this medicine, he wouldn't have known how to stop him. SHBU's concoction possessed anesthetic properties, acting swiftly and effectively, rendering the body immobile in less than 0.01 seconds. It turned out that the item SHBU had thrown to him was this. As long as Taeyong had no intention of killing the enemy, SHBU would always provide him with the medicine, making things considerably easier. "All right, let us take him back now." Taeyong lifted Kakashi in his arms and turned to Afei. Afei had remained silent since earlier, nodding in agreement, and the two departed, leaving behind a scene of devastation and the bloodstains scattered on the ground. The sun fully illuminated the sky. In the Hokage office of Konoha, Tsunade was questioned by Naruto. "Where has Kakashi-sensei gone for his mission?" Sakura, Sai, and Guy were present as well. "Naruto, did I not mention that Kakashi-sensei merely went to complete a minor task?" "Do not disturb Lady Tsunade while she works," Sakura admonished, having been summoned by Naruto early in the morning. "Then tell me, where is Kakashi-sensei right now?" Naruto disregarded Sakura's words, continuing to press Tsunade. "Naruto, think carefully about what is appropriate to ask. You are well aware of Kakashi's strength. Now step back immediately," Tsunade said, her irritation rising as Naruto's antics rekindled her anxiety. "Guy-sensei, you know, don't you? Where has Kakashi-sensei gone and what is he doing?" Naruto, sensing he wouldn't receive a reply from Tsunade, turned to Guy. He went to gather intelligence." Guy's gaze faltered. He had seen Naruto dragging Sakura and Sai towards the Hokage office moments ago, predicting that this would lead to such a situation. Without much thought, he followed them. Just then, he recalled Kakashi's instructions to inform Naruto of certain matters. But now he couldn't disclose them. If he did, Naruto would surely tear down the Hokage office to uncover Kakashi's whereabouts. "What kind of intelligence is he collecting?" Naruto inquired. Guy hesitated, glancing at Tsunade. "Enough, Naruto. Kakashi will be fine. You should go down now. Sakura, take him away," Tsunade said, resting her forehead in her palm. "Naruto, let us return." Sakura grasped Naruto's hand, leading him outside. "I refuse. I must know where Kakashi-sensei has gone," Naruto insisted, breaking free from Sakura's grip, his stubbornness unwavering. "Naruto, do not push me." Sakura's fist clenched. Her usual tactic had proven ineffective today. "If you claim Kakashi-sensei is merely on a simple mission, why can't you tell me where he is? Why evade my questions?" "Tsunade Baba." Naruto disregarded Sakura's warning, his voice filled with urgency. Tsunade hesitated, contemplating whether to divulge the truth to Naruto. "Naruto, please, do not press the matter further. It may be classified information that we are not permitted to know. Let us place our trust in Kakashi-sensei," Sakura urged, noticing Tsunade's discomfort. But, my heart feels uneasy. As if something has transpired, Naruto lamented, lowering his head and clutching his chest, his brow furrowed in concern. "Naruto." Tsunade, witnessing his distress, wrestled with her thoughts, ready to reveal everything. Just as she was about to speak, a shadow darted through the window. "Who goes there?" Shizen immediately positioned herself in front of Tsunade, demanding an explanation. "Tsunade-sama, it is I." Once the others recognized the newcomer, they sighed in relief. It was Pakin. "Pakin? What brings you here? Where is Kakashi?" Tsunade inquired, an ominous feeling creeping over her. "Kakashi is engaged in battle. It may have concluded. He instructed me to return and deliver this intelligence to you." Pakin, weary from his long run, was covered in dust. Shizen stepped forward to retrieve the scroll from Pakin's back, and with a pop, he vanished, his summoning time having expired. "Wait. Hey," Naruto shouted. "Tsunade Baba, what exactly is Kakashi-sensei doing?" "Be quiet," Tsunade snapped, her brow furrowed as she scrutinized the scroll Pakin had brought back. Seeing Tsunade's serious demeanor, Naruto fell silent, his heart racing with anxiety. If Pakin had mentioned Kakashi was potentially in battle, it indicated that Kakashi was in a precarious situation, necessitating immediate assistance. Sakura, equally worried after hearing Pakin's words, waited impatiently for Tsunade to finish reading the scroll to uncover the truth of the situation. Sighing softly, Tsunade set the scroll down, appearing troubled. She rubbed her temples and addressed Naruto and the others. Kakashi is in peril. Where is he now? I must assist him, Naruto exclaimed, panic rising in his voice. Sakura quickly restrained him, urging, let Tsunade-sama finish. It remains unclear at this moment. You must prepare to depart immediately to rescue Kakashi. Under no circumstances should he fall into their hands. Naruto, Sakura, Sai, you three will form a team with Guy. Silence, go summon Shikamaru and Kiba. You will act together. Tsunade commanded. Understood, Silence replied before departing. Tsunade, why did you send Kakashi-sensei alone? Naruto questioned, increasingly frustrated. This is a confidential mission, and only Kakashi is capable of handling it. Having more people would be a hindrance. Do you understand? Tsunade responded, somewhat exhausted. Then, Naruto began, but was interrupted by Sakura, plunging the room into silence. Tsunade-sama. Shortly after, Shikamaru and Kiba arrived in succession. Your task is to rescue Kakashi. This is the intelligence. Tsunade tossed the information brought back by Pakin to Shikamaru, waving her hand, her mood evidently dismal. Shikamaru and Kiba were bewildered but quickly grasped the situation. After examining the intelligence, their expressions turned grave. Understood, we shall depart. Shikamaru commanded, and everyone vanished from the Hokage office. Silence, convene the 5 Kage summit immediately. Tsunade instructed after their departure. Understood, Silence also left. Have I erred? Tsunade murmured. Should she have sent Kakashi alone? Should she have underestimated the situation? If Pakin had not returned, would she have been rendered powerless once again, forced to accept a heavy outcome? Tsunade fell into contemplation. In the Hokage office, a sense of sorrow enveloped Tsunade's figure. In the distance, the sun began to rise. The sunlight bathed Tsunade, casting a shadow upon the ground. Meanwhile, Naruto was rushing to the location indicated by the intelligence. While Kakashi's battle had long since concluded, they were destined to confront an unbearably heartbreaking result. Shikamaru, how much longer? Naruto inquired, having asked this question countless times since they received the mission. They had set off immediately and were now traveling at full speed, likely around 8 a.m. Almost there, quiet down, Shikamaru replied, studying the scroll. In this group, Naruto and Guy led the way, followed by Shikamaru and Kiba, with Sakura and Sai bringing up the rear. I can smell Kakashi-sensei's scent. It's the scent of blood, Kiba suddenly declared, twitching his nose. Increase the speed, Shikamaru urged. Recalling that the intelligence indicated not only was there a presence of the Akatsuki, but Kakashi's condition was likely dire. Kakashi-sensei, wait for me. Naruto fell silent, focused solely on reaching their destination. After half a day, they finally arrived in the valley where Kakashi was battling the Akatsuki. Following the scent, they reached the site of the chaos first. Surveying the devastation, it was not hard for them to imagine the ferocity of the battle. Trees lay strewn across the ground, and large boulders had crumbled into dust. The group stared in shock at the scene before them, their hearts growing increasingly anxious. They had come to a grim realization, one they were reluctant to acknowledge. Kakashi-sensei had fallen into the hands of the enemy. They sensed nothing, no signs of battle, indicating that the conflict had long since concluded. Come over here. You called out from atop a tree, revealing the particularly strong scent of Kakashi's blood mingling with that of others. The gaping wound in the trunk was conspicuous. Kakashi-sensei must have suffered significant injuries here. He furrowed his brow, affirming, indeed, this is where the ambush on Kakashi occurred after he was gravely wounded. Silence enveloped the group, Naruto's brow knitted tighter, and the others wore heavy expressions. This way, you said, sniffing the air and following the scent, the others trailing behind him. The aroma had begun to fade. As they advanced, you suddenly remarked that they had reached the waterfall area where Kakashi had taken refuge, having deliberately masked his scent. Over here, after a thorough search, Ya and Akamaru picked up Kakashi's scent once again. After a considerable trek, they finally arrived at the site of Kakashi's last battle with Taeyong. Sakura had placed her hand over her mouth, her expression one of disbelief, and the others furrowed their brows, acknowledging the grim conclusion they had reached during their journey. The area was devastated beyond measure. The ground, trees, and stones bore the scars of combat, and charred remnants still exuded the acrid scent of burning. Dried bloodstains marred the ground, verified by Akamaru and Ya as belonging entirely to Kakashi-sensei. How tragic, Sakura murmured, her face shadowed with sorrow, while Naruto's brow had fully furrowed, and the others mirrored his grim demeanor. Though I hesitate to voice it, you must all realize the truth, Shikamaru stated gravely. The previous location had an abundance of water, likely where Kakashi-sensei battled the rogue mentioned in the intel. This must be the site of the encounter with the leader whose abilities remain unknown. Judging by the remnants of the struggle, this was likely the final confrontation. And the individual utilizing lightning chakra previously mentioned must be the rogue's leader. An injured Kakashi-sensei would have been incapable of putting up a fight. What should we do now? You inquired. We still do not know whether Kakashi-sensei is alive or dead. Then we must hurry and search. Naruto exclaimed, his frustration boiling over. Are we just going to abandon him? I refuse to disregard Kakashi-sensei. Before Shikamaru could finish, Naruto erupted, his face reflecting deep remorse. It felt as though a part of his heart had been wrenched away. Perhaps this time, he was destined to lose another important person. Naruto, why the urgency? I never said we would give up, Shikamaru replied, attempting to soothe him. Yeah, can you still track Kakashi-sensei's scent? He was meticulously analyzing all the useful information, partially understanding Naruto's anxiety. I can manage, you answered. There are still traces of Kakashi-sensei's scent in the air. Then we will split into 3 teams. Sakura, Naruto, and Ya. You will pursue Kakashi-sensei's whereabouts. Sai and I will survey the overall terrain here. Gai-sensei, you should return to the village to report the situation. After a period of contemplation, Shikamaru spoke, all right. The others unanimously agreed, placing their trust in him. Kakashi-sensei, I will undoubtedly bring you back. Naruto found himself at a loss for words, consumed by an urgent desire to locate Kakashi swiftly. Naruto. Sakura observed the unusually different demeanor of Naruto, her concern mounting not only for him but also for Kakashi-sensei. Given the recent battle, it was evident that Kakashi had sustained grave injuries, and she pondered the current state of affairs. Kakashi, seriously, you cannot perish before I completely defeat you. Since learning of Kakashi's condition, Guy had refrained from speaking much, undoubtedly grappling with his own tumultuous emotions. All he could do was exert his utmost effort in fulfilling his responsibilities. Sai, let's ascend, Shikamaru instructed. Sai nodded, utilizing his super beast imitation drawing to elevate Shikamaru into the air. To Sai, Kakashi was a respected senior, and he was determined not to witness Kakashi's demise. Meanwhile, shortly after Naruto and the others departed the village, Taeyong and Akatsuki had already returned with Kakashi to the temporary base of the Akatsuki, nestled underground within a secluded valley. A mere 2-hour journey from the site of Kakashi's battle. In truth, there was another base at the battle location, but it had since been compromised. What do you intend to do now? Akatsuki inquired of Taeyong as they stood at the entrance of the base. First, we must tend to his wounds. He will not last much longer in this state, Taeyong replied, glancing at the blood-soaked Kakashi in his arms. Very well, I shall take my leave. Akatsuki nodded before departing, seeking some solitude. Farewell, Taeyong called out as he entered the base to find SHBU for Kakashi's treatment. The interior of the base was dimly lit, revealing numerous rooms and an interminable corridor. After walking for a while, Taeyong paused at the entrance of a room. SHBU, I'm coming in. Without knocking, he kicked the door open. As anticipated, this was SHBU's room. Hey, why do you keep barging into others' rooms? The chamber was not particularly spacious, yet well lit with numerous lamps. SHBU was seated at a table cluttered with medicinal ingredients, concocting something. You need to treat him, Taeyong said, gesturing towards the unconscious Kakashi. What? How could you let him get into this state? Didn't we agree to leave no scars? SHBU exclaimed in anger upon noticing Kakashi in Taeyong's arms. Can't you be more civilized? Enough with the chatter. Will you treat him, or not? Taeyong retorted, growing impatient with SHBU's dramatic reaction. Fine, I will treat him, but why the long face? You injure him and then expect me to heal him? How ridiculous. SHBU grumbled. Then why would I ask for your help? Taeyong's forehead was adorned with a frown. Oh, what a pity. It seems you can no longer be my collectible. SHBU appeared somewhat regretful and suggested placing it over there. Taeyong set Kakashi upon a platform and remarked to SHBU, once you are done utilizing it, feel free to do as you wish. Really? Indeed. Taeyong nodded, pondering briefly before inquiring, how's the situation? Quite well, as long as you rest properly, SHBU replied, stepping closer to Kakashi, raising her hand in preparation for healing. Taeyong acknowledged and then departed. He needed to change his attire, as he was smeared with Kakashi's blood. Just as he exited the door, he unexpectedly encountered someone passing by and greeted. Ah, Sasuke-kun, long time no see. How have you been? It was surprising to find Sasuke at this base. He appeared largely unchanged, clad in Akatsuki attire. In response to Taeyong's greeting, he merely replied coldly, we saw each other yesterday. Taeyong found himself at a loss for words. having assumed Sasuke would ignore him. Sasuke showed no inclination to linger and was about to leave when a familiar sight caught his eye through the ajar door behind Tai Liang. The silver hair instantly drew his attention. Kakashi? Kakashi? Sasuke gazed at the figure lying within, somewhat perplexed. What is the matter, Sasuke-kun? Are you concerned? Tai Liang observed Sasuke's reaction with a hint of mockery, as Kakashi had once been Sasuke's mentor. I have no interest, Sasuke replied dismissively. After a moment's contemplation, he decided it had nothing to do with him. Casting a fleeting glance, he averted his gaze and turned to leave. Not very forthright, are we? Tai Liang mused. Watching Sasuke's retreating figure, pondering that his expression had betrayed a semblance of concern. Then I shall return and contemplate my plans thoroughly, Tai Liang declared. Stretching lazily before heading toward his room, Sasuke had been at this base for a considerable time, collaborating with the other three companions since the alliance between Akatsuki and Yami commenced. He felt somewhat bewildered about their intentions for capturing Kakashi. Sasuke, where have you been? Suigetsu inquired upon Sasuke's return. The four of them resided in adjacent rooms, with Sasuke occupying the innermost one, necessitating passage past the doors of the others. Sasuke, you're back, Karen exclaimed, rushing out from her room. She initially intended to embrace him, but, upon noticing Suigetsu's presence, restrained herself. Just went out for a stroll, Sasuke replied, then pondered. Do you know what Yami intends to do? No. Is there something amiss? Suigetsu leaned against the wall, stating, those people are all rather peculiar. Indeed. Especially that woman. Karen's animosity toward SHBU surfaced whenever Yami was mentioned, as SHBU's gaze toward Sasuke made her quite uncomfortable. Oh, Karen, is that the rivalry of love interests I detect? Suigetsu chuckled at Karen's flustered demeanor, his expression somewhat ambiguous. What? Suigetsu, what are you saying? Who are you calling a rival in love? It's not like she likes that. Xianglin stammered, her face flushed with embarrassment. Yes. I have no idea what you're talking about. Shueiwei replied, exasperated, a large droplet of sweat forming on his forehead as he shook his head. Sasuke, uninterested in their antics, strode directly to his room, having not anticipated gleaning any information from them. Wait, Sasuke, where are you going? Xianglin called out. But all she received in response was the sound of Sasuke's door slamming shut. Shueiwei, you idiot. It's all your fault. You ruined the rare time I could spend with Sasuke. Hey, why is this my fault? Shueiwei retorted, incredulous. It's entirely your doing. Unable to tolerate the situation any longer, Shueiwei turned and headed back to his room. Soon, only Xianglin remained in the corridor. She stomped her foot in frustration and followed suit, leaving the passageway in silence. The dim lights on the walls emitted a soft glow. After Taiyang had escorted Kakashi here, Changpu immediately set to work on his treatment. Kakashi was gravely injured. A mere light touch could prove fatal. This was exhausting for Changpu. The wound on his left shoulder was particularly severe. She unwrapped the blood-soaked bandages and cut away the stained fabric. Upon assessing the wound, she frowned, revealing her dissatisfaction as a healer with how the injury had been managed. Yet she could not help but admire Kakashi's resolve. Beneath the bandages lay a gruesome sight, with charred flesh and sutures embedded within. To prolong his combat capabilities, Kakashi had resorted to a rather brutal method of treatment. Lacking medical chakra to staunch the bleeding, he had employed the most primitive means, stitching and cauterizing. Though he had managed to halt the blood flow, the pain endured during the process was beyond what an ordinary person could withstand. Changpu excised the necrotic tissue without concern for pain, as the effects of anesthesia still lingered. After tending to the wound, she employed her medical chakra to facilitate healing. Enveloped in a soothing green chakra, the wound gradually began to mend. With a few final adjustments and rewrapping the bandage, the injury was, at least for the moment, stabilized. With a sigh of relief, Changpu exhaled deeply. Once the treatment concluded, she would certainly give Taiyang and Luan a stern reprimand. All her exhaustion was their fault. Treating Kakashi had proven more arduous than tending to Luan. While Luan's injuries were severe, they required no intricate management, whereas Kakashi's wounds had demanded her utmost attention. After addressing the shoulder injury, a multitude of other injuries awaited her care. How many ribs were fractured and how much internal damage had been sustained remained unknown. Not to mention the fractures in his hand. Is Taiyang out of his mind? Why not just finish him off at this point? Changpu seethed, her frustration mounting as she reattached a rib, beads of sweat forming on her brow. I'm utterly exhausted. My chakra is nearly depleted. Perhaps I should have Xianglin bite him for a quicker fix. After attending to all the injuries, it was already noon, and she had spent approximately 4 hours on treatment. She sank onto the ground, leaning against the platform's edge to rest, lamenting, "If I had known, I should have just tossed him into the medicine vat." After a brief respite, SHBU rose once more, gazing at Kakashi, whose complexion had notably improved. He now appeared to be sleeping uneasily, his brow still furrowed, likely due to the pain as the effects of the anesthesia waned. Observing Kakashi's countenance, SHBU suddenly realized that the tattered mask was somewhat obstructive. She reached out and grasped the mask, gradually revealing Kakashi's true visage with her actions. With a soft thud, as she completely removed Kakashi's mask, SHBU's heart raced unexpectedly. As if struck by Cupid's arrow, her eyes morphed into heart shapes, nearly drooling in sheer admiration, her expression utterly infatuated. Words failed her entirely. She had anticipated that Kakashi would be handsome, yet she had not anticipated such breathtaking beauty. While there may be many who surpass his looks, Kakashi was undeniably her type. Blood. As SHBU gazed dreamily at Kakashi, she felt a warm liquid trickling from her nose. Upon touching it, she realized it was blood. Despite her extensive experience with men, she found herself utterly ensnared today. This was hardly her fault. Perhaps it was Kakashi's alluring posture that captivated her. His fair skin peeked enticingly through his tattered clothing, and due to the treatment on his injured shoulder, his alluring collarbone was exposed. The J-mean jacket hung open, revealing a lean waist, coupled with that devilishly handsome face and the traces of blood at the corner of his mouth. No wonder SHBU was unable to resist. In truth, SHBU's resistance was not feeble, it was merely that Kakashi was her type. She had not anticipated developing feelings for a 30-year-old man. Alas, you are not my comrade. If only you were, perhaps you would not have to face death. Fear not, I shall cherish you well. SHBU's expression suddenly shifted as she tenderly brushed her fingers against Kakashi's slightly cool face, smiling as she spoke. For now, she simply wished to utilize Kakashi thoroughly, so that he might belong to her entirely. Tai, where shall I place Kakashi once his treatment is complete? SHBU inquired as she exited the room to seek Tai. At that moment, Tai was reclining on his bed, contemplating his next plans. Just confine him to any available room. How long until he can move? Tai replied. Perhaps just a few days, SHBU mused. When will he awaken? Tai rose from the bed, sitting at its edge, his eyes glimmering even in the dim light of the room. Tomorrow, I believe, SHBU said, having grown weary and leaning against the doorframe. Understood. You may return now, Tai nodded. He was deep in thought, and after a moment, he looked up, noticing SHBU had not departed. Is there something else? Of course. If you wish to preserve someone's life in the future, simply administer my anesthesia directly. Do not leave them half dead for me to treat. Do you know how to write the word hardship? Also, when you engage in battles, refrain from creating large gaping wounds. Do you comprehend the difficulties involved in tissue regeneration? Moreover, scars are notoriously difficult to erase. I implore you to take heed. Do you understand? Changpu hurled a barrage of words at Tai Liang. Leave. Several dark lines appeared on Tai Liang's forehead as he realized he was rendered speechless. Compelled to exercise his authority as the leader and ordered Changpu to exit. With a huff, Changpu turned away and departed. Sighing, Tai Liang reclined backward, sprawling on the bed as he continued to ponder his grand ambitions. The essence of Kakashi-sensei had already dissipated. In pursuit of Kakashi's whereabouts, Inuzuka and his companions followed the lingering scent, yet upon reaching a vast plain, Inuzuka lost his tracking cues. He halted and addressed Naruto and Sakura. What shall we do now? Naruto asked, surveying their surroundings, devoid of any scent. How can we proceed with our search? Naruto. Why not utilize Sage Mode to detect any chakra signatures nearby? Sakura suggested suddenly. Oh, right. One moment, Naruto exclaimed, awakening to the idea. He closed his eyes, his eyelids transforming into a vibrant orange. Soon after, he entered Sage Mode, meticulously attuning himself to the environment, while Inuzuka and Sakura watched him with eager anticipation. Moments later, Naruto opened his eyes and shook his head at Sakura and Inuzuka. The glimmer of hope in Sakura's eyes swiftly morphed into despondency. Observing her sorrowful expression, Naruto gently patted her shoulder, prompting her to lift her gaze toward him. He returned her gaze with his signature reassuring smile and confidently declared, Sakura, do not worry. I will certainly bring Kakashi-sensei back. Sakura's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she resolutely nodded, her faith in Naruto unwavering. Then let us wait to regroup with Shikamaru and the others before proceeding. Inuzuka, inspired by Naruto's resolve, mirrored the determination in his own gaze. Naruto and Sakura nodded in agreement as the trio retraced their steps. Before long, they encountered Sai and Shikamaru, who were also searching for them. Upon sighting them, Shikamaru immediately grasped the situation. He paused beneath a tree, contemplated for a moment, then addressed the four of them. Currently, Kakashi-sensei's whereabouts remain uncertain. Our reconnaissance personnel are insufficient. We must return to the village to seek Tsunade-sama's counsel and augment our numbers to pursue him in multiple directions. Although we cannot fully ascertain the strength of the Akatsuki, we know they are formidable allies. We must not underestimate them. Shikamaru meticulously analyzed the situation for their understanding. So, are we returning to the village now? Sakura asked with a furrowed brow, reluctant to abandon the search prematurely. No, only Sai and I will return to the village. You three should continue the search for Kakashi-sensei. I will go back to summon Niji for assistance. That is the plan. Sai, let us depart. With that, Shikamaru and Sai took their leave. Then we shall carry on, Naruto stated, with Sakura and Inuzuka following closely behind him in a different direction. As Naruto and his companions continued their search for Kakashi, an important meeting was underway in Konoha, the 5 Kage Summit, convened at Tsunade's request that very morning. Hokage Tsunade, Kazekage Gaara, Reikage A, Mizukage Terumi Mei, and Tsuchika Jinoki were engaged in a discussion via video conference regarding the matters concerning the Akatsuki and their elusive objectives. The aforementioned comprises the intelligence regarding me and Akatsuki that Konoha has gathered. Tsunade conveyed the information obtained by Kakashi, along with previous data concerning me, to the other 4 Kage. Is it truly necessary to convene this meeting over such trivial matters, Hokage? You seem to be overreacting, remarked Reikage, dismissively. Tsunade, I hope you comprehend the gravity of the situation. We are all aware that Akatsuki's objective is the tailed beasts, and now that me is allied with them, with the intent to dismantle the Kage system, they could potentially incite a war among the ninja world. The consequences of such an event are not to be taken lightly. Tsunade asserted. What do you propose we do? Inquired Jutsu, the Wind Kage. It would be more effective for us to take the initiative and eliminate them rather than wait for them to challenge us, suggested Mizukage, who was particularly concerned about the chaos caused by me, possibly a victim from the Bloody Mist era, indicating that it was her duty to put an end to him. Do not underestimate the presence of Madara within Akatsuki, cautioned Tsuchikage. Then let us dismantle them one by one. We should eliminate me without delay. For if they achieve their goals, it will lead to numerous troubles, Mizukage asserted. First, we must ascertain their location. If we send only a handful of personnel, they may not return, warned Wind Kage. But what if they launch an attack once we send them out? Reikage interjected. This discussion seems futile. After all, it is merely me. Is it worth such a grand mobilization? Although they appear to be allied with Akatsuki, we remain unaware of the true circumstances. I would be quite pleased to wait for them to present themselves. With that, Reikage's image faded, indicating his disinterest in collaborating with the other ninja villages. Such impatience. Let him be, remarked Mizukage. I represent Kirigakure in collaboration with Konoha to eliminate me. Following Reikage's departure, she expressed her intent, aware that the purpose of this meeting was to forge a cooperative agreement. I, too, represent Tsunagakure in partnership with Konoha, declared Wind Kage, with only Tsuchikage remaining. He pondered for a moment before stating, I shall remain a passive observer for now. Upon concluding his statement, he exited the meeting. Then it shall be a collaboration among the 3 of us, Mizukage smiled. That is acceptable. I had not anticipated Reikage and Tsuchikage would acquiesce. Though I did expect your agreement, Tsunade remarked to Mizukage, who had surmised that Mizukage might consent due to the significant connection to me in the intelligence report. Now, let us take action. This meeting is adjourned, Tsunade declared. Goodbye. Mizukage waved cheerfully. Indeed, Wind Kage simply nodded. As the images of Mizukage and Wind Kage dissipated, Tsunade leaned back in her chair, releasing a deep sigh. She harbored a personal motive. If Kakashi were still alive, their assistance would significantly enhance the likelihood of rescuing him. Shizen, Tsunade called, remaining still. Lady Tsunade, Shizen responded from behind her. Is there any news from Shikamaru? None yet. Once the Hyuga clan members return, have Niji and Hinata assist, Tsunade instructed. Understood. Silently nodding, he glanced at Tsunade, who was resting with her eyes closed, hoping they would soon find Kakashi, alleviating her self-reproach. Unbeknownst to them, dusk had fallen. Despite their relentless search for Kakashi throughout the day, Naruto and the others found themselves weary, seated in an open space deliberating their next course of action. Little did they realize that the base of Akatsuki was situated less than 20 kilometers from their current location. where the Kakashi they sought so fervently resided. Within the base, Sasuke was approached at his door by Karin, flanked by Suigetsu and Jugo. What? Came Sasuke's voice from within. Someone has arrived, Karin announced. Who? Sasuke inquired. 3 individuals, 2 of whom are your former comrades, and 1 is unfamiliar, Karin replied. Understood. Aren't you coming out? Suigetsu asked, eager to witness the unfolding events. No, Sasuke responded, aware of Naruto's intentions and deeming it unnecessary to involve himself further. Then I'll take my leave, Jugo stated, turning back to his room upon sensing Sasuke's disinterest. Humph, Suigetsu sighed, finding the situation dull as he followed Jugo back to his quarters. Sasuke, Karin softly called towards the closed door before retreating back to her room. She felt Sasuke had been somewhat out of sorts since Akatsuki had captured Kakashi. Inside his chamber, Sasuke stared at the ceiling, pondering why Akatsuki had taken Kakashi. Sensing the latter's chakra was notably faint, as SHBU tended to him, healing his wounds after inflicting such damage, Sasuke wondered what Akatsuki intended to do with Kakashi. Unbeknownst to him, soon Akatsuki would reveal their motives. Rising from his bed, Sasuke felt the need to engage in some activity to calm his restless mind. Perhaps a confrontation with Naruto would serve as a fitting outlet. He was becoming increasingly aware of his concern for Kakashi, though he remained reluctant to acknowledge it. Sasuke, where are you going? Karin intercepted him as he stepped outside. Where are Naruto and the others? Sasuke inquired. Are you planning to eliminate them? Karin questioned, sensing something amiss about Sasuke's demeanor. What? If that is the case, I'll join you, but I want to assist, Suigetsu exclaimed, rushing out of his room upon hearing the commotion. Karin, lead the way. Sasuke disregarded Suigetsu and headed directly for the exit. Karin shot Suigetsu a playful grimace before following Sasuke, leaving Suigetsu with no choice but to return to his slumber. After being healed, Kakashi was relocated by SHBU to another chamber, where his hands were shackled to the wall by a chain inscribed with peculiar runes, hinting at some special functionality. Kakashi lay on the cold floor, his hands bound behind him, dressed in tattered ninja attire, the jacket long gone. His mask had been pulled down, leaving him exposed in a vulnerable state. His expression bore traces of discomfort, possibly due to his awkward position, the unhealed wounds on his body, or perhaps the remnants of a troubling dream. Sasuke. Suddenly, in a state of unconsciousness, Kakashi softly uttered Sasuke's name. Although he did not continue, it caused Sasuke, who happened to be passing by outside, to pause in his tracks. Sasuke? Karin noticed his hesitation, feeling somewhat puzzled. She had not heard Kakashi's voice. Yet she could sense his chakra, albeit faintly, emanating from the room ahead. It's nothing. After a brief moment, Sasuke resumed his forward motion, disinterested in Kakashi's plight. Don't go. At that moment, Kakashi's faint voice reached Sasuke's ears once more, and this time Karin heard it too, quietly observing Sasuke's reaction. Karin. You should return. Sasuke halted, turning to address Karin. Not going. Karin was not surprised by his decision. Sasuke replied, his dark eyes reflecting the dim light of the corridor, revealing no emotion. Oh. Karin gazed at him intently for a moment before turning to leave. Once she had departed, Sasuke pushed open the door to Kakashi's room. Wait. Just as Sasuke was about to enter the locked room, SHBU rushed out from her adjacent chamber. Having seen his intent, ignoring her, Sasuke continued to push the door, which was already ajar. At that moment, SHBU positioned herself beside him, grasping his hand on the doorknob, halting his advance. She looked directly at him and said, Didn't I tell you to wait? Get lost. Sasuke coldly turned his gaze toward SHBU. You should get lost. What do you intend to do in there? Unfazed by Sasuke's icy demeanor, SHBU firmly pulled the door shut, positioning herself between Sasuke and the entrance, her dark green eyes locking onto his as she questioned him. I'll say it once more. Get lost. Sasuke maintained his frigid tone, determined to proceed with his intentions, disregarding any obstacles, especially someone like SHBU, whom he considered inconsequential. No. You must tell me what you plan to do in there. SHBU stood her ground, convinced that Sasuke meant to harm Kakashi. Should he act out in anger and kill the very man she had fought hard to save? Whom would she turn to for solace? Sasuke regarded SHBU's stubbornness, unwilling to engage further. He drew the Kusanagi sword from behind his waist, its sharp blade glimmering ominously. SHBU recoiled slightly. She was but a defenseless woman. As she beheld Sasuke brandishing the sword, fear gripped her, yet she did not retreat, her eyes fixed upon him. Though she longed to step aside, she understood the importance of maintaining her dignity. With a swift motion, Sasuke swung the sword several times. And before SHBU could react, she heard the sound of crumbling walls. Looking back, she realized that he had severed an entire section of the wall, rendering the concept of a door obsolete. SHBU fell silent, suddenly aware of her own folly. After the wall collapsed, Sasuke approached Kakashi, who lay on the ground. He stepped forward slowly, with SHBU closely trailing behind him, determined to prevent Sasuke from doing anything to Kakashi. However, if Sasuke truly intended to act, she knew she could not stop him. Kakashi, perhaps disturbed by the recent commotion, furrowed his brow, displaying a hint of unease. As Sasuke reached Kakashi's side, he observed the chains binding him, lost in thought. Gradually, he crouched down to examine Kakashi's face, which was now unmasked. This was the first time Sasuke had glimpsed his true visage. To his surprise, the face he had longed to see since childhood was not as he had imagined. It was not grotesque, but rather handsome. While Sasuke scrutinized Kakashi's features, Kakashi let out a soft, restless hum. Noticing his tightly knitted brows, Sasuke instinctively placed his hand gently on Kakashi's face, mimicking the function of his mask. Remarkably, once Sasuke's hand made contact, Kakashi's brow gradually relaxed, and he drifted into a deep, tranquil slumber, free from dreams or anxiety. Sasuke's heart felt tumultuous. Observing Kakashi's furrowed brow, he seemed to intuitively grasp the reason for Kakashi's disquiet. Acting without conscious thought, he experienced an inexplicable sensation from the hand resting on Kakashi's face. The gentle flow of Kakashi's breath teased his skin, while the softness and coolness of his lips evoked a unique feeling. The texture of his cheeks was equally pleasant. And for a fleeting moment, Sasuke found himself reluctant to withdraw his hand. Gazing at Kakashi's serene sleeping face, he battled with inner turmoil. Kakashi was not only his mentor but also his protector during perilous times, showering him with more affection than Naruto or Sakura ever had. Throughout their solitary month together, Kakashi had bestowed upon him unwavering tenderness and care, even risking his life to thwart Orochimaru's intentions. Indeed, Kakashi was an exemplary mentor. Yet, Sasuke recognized that Kakashi's presence could destabilize his desire for vengeance. Perhaps eliminating him would be a wise decision, yet he found himself incapable of such an act. Kakashi was the only person, aside from his brother, who had treated him with such kindness, a kindness that was devoid of ulterior motives, unlike Sakura's. In the midst of Sasuke's internal struggle, Tear entered the room. He surveyed the scene, Kakashi sprawled on the ground and Sasuke standing nearby. Sasuke sensed Tear's arrival and slowly rose to his feet, deciding to set aside thoughts of Kakashi for the moment. As he stood, he rubbed his hand, which had just been resting on Kakashi's face, feeling the sudden absence of warmth, which left him somewhat disoriented. "Is there something you need?" Sasuke inquired. "There are matters that require your assistance, Sasuke-kun. May we converse?" Tear replied with a smile, having witnessed everything that transpired moments before. "Very well," Sasuke acknowledged, aware that the discussion pertained to Kakashi. "Let us proceed." Tairan turned and exited, with Sasuke closely following, while Changpu brought up the rear. She had been observing Sasuke intently since earlier and had discerned his profound feelings for Kakashi. A sudden wave of anxiety surged within her, a sense of impending loss, as though something precious were about to be snatched away. Upon stepping outside, Changpu unleashed a technique, restoring the fragmented walls to their original state before departing. Choosing not to accompany Tairan as she needed to assess the chaos at hand. "What is it?" Tairan inquired as he entered a room. "I presume Sasuke-kun is already aware of the situation regarding Hatake Kakashi," he continued, settling into a chair. Sasuke leaned against the doorframe, silent, his demeanor suggesting he was merely listening. "Currently, Kakashi is in our possession, a fact that Konoha is likely aware of. They will not remain passive. They will undoubtedly send someone to search for him. This time, we need not eliminate them, for our target is Konoha itself," Tairan stated with an air of profundity. "Hey, what is with that expression?" Tairan remarked, noticing Sasuke's impassive reaction, as if he were gazing at a fool. "You might find this somewhat foolish. But now that Konoha has lost its greatest shield, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, Kakashi's disappearance will compel his students to seek him out. This will render Konoha vulnerable. And I have great confidence in our strength. Isn't your goal to destroy Konoha? Don't you see this as an excellent opportunity? Is your intent to capture Kakashi for this reason?" Sasuke queried, sensing a deeper complexity. "Not solely. My ambition extends beyond the mere destruction of Konoha. That is your objective. However, the annihilation of Konoha does not conflict with my goals. I might as well lend you a hand, even though I am not particularly fond of bloodshed," Tairan replied. gazing at Sasuke. If you agree, we can discuss a detailed plan of action. What say you, Sasuke-kun? Very well, Sasuke conceded after careful deliberation, willing to employ any means necessary to achieve his aim. Then let us collaborate joyfully, Tyrant smiled, adding, in fact, I have an even simpler method to bring about Konoha's downfall. As Tyrant laid out his plans, Sasuke listened intently, finding them rather intriguing. Meanwhile, as Tyrant and Sasuke conspired to dismantle Konoha, Guy had returned to the village. Lady Tsunade, I'm back, Guy exclaimed upon entering the Hokage's office. What is the current situation? Tsunade asked with concern, already fearing the worst. Kakashi's whereabouts are unknown. He has likely fallen into enemy hands, Guy reported. Lady Tsunade, why do you think they captured Kakashi instead of simply eliminating him and disposing of his body as before? I am uncertain. It seems there may be a deeper plot at play, Tsunade replied, contemplating the unfolding events. Tsunade rested her hands on the table, her brow furrowed, and it was impossible to overstate the extent of her dismay. She contemplated the potential actions that might follow. What should I do now? Asked Kankuro. You must not go anywhere. I suspect they may take this opportunity to attack Konoha, Tsunade replied thoughtfully. Very well, I shall take my leave, Kankuro responded before departing. Meanwhile, Tsunade continued to deliberate the possible strategies for the impending situation, while Shizen remained quietly by her side. As for Naruto and his companions, they pressed on in their quest to locate Kakashi. Meanwhile, Shikamaru was anxiously making his way back to Konoha, pondering the troubling implications of Parker's return with information. He suspected that members of the Akatsuki had deliberately released Parker to inform Konoha of their capture of Kakashi, thereby setting the stage for their next move. This is utterly vexing, Shikamaru thought, mirroring Tsunade's frustration as he pondered the Akatsuki's plans, hidden behind a drawing of a large bird that Sai had created. As time passed, Naruto and his group found themselves increasingly distanced from Kakashi's location. A day had elapsed since Parker's return, marking the second morning since Naruto had embarked on his search for Kakashi. The sky transitioned from darkness to light, and during the previous day, Naruto and his friends had tirelessly searched, yet neither Kiba's nor Akamaru's keen senses, nor Naruto's sage mode, yielded any sign of Kakashi. This lack of progress weighed heavily on their spirits. In Naruto, what should we do now? Sakura said dejectedly, her head bowed. No matter what, we mustn't give up the search. We will find him, Naruto asserted resolutely. Then how do you propose we search? Where should we look? Kiba, growing impatient, interjected. Why are you shouting? If you ask me, who should I ask? Naruto retorted angrily, displeased with Kiba's tone. I think it's pointless to waste more time here. We should return for now, at least until Shikamaru summons Neji for a more thorough search, Kiba suggested, choosing not to escalate the argument. Perhaps we should heed Kiba's suggestion, Sakura contemplated before addressing Naruto. No, we cannot simply return, Naruto exclaimed. It has only been a day without results. That is no reason for me to give up so easily. How many more days do you intend to search? You searched for Sasuke for so long, yet found nothing. Kiba raised his voice, only to regret it immediately, as mentioning Sasuke was a sensitive topic for Naruto. True, I did not find him. But at least it is better than doing nothing. Kakashi-sensei may still be waiting for us. Are we really going to just go back? Naruto refrained from expressing his sorrow over Sasuke, unwilling to allow history to repeat itself. When Sasuke had defected from the village, his abilities were insufficient to prevent it. He had pursued him relentlessly, just as he had done when Gaara was captured by the Akatsuki, only to be too late. Now, with Kakashi in peril, Naruto was determined not to squander the opportunity to intervene before it was too late. However, are we not wandering aimlessly in our search? Have you considered the possibility that we may be drifting further away from Teacher Kakashi? You expressed his instinctual reasoning, believing that the enemy would not stray too far. Indeed. Naruto, perhaps we should return. We have been searching tirelessly for an entire day without any leads. It stands to reason that upon our return, Shikamaru and the others may have gathered more intelligence, which would be preferable to our current state of ignorance. Sakura contemplated Ya's assertion and found it plausible. Yet, have you not pondered the notion that Teacher Kakashi might be just ahead? The enemy may have captured him, and they could be hastening towards their base with him in tow. If we return now, would we not be forfeiting our chance? Naruto articulated his thoughts, unaware of the deep regret this sentiment would later bring him. You must understand that we currently lack knowledge of the enemy's movements. You continue to inform Naruto of the situation, hoping to guide him towards recognizing that returning was the prudent choice. Let us separate. The three of us shall pursue different directions in search. Naruto remained resolute in his determination to continue the search. The idea of dispersing our strength is one only you could conceive. You know well the might of you, while you and I may manage. Have you considered Sakura? What if she encounters one of his men? Upon hearing Naruto's response, his anger flared, and he nearly shouted his retort. Naruto was acutely aware of this. But his thoughts were in turmoil. Kakashi occupied a significant place in his heart, and he was unwilling to let go. All right, enough of the bickering. How about this? We continue our search for another 2 days, and if we still find no success, we shall return. Sakura interjected, proposing a compromise and awaiting their responses. After a moment of contemplation, Naruto agreed, his mood shifting. Very well then. You remained somewhat reluctant, but with no other options available, he conceded. If he suggested returning now, Naruto would surely object, so they had no choice but to proceed. Thus, we shall continue. With both boys in accord, Sakura set off first, followed closely by Ya and Naruto. Meanwhile, Shikamaru had returned to Konoha and headed straight for the Hokage's office, eager to report the possibilities he had contemplated to Tsunade. Lady Tsunade, the scent of teacher Kakashi has vanished midway. We have lost our basis for the search. I request that you dispatch additional reconnaissance ninjas to assist us. Shikamaru stated as he entered. Very well, once the Hyuga clan members return, I will send Niji and Hinata. They should be back in the afternoon. Oh, and also Shino. Tsunade replied, her brow furrowed. Since dispatching Kakashi on this mission, her expression had seldom relaxed. That is reassuring. Furthermore, I suspect that his men deliberately allowed Parker to return. Shikamaru articulated his thoughts. I concur. Perhaps they aim to send us out to eliminate our adversaries? Tsunade replied. No, if that were the case. It would be improbable for me to stand here speaking with you in safety. Shikamaru shook his head. However, it is conceivable that they intend for us to deploy personnel. And the reason they captured Kakashi-sensei is likely to lure Naruto out of the village. Though I am loath to admit it. There is no denying that Naruto is presently the strongest individual within the village. Their objective is to dismantle the system of the Hokage in their eyes. The Hokage should not exist. Thus, they may seize this opportunity to attack Konoha while Naruto is absent. You make a valid point, but why specifically capture Kakashi? If they were to kill him directly, Naruto would still leave the village seeking revenge, achieving their goal nonetheless. Why resort to such convoluted means? Tsunade inquired. Lady Tsunade, you overlook a crucial detail. We do not know whether Kakashi-sensei is still alive, Shikamaru contended, although he firmly believed Kakashi was indeed alive. The reasoning eluded him. Yet he sensed that the Akatsuki might exploit Kakashi to fulfill some nefarious agenda. Please, take your leave for now, Tsunade expressed, feeling fatigued and yearning for silence. Understood. Although Shikamaru wished to say more, he refrained upon observing Tsunade's exhaustion. In the streets of Konoha, whispers circulated. I heard Kakashi-san has been captured by a mysterious organization. Is that true? Do you know which organization? Unclear, but all major ninja villages have suffered their assaults. What purpose could they have in capturing Kakashi-san? Unknown. The streets buzzed with chatter, and somehow, news of the incident had spread, reaching nearly every villager. Those who were on amicable terms with Kakashi expressed their concerns. Hoping for his safety, they reminisced about the once gentle Jainin, who would often be seen with his little yellow book, smiling warmly. Meanwhile, Yamato, informed of the situation through the grapevine, hastened towards the Hokage's office. He was aware of the Akatsuki's activities but remained oblivious to Tsunade's decision to send Kakashi on a mission to investigate this matter. He wished to request Tsunade's permission to join the search for Kakashi. As he approached the Hokage's office, he encountered Shikamaru, who could surmise Yamato's intent. Shikamaru intercepted him. Captain Yamato, it would be best if you did not proceed further. Lady Tsunade likely does not wish to see anyone at this moment. Moreover, she will not deploy many personnel to search for Kakashi-sensei, as the Akatsuki may very well launch their attack during this time. It is advisable for you to remain in Konoha. Kakashi-sensei can be entrusted to Naruto and the others. Yamato, though visibly disappointed, nodded in agreement. Despite his desire to search for Kakashi, the safety of the village took precedence. He reasoned that if Kakashi were aware of the situation, he would not want Yamato to leave the village during such a potentially perilous moment. I shall take my leave now, Shikamaru remarked with a slight bow, bidding farewell to Yamato. After Shikamaru departed, Yamato lifted his gaze towards the horizon, fervently hoping that Naruto and the others would return Kakashi safely. At that moment, SHBU found herself devoid of tasks. The chaotic situation had stabilized, and Kakashi required no further attention. with a sense of leisure. She sought out Tai to discuss the forthcoming plans, particularly those concerning Kakashi. Tai, what is your plan? SHBU inquired, languidly seated on a chair. After a brief slumber, she let her hair down, presenting herself as a delicate figure, though one must not judge by appearances, lest one encounters dire consequences. Hey, what time is it? Tai grumbled from beneath the covers, having rolled over in bed. He had been lost in thought until the early hours of the morning, and fatigue weighed heavily upon him. Just tell me, what does the hour matter? SHBU retorted, casually tossing an object onto the bulge of the blanket. Tai, incensed, sprang upright, glaring at SHBU with palpable annoyance. Unfazed, SHBU awaited his response. When will Kakashi awaken? Tai fixated on SHBU for a considerable time before ultimately relenting, rubbing his eyes and addressing her. He should awaken soon. Why is it imperative for him to regain consciousness? She replied. Yes, Tai murmured, retreating back under the covers. His eyes closed. What? SHBU exclaimed, taken aback. How should I put it? I need to utilize him for something, but explaining it is too cumbersome. Why not ask Sasuke? Tai's words trailed off as he succumbed to slumber once more. Do not feign sleep on me? SHBU protested, eager to glean more information. Yet Tai's dismissive remark left her feeling underestimated. I have a task for you. Administer the medicine to him, Tai suddenly declared, throwing aside the covers. Medicine? Why? SHBU questioned, slightly perplexed. Do not concern yourself with that. Simply follow my instructions, he insisted, exasperation evident in his tone. After voicing her grievances, SHBU exited, determined to fulfill Tai's orders and concoct the medicine. With a sigh of relief, Tai watched SHBU depart, finally able to enjoy a restful slumber. SHBU was diligent in her responsibilities, always prioritizing her tasks. Once outside Tai's room, SHBU returned to her own quarters to prepare the medicine, laboring amidst a clutter of herbs on her table. SHBU, what are you doing? During her preparation, Ran had awakened, his condition poor, his complexion ashen, and his steps unsteady. He sought SHBU immediately to ascertain the situation. Ran, you should return to bed, SHBU exclaimed upon seeing his feeble state, her voice rising in admonishment. No, it's too stifling in there. Besides, it's just next door. What could possibly go wrong? Ran replied, supporting himself against the wall as he slowly made his way inside, eventually collapsing into a chair by the wall. As he settled, beads of cold sweat appeared on his brow, his strength entirely depleted. Continue to play the brave one, SHBU remarked, her focus unwavering as she diligently tended to her work, paying little mind to Ran's plight. After leaning back against the chair and resting for a considerable while, Wan, having regained a modicum of strength, inquired, You still haven't answered my question. What are you doing? It could be referred to as medicine or perhaps poison. Changpu continued her task while responding to Wan's query. Medicine? What medicine? Wan asked, perplexed. The one that will be used on you, Changpu replied. What? On whom? Wan exclaimed in astonishment. Kakashi, Changpu stated. Kakashi? How is it that he is still alive? Upon hearing this news, Wan erupted with agitation and his body protested, causing tears to stream down his face from the pain. Why are you so worked up? This isn't the first time you've experienced this, Changpu remarked nonchalantly. In the past, they occasionally spared the lives of enemies to extract intelligence. However, I never intended for you to administer this medicine. What does Tai Liang truly intend? Is he attempting to recruit Kakashi? Wan found this notion utterly inconceivable. Perhaps, once I complete this, we can go and inquire with him. Changpu nodded in agreement. She had nearly finished preparing the medicine, and before her lay a bowl of slightly reddish liquid. Subsequently, she filled 2 syringes with the concoction. All right. Let us proceed to Kakashi, Changpu said, placing the syringes into her bag. She then stood and walked outside, with the entire preparation process having taken approximately 4 hours. It was now around 10 in the morning. Luan slowly rose, supporting himself against the wall as he followed Changpu out. Back in his own room, he alone understood the true state of his body. As Changpu had mentioned, he required rest. In a dimly lit and silent room, a figure lay on the ground. The silver hair stood out conspicuously even in the shadows. Undoubtedly, this individual was the captured Kakashi. Currently, he was sleeping uneasily, his brow furrowed. The pain from his injuries and the hindrance of the chains on his wrists rendered any position uncomfortable. Perhaps due to this discomfort, Kakashi's previously shut eyes began to flutter open, revealing a look of confusion as he surveyed his surroundings. He was unsure of his location. A slight movement awakened the pain in his body, and he surmised that he must have been recaptured by the Akatsuki. Furrowing his brow, he gradually sat up. The position he had been in had been excruciating, and he felt utterly drained. By the time he was fully upright, he was drenched in cold sweat. What is this ghastly contraption? Kakashi tugged at the chains binding his wrists, observing the runes inscribed upon them with curiosity. However, it did not take long for him to discern their purpose. Attempting to channel his chakra to break free resulted in it being absorbed by the chains, forcing him to concede defeat. Leaning against the wall, he pondered the true intentions of the Akatsuki. What was their purpose in treating him? Were they genuinely planning to use him as bait? How could he escape this place? These questions plagued Kakashi, rendering his expression grave. As he contemplated his predicament, the door creaked open, and Kakashi fixed a wary gaze upon the slowly opening entrance. Sasuke? Kakashi was taken aback to find Sasuke here. The newcomer was indeed Sasuke, who gazed expressionlessly at Kakashi, who appeared somewhat disheveled on the floor. Kakashi returned the look, attempting to discern something from Sasuke's expression. Where are we? The two exchanged glances for a moment until Kakashi eventually broke the silence, inquiring of Sasuke. The base, Sasuke replied, stepping inside and standing by the door. Arms crossed defiantly over his chest, exuding an air of arrogance. Is it Akatsuki or Madara? Kakashi questioned. Whatever, Sasuke coldly responded. Sasuke, why did you choose to join Akatsuki? Kakashi pondered before asking, his heart heavy with bitterness upon seeing Sasuke clad in the Akatsuki attire. If only he had managed to prevent Sasuke from leaving back then. Perhaps things would not have come to this. You don't need to know why, and don't misunderstand. I have not joined Akatsuki, Sasuke remarked, observing Kakashi. Despite the dim lighting, he could perceive the emotions radiating from Kakashi's eyes, guilt and regret. You have already killed Itachi. Your vengeance should be avenged. Why do you still harbor hatred? Kakashi queried, scrutinizing Sasuke's expressionless face. Hatred? Huh, that is my reason for living. As long as Konoha exists, my revenge will never cease. Sasuke's demeanor turned fierce at the mention of Itachi, his wavering heart solidifying once more in its resolve. What exactly do you despise Konoha for? Kakashi found it perplexing to understand the depth of Sasuke's animosity toward the village. You should ask those in Konoha's upper echelons, Sasuke replied coldly. Are you truly intent on opposing Konoha? What of Naruto and Sakura, who wish to bring you back? Must they be the ones to slay you before you relent? Kakashi skirted the topic, aware of Konoha's darker aspects but unwilling to see Sasuke's heart ensnared by such burdens, despite his ignorance of the village's true transgressions. Wasn't this known long ago? Why bring it up now? Do you still hope for my return? Sasuke scoffed at Kakashi's words. Sasuke, I will deal with you myself, Kakashi asserted, well aware of the implications yet striving for one last attempt. Hearing Sasuke's response, he resolved to conclude this matter himself, not wishing for Naruto and Sakura to repeat the mistakes he had once made. Do you still consider me your student? Sasuke spoke with a tone reserved for the vanquished. Indeed, I still regard you as my student, Kakashi replied, seemingly oblivious to Sasuke's latter words, or perhaps deeming them inconsequential. I truly wish to kill you right now, Sasuke declared, feeling inexplicably agitated by Kakashi's response. Kakashi lowered his gaze, falling silent. It seemed this was the only outcome left between them. I apologize for interrupting your teacher-student reunion, Kakashi-san. How is your health? At that moment, SHBU entered the room. Quite well, he replied. With a smile, Kakashi nodded. It was the first time Sasuke had seen Kakashi without his mask, and it sparked a brief flicker in his eyes. Undeniably, Kakashi's smile was warm. Even if it was feigned. That's good. It means I am still quite useful, I remarked with a smile. So, miss, what brings you to me? Kakashi inquired, sensing that it couldn't be anything good. Actually, I need to inject something into you, and I trust you will consent, I replied, producing a syringe. Although I am aware that my descent is inconsequential, my answer is no, Kakashi said slowly, his gaze turning devoid of emotion as he observed the slightly red liquid within the syringe. That decision is no longer yours to make, I stated as she approached Kakashi. Naturally, Kakashi would not remain passive. He gradually rose to his feet, the chains binding him allowing for some movement within half a room. Though his hands were restrained, his legs still retained mobility. I suddenly felt underestimated. How could a powerless being devoid of chakra dare to resist? It was intolerable. She swiftly moved beside Kakashi, thrusting the syringe toward him. The room echoed with the sounds of chains clashing and scraping against the ground as Kakashi desperately evaded Iam's advances, his body trembling slightly from the pain. Kakashi-san, could you please stay still? Iam pleaded, having exerted considerable effort without managing to inject the substance into him. Kakashi remained silent, swiftly maneuvering from behind Ayam to face her, lifting his leg to strike at her head. The chains behind him aided his movement, having previously constrained Ayam's escape route. The attack was imminent, and with no hope of evasion, Ayam could only raise her hand to block Kakashi's strike. Ugh! Ayam groaned in pain, feeling as though her arm might snap, the agony prompting her to curse. Of course, Kakashi would not afford her the luxury of time, leveraging the recoil of his attack. He pivoted and aimed a kick at her abdomen. Now, Ayam regretted her decision deeply, questioning why she had chosen to heal Kakashi and thus invite her own suffering. The chains had fallen to the ground, and Ayam narrowly evaded Kakashi's second strike, retreating to the door where he could not reach her, rubbing her bruised arm. She remained silent, merely staring at the panting Kakashi before her. Kakashi was now drenched in sweat, droplets cascading down his cheeks to the floor, his consciousness beginning to blur. He too fixed his gaze on Ayam, knowing he would ultimately succumb but unwilling to simply surrender without a fight. Since Ayam's entrance, Sasuke had remained silent. Showing no inclination to assist, he merely wished to observe the unfolding spectacle, finding Kakashi's futile struggle rather foolish. After a brief respite, Ayam launched her next assault, having stowed the syringe in her bag to prevent it from being damaged during the scuffle. As Changpu swiftly approached Kakashi, she unleashed a punch directed at his face. Lacking proficiency with shurikens, she refrained from inflicting scars upon him. Kakashi, bending slightly, evaded her strike, and upon witnessing his maneuver, Changpu aimed a kick at his knee. Kakashi leapt aside, retaliating with a kick towards her foot, which she had yet to retract. Sensing the imminent impact, Changpu did not withdraw her leg but instead struck the wall, using the force to propel herself backward. In midair, she executed a somersault, and Kakashi seized the opportunity to kick the wall, following up with a kick aimed at the airborne Changpu. Unable to maneuver while suspended in the air, she was struck forcefully, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. Once on the ground, Kakashi leaned against the wall, gasping for breath, feeling utterly drained of energy, as if the tension had sapped his strength. After bringing Changpu down, he felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over him. It seemed Kakashi had little regard for her well-being. Slowly rising to her feet, Changpu assessed her condition. The blow had not significantly harmed her, as Kakashi was not at his peak performance. Dusting herself off, she inquired, "Surely, you lack the strength to retaliate now?" Though she posed the question, uncertainty lingered in her mind. Kakashi had previously subdued Tai Liang and Ah Fei even after sustaining severe injuries, and his current state was far from critical. "You are correct," Kakashi replied weakly. Accepting the inevitable, he deemed resistance futile, having at least managed to kick Changpu in return. With that, he gradually sank to the ground, closing his eyes. Noticing Kakashi's resigned demeanor, Changpu cautiously approached him, still wary of a potential counterattack. As she observed the liquid from the syringe gradually entering Kakashi's body, she finally exhaled in relief, grappling with the uncertainty of whether he was the captive or if she was. Kakashi felt the sharp sting of the syringe piercing his skin. Yearning to cease all movement, utterly fatigued, uncertain of the substance administered, he was confident he would not perish. They were not foolish enough to heal him only to poison him afterward. He resolved to brace himself for whatever came next. After the injection, Changpu retreated to the door, standing beside Sasuke, awaiting the effects of the drug on Kakashi. Before long, the potion took effect. Kakashi's complexion paled, his lips clenched tightly as his body began to tremble. Curling inward, his hands gripped the chains behind him tightly. It felt as though his body had been cast into magma, every cell ablaze with agony. He yearned to scream but stifled the urge. Gradually, the torment intensified, transforming from a burning sensation to one that felt as if his body were being torn apart piece by piece. Kakashi's lips had been bitten through, his hands gripping the chains now bloodied. He was on the verge of succumbing to this hellish suffering. Ah! A piercing scream from Kakashi shattered the stillness of the room. As he writhed in agony on the floor, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. With unfocused eyes, he gazed at Sasuke and SHBU, who stood nearby, harboring a flicker of hope that they might end his suffering. Yet, the last remnants of his cognitive faculties cautioned him that death was not an option just yet. How much longer would this torment endure? Sasuke inquired of SHBU, observing Kakashi's distress on the ground. "It won't be long, just a little patience," SHBU replied, recalling that this was the third time they had undergone such an ordeal. Tai and Ran's cries were even louder than Kakashi's. The agony was palpable, and she mused that it must surpass even the pains of childbirth, which she believed to be the utmost suffering a woman could endure. "What purpose does this serve?" Sasuke asked, noting that Kakashi had fallen silent, likely unconscious. Honestly, it serves little purpose beyond enhancing resilience and facilitating covert maneuvers. It is, in fact, quite beneficial. SHBU waved her hand dismissively. Is it time now? Sasuke queried, as Kakashi remained motionless for an extended duration. Yes, it is over, SHBU responded. Moving to unlock the chains binding Kakashi. His struggles had left his hands bloodied and raw. The moment she touched Kakashi's hand, his body trembled instinctively, rejecting her contact. After freeing him from the chains, SHBU tended to his injuries. What are the next steps? SHBU asked, rising after her ministrations. Ask for yourself, Sasuke replied, clearly uninterested in engaging further. Hey, we are still partners in this endeavor. Sharing won't cost you anything, SHBU insisted. Sasuke cast her a fleeting glance before turning to exit the room. TCH, SHBU muttered with a look of disdain, lowering her gaze to the frail Kakashi. She contemplated for a moment before lifting him off the ground and carrying him on her back as she departed. He is not as heavy as I imagined, SHBU noted, transporting Kakashi to another room. He required a warm environment. Otherwise, the effects of the medicine would be squandered. Kakashi's body was chillingly cold, and due to the drug's side effects, she needed to restore his body temperature swiftly. She placed Kakashi in a room with a bed, removed his sweat-soaked clothing and shoes, and covered him with a thick blanket, ensuring he was comfortably settled. Ah, I truly feel like a mother, SHBU mused, gazing at Kakashi on the bed. Suddenly reflecting on her role, she then exited the room to seek out Tai for a discussion. Tai, the task is complete. What shall we do next? SHBU inquired upon reaching Tai's chamber. We'll wait for Kakashi to regain consciousness before proceeding, Tai replied. Are you jesting? Speak now, SHBU pressed, unwilling to allow him to prolong the conversation. Very well, next we wait for Kakashi to recover and then facilitate his escape, Tai stated. What? Are you certain? SHBU exclaimed, taken aback. Indeed, this time our strategy hinges upon manipulating human emotions, Tai responded enigmatically. Human emotions? What relevance does this have to Kakashi's escape? Shanpu inquired. Puzzled. There is a slight connection, Tai Liang remarked, stroking his stubble as he spoke to Shanpu. Once Ah-Fei completes his mission and returns, our plan will officially commence. In truth, the plan is rather simple. If human nature is not as dire as I suspect, it may succeed. Tai Liang explained. Oh, Shanpu nodded, seemingly understanding. In reality, you do not comprehend, do you? Tai Liang questioned, observing Shanpu's expression. I do not, Shanpu admitted candidly, deciding it was better to remain in ignorance. With a peculiar look directed at Tai Liang, she exited the room. Meanwhile, on Sasuke's side. Sasuke, what transpired with Kakashi? As soon as he returned, Karen asked. Having sensed Kakashi's chakra was quite unstable earlier, though it has since stabilized. Sasuke offered no response and proceeded into the room. Seeing that Sasuke claimed nothing was amiss, Karen felt no need to pry further and followed him inside. Upon entering the room, Sasuke collapsed onto the bed, reflecting on the earlier events, puzzled by his own reluctance to leave immediately. Meanwhile, the task mentioned by Tai Liang concerning Ah-Fei was progressing smoothly. Around 11:30 a.m., in the village of Konohagakure. Shizen, have there been any movements from the Sand or Mist villages? Tsunade inquired of Shizen in the Hokage's office. Both the Sand and Mist villages have dispatched numerous ninjas to locate the whereabouts of me, yet they cannot cross the borders of the Land of Fire, Shizen replied. Is there any news from Naruto's side? Tsunade pondered before asking again. None. Shikamaru and Shino have yet to depart, Shizen answered. Tsunade nodded, falling back into contemplation. Meanwhile, Shikamaru was strolling through the streets with Shino, waiting for Hinata and Niji to return from their diplomatic mission, which they were expected to conclude by the afternoon. Shino, what are your thoughts on the capture of Kakashi-sensei? Shikamaru remarked, having heard a variety of opinions along their way. I am uncertain, Shino replied. Never mind. Let us go have a meal, Shikamaru suggested, realizing he had not eaten since returning. Quickly, inform Lord Hokage. Amidst the seemingly tranquil atmosphere of Konohagakure, a palpable tension pervaded a certain location, the headquarters of the Umbu. Just moments ago, an intruder breached the headquarters, incapacitating the guards in the archives and stealing a confidential document. This document contained crucial information regarding the foundation of the Umbu, specifically a list of members and their positions, should it fall into enemy hands. The concealed Umbu operatives would be exposed to imminent peril. Report. The list of Umbu members has been stolen. One of the Umbu agents suddenly appeared in the Hokage's office. addressing Tsunade. What? What transpired? Tsunade, already troubled, erupted in anger upon receiving this dire news, slamming her hand on the desk, which bore several cracks from her outburst. Moments ago, we sensed a confrontation occurring in the archives. We rushed to the scene, but by the time we arrived, the guards were down, the door ajar. And the list had vanished, the agent explained. Did you allow the enemy to breach the headquarters directly? Where were your men? Did no one notice? Tsunade questioned sternly. No. We were unaware. The enemy possesses a remarkable ability to conceal their presence. At least, we failed to detect them both before and after the incident, the man replied. Then why did you not respond immediately upon discovering the enemy? Do you lack even that capability? Tsunade retorted, exhausted from her outburst. She sank into her chair and pinched the bridge of her nose, helplessly inquiring. Only a select few members know the location of the archives. At the time, we were engaged in training, and our delayed reaction was a fault of my subordinates, the man said, bowing his head in shame, likely feeling deep remorse beneath his mask. Then how did the enemy know the location of the archives? Tsunade pressed, sensing something amiss. I do not know, he answered. Investigate whether there is a mole within our ranks. The timing of this incident is too coincidental, Tsunade contemplated before continuing. Since this has occurred, we must make amends. Notify all UMBU members to remain vigilant and intensify the search efforts. If necessary, we may have to consider personnel changes. Tsunade sighed. Wishing she could resign from the Hokage position, the burdens were becoming unbearable. Understood. After receiving the orders, the man departed. Troubles seemed to come in waves, Tsunade lamented. Resting her forehead against her palm, feeling yet another worry weighing on her. As UMBU members mobilized to retrieve the stolen documents, a figure materialized at the village's memorial stone. A place frequented by Kakashi. Clad in the Akatsuki's attire and wearing a spiral mask that revealed but one eye, he stood silently before the memorial, gazing at the familiar names inscribed upon it, seemingly lost in recollection. Indeed, this person was Obito, holding a scroll that undoubtedly contained the list recently stolen by the UMBU. Perhaps this was his mission. After a moment, he sat before the memorial, reflecting on past events and the solitary figure who often lingered there. His exposed eye betraying a hint of nostalgia. A brief rest shall suffice, Obito mused, leaning against the memorial, closing his eyes as a gentle breeze carried the unique scent of Konoha. Yet, before long, he rose slowly. Remaining here would only amplify his sorrow and hatred. Casting a long, contemplative glance at the memorial, he departed, a faint trace of someone having recently visited lingering in the air. Let us wait at the village entrance for Niji and the others to return, Shikamaru suggested to Shino after finishing their meal. An unsettling premonition lingered in his mind, urging him to depart swiftly and reunite with Naruto. What about Sai? Shino inquired suddenly. He was called back by Danzo. I have no idea what his intentions are. Shikamaru replied. As soon as we returned, Root summoned him. Oh, should we wait for him to act together? Shino asked. That remains uncertain. It depends on whether he chooses to join us, Shikamaru stated, as they made their way toward the village entrance. Indeed, Shino nodded. Do you sense it? Suddenly, Shino inquired. Just moments ago, he sensed numerous presences that should have remained hidden stirring into action. Nara Shikamaru also perceived it, feeling puzzled as to why, during such a tense period, personnel would be dispatched. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, perhaps there is an issue within the UMBU. That seemed to be the only plausible explanation. Shino nodded. And just then, a bug alighted on his hand. After gathering information, he informed Shikamaru, Niji and the others have returned to the village. Then let us hasten, Shikamaru replied. Indeed. The two quickened their pace, and shortly after exiting the village, they encountered the Hyuga clan members who were making their way back. Niji, Hinata, we have a mission. Come with me, Shikamaru stated upon seeing them. What is the situation? Niji asked, while Hinata, standing beside him, shared his curiosity. Speak as we walk, Shikamaru suggested. Very well. Niji acquiesced, and after bidding farewell to Hinata's father, he joined Shikamaru and Shino. Are you aware of the situation regarding ya? Shikamaru inquired. They were currently retracing the route taken yesterday, hoping to reach the forest by the following day and reunite with Naruto and the others. I have heard. It has become the topic of discussion everywhere, Niji affirmed. Does this mission pertain to ya? Hinata asked. Yes, Kakashi-sensei has been dispatched to investigate the organization. Yet he is currently unaccounted for. We can only assume that he has been captured by Ya's members, and our task is to bring Kakashi-sensei back, Shikamaru explained. Are there any leads? Niji inquired, furrowing his brow. The trail goes cold at a certain location, so we must rely on you, Shikamada replied. As of now, Naruto, Sakura, and Kiba should still be searching. We need to rendezvous with them as swiftly as possible. Understood. Neji and Hinata nodded in agreement. The four of them set forth towards their destination, with Neji and Hinata leading the way. Suddenly, they came to a halt. Just moments ago, they sensed several presences moving not far ahead. Byakugan. Neji and Hinata activated their Byakugan, eager to discern what was transpiring ahead. Through their enhanced vision, they observed 5 individuals not far in front of them. One person was running, pursued by 4 others. One person being chased by 4. It appears to be one of our Umbu, Neji remarked. Should we investigate? The one being pursued seems to be affiliated with the Akatsuki, Hinata noted. Having recognized the individual's attire. No, our mission is to locate Kakashi-sensei as quickly as possible, Shikamaru deliberated before addressing them. Setting aside the matter of the Umbu, we should not interfere. This situation seems rather peculiar. It is unlikely for Akatsuki members to find themselves in the position of fleeing. It could very well be a trap. Agreed. The others concurred with Shikamaru's assessment. As the group prepared to disregard the unfolding situation and circumvent it, an unexpected turn of events occurred. They halted, Neji remarked. And upon hearing this, everyone halted in their tracks, aware that they could not draw too close without being detected. They readied themselves to adapt to the unfolding situation. What is happening? Shikamaru inquired, observing Neji and Hinata both activating their Byakugan. After a moment of contemplation, he advised Hinata, hold off on using your Byakugan for now. Let Neji handle it alone. Once he tires, you may join in. Following Shikamaru's suggestion, Hinata complied, while Neji remained intensely focused on the events transpiring ahead. After a brief interval, he responded to Shikamaru. It appears they are discussing something. That member of the Akatsuki is holding a scroll. A scroll? Shikamaru pondered, recalling the earlier commotion as they departed the village. Could it be connected to this scroll? They have begun to fight, Neji announced after a while. Let us move on. Our mission takes precedence, Shikamaru suggested after a moment's thought. Yes, but in which direction should we proceed? Shino interjected, feeling it necessary to voice his thoughts lest he be overlooked again. Let me see. Shikamaru produced a map and after a brief examination said, this way. He then led the group in another direction. Run. Neji suddenly shouted, they're coming this way. In the brief moment that had elapsed, the Akatsuki had dispatched the 4 Umbu members and were swiftly approaching their location. The group reacted quickly. Upon hearing Neji's warning, they sprinted forward at full speed. If they continued in this direction, it would take approximately a day to reach their destination, assuming no unforeseen incidents occurred along the way. Stop. Shikamaru called out abruptly, leading the charge. As he commanded them to halt, the others froze in place. Not far from them, a figure emerged from a whirlpool, blocking their path. My business is not yet concluded. You cannot leave, the Akatsuki member, named Obito, stated slowly, fixing his gaze upon them. At that moment, a singular thought coursed through Shikamaru and his companions. This is bad. What do you intend to do? Shikamaru asked, his expression grave as all 4 of them anxiously regarded Obito, with Shikamaru positioned centrally, Neji and Hinata flanking him, and Shino positioned behind, each readying for a confrontation. Relax. I do not wish to do anything harmful. I merely wish to have a conversation, Obito replied nonchalantly, settling onto a nearby branch. What could we possibly have to discuss? Shikamaru queried, taking a cautious step back. Do you recognize this? Obito brandished the scroll he had pilfered from the Umbu before them. Once he saw that their attention had shifted to the scroll, he continued, this contains the list of your Umbu members and their respective positions. What do you intend to do with it? Shikamaru asked, his surprise evident. He understood the grave implications of such a list being exposed. Finally grasping the reason behind the Umbu's heightened activity that day. I have no obligation to inform you, Obito replied. Then what exactly do you want? Shikamaru found himself perplexed by Obito's intention to obstruct their path without any apparent ulterior motive. I return this item to you out of goodwill, Afei remarked, playfully handling the scroll in his hands as he addressed Shikamaru and the others. Then why didn't you return it to the Umbu earlier? Shikamaru inquired, suggesting that if Afei intended to return it, he should have done so immediately instead of pursuing them. Their attitude was rather unpleasant, Afei replied. Shikamaru remained silent, merely gazing quietly at Afei, perched on the branch. The possessions of the Umbu are not so easily observed. There is a seal here, Afei observed, interpreting the unspoken message in Shikamaru's eyes. Then why go to such lengths to steal it? Shikamaru questioned, his brow furrowing as he glanced at the scroll in Afei's grasp. The peculiarities surrounding this incident perplexed him, particularly of Faye's intentions. It wasn't exactly a monumental effort, merely part of a game. I simply did not anticipate the presence of a seal. Upon acquiring the scroll, I nearly destroyed it while attempting to open it. As unsealing it would have resulted in its incineration. Sighing, Faye concluded, "Never mind, here it is. Farewell." Seemingly disinterested in further conversation, he tossed the scroll to Shikamaru, who caught it and examined its sealed surface. When he looked up again, Faye had vanished, leaving Shikamaru and the others in a state of bewilderment. What on earth does he intend to accomplish? Shikamaru mused, feeling increasingly dazed. What do we do now? Niji, who had remained silent, glanced at the scroll in Shikamaru's hand and approached him. Since Faye had caught up with them, Niji had been in a state of tension. Fully aware of Faye's formidable strength, should a confrontation arise, they would stand little chance. With Faye gone, he felt a sense of relief and turned to Shikamaru to ask about their next steps. What else can we do? We can only return it and quell this turmoil. Shikamaru replied, his face betraying a profound impatience. And what about our mission? Hinata asked, her primary concern being Kakashi's whereabouts. We'll discuss it upon our return. Let's go. Shikamaru stated, leading the way back, with Niji and the others following closely behind. As afternoon transitioned to dusk, they estimated their return to the village would coincide with twilight, allowing for a departure toward their destination by noon the following day, albeit with a tighter schedule than initially planned. Shortly after their departure, Faye reappeared at his previous location, watching them retreat. I look forward to your success, he murmured to himself before vanishing once more, seemingly returning whence he came. At the Akatsuki's base in Kakashi's room, the flickering lights cast an erratic glow on Kakashi's face as he lay in bed, his complexion notably pale. The covers were drawn up to his nose, and he appeared to be in a deep, undisturbed slumber, devoid of any signs of distress. Shobu sat beside him, having elapsed 5 hours since the administration of the medication. During this time, she frequently checked on Kakashi, observing the effects of the drug on his body to determine the timing for the next injection. Rest well, she whispered. SHBU gazed at Kakashi, noting that his physical recovery was progressing well. After the chains were undone, his chakra began to gradually restore itself, however. The recent torment had inflicted a significant mental blow on Kakashi, and what he truly required now was a good, restorative sleep. Just then, Tailiang entered the room, inquiring about Kakashi's condition. Quite well, recovering nicely, SHBU replied, casually brushing her hair from her shoulder, her expression neutral. Any adverse reactions? Tailiang asked, moving to Kakashi's bedside to assess him further. None. The integration has gone smoothly, SHBU answered. Oh, by the way, are you considering bringing Kakashi into our fold? This question had lingered in her mind while she was preparing medicine, but it had only just resurfaced. After posing this query, SHBU awaited Tailiang's response, her heart harboring a flicker of hope that he would say yes. Perhaps, it depends on how events unfold. Tailiang nodded thoughtfully. Why Kakashi? SHBU pressed on. Well, to put it simply, there exists a darkness within him, Tailiang responded. Everyone harbors some darkness within, SHBU remarked, implying that this alone could not suffice as justification. It's because of his unfortunate circumstances, Tailiang continued, explaining that the plan had crystallized in his mind just as Kakashi had appeared, and Kakashi's qualifications were fitting. I suspected as much, SHBU rolled her eyes, recognizing this as typical of Tailiang, whose plans often awaited the right conditions to materialize. Returning her gaze to Kakashi, SHBU inquired, so, if everything unfolds as you anticipate, will Kakashi become our ally? Yes, Tailiang affirmed with a nod. SHBU remained silent. Yet a glimmer of joy was discernible in her eyes. Hey, you're not developing feelings for him, are you? Tailiang suddenly asked, noting SHBU's unusual demeanor. Not at all. My affections are reserved for you all, SHBU stated, though this was but a temporary response. Her feelings toward Kakashi would likely evolve once he truly became a companion. Really? Tailiang was taken aback, as this marked the first time SHBU had expressed such sentiments. She had always kept her emotions concealed, a behavior understandable given her past experiences. It puzzled him as to why she had chosen to voice her feelings now. He reminds me of him, SHBU remarked, her gaze fixed on Kakashi as if she were seeing others through him. Him? Tailiang inquired, recalling that SHBU was around 12 years old when she had been with him, a time when her peculiar nature was already evident. Although Tailiang had some knowledge of SHBU's past, he remained largely unaware of the details. Forget I said anything, SHBU suddenly rose, realizing her emotional revelation had caught her off guard, leaving her displeased as if her privacy had been invaded. She exited the room. "Oh, how's the chaotic situation faring?" Tai Liang followed Chang Pu and inquired, sensing that she was recalling unpleasant memories. He deftly changed the subject. "Very well, I shall go see him now. By the way, why do you always ask? With me here, what is there to worry about?" Chang Pu retorted with an irritable tone, feeling her authority challenged. Then go ahead. I'll step out for a moment." Tai Liang was momentarily taken aback, recognizing Chang Pu's foul mood, and wisely chose to leave. "Honestly, it's always like this," Chang Pu muttered as she watched Tai Liang's retreating figure, a hint of a smile creeping onto her lips, her mood seemingly lifting. She then walked into the chaotic room, pushing the door open. "Hey, how are you feeling?" Chang Pu approached the disordered bed, gazing at the individual lying there. At that moment, the person was lost in thought, staring blankly at the ceiling and showing no reaction to her entrance. Upon hearing her question, he replied, "Not great." "What? Are you implying that my medical ninjutsu is inadequate?" Chang Pu fixed her gaze on him, her expression unwavering. "No, that's not what I meant. How did you interpret it that way?" he exclaimed, looking at her incredulously. "TCH, get up. Let me take another look." Chang Pu sighed. Bending down to help him sit up on the edge of the bed, she placed her hand on his wound and commenced the healing process. Tai Liang mentioned that if everything goes smoothly, Kakashi will become our companion, she remarked while treating him. "TCH, he responded with a reluctant expression, but refrained from voicing any objections. You're not opposing this?" Chang Pu asked, her curiosity piqued. "Since it's Tai Liang's decision, what right do I have to oppose?" He replied with a hint of annoyance. "All right then, just lie back down." Chang Pu chuckled softly, gently assisting him back onto the bed. Observing his still gloomy demeanor, she suddenly spoke in a clear voice. Would you like your sister to give you a session of mental therapy?" "No, go away." Upon hearing Chang Pu's suggestion, he trembled slightly on the bed, his face a mask of terror as he immediately declined. "Hiki." Chang Pu was greatly amused by his reaction, and she laughed as she exited his room. Phew. After she left, he exhaled in relief, evidently terrified of the mental therapy she had mentioned. After checking on Luan, Chang Pu returned to her own room. Upon entering, she did not pause but continued to the wall, placing her hand on it and pushing with force. The wall slowly opened under her strength, revealing a hidden door. As she stepped inside, she found a small, brightly lit room, though the illumination did not emanate from the wall sconces. The room contained numerous large cylindrical glass jars, approximately 3 meters tall, with a 1-meter base. The jars stood about 2 meters high, each with a diameter of 1 meter, filled with a transparent green liquid that refracted the light from the base. Most strikingly, within those glass jars, surrounded by the liquid, were individuals, both male and female. The figures suspended within the liquid were devoid of clothing, yet their vital areas were meticulously wrapped in bandages. Each individual appeared to be in a serene slumber, their expressions tranquil, resembling exquisite works of art. Perhaps this was what Chang Pu referred to as her collection. Approaching a glass jar, Chang Pu beheld a young woman whose hair floated gracefully in the liquid, strikingly reminiscent of Chang Pu herself upon closer inspection. After observing the woman for a considerable time, Chang Pu gently seated herself, curling inward and emitting no sound. Her gaze fixed upon the ground ahead, as if lost in recollection. The ethereal light emanating from the glass jar illuminated her huddled form, as if embracing her. What sorrows had this seemingly melancholic Chang Pu endured, and what was the connection between her and the woman within the jar? As night descended, the moon shone brightly amidst the sparse stars, casting its silvery glow upon the earth. Nearly 2 days had elapsed since Kakashi's capture. Shikamaru and his companions hurried back to Konoha just as twilight fell, delivering the list to Tsunade. After providing a detailed report, they set out once more, eager to reunite with Naruto and the others. Once Shikamaru departed, Tsunade clenched the recently retrieved list tightly, her face aflame with indignation. In her eyes, Akatsuki's actions were a blatant affront. Without a hint of resistance, they had seized the critical list from the Umbu headquarters, only to return it unscathed and without demands. As if to insinuate that the Umbu were merely a facade, utterly ineffectual. As the direct force under the Hokage, this indirectly questioned her own capabilities. Infuriated, Tsunade slammed her palm onto the table, splitting it in two. "Tsunade-sama, please remain calm," Shizen interjected, attempting to soothe her, even though she too was incensed. "Do you think the contents have been leaked?" Tsunade inquired, regaining her composure. "If the list has been viewed, its return serves little purpose. The seal remains intact. So there should be no breach, Shizune pondered before responding. Indeed, Tsunade conceded, fearing the seal had been tampered with and then restored. However, she rationalized that it was unlikely, given the complexity of the seal. Take this back, she commanded, tossing the list aside. Before it touched the ground, an Umbu member caught it, affirming, understood. He turned to leave but was halted by Tsunade's voice. Reassign personnel in several key positions, she instructed, harboring doubts about Akatsuki's willingness to return the list so easily, and deemed it prudent to remain vigilant. Yes, the Umbu member replied before departing. Tsunade-sama, what do you believe their true intentions are? Shizune questioned. I cannot fathom it. This superfluous action seems disconnected from their overarching plan, Tsunade mused, leaning back in her chair as silence enveloped the room. Meanwhile, on Naruto's side, Naruto, perhaps you should take a moment to rest. Sakura and Naruto found themselves atop a mountain, weary from an entire day of relentless searching. The absence of Kakashi weighed heavily on their spirits, leaving the trio in a state of despondency. Naruto, seated upon a rock, appeared somewhat dejected. The failure to locate Kakashi had struck him profoundly. What did I say? We haven't found him, he lamented. Kiba joined Naruto on the rock. Both he and Akamaru utterly exhausted from their efforts throughout the day. Kiba spoke the truth, leaving Naruto momentarily speechless. If, as you suggest, Kakashi-sensei was taken further ahead, why is there not a single trace along the way? I memorized every scent at that battleground, Kiba asserted. For a ninja, erasing one's scent is not particularly challenging. Sakura interjected, correcting him. As a medical ninja, she was nearly depleted from the day's ordeal and retrieved some rations from her backpack to replenish her energy. Seeing Sakura's actions, Naruto and Kiba momentarily set their concerns aside, recognizing the necessity of regaining their strength. Naruto, let us head back, Sakura proposed after finishing her meal. Although she had initially suggested a 2-day search, her instincts now urged her that continuing would yield no results. Naruto, in the midst of devouring his food, paused at Sakura's words, his mouth full, deep in thought, appearing rather comical in his predicament. All right, we'll go back, he finally replied after a moment, acknowledging that perhaps retreating was the wisest course of action. Let us rest well, then. We shall return at dawn, Sakura declared, reclining onto the ground and swiftly drifting into slumber. We'll take turns keeping watch. You sleep first. I'll guard the first half of the night. Kiba suggested to Naruto. Thanks, I appreciate it, Naruto responded, though he was reluctant to have Kiba on watch. Yet, fatigue overwhelmed him, and he soon succumbed to sleep, barely closing his eyes before he drifted off. Kiba, somewhat bemused by Naruto's rapid descent into dreams, began his vigil, having activated Sage Mode multiple times throughout the day. It was no wonder Naruto was so fatigued. Leaning against Akamaru, Kiba gazed at the enchanting night sky, contemplating the possibilities that lay ahead. Meanwhile, at the Akatsuki base, back already? Taiyu greeted the returning Obito, who had just entered. Did you manage to accomplish your task? He inquired. It was a struggle, Obito replied, stepping into a room near the entrance, which belonged to him. Didn't he obtain it? Taiyu asked, lingering at the doorway, not entering but standing close to Obito. I did acquire it, but it was sealed, and unsealing it proved quite troublesome, so I returned it, Obito stated flatly as he took a seat. He was at a loss for words. The primary objective had been to uncover the contents within, and returning it left him pondering what could be achieved now. However, he mused that perhaps the secondary objective could still be fulfilled. The inhabitants of Konoha are expected to arrive at the forest around noon tomorrow. A Fei glanced at Tai Liang's face and remarked, as for the primary objective, I shall return the items, and perhaps unexpected gains may arise. Tai Liang, initially bewildered by a Fei's words, pondered for a moment while stroking his chin, eventually grasping a Fei's intention. Everything is prepared. We are merely awaiting the player's arrival. A Fei stated, perceiving the entire plan as a game. Well, I shall take my leave, Tai Liang said, quickly departing upon understanding the situation. What about Kakashi? A Fei inquired. This question caused Tai Liang to halt in his tracks. He turned to a Fei and replied, you shall find out for yourself. With that, he vanished without a trace. A Fei, unfazed by the response, contemplated for a moment before rising to check on Kakashi. Upon exiting his room, he made his way toward Kakashi's quarters, but soon stopped, sensing the presence of another individual within. He promptly turned back, slightly chagrined that he had even entertained the thought of seeing Kakashi. In Kakashi's room, the so-called other person a Fei sensed was none other than Sasuke, who stood by Kakashi's bedside, gazing at his sleeping visage with an inscrutable expression. However, it was too long before he departed. Having merely wished to catch a glimpse of Kakashi, after some reflection, Sasuke acknowledged that Kakashi held a significant place in his heart, second only to his brother Itachi. Nevertheless, he would not forsake his quest for vengeance due to such sentiments. Thus, he concurred with Tai Liang's proposition. If Kakashi were to truly align himself with me, it would be most fortuitous. If not, then he must be eliminated. Now, they awaited the unfolding of events. Not long after Sasuke's departure, Kakashi's eyelashes fluttered slightly as he slowly opened his eyes, bewilderedly surveying his surroundings. As he gradually propped himself up, the blanket slipped from his body, exposing his face to the air, prompting him to touch his own features in surprise. "Ah, it seems I have been violated," Kakashi mused, ruffling his hair. Realizing he was without clothing, save for his trousers, his forehead protector lay discarded to the side. "Why has my treatment suddenly improved?" Kakashi pondered, confused by the stark contrast between this room and the dim, cold one he had previously endured. This felt akin to a suite, devoid of chains. He moved his body slightly, discovering that aside from a general weakness, he felt no significant discomfort. The usual pains remained, yet his chakra had notably recovered. He found himself increasingly bewildered by Mi's intentions. Recalling the agony he had experienced before losing consciousness sent a shiver down Kakashi's spine, yet he felt no such sensation now. Kakashi began to contemplate the purpose of the injection given to him by Iam that day, but lacking knowledge in medicine, he could not fathom its effects and ultimately decided to relinquish the thought. He leaned against the wall and slowly descended from the bed, donning the forehead protector that he had placed on the bedside, concealing his left eye. The absence of a mask rendered Kakashi feeling somewhat awkward, particularly in such an unfamiliar environment and without any clothing. Kakashi searched the entirety of the room but found no sign of his garments, although it was an entire room. It merely consisted of a bed and a chair, making it painfully evident. Oh, Kakashi-san has awakened. Just as Kakashi contemplated stepping outside to assess the situation, Iam pushed the door open and entered, holding a set of clothing that resembled his own, save for the absence of the whirlpool pattern. She extended the garments towards Kakashi. Despite his reservations, he accepted them and put them on. To his surprise, the attire fit perfectly, and the style was quite similar, at least the mask was still present. After donning the clothing, Kakashi felt considerably more comfortable and smiled at Iam, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Iam-san. It's nothing, just a piece of clothing. Besides, your original outfit was discarded by me," she replied. "We simply do not have a Konoha Jonin jacket to offer you," she added, surveying Kakashi's current appearance. Kakashi was indeed dashing. Having something to wear is already a blessing, he responded with a smile. He yearned to venture outside. As he was uncertain how long it had been since he was captured, he had remained in a semi-conscious state and felt compelled to quickly ascertain the circumstances beyond, especially regarding Konoha. "Do you wish to go out, Kakashi-san?" Iam inquired, noticing his movement towards the door upon her entrance. "Yes, may I ask you to step aside?" Kakashi replied. "I can, but are you certain you can leave this base? Your chakra has recovered considerably with your strength. You should be aware of the current situation within the base, right? Are you really sure about leaving? Please don't injure yourself again and burden me further." Iam responded without any intention of moving aside. "Actually, you need not concern yourself with me," Kakashi acknowledged, understanding that he might not escape. Yet how could he know without attempting? "So, you are determined to leave?" Iam arched an eyebrow. The situation unfolded as anticipated, and the next step was to devise a means for Kakashi to escape without his awareness. "Indeed, thank you for your treatment," Kakashi stated before stepping back, preparing to confront Iam. "Very well, if you choose not to heed my warning, that is your own affair. First, you must get past me," Iam remarked, shaking her head at Kakashi's movements, then retrieving a few explosive tags from her bag, which she had specially treated to release her concocted poison upon detonation. "Wait. I've changed my mind. I won't be going out after all." Suddenly, Kakashi plopped back onto the bed, rubbing his neck and languidly addressing Iam. "Engaging in battle here would be tantamount to courting death, not to mention my injuries have yet to heal. It would be wiser to gather information here and discern what Mayo intends to do with me." The rush of emotions left Changpu speechless. It seemed that her feelings had merely been toyed with by Kakashi. Observing Kakashi's serious demeanor, she had genuinely believed he would engage in a fight. Silently, she rearranged the explosive tags. "Well, take a good rest, and by the way, the next medication injection is scheduled for around 9 a.m. tomorrow." She gently informed Kakashi before exiting the room. Unbeknownst to her, Her words prompted Kakashi to reconsider his intentions. Perhaps I should escape after all. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed, marking 2 days since Kakashi's capture. Naruto and Shikamaru's teams were tirelessly traversing the terrain, simultaneously vigilant for any clues regarding Kakashi's whereabouts. As for Kakashi, having resolved to flee, his first course of action was to sleep. His current condition was far from optimal, and he knew that to escape, he must rejuvenate his energy. A meal would be ideal, though food was scarce in this place. Thus, Kakashi indulged in a deep slumber. Around 8 a.m., in a disheveled room, Changpu pondered, the plan is set to commence shortly. Last night, during her visit to Teru, she had relayed all pertinent information. Albeit regrettably, he was still unable to act. Yes, it's about to begin, she affirmed, though she possessed limited understanding of the plan. She was aware that the next step involved facilitating Kakashi's escape. Given Kakashi's nature, today would likely be the day he would attempt to flee, certainly before she arrived to administer his medication. Not being able to participate is rather frustrating, she mused, reclining languidly on the bed. Ha ha ha, you brought this upon yourself, she teased, seated at the edge of the bed. To her surprise, she had not anticipated Sasuke's agreement or involvement in this scheme. Ignoring Changpu's gleeful remarks, Ren expressed his confusion. To him, Sasuke was an individual who preferred to act independently. Perhaps it's because the protagonist is Kakashi-sensei, Changpu speculated. It's about to begin. I'll go prepare. You just lie there comfortably, ha ha ha. With a laugh, she exited the room, leaving Ran with a scowl. Meanwhile, Sasuke was readying himself for action. He intended to keep this mission from Karen and the others, deeming it unnecessary to inform them. He was on his way to find Terra. Sasuke, where are you off to? Karen intercepted him the moment he stepped outside, clearly concerned about Sasuke's activities. I have some matters to attend to. You needn't accompany me, he replied, not breaking his stride. Oh. Karen fell silent, watching as Sasuke gradually receded from view. It was likely related to Kakashi. Well, she thought, it should not pose any danger. After muttering to herself for a moment, she returned to her room. Good morning, Sasuke-kun. Terra greeted him cheerfully while enjoying breakfast. Where's that guy? Sasuke inquired coolly, casting a glance at Terra. That guy? Oh, you mean Obito. He is not partaking in this venture. He is merely a reluctant planner, wanting to observe the drama unfold. Tai Liang took a lazy bite of food and remarked, by the looks of you, it seems you're ready to set off? The Lord's estate is not easily breached, you know. He glanced at Sasuke and inquired, are they planning to infiltrate the Lord's estate? Sasuke remained silent. Oh, the game has officially commenced. Let us confront that restless individual. Tai Liang intended to say more, but noticed that Kakashi was already preparing to act. He set down his food and slowly spoke. Shobu, where is he? Tai Liang shouted as he exited the room, for the commencement of their plan still required Shobu. Coming. Shortly after Tai Liang's call, Shobu arrived. Has Kakashi moved? Yes, let us go and stop him. Tai Liang nodded, and the trio departed the base, pursuing Kakashi's scent. What exactly has Kakashi done? It is, in fact, not such a grave matter. After a brief slumber, Kakashi awakened and readied himself for an escape. Seizing the opportunity with no one around, he dashed into Shobu's room to gather some essential items before making his getaway, all while Shobu was in a disheveled room. Not wishing to exit through the main door, he opted for earth release, considering the base was subterranean. Upon reaching the surface, he planned to flee at full speed. However, just as he employed earth release, Tai Liang and the others sprang into action, intent on surprising Kakashi as he emerged. Although their original goal was to allow Kakashi to escape, they deemed it necessary to make it appear more realistic. It would not do for him to escape so effortlessly. Just as I suspected, it is indeed related to Kakashi, Xiang Rin observed from her room, detecting the movements of the four individuals. She felt a twinge of annoyance regarding Sasuke and Shobu acting together, but she let it slide, as Sasuke had mentioned not to follow them. Meanwhile, Kakashi was feeling quite disgruntled, waking up early to play the thief and now burrowing through the earth. It's enough to bring one to tears. He was unaware of how much time had passed and was particularly concerned about what measures the village had taken during his absence. After some time, Kakashi finally reached the surface. He knew he could not surface near the base. He had to distance himself first. Fresh air. Upon breaking through to the surface, Kakashi's first act was to take a deep breath. Having spent so long underground, he felt quite unwell. He could hardly fathom how those individuals had chosen such a location. Dressed in a cloak, likely pilfered from Shobu's room, Kakashi had also taken mostly explosive tags and a few basic ninja tools. The cloak was black and hooded, He realized he needed to hurry back, even though he was uncertain of the way. At this moment, he had no idea where he was. In any case, distancing himself from the base was undoubtedly the right choice. Hey Kakashi, good morning. Up early for some exercise? Just as Kakashi had taken a few steps, Tai Liang's voice reached his ears. Turning his head toward the source, he saw Tai Liang, Shobu, and Sasuke standing not far ahead. Kakashi said nothing. Upon catching sight of the three figures, he immediately turned away, harboring no intention of engaging with them. Such an endeavor would be futile. How unfortunate it was that they had discovered his escape so swiftly. As Kakashi sprinted at full speed, he pondered the situation. He had believed that the others would take longer to realize he was fleeing. He was confident that he had concealed his presence effectively during his departure from the base. Kakashi-san, why must you do this? It's nearly 9 o'clock. You should just stop now, called SHBU, as the trio quickly closed the distance after Kakashi turned to flee. Kakashi remained silent, quickening his pace significantly. Where is he headed? SHBU inquired, noting that Kakashi was not running towards Konoha. I don't know. Perhaps he's just heading to some random village. Maybe Kakashi is unfamiliar with the area, Tai suggested after some thought. It's almost 9. We must intercept him before it's too late, SHBU urged. All right, but first we need to catch up, Tai replied. Sasuke surged ahead, closing the gap between himself and Kakashi with remarkable speed, while Tai and SHBU maintained their current pace. Youth certainly brims with vitality, Tai remarked, shaking his head as he observed the figures ahead. Kakashi eventually came to a halt, finding Sasuke standing before him, brandishing the Kusanagi sword and ready to engage. Not long after, Tai and SHBU arrived. Kakashi now had to reconsider whether fleeing had been the right choice. Sasuke, have you allied with them? Kakashi questioned. As Sasuke caught up, a shadow crossed his eyes. Had this day finally arrived? Say what you will, Sasuke retorted, charging forward. Kakashi quickly drew a kunai for defense. Realizing that raiding SHBU's room before his departure had indeed been a prudent decision. Let us simply observe their duel, Tai said, intrigued by the confrontation between teacher and student. After all, someone had to face Kakashi, and if it were to be Sasuke, so be it, especially since Sasuke was willing. Here, administer this to Kakashi around 9 o'clock, SHBU said, producing a syringe from her bag and handing it to Tai. Seeing this is quite unsettling, Tai remarked, taking the syringe and examining the slightly reddish liquid within, grimacing at the memory of its effects. Haha, how delightful, SHBU replied. Reveling in the moment, Tai contemplated having SHBU experience the sensation, but this particular drug would have no effect on her. Let us earnestly observe their battle. Perhaps we might glean something valuable, Tai concluded, stowing the syringe and redirecting his attention to the impending clash. At around 9 o'clock in the morning, the weather was splendid. The sun's gentle rays provided warmth without discomfort, enlivening the earth beneath its glow. In a clearing within a forest, Sasuke was engaged in combat with Kakashi. As two individuals engaged in a fervent battle, nearby sat two distinctly different characters, Changpu and Taiyang, perched upon a large stone, eagerly observing the clash between Sasuke and his opponent. Initially, Sasuke refrained from employing ninjutsu. Their confrontation consisted solely of physical combat. Kakashi had pulled up his forehead protector, revealing his left eye, while Sasuke activated his Sharingan. Faced with Sasuke's onslaught, Kakashi appeared somewhat beleaguered. A furrow of concentration etched upon his brow as he intently scrutinized Sasuke's movements. It had become apparent to Kakashi the gap that existed between him and Sasuke. Following their earlier exchange, his hand gripping the kunai felt numb, and withstanding the formidable strike of Sasuke's sword posed a daunting challenge. How remarkable his progress is. After a considerable exchange, the two fighters distanced themselves, Kakashi rubbing his tingling arm while gazing at Sasuke ahead. In their childhood, Sasuke had been easily vanquished. Yet now he stood toe-to-toe with Kakashi, exhibiting a strength far surpassing his own, a growth rate that was indeed astounding. Kakashi must now realize just how weak he has become. As Sasuke advanced towards Kakashi, the Kusanagi sword in his hand gleamed with a menacing light. Kakashi offered no retort to Sasuke's taunts. Instead, he merely furrowed his brow, contemplating a pressing question. What is the essence of his existence? Why did Maki need to capture him? What benefit did it serve Maki to heal him? These questions remained shrouded in mystery. Kakashi perceived himself as devoid of utility. Sasuke swung his sword, aiming a strike at Kakashi, who narrowly evaded the blow. Sasuke pressed forward, unleashing a ninjutsu that enveloped the Kusanagi with a current of electricity. This was one of the lightning release techniques developed from the Chidori, Chidori Stream. Upon employing Chidori Stream, Kakashi found himself at a disadvantage, the electric current coursing through his kunai, nearly rendering him incapable of maintaining his grip. Why does Kakashi appear so feeble? Had he not defeated Obito? Had he not suffered at his hands as well? Chanpu, observing from the sidelines, posed her confusion to Taiyang. In truth, Kakashi's combat prowess was not particularly high. However, his overall strength was commendable. Kakashi's true power lay in his adept application of ninjutsu coupled with his cunning intellect, for intelligence itself is a form of strength. Taiyang attentively monitored each of Kakashi's movements as he addressed Changpu's inquiry, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Kakashi. Oh! Changpu nodded, half comprehending. With a surge of energy, Sasuke unleashed another ninjutsu, unleashing multiple shuriken formed of electricity that hurtled towards Kakashi. Kakashi evaded with a substitution jutsu, the shuriken striking the wooden substitute, leaving numerous holes in the ground, while Kakashi's figure momentarily vanished from sight. As Kakashi re-emerged, he burst forth from the ground behind Sasuke, lightning flickering in his grasp. Ready to strike. Sasuke did not evade Kakashi's attack. Instead, he swiftly parried it with the Kusanagi sword. In an instant, lightning surged forth, causing the ground beneath them to shatter. The two stood poised amidst the crackling light, their gazes locked. Sasuke's eyes betrayed no emotion, while Kakashi struggled to maintain his composure. For before him stood his former pupil. Sasuke regarded Kakashi with a sense of disappointment. He discerned the feelings in Kakashi's eyes. Despite being adversaries, why did Kakashi still cling to such lingering emotions in battle? This sentiment foreshadowed the outcome of their confrontation. Through the sword, Sasuke sensed the immense force behind Kakashi's attack. Should it land, it would undoubtedly inflict grave injury upon him. Kakashi summoned all his strength and, in this brief standoff, emerged victorious. Sasuke staggered back a few steps as Kakashi pressed on, launching a kick aimed at Sasuke's midsection. It was not that he refrained from using ninjutsu. Rather, his chakra reserves were dwindling, and he needed to conserve energy for the ensuing battle, if he could not ensure a decisive strike. It was prudent to refrain from recklessly expending chakra. In their close-quarters skirmish, Sasuke sensed something amiss. He noticed that Kakashi seldom attacked with his left hand. Was it instinctive? It seemed the injury from their previous encounter had yet to heal. During the fight, Kakashi was sent flying, colliding with a boulder that shattered upon impact. He lay on the ground, wincing in pain as he clutched his left shoulder, which had borne the brunt of the collision. Kakashi felt as though his left arm was on the verge of failing him. Ah, what is this familiar sensation? Kakashi struggled to open his eyes and focus on Sasuke. His body bore numerous injuries from their recent clash, and the pain was overwhelming. Truly, old wounds had reopened, compounded by new ones. All right, Sasuke, the time has come. Let us conclude this. Taiga interjected suddenly, reminding him that it was nearly 9 o'clock. Do not command me. Sasuke replied coldly, his demeanor far from serene, as several shoe prints were visible on his form. Clearly, he too had not emerged from the battle unscathed. Upon hearing Taiga's words, Kakashi attempted to rise, but the agony slowed his movements. Too slow. Chidori sharp spear. Sasuke did not wait for Kakashi to regain his footing. As Kakashi propped himself up, the electrical current pierced through his left shoulder. Despite the black cloak he wore, blood quickly stained his shoulder, a stark contrast. Kakashi felt an urge to roll his eyes, though he lacked the strength. Does my left shoulder have some vendetta against me? Why is it always the one that gets injured? He grumbled inwardly, yet he did not cease his efforts. As he stood, he retreated, leaving a trail of blood droplets upon the ground. Goodness, Kakashi thought, as if his unspoken frustration had manifested, another hole. Am I to perish? This time it is essential, so I shall endure, he resolved, steeling himself for what lay ahead. As Tai Liang heard the sound of Changpu, he awkwardly chuckled, stating that he would first complete his task. With that, he swiftly moved to stand behind Kakashi. Kakashi remained vigilant, keenly observing the actions of everyone in the arena. His previous defeat against Tai Liang stemmed from a lack of awareness regarding his surroundings. As he noticed Tai Liang vanish from sight, he instinctively attempted to escape. However, he was thwarted, his body unable to react swiftly enough, compounded by the paralyzing effects of Sasuke's attack. Upon feeling the sharp pain of a syringe piercing his skin, Kakashi felt utterly exhausted, having engaged in yet another futile endeavor. After fulfilling his duty, Tai Liang stepped back, eager to relish the sight of Kakashi enduring the agony induced by the drug. After all, witnessing others bear the burdens he himself had experienced brought him a peculiar joy. A sigh escaped Kakashi's lips as he contemplated the forthcoming suffering, a fleeting desire to succumb washing over him. He raised his gaze to assess the positions of Tai Liang and the others, a flicker of inscrutable emotion gleaming in his eyes. Gradually, he crouched down, gripping the fabric of his shirt tightly, an expression of anguish etched upon his face. At the moment, Tai Liang believed the effects of the drug were taking hold. Chang Pu felt a sense of unease. Logically, the onset should not have been so swift. Suddenly, amidst her pondering, the ground near Sasuke and the others erupted, engulfed in a cloud of dust and debris. When had this occurred? Tai Liang yearned to inquire, for he had been meticulously observing Kakashi. Of course, he had failed to notice when Kakashi had burrowed underground to plant explosive tags, some of which had been affixed during their earlier skirmish. Both Sasuke and Tai Liang had narrowly evaded the blast, while Chang Pu, despite her slower reaction, managed to dodge it as well. The surroundings were enveloped in thick smoke, obscuring visibility. Had Kakashi escaped? Tai Liang stood still, unable to see but sensing the atmosphere. He pondered whether to pursue Kakashi initially. His intention had been to allow Kakashi to flee, but would that not risk exposing his own plans? Suddenly, an unsettling feeling coursed through Tai Liang's body, an inexplicable weakness overtaking him. Before he could fully grasp what was happening, he collapsed onto the ground. As the smoke began to dissipate, it revealed Sasuke and Tai Liang sprawled on the ground, with only Chang Pu remaining conscious, albeit feeling dizzy. What the hell? Stealing my belongings to bring misfortune upon me, Chang Pu lamented, realizing at the moment of the explosion that it was her equipment at play. Possessing the antidote, she remained unaffected. However, Kakashi had employed multiple substances, resulting in some intricate chemical reactions between them. Now, she felt on the verge of fainting. I am furious, Chang Pu muttered as she approached Tai Liang and Sasuke, administering the antidote to both. After consuming the antidote, they would awaken swiftly, though not in the best of conditions. What had transpired? Soon, Tai Liang was the first to regain consciousness, shaking his head. The sensation of his head nearly bursting and his body drained of strength. Just now, Kakashi detonated my explosive tag, SHBU weakly remarked. What about Kakashi? Tai Liang could only remain speechless at this outcome. He must have fled. In any case, I lack the strength to pursue him, and nearly 20 minutes have already passed. SHBU lay sprawled on the ground. Don't ask me where he is now. Today there is no wind. SHBU needs the breeze to carry the scent of blood. I initially intended to let him go, but I never anticipated he would truly escape. This is all your fault. Tai Liang gazed at the sky, realizing that Kakashi should not be underestimated. Before long, Sasuke also regained consciousness. He sensed something was amiss during the explosion, yet he still fell into their grasp. Now, it is time for our performance. Sasuke-kun, are you all right? After a brief rest, Tai Liang stood up and inquired. To be continued. At the request of a certain individual, here follows a mini-theater. Though I am uncertain if it truly qualifies as such, everyone, please bear with it backstage. Naruto, hey, YISNT, there is scene for me. I am the main character, you know? Sakura, exactly. I should also count as a main character. My role is far too limited. It can't all be Kakashi-sensei's scenes. The author, the host, timidly replied. In this narrative, Kakashi is indeed the protagonist. Naruto, that doesn't mean we should be mere bystanders. Tai Liang and the others have their roles fully fleshed out. Sasuke has made an appearance too. What about us? Sai, Kiba, Shikamaru, and others chimed in. Indeed. Author, I wish it were possible. But I simply don't know where to insert your scenes. Why don't you just consider yourselves as mere bystanders? Everyone, get lost. Let's head to the daimyo's mansion, Tai Liang said to Sasuke and SHBU. After a period of rest, they had barely returned to their optimal condition. Since Kakashi had already escaped, it was time to proceed with their next plan. SHBU nodded. Their next step was to assault the daimyo's mansion. Although SHBU was unclear about the purpose of this attack, she simply needed to follow along. What time is it now? Tai Liang glanced at the sky, which was a brilliant blue with only a few wisps of white clouds. It was around 10 o'clock. Tai Liang contemplated. It would take approximately 2 hours to reach the forest where they initially captured Kakashi, meaning they would arrive around noon, coinciding with the arrival of the team searching for Kakashi. Thus, we would likely cross paths, while the direction Kakashi fled was in the opposite way. Additionally, after administering that drug, he should currently be in a state of unconsciousness, and theoretically, he wouldn't be capable of any uncontrollable actions. Everything is proceeding according to the original plan. Tai Liang was not particularly concerned about Kakashi's safety, for he was well aware that one person would be by Kakashi's side, Obito. Without his permission, Kakashi would never meet his end. Tai Liang was not entirely clear about the nature of the relationship between the two, yet he understood that in off-phase eyes, Kakashi held a particularly significant status, their bond having been inseparable for a long time. However, Tai Liang was unaware that Kakashi's escape route coincided with the return path of Naruto and his companions. Should fate allow, an encounter was inevitable. Thus, he resolved to set forth. After contemplating, Tai Liang embarked towards the daimyo's residence, estimating a travel time of approximately 3 days. Ample for his endeavors. As for Kakashi, after igniting the explosive tags, he seized the brief opportunity to flee the scene. Uncertain of the exact effects of SHBU's explosive tags, he acted recklessly, wagering that these tags would impact Tai Liang and his companions, a gamble that ultimately proved fortuitous. Upon distancing himself from the site, he sensed no pursuing presence and breathed a sigh of relief, only to be struck by the onset of the drug's effects, compelling him to halt. Kneeling on the ground, Kakashi once again experienced the torment akin to hell. In comparison to his previous ordeal, he felt slightly better this time. Perhaps his body had acclimated or his condition had improved marginally. Nonetheless, the pain was still profound, with the wound on his left shoulder continuing to bleed, resulting in a duality of suffering. Kakashi felt as though every cell in his body was aflame with agony. He curled into himself, attempting to alleviate the discomfort, his fingernails digging deeply into his arms as his body trembled incessantly, beads of cold sweat dotting his brow. "Oh!" Kakashi uttered a low, anguished cry, his voice resonating with extreme suffering, akin to the lament of one in despair. Unlike the last time, his mind remained relatively lucid, yet he longed to succumb to oblivion. After approximately 5 minutes, the pain began to dissipate gradually, once the agony receded entirely. He felt utterly drained, drenched in sweat, with strands of hair clinging to his face. Lying on the ground, he gasped for air, each breath a laborious task. Gazing up at the azure sky, the sun's warmth enveloped him, providing solace to his frigid body. He slowly sat up, shedding his cloak to tend to the wound on his left shoulder, then he set off once more. It was imperative that he distance himself as much as possible. Wasting not a single second, he would run as long as he could, fortunate that he hadn't expended much chakra earlier. Finding a suitable hiding place was now his priority. Kakashi's body was nearing its limits. The scenery around him blurred, and his eyelids felt heavy, threatening to close. If this continued, he would surely reach his breaking point. He needed to find a place to rest. "Oh, it's so cold." The drug's side effects rendered Kakashi as if he had stepped into an ice cellar, compelling him to clutch his cloak tightly in a futile attempt to warm his body. Kakashi, despite his frail condition, continued to press onward. Yet, before he could find a truly safe haven, he succumbed to exhaustion and collapsed, slipping into unconsciousness. "Ah, we are almost at the target location. It's time to perform," Tai Liang remarked as he donned the hood of his attire, with Sasuke and SHBU following suit. 2 hours had elapsed since their departure, and they were nearing the anticipated rendezvous with Shikamaru and the others. Meanwhile, Shikamaru and his companions adhered to their plan, arriving near the designated site around midday. This was the very battleground where Kakashi-sensei had fought. Shikamaru informed Neji and the others that they had reached the location of Kakashi's confrontation with Tai Liang. The scene was grim, evoking a similar reaction from Naruto and the others. The battlefield's brutality cast a pall over Neji's demeanor, particularly affecting Hinata, who was distressed by the bloodstains scattered on the ground. Shikamaru and his group did not linger long, continuing their advance. Suddenly, Neji halted and alerted the others to the rustling ahead. Responding to Neji's call, they each took refuge behind a tree. Ahead, 3 figures appeared to be members of the Akatsuki, as indicated in their intel. Noticing their attire, Neji speculated, "It seems they are headed somewhere. Should we follow them? Perhaps their destination is where Kakashi-sensei is located." Hinata activated her Byakugan, conjecturing, indeed, they might be going to Kakashi-sensei's location. Shikamaru pondered this. There was one less person among the trio compared to the intel, which could corroborate Hinata's theory. However, he found it peculiar that they were approaching from that direction. Kakashi's whereabouts should lie in the area they traversed. After careful consideration, Shikamaru reached his conclusion. But where are they headed? Hinata inquired, noting that they were still within the land of fire, making their movements a matter of significant concern. Traveling from that direction could lead to the daimyo's mansion, Shino suggested. If their actions are purposeful, the daimyo's residence would indeed draw attention. Hinata's expression turned anxious. Regardless of their intent, it was unlikely to bode well. Should we pursue them? Neji maintained his gaze on the 3, who were nearly fading from view. Hinata, Shino, You two should regroup with Naruto and the others and search for Kakashi-sensei along their path. Neji and I will follow them, Shikamaru decided. Reassured by their understanding of the trio's movements, allowing him to dismiss safety concerns. Understood, Hinata and Shino nodded before setting off. While Shikamaru and Neji pursued the direction taken by the three figures, it was surprising that not all of them were present. One among them appeared to be exceptionally cautious. Yet, one might question whether this exhibited bravery or recklessness. To think that only two dared to follow seemed almost dismissive. Tai Liang remained alert, acutely aware of their presence, and intentionally slowed his pace to allow them to catch up. As the performance commenced, Tai Liang cryptically declared, and in an instant, a plume of white smoke enveloped him. When the smoke dissipated, Tai Liang had transformed into the likeness of Kakashi. The subsequent plan was straightforward and clear. Can this plan truly succeed? SHBU questioned. Observing Tai Liang's imitation of Kakashi with skepticism, to her, it appeared rather foolish. Do not underestimate this plan, while it may seem lacking. Its effect should be quite remarkable. Let us see if their trust in Kakashi can withstand the test. Tai Liang waved his hand dismissively. Sasuke-kun has also agreed to participate. Has he not? This indicates my plan possesses merit. Do not compare me to you, Sasuke replied nonchalantly, feeling an odd discomfort at the sight of Tai Liang as Kakashi. Although the appearance was identical, it exuded a sense of dissonance. Well then, we should reach the feudal lord's residence in approximately 3 days. We must hasten our pace and shake off any pursuers, he added, prompting the trio to quicken their steps. Shikamaru, they have vanished from sight, Neji remarked, his Byakugan activated. Having just lost sight of the three, do not concern yourself, we shall proceed in this direction. If they are not headed to the feudal lord's residence, then all the better, Shikamaru replied. The two continued their journey. Now, at the end of autumn, even the midday sun felt less oppressive. On this day, which should have been tranquil and serene, a rather crude plan was underway. Naruto, with a Rasengan spinning leisurely in his left hand, exclaimed, will I not have a part in this? Author, do you wish for demise? Sakura, rubbing her hands together with a gentle smile, replied, hee. The author, hiding behind Tai Liang, pleaded, Tai Liang-kun, help. Tai Liang, looking exasperated, responded, calm down, everyone. If she meets her end, you will never have a chance to appear again. Naruto, launching a Rasengan towards Tai Liang, retorted, be quiet. Of course, those with more lines will defend her. At that moment, Kakashi emerged lazily. Naruto, let it go. I'll have her add to your scenes, he said with a smile. Hearing Kakashi's words, Naruto fell silent. Kakashi turned to the author, his eyes twinkling with amusement. Little Jie, could you assist Naruto with additional scenes? The author, starry-eyed and flipping through the script, replied, since it is Lord Kakashi's request, I shall oblige. Though it may take a few scenes. Naruto joyfully leaped towards Kakashi, who caught him. With a look of resentment toward the author, Naruto complained, you only heed Kakashi-sensei's words. And with such a lovesick expression, how utterly lacking in dignity. The author glanced at the script once more, stating, indeed, it appears you should stick to the sidelines. Who told you to call me lovesick? Naruto, baring his fangs and claws, lunged at the author, you dare to try it. The author picks up a pen, marks through the outline of Naruto's play, ha ha ha. Do not offend me, oh Naruto, immediately halts your ruthless. Sakura, in a state of disbelief even in the background, am I merely a bystander? It has been 2 days since Kakashi was captured. And now it is around 2 o'clock on the afternoon of the 3rd day, since deciding to return to the village last night. Naruto and his companions set off towards the village as soon as they awoke in the morning, after a long day of travel. They are nearing the spot where Kakashi had previously fallen unconscious. I ask you, Naruto, what does Kakashi-sensei mean to you? As they journeyed, Kiba glanced at Naruto ahead of him, and this question unexpectedly arose in his mind. After asking, he felt an urge to slap himself, of course. Kakashi-sensei was a teacher to Naruto, just as Yuji-sensei was to him. Naruto, upon hearing this, did not turn around but pondered the question within himself. What does Kakashi mean to him? A wise mentor, a confidant, a comrade, someone precious he must protect. Someone precious. Oh. Kiba now appeared somewhat adorably dazed. Sakura remained silent, her gaze filled with concern for Naruto. When Naruto responded to Kiba's inquiry, Sakura noticed his expression, one of guilt and self-reproach. A feeling of failing to safeguard someone important. Hello. Good afternoon. Everyone suddenly, in front of Naruto and his companions, a figure perched on a branch and waved at them. Akatsuki. Naruto and the others immediately grew vigilant, eyeing the unexpected guest. Why the tension? I mean you no harm. The newcomer donned a swirling mask, It was Toby, who spoke in a light-hearted tone. Suddenly, Akamaru barked at Toby, prompting Kiba to look at Akamaru in confusion. Kiba then twitched his nose, furrowing his brow, and said seriously, Naruto, he carries Kakashi-sensei's scent. Really? Sakura sought confirmation. If that were true, it would provide a clue to Kakashi-sensei's whereabouts. Damn it. It must be you who captured Kakashi-sensei. Give him back to me. Upon hearing Kiba's words, Naruto charged at Toby without hesitation. Calm down, kid. By the way, is Kakashi really yours? Why should I return him to you? Toby deftly evaded Naruto's attack while teasing him. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Dozens of Narutos surged towards Toby. Surprisingly, Toby did not dodge. Just as Naruto believed his assault was about to succeed, his hand passed right through Toby's body. What the hell? Are you a ghost? Naruto was momentarily stunned, quickly stepping back a few paces. Naruto, stop being ridiculous. He is not a ghost. Kiba could no longer hold back, pointing out that ghosts do not cast shadows. He gestured towards the shadow beneath Toby's feet. Oh, I see. Naruto sighed in relief after confirming that Toby indeed had a shadow beneath him. Sakura was at a loss for words, questioning what was truly significant in the presence of their adversary. Do you wish to know Kakashi's whereabouts? A few dark lines appeared on Akatsuki's forehead. Startled by Naruto's earlier outburst, are you speaking nonsense? Kiba glared coldly at Akatsuki. Although his primal instincts warned him of the danger posed by the figure before him, he refused to yield easily. I can only inform you that he is currently en route to the land of Fire's feudal lord, but he shall never return to you, for he is now one of us. Upon finishing his statement, Akatsuki observed the incredulous expressions of Naruto and the others and chuckled softly. Impossible. He could never believe the words of Akatsuki. They knew all too well how much Kakashi cherished Konoha. He would never betray it. How could it be impossible? Do you have any idea how much pain Konoha has inflicted upon Kakashi? His entire life has been shackled to Konoha, and due to it, he has lost so much. Even so, Kakashi-sensei would never betray Konoha, for he is Kakashi-sensei. Naruto was uncertain whether Akatsuki's assertions were true, that Konoha was indeed a source of suffering for Kakashi, but he understood that as long as there were comrades in Konoha, Kakashi would never abandon them. What do you truly know about Kakashi-sensei? How can you possibly comprehend his thoughts? You cannot dictate what Konoha means to him. Sakura, feeling a surge of anger, interjected. At the very least, I possess far greater knowledge regarding Kakashi and Konoha than you do. Since you refuse to believe my words, then go and witness the truth for yourselves. Farewell. With that, Akatsuki departed. Bastard. Wait. Naruto attempted to stop Akatsuki, but it was in vain. He had already vanished. What do we do now? Kiba, unfamiliar with the details concerning Kakashi, had remained silent until now, yet he held an unwavering faith in Kakashi. To the feudal lord's estate. That is our sole lead. With Akatsuki gone and no scent to track, Naruto had no choice but to rely on the solitary piece of information Akatsuki had provided. Sakura grasped Naruto, who was about to set off. Don't go. It could be a trap. Even if it is a trap, I must go. Naruto was determined to verify Akatsuki's claim regarding Kakashi's supposed betrayal. I concur with Naruto. What difference does it make if it is a trap? Kiba possesses a spirit of adventure. Well, do as you wish. Sakura, observing Naruto's obstinate demeanor, could only shake her head in resignation. Furthermore, what Akatsuki had mentioned seemed plausible, so perhaps it was worth investigating. All right, then let us set out. Wait, how do we get to the feudal lord's estate? Naruto, initially eager to embark, quickly deflated, as he was unaware of the route. Honestly, I concede to you. Sakura produced a map, confirmed their path, and the trio, along with a dog, set off towards the feudal lord's estate. I hope you won't miss the performance. Afe stepped out from the shadows, gazing with fascination in the direction of the daimyo's residence, intent on checking on Kakashi's condition. Approximately 4 hours prior, shortly after Kakashi lost consciousness, Afe had appeared beside him. If Kakashi were to be left unattended, the game could not possibly continue. Afe lifted the unconscious Kakashi and made his way towards a populated area. Kakashi's body felt icy, his temperature significantly lower than that of an average person. It was imperative to restore him swiftly. Unconsciously, Afe tightened his embrace around Kakashi, perhaps wishing to impart some warmth to him. As he looked at Kakashi in his arms, Afe couldn't shake the feeling of unreality. In their youth, Kakashi had always presented himself as aloof and unapproachable, seldom revealing any emotion before him, cold, formidable, and the very figure he aspired to surpass. Yet now, Kakashi appeared vulnerable before him. Before long, Afe placed Kakashi near a village. Moments ago, he had sensed Naruto and his companions. If they continued in that direction, they would inevitably discover where Kakashi had fled, potentially disrupting their plans, an outcome Afe wished to avoid. Thus, he set off to intercept Naruto and the others, leading to the earlier scene. Upon returning to the spot where he had left Kakashi, Afe found it devoid of his presence. Where had Kakashi gone? Panic surged within him. If Kakashi had been taken back by the Leaf villagers, then all their efforts would have been in vain. Afe yearned to search for him, but was at a loss as to which direction to pursue. In his haste, he forgot he could locate Kakashi by sensing his chakra, assuming Kakashi had not moved too far away. After a moment of mental fog, Afe finally recalled the method to track Kakashi. There it is. After locating Kakashi's chakra, he followed its trail. Kakashi was on the move, albeit at a sluggish pace. Before long, Afe spotted Kakashi once more, only to see two small children struggling to carry him towards a village. What the? You startled me, Afe muttered, momentarily speechless. After glancing at Kakashi again, he decided to leave, realizing that he need not concern himself with ensuring Kakashi's safety. For others were already attending to him. Big sister, who is this person? Why are we saving him? Questioned one of the children, a boy, seemingly no more than 7 or 8 years old, accompanied by a girl of around 10. Kakashi's weight was somewhat burdensome for them, even in the cool weather. Both were already drenched in sweat. I don't know, only that he is a ninja from the Leaf Village and is injured, so we must help him. The girl replied resolutely. Despite the struggle, they persevered, inching forward to bring Kakashi to their home. Then why is he alone? Where are his companions? The boy inquired. How would I know? Stop wasting time and help carry him, she urged. At long last, through the unwavering efforts of the two youngsters, they managed to carry Kakashi back to their humble abode, situated not far from the village in a small grove. What an exhausting endeavor it was. The two children gently laid Kakashi upon the bed, wiping the sweat from their brows. The little girl swiftly poured herself a generous glass of water, quenching her thirst. Their home was modest, approximately 20 square meters in size, furnished with a bed, a table, and several stools. In one corner stood a cupboard, while the kitchen, or rather the cooking area, was positioned opposite the bed. Brother, he is bleeding, the little boy exclaimed as he prepared to assist Kakashi in shedding his cloak, only to discover a large, crimson stain on Kakashi's left shoulder. What? The little girl, upon hearing this, dashed to the bedside. Brother, he is bleeding. What should we do? The boy's voice quivered with fear. Quiet. Didn't we already know that? Do you think I brought him back for no reason? The girl had sensed Kakashi's injury when they first encountered him. The scent of blood lingered in the air. At that moment, the wound had not yet seeped through the bandages, but now the fabric was thoroughly saturated, blood trickling forth. Go, heat some water, and fetch the scissors. The little girl assessed Kakashi's shoulder, hindered by the bandages and clothing that obscured her view of the wound. They needed to cut away the bandages and fabric to see the injury properly. The boy, upon hearing his sister's command, hurried off to retrieve the scissors and then rushed to heat the water. The girl, armed with the scissors, carefully cut away the bandages binding Kakashi's shoulder, slicing open the fabric to reveal the wound. A look of distress washed over her face as she beheld Kakashi's injury. Her legs felt weak, and her hands trembled involuntarily. Indeed, they were still children, unaccustomed to such harrowing sights. After cutting the clothing, she searched for Kakashi's ninja tool pouch, hoping to find bandages, but alas, he had already exhausted its contents. Oh no! What should I do? The girl fretted, pacing anxiously as Kakashi's wound continued to bleed. The conventional method for staunching such blood loss would be to stitch the wound closed, or to summon a medical ninja for assistance. Sister, the water is boiling. Soon, the boy appeared, carrying a bowl of steaming water to the bedside. Set it down there. We need to lift him up. The girl found Kakashi's cloak to be quite cumbersome and sought to remove it first. There's blood on the back too. As the siblings lifted Kakashi halfway, they noticed a large stain on the bedsheet. Wah! The girl felt increasingly flustered, cautiously removing Kakashi's cloak and placing it aside. What now? The boy inquired. You hold him up while I tend to his wounds. The girl climbed behind Kakashi, placing her hands over his injury, her medical chakra surging forth. To her surprise, she discovered that she possessed the abilities of a medical ninja. The young girl possessed a meager amount of chakra, and there was scarcely any sign of healing on her wounds. Yet, she remained undeterred. She instructed the young boy to cleanse the bandages before applying them to Kakashi's wounds, staunching the excessive bleeding. Fetch the medicinal ointment I typically use, she urged. After exhausting her chakra, she managed to halt the flow of blood. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she turned to the boy, who was diligently tending to Kakashi's injuries. The boy dashed to the cabinet in search of supplies, while the girl continued to support Kakashi, who was leaning heavily against her. She had removed her cloak earlier and glanced at the pool of blood and the soiled bandages on the ground, lost in her thoughts. "Here," she said. As the boy returned with a small vial, she accepted it, uncorked it, and poured some white powder onto Kakashi's wounds. The girl, petite in stature, knelt beside the bed, her body partially supporting Kakashi's upper half. After evenly distributing the powder over the injury, she gently laid Kakashi back down, struggling to find suitable materials for bandaging. Once she covered him with a blanket, she settled against the edge of the bed, exhaling softly, as she had expended all her energy. "How long will he stay here?" the boy inquired, sitting beside her, a hint of discontent in his voice, for Kakashi had occupied their bed, leaving them without a place to sleep that night. "I don't know. Perhaps until he wakes," she replied. "When will he wake?" "I can't say. Will he ever wake?" "I don't know. I'm not a doctor." "Will he be like a father to us?" "No." "Can I consider him as a father?" "Yes." Thus, their conversation concluded, the girl feeling fatigued and somewhat impatient with her brother's inquiries. When he posed his final question, she pondered for a moment. Her brother simply sought a comforting rationale for keeping Kakashi at their home. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly grumble. However, when her brother had asked, a shadow of sorrow crossed her face. Gazing at his innocent countenance, she felt an inexplicable weariness settle in her heart. The young girl had lost her parents, her father, a hunter, had perished in an accident when she was 5. Her mother, though not a ninja in the conventional sense, possessed some medical ninjutsu skills. She had tended to her father's injuries during hunting expeditions, and it was her mother who had taught her the healing arts. After her father's death, her mother fell into deep sorrow and remained bedridden, passing away 2 years later. At that time, her brother was still very young, devoid of memories of their father, retaining only recollections of their mother, who always spoke of their father's virtues with a blissful expression. Thus, her brother yearned for a father figure, while the girl felt indifferent, believing that those who abandoned their families held no merit. Perhaps the two children were simply too exhausted, for they eventually drifted off to sleep beside the bed as the sun slowly descended, enveloping the world in darkness. Teru and his companions currently find themselves at an inn. Having endured nearly a day's journey and feeling somewhat fatigued, they take the opportunity to inquire about the current situation outside. After gathering a wealth of information, the three of them retire to their respective rooms to rest, for the main event is soon to unfold. In the following 2 days, they continue their journey, and at dawn on the 4th day post-departure, they arrive near the daimyo's residence. The trio proceeds with caution, mindful of the heavy guards stationed in the vicinity. "Shall we proceed?" Shopu crouches behind a thicket, while Sasuke and Tara stand nearby. "No, we must wait for someone," Tara replies, scanning the surroundings and glancing at the daimyo's residence. A sense of thrill coursing through him, for the time to act draws near. Who? Sasuke, also vigilant, is unaware of the individual Teru awaits. "White Zetsu." "What?" Shopu exclaims, astonished. "When did White Zetsu join our plan?" Sasuke looks at Teru, confusion etched on his face. "To be honest, I'm not entirely sure. It was a Fae who informed me," Teru admits with a hint of exasperation, realizing he had neglected to mention it to Sasuke. "You're here." Just as their conversation unfolds, White Zetsu suddenly emerges from the ground, startling Shopu. This is the map of the Konoha Umbu's positions near the daimyo's residence. After greeting them, White Zetsu hands a scroll to Teru. "Thank you." Teru accepts it. "Don't mention it. We're not well acquainted. Were it not for a Fae's request, I wouldn't have bothered." White Zetsu remarks with a haughty demeanor before departing. "What just happened?" Sasuke queries, perplexed as to how White Zetsu acquired knowledge of the Umbu members' concealed positions. Ordinarily, their locations remain undisclosed unless an unforeseen event occurs. There are Umbu members both near and within the daimyo's residence. Thus we must eliminate them before they become aware of our presence. Originally, a Fae intended to infiltrate Konoha to steal the scrolls containing this information. But while he successfully procured them, they were sealed and could not be opened, prompting him to return them. Subsequently, he instructed White Zetsu to split into several forms hidden around the daimyo's vicinity to ascertain if any unexpected opportunities might arise. If Hokage decides to implement position changes for security reasons, White Zetsu could sense their locations. Any attempts to relocate or rearrange would render their presence easily detectable. Teru unfurls the scroll, continuing his explanation. "Sasuke, you will take care of these here. I will handle these." And Shopu, You are responsible for these. The individuals within will serve as our communicators. Remember, do not draw attention before we make our move. His fingers glide across the map. As soon as Terra finishes speaking, Sasuke vanishes, harboring a disdain for following Teru's directives. Honestly, I hope nothing goes awry, Terra mutters, shaking his head. Now, let the performance begin. The two vanish from sight, ready for the unfolding drama. On the other side, Shikamaru and Niji were approximately half an hour away from the feudal lord's residence. While Naruto and his companions had encountered Hinata and Shino, who were on their way to join them, just a day prior. Now, they too were hastening towards the feudal lord's estate and would likely arrive in about 2 hours. In this tranquil morning, a splendid drama was poised to unfold at the feudal lord's abode. Sasuke exhibited remarkable efficiency, having dispatched all his assigned targets in less than 5 minutes, evading detection. SHBU also performed admirably, employing poison, which proved to be the least labor-intensive method. However, Taeyong was not as fortunate. While preparing to eliminate the last adversary, he was discovered due to his clumsy and overly aggressive maneuvers. Who are you? The opposing party was positioned at a considerable distance, unable to discern Taeyong's identity, and thus did not recognize that he was currently wearing Kakashi's visage. Taeyong, feeling somewhat helpless, had specifically cautioned the other two, only to find himself in a predicament. Damn it, others have arrived. Taeyong was now quite anxious, realizing that the plan would be jeopardized. His intended stage was not here. He could only rush towards the most resplendent building within the feudal lord's estate, the likely residence of the lord himself, in the predetermined rendezvous point with SHBU and Sasuke. As Taeyong sprinted ahead, several Umbu members pursued him. They had already alerted the feudal lord's guards, those formidable samurai, rendering the location a veritable fortress. Reaching it would not be an easy task for Taeyong. Must it come to blows? Taeyong mused, glancing at the samurai station before the imposing building while sensing the relentless pursuers behind him. What had that fool done? SHBU, having completed her task early, concealed herself in the shadows, observing the situation with a sense of profound frustration. The heavily guarded edifice and the cacophony of activity left her disheartened. She instinctively attributed the blunder to Taeyong, confident that Sasuke would not falter in such matters. Sasuke watched from the shadows with a cold gaze, suddenly regretting his collaboration with Taeyong. Cursed be it. Surrounded, Taeyong quickly tugged at his hood to obscure his features, not wishing to reveal Kakashi's identity too soon, as it would raise suspicions. Before Taeyong had much time to collect himself, several Umbu members charged at him. With no option for retreat, he was compelled to engage in close combat. Armed with kunai, Taeyong found himself struggling to fend off multiple Umbu assailants simultaneously. Meanwhile, Sasuke, observing the unfolding scene, sensed something amiss. Taeyong's movements seemed strangely familiar, not wholly his own. Could they be Kakashi's? After careful observation, Sasuke reached this conclusion, surprised by how convincingly Taeyong had emulated Kakashi's style. Taeyong's current maneuvers largely mirrored Kakashi's, in terms of attack angles, targeted areas, and even force. This was a result of his keen observation of the combat between Kakashi and Sasuke earlier that morning, which explained the diligence with which he had studied that encounter. One of the individuals engaged in combat felt a sense of unease, as the movements of the opponent before him seemed eerily familiar, though he could not immediately recall why. The inability to fight freely was quite frustrating. Tai Liang gradually lost his patience. He enveloped himself in a layer of lightning and concentrated a sphere of chakra in his hand. Upon witnessing Tai Liang wielding lightning-infused chakra, the perceptive Umbu member finally recognized the source of his disquiet. The adversary bore a striking resemblance to Kakashi, whom he had once observed during his time in Umbu and had idolized. This unsettling realization caused him to falter, leading to a lapse in precision that Tai Liang exploited to defeat him. After vanquishing one opponent, Tai Liang managed to escape the encirclement and continued his charge toward the target building. The remaining fighters promptly pursued him, and the nearby samurai launched an immediate assault. Strangely, however, before they could close the distance to Tai Liang, one by one, they fell to the ground. This fortuitous occurrence was a significant aid. Without pausing, Tai Liang recognized it as the work of Shofu. A closer inspection of the fallen warriors revealed fine needles embedded in their necks. Advancing forward, within a mere 50 meters, Shofu emerged to join Tai Liang just as they were approaching the stage of their performance. What mischief have you been up to? Were we not supposed to cause a ruckus only after entering? Now, look at this. You've given me a preview before the show even begins. What good is that? They've already found a safe haven to hide, and you still wish to mount an attack? Shofu could not restrain his complaints upon their meeting. Enough of your chatter. Let us move on, Tai Liang replied, irritation evident as a vein throbbed on his forehead. With their synchronized efforts, they finally arrived at the grand entrance. With a resounding crash, Tai Liang obliterated the tightly shut doors with a single ninjutsu and charged inside, only to be met by the very samurai tasked with guarding the daimyo. Yet, Tai Liang paid them little heed. Do you know where the daimyo is? He inquired. I have no clue. How could I possibly know? Shofu replied, exasperated. Then let us blow it open. Shofu, you provide cover. As Tai Liang spoke, he hastily formed hand seals. Lightning release, thunderstorm. Upon completing the final seal, lightning bolts cascaded from the heavens, striking the building with ferocity. The aftermath left charred remnants in their wake, igniting nearby wood and gradually enveloping the structure in flames. What is your objective? Many were too preoccupied with extinguishing the fire to pay heed to Tai Liang and Shofu. Before the flames could spread extensively, the Umbu swiftly doused the blaze, ensuring no injuries or fatalities occurred, though the nearby inhabitants appeared quite disheveled from the ordeal of smoke and water. Seeing his initial strike thwarted, Tai Liang prepared to shift his focus for a second attempt, knowing that as long as the daimyo remained within, he would eventually strike true. Of course, his adversaries would not allow him such ease. Chaos erupted once more. Wait, cease this at once. Suddenly, amidst the tumultuous battlefield, a jarring voice pierced the air, drawing the attention of all present towards its source. Emerging from a nearby building was the feudal lord of the Land of Fire, appearing somewhat disheveled. The words that had just echoed were indeed his. A sword was laid across his neck. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Sasuke's Kuzunachi. Undoubtedly, the figure trailing behind him was Sasuke himself. Growing impatient while waiting, Sasuke proceeded to execute the final step of their plan. Under the threat posed by Sasuke, none of the samurai dared to make a move, including several members of the Umbu. What do you intend to do? Demanded a samurai, presumably the leader of the guards, glaring fiercely at Taiyang. Why shout at me? It's not as if I've captured your boss. Taiyang waved his hand dismissively. Although his expression remained obscured, his tone betrayed his displeasure. He had yet to reveal Kakashi's features. What if no one believed he was Kakashi? Move forward. With a slight motion of his sword, Sasuke made the feudal lord tremble, compelling him to stagger towards Taiyang, while the surrounding samurai parted to create a path. Taiyang gazed in silence at the two approaching figures, uncertain of what to say. This narrative was not unfolding as anticipated. Someone come and rescue your lord. Release the feudal lord, or she may lose her life. A discordant voice rang out. Turning, Taiyang discovered I am being held by someone, a knife pressed against her throat. Furrowing his brow, Taiyang realized his oversight. His earlier prayer had indeed manifested. However, he felt no urgency, for he noticed I am maintaining an air of composure. He exchanged glances with Sasuke, engaging in a moment of silent communication. Release her. No, this is part of the plan. TCH, Sasuke conceded. Fine, do not harm her. And we shall release him. Throughout, Taiyang had kept his face hidden, with only his eyes visible beneath the shadow of his hood. It was morning, and the color of his irises remained indiscernible. As soon as Taiyang finished speaking, Sasuke withdrew the sword from the feudal lord's neck, and a swift samurai promptly relocated the lord to safety. Now, you may perish. The assailant holding Ayam swung the knife down fiercely. What? Ayam was momentarily taken aback. Her earlier calm demeanor had been a strategy to ensure Taiyang and the others would focus on securing the feudal lord. Foolishness. The sharp pain at her neck signaled that she needed to escape immediately or face her demise. With an expression of irritation, Ayam swiftly raised her hand, and the man threatening her crumpled to the ground, the knife failing to cut her throat, leaving merely a superficial wound. What do you truly want? She shouted at Taiyang as she broke free, her thoughts racing with a desire to dissect his mind and discover whether it was filled with nonsense. Given how easily he had released the feudal lord. Calm down. Taiyang glanced at Changpu, whose face was a mask of fury, and immediately raised his hands to calm the situation, utterly disregarding the blades pointed at him by those surrounding. Hurry and capture them. Are you all fools? The feudal lord, observing the inaction of his men who merely encircled Taiyang and his companions, was filled with rage. He had nearly soiled himself today. While he was blissfully asleep beside a beautiful woman, a bolt of lightning had struck from the heavens, nearly causing him to lose control. Clad inadequately, he hastily followed his guards to a place of safety, only to be intercepted by Sasuke before he could reach safety. The humiliation was unbearable. If you fail to apprehend them today, what use are you to me? Go. At that moment, chaos erupted. The once still scene turned tumultuous as all the samurai and guards charged towards the three individuals who were encircled. A brawl ensued. "Taoyang, help!" Just as Changpu prepared to dispatch her assailant, she realized her poison supply was depleted, leaving her with only a few explosive tags, which she was reluctant to utilize as they would be cumbersome. For now, she could only barely fend off the attacks, as her martial prowess was lacking. Just a moment longer. Taoyang is currently preoccupied. Sasuke, however, was faring better, armed with a weapon infused with electrical energy. He had a significant advantage over those devoid of chakra. Yet, he too was engaged in a fierce duel with a formidable opponent whose swordsmanship was exceptional, leaving them evenly matched. Changpu, exasperated, decided to take matters into her own hands. She leapt onto an assailant's back, using him as a springboard to propel herself into the air, where she unleashed multiple explosive tags upon the ground. The explosion ensued, enveloping the area in smoke, causing the combatants to retreat from the obscured zone, including the battlefield where Taoyang and Sasuke were engaged. Both parties halted their skirmish. Having shared an experience on a prior occasion, Taoyang and Sasuke swiftly evaded the chaos, taking to higher ground to await the dissipation of the smoke. "Changpu, behind you." Taoyang suddenly noticed an adversary poised to stab Changpu and called out a warning. Sighing in relief as she successfully evaded the attack, he prepared to rejoin the fray. As the smoke began to clear, just as Taoyang was about to re-enter the battle, a knife struck from behind, aiming for his heart. He barely managed to evade it, yet the blade pierced his left shoulder. "Well, one target accomplished, but damn, that hurts," he muttered, deciding to play the role to the fullest. He withdrew the knife embedded in his shoulder, pressing his hand against the wound, portraying a pained expression. This attack could have been entirely avoided, but he chose not to for certain reasons. The assailant was a member of the Umbu. Emboldened by his success, he attempted to press the advantage, and the two engaged once more in combat. Taoyang seized an opportunity, allowing himself to be kicked, sending him crashing against a building, landing amidst the rubble. Witnessing this, Sasuke dashed towards the location of the feudal lord. Taoyang's hood had been dislodged, revealing his identity as Kakashi to those present, signaling that the performance was reaching its climax. The smoke had fully dissipated, revealing numerous incapacitated foes strewn across the ground, proving the potency of biochemical weapons. Now, Changpu has retreated to the side, preparing to witness the spectacle. Taoyang slowly sat up, as if afraid of being seen. He hastily donned his hood again, quick in his movements, yet his striking silver hair was still noticed by some, signifying that his objective had been accomplished. Changpu's assault had diminished the number of those still standing, leaving only a handful of warriors, a few guards, 3 members of the Konoha Anbu, and the feudal lord himself, who remained in an upwind position where the smoke had not yet spread. "Ah, protect me quickly." Upon seeing Sasuke charge towards him, the feudal lord panicked. Hearing his command, all those designated to protect him rushed towards Sasuke, leaving only one Anbu member by the lord's side. Lightning release, earth walk shot forth from Taoyang's hand, racing along the ground towards the feudal lord's location, only to be intercepted by the Konoha Anbu beside him. Taking advantage of this distraction, Taoyang advanced to engage him. Consequently, the feudal lord found himself utterly alone, his gaze shifting in terror between the two battlefields as he retreated, evidently intent on fleeing. "Where do you think you're going?" Changpu inquired with a smile directed at the feudal lord. "Wait, I am the feudal lord of the Land of Fire. If you kill me, Konoha will never forgive you. You best think this through." Perhaps the lord felt that, as the highest authority in the Land of Fire, he could not lose face, or perhaps he wished not to appear weak before a woman. Regardless, he suddenly assumed a defiant stance. "Who said we intend to kill you?" At this moment, Taoyang had subdued the remaining Anbu, a formidable opponent, and had expended considerable effort in the process. "Then what is it that you seek?" "Our aim is simple. We wish for you to cease being this so-called feudal lord. A person like you is unworthy to govern such a nation." It had gone unnoticed before, but now Taoyang's voice was low and resonant, devoid of its usual timbre, creating an air of unpredictability. "What?" The feudal lord was evidently taken aback, and just then, Sasuke concluded his own business, standing aside to observe the unfolding drama. "A person like you, devoid of prestige and strength, what right do you have to command others? Enjoying a life of luxury in the feudal manner, oblivious to the struggles of those beneath you. Most infuriating of all, what do you consider Konoha to be? A mere tool? What gives you the authority to determine Konoha's existence?" Taoyang appeared profoundly enraged, clearly holding the feudal lord's status in contempt. Why should the shadows heed your commands? Before them, you are scarcely more than an ant. Your power rests solely upon the warriors and guards who protect you. Without them, what can you accomplish? You are nothing but refuse. Tai Liang's disdain only grew as he spoke. So, what do you wish for me to do? The feudal lord's face flushed with embarrassment and rage. Very simple. Cease to be the feudal lord and do not reappear as one. Transfer the highest authority of this nation to the Hokage. This country no longer requires the presence of inept individuals like you. Tai Liang fixed his gaze intently upon the feudal lord, and suddenly his eyes flickered. Do not move. If you dare, I will kill him. Suddenly, Tai Liang pressed a kunai against the lord's neck, his gaze cold and unwavering. Before him appeared a formidable group of samurai, exuding an air of invincibility. They must have temporarily departed from the lord's estate for some reason, but now they had returned, explaining the earlier perception of weakened defenses. Are you from Konoha? Inquired the leader of the samurai, having overheard Tai Liang's last utterance. No, came the reply. What benefit do you gain from this? Out of sheer curiosity, in that moment, both parties fell into silence. Will you comply or not? Perhaps Tai Liang wished to end the entanglement. He pressed the kunai harder against the lord's neck, and blood began to trickle forth. Dream on. The lord refused to relent, his pride a significant force within him. Oh, Tai Liang drawled, a hint of mockery in his tone. Although his initial intent was not to kill the lord, the latter's haughty demeanor ignited a fierce desire within him to drive the kunai into his throat. Then you shall perish, Tai Liang declared, his patience wearing thin. Death would not significantly impact his plans. Just as he prepared to strike, he found himself immobilized. The lord sensed the anomaly and swiftly moved his neck. While the observant leader of the samurai quickly intervened to rescue him, Tai Liang felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He now realized that the two others should have arrived by now. Meanwhile, SHBU also found herself unable to move, left helplessly watching as the lord was whisked away, internally lamenting the striking similarity to the earlier events. After rescuing the lord, the samurai leader lunged at the immobilized Tai Liang with his blade, but failed. Sasuke intercepted the attack and then unleashed a massive fireball directly above Tai Liang, illuminating the surroundings brilliantly, allowing both SHBU and Tai Liang to move once more. Ah! Failure! Niji, go! Shikamaru, hiding in the shadows, felt a surge of irritation. His shadow imitation technique had been thwarted, and under the fiery glow, Tai Liang and SHBU found themselves devoid of shadows, his doing. Once freed, SHBU quickly leapt aside, realizing there was no longer a role for her to play. Sasuke engaged the samurai leader, the clash of their weapons creating sparks, while Sasuke's Kusanagi sword crackled with electricity, a captivating sight from SHBU's perspective. Meanwhile, Tai Liang was embroiled in combat as well, and with whom? Naturally, it was Niji, who had rushed at him the moment he regained mobility. Damn! Tai Liang's mind was flooded with countless thoughts, realizing too late that he should have allowed SHBU to heal him before the fight. Now, every movement of his left hand sent jarring pain through him, and his opponent had discerned this weakness, targeting it mercilessly. However, Niji sensed a profound dissonance in their confrontation. So powerful was Niji's first thought after their exchange, followed by a perplexing sense of familiarity mingled with strangeness. Kind sir, must you approach me with such hostility? It appears we have no grievances between us. Tai Liang expressed his frustration, feeling unable to showcase his true prowess, struggling to maintain distance from Niji. Niji's skill was somewhat overwhelming for him, especially as he was hindered by the use of only one hand, and Niji was keenly targeting his vulnerabilities. What is your intention in seizing Kakashi-sensei? Niji suddenly leaped away from Tai Liang, wishing to observe him closely, to discern the essence of his character. Tai Liang offered no reply. He was besieged by the remaining samurai, leaving no room to engage with Niji. Niji, what do you make of this? Shikamaru approached Niji, scrutinizing Tai Liang's movements while also keeping an eye on Sasuke's battlefield, where Sasuke was locked in combat with the lead samurai. The samurai's rapid movements rendered Sasuke unable to execute any jutsu, presenting a considerable challenge. There was something peculiar about this opponent. His movements seemed intentionally awkward, his instinctive actions meticulously controlled. Niji too observed Tai Liang's every motion, and as his scrutiny deepened, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Where is that woman? Shikamaru nodded, suddenly realizing someone was missing. Before he could assess the surroundings adequately, SHBU appeared behind him, wielding 1,000 needles. Shikamaru reacted swiftly, using a kunai to block SHBU's attack, retreating a few steps alongside Niji, both of them regarding the seemingly carefree SHBU with caution. Who are you? Shikamaru gripped his kunai tightly, uncertain of SHBU's true nature, though he had a clearer understanding of Tai Liang. Me? I thought you might already know. I am SHBU. It's a pleasure to meet you. However, I must clarify that you do not pique my interest, so fret not, SHBU replied, slightly surprised by Shikamaru's words. She then removed her hood, revealing her features. Today, her dark green hair cascaded freely, obscuring the scar on her neck. And she smiled at Shikamaru, resembling a friendly neighbor with no apparent threat. Shikamaru's brow tightened. He sensed the underlying chill beneath SHBU's smile. This was not the time for idle chatter. Careless words could lead to unforeseen consequences. Shadow mimicry technique. Niji, disrupt her. Understood. The shadow extending from Shikamaru's feet swiftly surged toward SHBU. Upon hearing Shikamaru's command, Niji charged at SHBU, aiming to immobilize her, if she could be restrained. Everything would become considerably easier. Ugh, his technique is quite bothersome, SHBU remarked, visibly annoyed as she jumped further away. Hey, you two are ganging up on a woman. That's rather dishonorable. Before Niji could finish his complaint, he assumed an offensive stance and charged forward. Naturally, Niji would pay no heed to such trivialities. After all, what difference does it make to a ninja whether they are male or female? The situation was already burdensome enough for SHBU, having to contend with those shadows. Now, with Niji joining the fray, she found herself overwhelmed, especially given her rather feeble martial arts skills. Under the relentless assault from Niji and Shikamaru, SHBU found herself retreating step by step. Eventually, cornered and faced with despair, she realized that evading the shadows would only expose her to Niji's attack, ultimately leading to her capture. If she chose not to evade, then so be it. What to do? A cold dish? It may be delectable, yet there is no rice to accompany it. Faced with the inescapable choice of being captured, she opted for comfort, at least avoiding further punishment. Wouldn't you agree? Ah, is this how you treat a girl? Do you even know how to write the word pain? Damn it. Once SHBU was ensnared, Niji approached and dislocated her arms, prompting her to scream, tears streaming down her face. Her wails were nothing short of earth-shattering, and Niji felt as though his eardrums might burst. Take her away, he commanded. Shikamaru, rubbing his ears, wore an expression of utter disbelief. He was tempted to inquire, Sister, how old are you? Still calling yourself a girl? Where are you taking me? Surely, you don't intend to use me as leverage against Tai and the others, right? Huh. Do you really think they would halt their mission for my sake? ISNT the completion of the task paramount? What is a ninja if you have yet to grasp this? As long as they can escape, they will certainly not look back. My fate is of no concern to them. SHBU followed Niji and Shikamaru with a scornful expression, her hands bound. She had no choice but to comply. Even the slightest movement of her dislocated arms brought excruciating pain. It was wiser to accompany Shikamaru than risk losing both legs. I don't see it that way, Shikamaru replied dismissively. Despite having little interaction with Tai, his instincts told him that Tai was not the type to abandon his comrades. Oh? And how do you perceive it? That they would foolishly surrender merely for my sake? Surely, you must realize that is impossible. So, you might as well take me back to Konoha. There's no need to waste any more time, SHBU insisted, persistent. Please, just be quiet. No one expects you to be of any use. If they truly would hesitate because of you, that would be splendid. However, if they disregard your presence, it is of no consequence. Just remain compliant. What a joke. It's one thing to say it yourself, but to hear someone else declare that I am of no value is downright infuriating. Kid, I'll remember you. Just hope we don't meet alone in the future. That is, if you have a future. Upon Shikamaru and the others returning to the main battlefield, they were taken aback by the scene before them. The Lord's residence lay in ruins, and the battle between Tai and the remaining warriors raged on, though only 4 warriors remained standing. Meanwhile, Sasuke continued his duel against one of the warriors, both of them bearing numerous wounds. The other warriors, not engaged in combat, were assisting the injured in reaching safety. Why do I feel like laughing right now? By the wall, where the structure remained relatively intact, Changpu observed the chaotic battle with keen intensity. Meanwhile, Niji continued to scrutinize Tai Liang. The previous sense of incongruity had dissipated, replaced by fluidity in his movements. Had he intentionally altered his style during their earlier confrontation? This sensation felt so familiar. Who was this individual? Niji's gaze had not wavered from Tai Liang since his return to this place. Shikamaru initiated his shadow imitation technique once more. It would be prudent to conclude this skirmish swiftly, as the number of injured was substantial, and timely medical attention was imperative. Watch your step, Changpu exclaimed. unable to contain her warning upon witnessing Shikamaru deploy that troublesome technique again. Such a nuisance. Shikamaru grumbled, irritation etched on his face, wishing he could silence Changpu's incessant chatter. Her alert drew the attention of both Tai Liang and Sasuke to the precarious situation beneath their feet, allowing them to evade danger while simultaneously fending off the bothersome warriors. Sasuke's mood had soured considerably. The prolonged combat had left him dissatisfied with his own prowess. He yearned for a swift resolution, yet Shikamaru's antics continued to complicate matters. Fire style, Great Dragon Fire Technique. Several fire dragons surged forth towards the warrior, who had intended to dodge the attack. However, he soon realized that Sasuke's target was not him, but the daimyo situated not far behind. Should he evade, he would shield the daimyo from harm but would bear the brunt of the blame. Thus, he braced himself against Sasuke's onslaught. With great difficulty, the warrior withstood the flames, knowing he must remain until the daimyo and his entourage could escape. Soon, the fire dragons dissipated, flames cascading in all directions, igniting the surrounding structures. The inhabitants, devoid of combat skills, had hidden away when the conflict commenced. Now, with their refuge gone, they were forced to flee. Help! Fire! Quickly, move the valuables. Call for more assistance. Many voices clamored, as others rushed to fetch water from nearby sources to extinguish the flames, while some hurriedly salvaged possessions. Sasuke, now disinclined to prolong matters, sought to resolve this predicament swiftly. The speed of his adversary was remarkable, rendering his previous assaults ineffective thus far. Why are they so bothersome? Unbeknownst to him, Tai Liang had darted to Sasuke's side, as they evaded Shikamaru's shadow while countering the warrior's attacks. Stop with the nonsense. Now that we've done what we needed, we should withdraw. I aim to eliminate that fellow. Do as you wish. I'm leaving first. Tai Liang sidestepped, pursued closely by several warriors. After Tai Liang departed, Sasuke steeled himself to confront the warrior who had been entangled with him for quite some time, now resolved to win by any means necessary. Where's Changpu? Not again. Has she been captured once more? Just as Tai Liang was about to leave, he suddenly recalled that someone was missing. Glancing around, he discovered that SHBU was bound with her hands tied, being watched by Neji and Shikamaru, who were idly leaning against the wall, lost in thought. That individual must be Sasuke. It was not a question, but a statement of certainty. After a period of observation, Shikamaru had already discerned the identity of the figure clad in the Akatsuki attire, based on the ninjutsu and weaponry employed, chakra attributes, and the final fire release technique. It was indeed Sasuke. Neji nodded in affirmation. Is it possible that you only just realized this? Shikamaru remarked. To me, it seemed rather evident, especially since he made no effort to conceal himself. SHBU, leaning against the wall, teased, feeling quite bored. Silence, Shikamaru replied, clearly exasperated with SHBU's antics. Noticing Shikamaru's growing irritation, SHBU wisely chose to remain quiet, opting to be an unobtrusive presence. With SHBU seemingly disinclined to speak further, Shikamaru stroked his chin. Pondering over the multitude of mysteries surrounding the situation, everything felt amiss. After Sasuke had unleashed his great fireball technique, Shikamaru had dispelled his own ninjutsu, now intent on scrutinizing every detail while Tai Liang and Sasuke's attention had yet to shift towards them. Deep in thought, Shikamaru failed to notice Niji's conflicted expression. He gazed at Shikamaru, his brows furrowed tightly. Neji wished to convey that the man clad in the Akatsuki garb bore a striking resemblance to Kakashi. Since their sparring match, Neji had felt an unsettling familiarity in his movements, which were neither fluid nor unfamiliar. When Neji and Shikamaru had returned from pursuing SHBU, Tai Liang's actions had become remarkably fluid, devoid of the earlier awkwardness, leaving Neji astonished by the striking familiarity of those movements. A name flickered in his mind. If Tai Liang's earlier disjointed actions were to continue along their original trajectory, one would discern the intent behind them. Such prowess was not new to Neji, although it still felt slightly different. Neji hesitated to articulate his observations, as he struggled to believe them himself, fearing that voicing such thoughts would be akin to betraying Kakashi. It would be prudent to observe a while longer. Neji, keep an eye on him. That fellow is approaching, Shikamaru instructed. Just as Neji contemplated remaining silent, Tai Liang had already begun to stride towards them, accompanied by several samurai, who were now completely disregarded by Tai Liang. SHBU, always a hindrance, left Tai Liang feeling quite exasperated. He had intended to leave directly, but was thwarted by SHBU's capture. Having focused solely on embodying Kakashi, he had overlooked the surrounding circumstances. The sun had now fully risen, casting its rays above the horizon, gently dispelling the chill of the autumn morning, though it could not eradicate the shadows enveloping the feudal lord's estate. As the sun ascended, the landscape came into stark relief. The lord's residence now lay in ruins, with collapsed structures and debris strewn across the ground, some still ablaze, emitting crackling sounds. The incident has transpired for nearly an hour, and it is believed that a large number of individuals will soon advance. The guards of the daimyo's residence have almost lost their combat effectiveness, with the majority relying solely on the medicinal properties of the herb known as calamus. Should another crowd arrive, the situation may spiral beyond control. Although most individuals are currently incapable of fighting, they have not yet lost their lives. However, if the situation continues to escalate, both Tai Liang and Sasuke may struggle to manage their powers, inevitably resulting in significant casualties. Tai Liang is certainly not concerned for the lives of these individuals. Rather, he understands that an excessive loss of life would jeopardize the smooth execution of his plans, leading to a bleak future for him. Oh, I didn't greet you earlier. My apologies. In the blink of an eye, Tai Liang had positioned himself a short distance in front of Shikamaru. Were one to glimpse the face hidden beneath the hood, they would undoubtedly find an expression ripe for annoyance. I believe we have yet to confront each other directly. Do you wish to reclaim her? Shikamaru bypassed Tai Liang's pleasantries, diving straight into the matter at hand. Yes, can you return her to me? That is not possible. Then let us fight. However, we must first resolve some other issues. During the exchange between Tai Liang and Shikamaru, the warriors trailing Tai Liang had caught up and commenced their assault. Tai Liang could only continue to engage, having begun to adapt to their attack patterns, making it significantly easier now. Honestly, why can't I handle this alone? Do you not trust me? Calamus glanced up at Tai Liang, pursing her lips in disdain. Shikamaru, observing this, felt a pang of sympathy for Tai Liang. He had gone to great lengths to rescue her, only to be met with her disdain. It must be said that Calamus' way of thinking is rather peculiar. Shikamaru did not intend to merely spectate, yet Tai Liang was not keen on facing off against both of them. Winning against two opponents in their current state would prove challenging. Calamus, stop pretending. We have no time for games. Let us go. Tai Liang shouted at Calamus during a brief respite in his battle with the warriors. TCH, I was hoping to visit Konoha, Calamus replied, taking a slight step forward. Only for Niji to press a kunai against her neck, his intentions unmistakable. Oh, Calamus glanced at Niji and then turned back to Tai Liang. Sorry, but I'm not pretending. I can't escape on my own right now. Tai Liang had assumed that if he could divert their attention even slightly, Calamus would be able to make her escape. Although she could have managed it, it required the use of both hands, a fact unknown to Tai Liang. TCH. Tai Liang hadn't anticipated this. He sensed Naruto and the others' chakra, which should arrive shortly. Their arrival would complicate matters. Upon realizing that Calamus was no longer capable of escaping, Tai Liang's offensive intensified, employing lightning-based ninjutsu that forced the warriors to retreat. Seeing this, Niji moved in to engage Tai Liang. After a prolonged close-quarters battle, Tai Liang was beginning to feel weary, particularly against an opponent like Niji. While Niji entangled Tai Liang, Shikamaru skillfully utilized the shadow imitation technique to disrupt Tai Liang's efforts, making his fight increasingly strenuous. Indeed, one cannot simply rely on one's instincts. It is truly vexing. In his attempts to emulate Kakashi, Tai Liang found himself struggling. In stark contrast to the relentless assaults of Niji, he could only adopt a defensive stance. Did you notice it? Observing the increasingly contorted expressions on Niji's face, Tai Liang couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Water release, water explosion technique. A torrent of water erupted from Tai Liang's mouth, surging toward Niji. Water release? The sudden onslaught of water jutsu took Niji by surprise, prompting him to swiftly evade. The cascading waves struck the ground, creating a small pool in its wake. Lightning release, lightning fong. Two kunai, crackling with electricity, were hurled toward Niji. Tai Liang began to replicate the techniques that Kakashi had previously employed against him. If they proved effective on him, they would surely work against Niji as well. He had learned a modicum of water release from Rand, and he felt confident that he could manage it, fortunate to possess multi-elemental chakra. Water release, water whip. A stream of water surged forth at the spot where Niji intended to land, poised to ensnare him. Hey, don't ignore me. In a critical moment, Shikamaru intervened, dispersing the water with a shuriken and positioning himself in front of Niji. It seems that mere imitation is insufficient. One must consider how to apply these techniques practically. Tai Liang appeared troubled as he scratched his head, but he felt ready now. He glanced toward Shopu. Oh no. Noticing Tai Liang's gaze shift toward Shopu, Shikamaru immediately realized that both he and Niji had left her unguarded. Hiki. Shopu smiled mischievously at Tai Liang, squatting down and placing her hands on the ground, wincing slightly as the position strained her bound arms. Nevertheless, her dislocated shoulder had been set back in place. Do not underestimate a medical ninja. Such a task is far too simple. After easing the discomfort in her shoulder, she extended her hands toward a small fire, using it to sever the ropes binding her. That hurt like hell. Once free, Shopu promptly began to tend to her injuries, as a medical ninja ought to, lamenting the ineffectiveness of her chakra, which could barely cut through a mere rope. Have you all become too complacent? Do you truly believe me to be a fragile maiden? After completing her treatment, Shopu triumphantly declared to Shikamaru and Niji. Her appearance, however, was now thoroughly disheveled, her hair in disarray and her attire untidy. A far cry from her previous self. How infuriating. Shikamaru and Niji could only watch helplessly as Shopu sprang into action, while Tai Liang showed no signs of halting his relentless assault. Meanwhile, on Sasuke's side, the battle had reached its conclusion. Faced with Sasuke's jutsu, the warrior gradually succumbed, ultimately being dispatched by Sasuke's Chidori. It is time to depart. Farewell. After ensuring that both Sasuke and Shopu were taken care of, Tai Liang retrieved a kunai, infusing it with chakra and spinning it around his finger, a lesson imparted by Kakashi. Lightning release, lightning binding. At the moment he hurled the kunai, Tai Liang formed hand seals, and as the kunai struck the ground, a lightning barrier enveloped Shikamaru and Niji, trapping them. Let us go. Once the technique was complete, Tai Liang turned and departed, with Shopu trailing behind him, while Sasuke had already left earlier. How infuriating. Shikamaru was currently in a state of agitation. It seemed that during this battle, he had exerted no effort at all, which was a considerable blow to his morale. This situation perplexed him, and his mind was incessantly occupied with questions, rendering him incapable of fully concentrating. Shikamaru, there is something I need to discuss with you. Niji hesitated, observing Shikamaru's demeanor, yet ultimately resolved to voice his thoughts. Let us hold off on that for now. We need to find a way out of this predicament. The mere thought of what might transpire next filled Shikamaru with frustration. The state of the daimyo's residence was disconcerting, and the enemies had made their remarks, placing Konoha in an awkward position. Moreover, there was another matter that troubled Shikamaru, something that had been on his mind since earlier and remained unresolved. All right, Niji nodded, deciding to set that issue aside for the moment. Say, Shofu, I noticed you threw something on the ground earlier. What was it? On their way back, Taiyang queried Shofu, recalling that she had discarded an item before leaving the daimyo's residence. You have quite the keen eye. It was merely a fragment of Kakashi's clothing. After you informed me of the objective, I ripped off a piece from his attire. It could prove useful, given that I was the one handling his clothes. Shofu replied with a proud expression, her long robe unzipped to reveal a well-proportioned figure clad in a form-fitting outfit that accentuated her silhouette perfectly. Let us hope this doesn't backfire, Taiyang remarked, lacking any sense of approval, feeling that such actions might lead to exposure. With this thought, he shook his head, realizing that Shofu still had much to learn. After departing from the daimyo's residence, Taiyang reverted to his original appearance. Embodying another persona was quite exhausting. He wondered how effective his earlier performance had been. Shofu, could you take a look at my shoulder? Taiyang temporarily set aside thoughts of their plan. Since he had been struck in the left shoulder, he had not found a moment to attend to it, nearly forgetting the injury altogether. Let us wait until we reach a resting place, Shofu replied as she glanced at Taiyang's shoulder, assessing that the bleeding was minimal. At that moment, her desire was simply to rest and replenish her supplies. Oh, where did Sasuke go? Shofu had been curious. Sasuke had taken off before them. Yet she sensed that he did not wish to return just yet. Him? How would I know? It doesn't matter, Taiyang responded dismissively. Oh. Shofu clearly found this answer unsatisfactory. After that, the two fell into silence as they continued on their journey. Meanwhile, upon emerging from the lightning barrier, Shikamaru began organizing the rescue efforts, hastily consolidating the intelligence they had gathered. Shikamaru Niji attempted to speak, but was interrupted by Shikamaru. First, we need to assist the injured. Any further discussion can wait. Very well. After more than half an hour, most of the injured had been tended to, and, upon taking stock, it was discovered that the death toll was not significant. This could be considered a relatively favorable outcome. At least, the daimyo was unharmed. As everyone busied themselves with tidying up the aftermath, Naruto and his companions arrived at the scene, taken aback by the sight before them. Compelled by a desire to comprehend what had transpired. "Shikamaru, what just happened?" Naruto inquired, while Hinata and Sakura attended to the injured, and Kiba surveyed the area. Shikamaru succinctly recounted the events to Naruto, incorporating information gleaned from the Konoha Anbu. "I'm going to pursue them," Naruto declared. "Not so fast. The priority now is to manage the situation here. Their disturbance has placed Konoha in a precarious position. You should remain and prepare for any contingencies," Shikamaru insisted, restraining Naruto with a serious tone. After a moment of contemplation, Shikamaru felt a profound sense of frustration. "How infuriating," Naruto muttered, begrudgingly accepting Shikamaru's words. "In Naruto, this is Kakashi-sensei's clothing. It carries his scent," Kiba interjected, hastily approaching with a piece of dark green fabric discovered by Akamaru. "What? So Kakashi-sensei was here just now?" Both Shikamaru and Naruto exclaimed simultaneously. Naruto's voice held an unusual edge as he recalled what Obito had said. "Calm down, Naruto. This fragment isn't conclusive evidence," Shikamaru cautioned. Though internally, he harbored suspicions that the individual in question was indeed Kakashi. Given his intelligence, it was implausible that he would be oblivious to such details. Shikamaru, however, preferred to refrain from jumping to conclusions too hastily, even now. "For now, let us not dwell on this. We'll report to Tsunade-sama upon our return. She will determine the course of action. We must first address the immediate situation." "Understood," Naruto replied reluctantly, his mind swirling with Obito's words. He pondered the nature of Konoha's significance to Kakashi and whether it truly was, as Obito suggested, a source of anguish for him. Thus, this matter reached a temporary conclusion. Over the next 2 days, Shikamaru and the others remained occupied, and after managing the affairs of the daimyo's residence, they set off toward Konoha. Prior to this, intelligence had already reached Konoha, and undoubtedly, Tsunade was overwhelmed with concern, as was the reality. In Konoha, at the Hokage's office, Tsunade sat at her desk, her expression increasingly alarming. She had gleaned the entirety of the situation from the reports, and the threats directed at the daimyo had thrust Konoha into a precarious spotlight, suggesting that a response from the daimyo was imminent. The question of Konoha's continued survival loomed large. What troubled her further were the scattered clues within the report, converging to reveal the identity of the mastermind behind the incident, a revelation she wished to avoid confronting. "Lady Tsunade, just moments ago, both Sunagakure and Kirigakure conveyed their intent to terminate their cooperative relationship with Konoha, expressing their regrets. They stated that their respective daimyos have prohibited any connections with us." Suddenly, Shizen entered, reporting the information she had just received, her expression one of helplessness. It was an expected turn of events. Tsunade displayed little astonishment, given the recent occurrences. It was only natural for their nations to exercise caution. How infuriating. Do they intend to use the daimyos as instruments to undermine Konoha? Their schemes are quite audacious. Tsunade rested her forehead on her hand, her countenance darkening. "Lady Tsunade." Shizen, standing by, shared in the gloom. A string of misfortunes had befallen them in recent days, leaving Tsunade with scarcely any time to rest. Suddenly, a person pushed the door open. "What now?" Tsunade exclaimed, her temper evidently frayed. "Shikamaru and Naruto have returned." The individual's voice trembled, fearing Tsunade's wrath, though such an outburst was improbable. "Understood. You may leave." "Yes," he replied and departed. Shortly thereafter, Shikamaru and the others entered, their expressions heavy upon witnessing Tsunade's demeanor. "Speak plainly," Tsunade urged, her tone lacking strength. "Yes." Subsequently, Shikamaru recounted the events that unfolded from their departure from Konoha in search of Kakashi. Sakura then shared their experiences, particularly their encounter with Obito. And Tsunade's gaze darkened upon hearing Sakura's account. "Shikamaru, do you believe it could be Kakashi?" Finally, Tsunade posed the question, and upon her inquiry, Naruto clenched his fists tightly. Prior to their return to Konoha, Shikamaru had already analyzed the situation with them. "I don't know. None can say for certain. However, it seems more likely to be Kakashi-sensei. The confidential files from the Anbu had been stolen and returned intact, perhaps due to someone's persuasion. Yet, during their assault on the daimyo's residence, they managed to pinpoint the Anbu's location with precision. Among the 3 adversaries, Sasuke was included, suggesting that this individual was one willing to act alongside him. In combat, they utilized taijutsu extensively. According to Niji's observations, the individual had deliberately concealed their habitual movements. For a brief moment, they employed techniques reminiscent of Kakashi-sensei, and during that time, neither Niji nor I were present, only catching a fleeting glimpse. Mastery of both lightning and water attributes was evident, and the combat style bore a striking resemblance to Kakashi-sensei's, though his chakra reserves appeared limited. Lastly, remnants of fabric bearing Kakashi-sensei's scent were found at the scene, along with reports indicating that the individual had silver hair. This constitutes the basis for my assertion that it is likely to be Kakashi-sensei. After hearing Shikamaru's speech, the assembly fell into a contemplative silence. Naruto's hand was gripped tightly. Turning pale, and had it not been for Sakura's prior admonition to remain calm, he would have vehemently questioned their doubts about Kakashi-sensei, until Tsunade confirmed the situation. Shikamaru merely presented the facts he had observed along with some plausible conjectures. Such was the necessary protocol. This was what Sakura conveyed to Naruto. Coupled with the words spoken by the Akatsuki and their demands when threatening the daimyo, Kakashi's statements might appear somewhat reasonable. However, these were merely speculations. Perhaps the enemy intended for them to think this way, orchestrating the entire scenario. If Kakashi truly was involved, one could trust that he would not leave them with so many incriminating pieces of evidence. Ultimately, Shikamaru affirmed his faith in Kakashi. Tsunade nodded, suggesting it prudent to await Kakashi's explanation upon locating him. Nevertheless, it was essential to place Kakashi on the wanted list. Ino, relay the order to apprehend Hatake Kakashi with full force. Tsunade-sama. Granny Tsunade, how can you do this? Do you not trust Kakashi-sensei? Naruto could no longer contain himself. Rushing towards Tsunade, Naruto. Sakura pulled him back, urging him to regain his composure. The others remained still, unable to fathom the words they had just heard. They required an explanation. Are you not moving quickly enough? Tsunade disregarded Naruto, turning her attention to a somewhat dazed Ino. Why yes. Ino wished to voice her thoughts but refrained upon observing Tsunade's expression, which suggested she too was troubled. Naruto, this is not your place to speak. It merely involves changing the term search to apprehend. You all may leave now. Tsunade attempted to offer a semblance of reassurance, though it hardly sufficed. But Naruto wished to continue, yet Shikamaru pulled him away. Yes, let us go. Shikamaru guided Naruto outside, having likely deduced Tsunade's rationale for issuing such an order. The others followed suit, departing the room. Sighing deeply after their exit, Tsunade murmured. Naruto-kun Hinata looked at Naruto with concern, while the others observed him. Head lowered and hands clenched, fully understanding his turmoil, though the decision was not theirs to make. Are we truly going to apprehend Kakashi-senpai? Did he really do what transpired at the daimyo's estate? One member of the Umbu pondered as they prepared to embark on the mission to capture Kakashi. I do not know. We need not concern ourselves with that. We must execute the orders, another replied, his expression inscrutable, as they had yet to don their distinctive Umbu masks. Regardless, I cannot believe that Kakashi-senpai would commit such an act. After all, enough. People can change. Let us depart. A cold remark was uttered by another individual before they exited, leaving the remaining expressions somewhat somber. They were reluctant to accept this command. For Kakashi was a revered senior among them. This is the order of Lord Hokage. We have no choice but to comply. With a myriad of emotions swirling within, the spare jonin of the Hidden Leaf Village were dispatched to apprehend Kakashi. This directive from Tsunade quickly spread throughout the village, and many expressed disbelief. However, in the hearts of many, Tsunade's stature far eclipsed that of Kakashi, thereby engendering greater trust in her. Various speculations regarding Kakashi proliferated. Why must we remain here? On the streets, Naruto and Sakura were walking, having been instructed by Tsunade to stay in the village, thus preventing Naruto from participating in the mission to capture Kakashi. Lord Tsunade has her reasons. We should focus on our own duties, Sakura stated, shaking her head, unable to comprehend why Tsunade had barred Naruto from joining. Shikamaru had already conveyed the rationale behind Tsunade's order. What was known in Konoha would also reach the Land of Fire. Kakashi had likely been placed on the list of suspects, indicating that their people were also dispatched to locate him. It was believed that before long, they would arrive in Konoha to apprehend him. This command was issued to prevent the officials from the Land of Fire from capturing Kakashi. If he were to be seized by them first, this order could serve as a pretext for reclaiming him. What would happen if Kakashi-sensei were captured? Naruto pondered, questioning whether it would truly pose a problem without any concrete evidence against Kakashi. He would die. Shikamaru's response left Naruto and the others astounded. Yet, upon reflection, they understood. Within those cruel realms, even mere suspects faced dire fates. At the very least, they would not emerge unscathed. The longer one remained, the greater the peril to their life. Ugh, how frustrating. Naruto could hardly tolerate the feeling of helplessness, longing only to see Kakashi soon to find solace. He wished to protect Kakashi, but how could he do so if he were not by his side? Sigh. Sakura could only exhale wearily. Her current mood is parched as the autumn breeze. Just as the two were preparing to return home, a sudden commotion erupted in the village. With many villagers rushing towards them, their expressions fraught with panic. What has happened? Naruto and Sakura sprinted in the direction the villagers were coming from, toward the village entrance, where they soon discovered the source of the turmoil. At the entrance, a throng of samurai wielding gleaming swords had blocked their path, gradually encircling the village, rendering escape impossible. The samurai pointed their glinting blades at the ninjas who had come to protect the village. What is the meaning of this? The guards, Tetsu and Izumo, had been apprehended and now lay bound underground, their faces etched with fury. What are you doing? Perhaps you should ask yourselves. One individual sneered disdainfully at them. I have no idea what you are talking about. Izumo glared fiercely at the man. What should we do now? They hail from the feudal lord's domain and cannot intervene. Moreover, considering the recent incident, should they act, it would unequivocally indicate that Konoha seeks to usurp power from the feudal lord. For now, it would be prudent to notify Lady Tsunade. A ninja observing from a distance remarked. Someone must have already been dispatched to inform her. I trust assistance is on the way. What do you mean? Let go of my uncle this instant. Naruhito exclaimed upon arriving, his eyes immediately landing on Tetsu and Izumi, who were pinned to the ground. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged forward, sending the samurai holding them sprawling, leaving even Sakura momentarily stunned. You fool! The surrounding samurai swiftly encircled Naruhito, launching an immediate assault without uttering a word. Naruhito, don't be rash. Izumi, just liberated, grasped Naruhito's arm, fearful of the repercussions that would ensue should he continue to escalate the situation. Uncle, don't stop me. Just knock them all away, Naruhito retorted. Turning his head, Naruhito, behave. And by the way, I am not your uncle. Izumi lamented, somewhat overwhelmed. Meanwhile, as Izumi grappled with the situation, Naruhito had already engaged in combat. The scene transformed into a battlefield, the sound of clashing blades resonating at the entrance of Konoha, as numerous Naruhito clones battled the samurai. Naruhito, cease at once. Suddenly, amidst the chaos, Tsunade's voice rang out. Upon hearing it, Naruhito intended to respond with a query, but upon seeing Tsunade's expression, he reluctantly halted his advance. Speak. What brings you here? Tsunade approached slowly, followed by Shizen. She cast a glare at Naruhito before addressing the samurai who had conversed with Izumi earlier. Lord Hokage, I apologize for the intrusion. We have come to demand the surrender of Hitaki Kakashi and hope for your cooperation. Even in the presence of the Hokage, the man maintained his arrogance. And what if we refuse? Tsunade retorted, clearly displeased with his demeanor. In that case, we shall have no choice but to search for him ourselves. Should any damages occur in the process, it shall not concern us. On what grounds? What has Kakashi done? He attacked the feudal lord's estate. Surely the Hokage is aware that had the feudal lord not shown mercy, our demands would be far more severe. By what right do you accuse Kakashi? You know as well as I do that these claims are baseless. There is no one to hand over, and should you dare take another step forward, I will ensure you return on your backs, Tsunade stated coldly, unwilling to prolong the discussion. If you oppose the feudal lord's wishes, do you mean to declare war against him? Do you intend to stand against the entire nation? The man showed no fear of Tsunade's assertiveness, emboldened by the feudal lord's backing. Oh, you wish to provoke war? Very well. Then come at me if you possess the courage, Tsunade declared with pride. Are you attempting to shield Hitaki Kakashi? The man's tone faltered slightly, for prior to their arrival, they had been instructed to avoid any severe confrontation with Konoha. Even if the feudal lord failed to comprehend Konoha's significance to the Land of Fire, they were all acutely aware of it. Why the pretense of protection? Kakashi is not in the village. If you do not wish to engage in conflict, I suggest you leave this place immediately. I apologize, but we cannot withdraw at this moment. We must apprehend Hitaki Kakashi. The individual remained resolute, for it was a task they were bound to fulfill. Tsunade furrowed her brows, exasperated by the situation. Engaging in battle would yield no benefit for Konoha, nor for the Land of Fire, as war is an eternal harbinger of misfortune. All you must do is surrender Kakashi. Why persist in this entanglement? Silence. Tsunade's fury flared, setting aside the fact that Kakashi was absent from Konoha, should he be present. Surrendering him would imply their acknowledgement of his alleged crimes. The truth must be investigated thoroughly. If the daimyo truly believes Konoha is culpable, then war is inevitable. I shall remain here until Kakashi is captured. Will you not pursue him yourselves? Kakashi is not even here. Indeed, as you assert, we have dispatched individuals to apprehend him. Our presence here is merely to prevent any cover-up on your part. Once we have secured Hitaki Kakashi, we will depart. Are you implying that a commotion must ensue here? Tsunade clenched her fists, struggling to maintain her composure. However, should she engage, numerous accusations would be levied against Konoha, compelling her to endure. Hokage, I trust you will not obstruct us. With that, he advanced forward, and the other warriors followed suit. Did I not just declare that no one was to take another step? Do they seek their own demise? After they collectively advanced a step, Tsunade stomped her heel into the ground, causing a significant fissure to emerge, stretching towards the group of warriors before her. Her expression was devoid of emotion. Yet an icy aura emanated from her. Did they presume Konoha could be searched at will? Meanwhile, Naruto silently cheered, Grandma Tsunade is magnificent. The warriors hastily recoiled, perhaps finally realizing that they stood before not merely an ordinary ninja, but a figure of authority. An awkward silence enveloped both parties. Mama, must we make such a grand display? Suddenly, amidst the stillness, a warm, deep voice resonated. Kakashi-sensei? Naruto was the first to react, followed by the others who turned to the source of the voice, discovering Kakashi perched upon the gates of Konoha, smiling down at the gathering below and greeting them cheerfully. Hello, it has been a while. To be continued. Kakashi, after such a lengthy wait, my moment to shine has finally arrived. Author, you heartless individual. Author, bowing my apologies. The stage is yours now. Kakashi, now that is more like it. Kakashi. All present lifted their gazes to the unexpected appearance of Kakashi. The sudden arrival of the individual bore no distinction from those of the past, appearing somewhat, was it lackluster or feeble? Yet, he maintained his usual demeanor of composure. What transpired? Kakashi disregarded the astonishment of the crowd, descending from the entrance to stand before Tsunade. Kakashi-sensei, where have you been these past few days? Naruto inquired as he stepped forward upon Kakashi's approach. In that moment, his heart found solace. Now that he could reach out, he could protect. I was captured, Kakashi replied, scratching his head. Sorry to have worried you. He placed his hand atop Naruto's head, affectionately ruffling his hair. The familiar sensation brought a gentle smile to Kakashi's face. As long as Kakashi-sensei was back, that was all that mattered. Naruto, accustomed to Kakashi's gestures, felt a wave of reassurance wash over him, bringing a warmth to his eyes. He wiped his nose with his hand and beamed a brilliant smile. Kakashi-sensei, why did you return only now? Sakura also stepped forward, relieved to see Kakashi safe. This is not the time for idle chatter, Kakashi. Are you aware of the current situation? Though her concern eased upon seeing Kakashi unharmed, the gravity of their predicament was far from resolved. With Kakashi's presence, it was evident that those individuals would not simply leave him unguarded. I understand, Kakashi responded, furrowing his brow as his gaze sharpened. He had grasped the essence of the troubling circumstances. I will ask once, was it you? Tsunade inquired solemnly, and all eyes turned toward Kakashi, eager for his response. Kakashi did not answer immediately. Instead, he held Tsunade's gaze, unyielding. In turn, she maintained her focus, seeking clarity through their shared connection. No. Ultimately, it was Kakashi who averted his gaze first, and Tsunade's eyes reflected unwavering trust in him. He could not afford to disappoint her. That is a relief, she nodded. The next step would be to address the matters concerning the daimyo's people. You may return. We will investigate this matter thoroughly. Kakashi, as a pivotal figure in this incident, will be under the watch of Konoha, and there is no need for the daimyo's office to intervene. That is unacceptable. I made it abundantly clear from the outset that we would take Hitaki Kakashi back. Furthermore, at the core of this matter, Konoha stands as a suspect. How could we allow a suspect to oversee another suspect? Hokage-sama, you must understand this. We possess ample reason to apprehend him. Hokage-sama, surrender him to us. Perhaps emboldened by Kakashi's proximity, they felt justified in their intentions, their confidence bolstered. Dream on. Tsunade succinctly articulated her stance, fully aware that her current actions were undoubtedly misguided. Although there was no concrete evidence implicating Kakashi, he undeniably stood as the prime suspect in this matter. Given her position, engaging in actions that could be perceived as covering for him was untenable. Nevertheless, she proceeded as such. After all, no leader could remain indifferent to the slander of their subordinates unless they were a poor commander. It seemed the Hokage was intent on shielding him, and with that understanding, she declared that from this moment forth, the village of Konoha would be classified as a suspect. Henceforth, all individuals affiliated with Konoha were prohibited from leaving the premises. Awaiting the resolution of this incident, Any violators would be met with lethal consequences. Such was the decree of the daimyo. A man suddenly chuckled before addressing all present with a booming voice. Following his proclamation, unrest surged among the crowd. Among those assembled were not only ninjas, but also ordinary villagers of Konoha, who began to voice their discontent upon hearing the earlier remarks. How can this be? Why are we being barred from leaving? One complained. It doesn't concern me much. I rarely venture outside the village anyway. Yet doesn't it feel rather infuriating? Are we not being treated like criminals? Another added. Exactly. My family relies on the outside world for sustenance. What is the meaning of this? Ultimately, they reasoned. They had committed no crimes, so why should they be dragged into this predicament? What is Tsunade thinking? How could she offend the daimyo so carelessly? Isn't it simpler to hand over that person? Why protect someone who tarnishes the village's reputation? Another chimed in. Yes, just surrender him. Tsunade should consider our welfare. Please calm down. Tsunade is facing her own challenges. Yet, the Hokage should prioritize the village, they argued. This situation could have been resolved swiftly. What is Tsunade contemplating? The murmurs around Tsunade reached her ears, including Kakashi's. She was incensed. Was this not the moment for unity against external foes? Yet, she could hardly blame them. They were merely ordinary individuals seeking a peaceful existence, indifferent to the underlying truths. For them, the notion of surrendering a suspect was the only acceptable course of action. Hokage, are you suggesting that if we hand over Kakashi, we will retreat and cause you no further trouble? Surely, this choice should be a straightforward one? The surrounding discourse bolstered the man's confidence further. As that individual remarked, the choice was ostensibly easy to make. However, Tsunade's reluctance to relinquish Kakashi stemmed from an instinctive feeling that if she surrendered him now, he would never return. She harbored a suspicion that this was part of Mei's scheme, and she despised the sensation of being manipulated. If she were merely Tsunade, she would resolutely prevent Kakashi from being taken away today. Yet, as the Hokage, she bore the weight of the entire village upon her shoulders, leaving her uncertain about the most prudent course of action. Without responding to the individual's inquiry, Tsunade stood there, her expression dark and her hands clenched tightly. Naruto and Sakura gazed at her with concern, while the surrounding onlookers shared her anxiety. Kakashi, however, appeared resolute, as if he had reached a decision. He stepped forward to face the warrior, slowly raising his hands and stating, "I will go with you," his tone predictably calm. That was the best outcome. Before Tsunade could react, the handcuffs were fastened around Kakashi's wrists, the chains clinking sharply. "Wait!" Tsunade exclaimed, rushing forward to grasp Kakashi's shoulder. To her astonishment, Kakashi suddenly grimaced, letting out a pained grunt. "What is the matter?" Tsunade demanded, pulling aside the fabric on his shoulder to reveal a penetrating wound. Although it had ceased bleeding, the condition was far from satisfactory. In Tsunade's discerning eyes, some tissue surrounding the injury appeared necrotic, likely inflicted by fire or lightning-based attacks. "It's nothing," Kakashi replied, avoiding Tsunade's gaze. He could not disclose that it was Sasuke who had done this, especially with Naruto present. He could not allow the situation to escalate. "I will assist in your treatment," Tsunade declared, her gaze penetrating Kakashi's averted profile, filled with inquiry. Reports indicated that the principal assailant had also sustained a wound to the left shoulder, inflicted by an Umbu member wielding fire chakra. "Hold on. Do not engage with the suspect," the warrior interjected, attempting to intervene. "Stand down." Tsunade shot him a fierce look, warning him that further protest might provoke her to unleash her fury upon him. After silencing the warrior, she began to treat Kakashi. "Are you truly willing to accompany them? If you have any reservations, I will not permit them to take you," she asserted. "Yes, Lady Tsunade, you are the Hokage," Kakashi replied, his eyes resolutely meeting hers. "I know, I do not require a young brat like you to remind me." Now, Tsunade firmly embraced her role as Hokage. All right. Before long, she completed the treatment, stepping back and giving Kakashi's shoulder a firm pat. "To convey my terms, you may take Kakashi away. But should you dare to lay a finger on him before the truth is uncovered, I will not let you go unpunished. This is my condition for compromise." "Agreed." "Wait. Lady Tsunade, are you truly allowing them to take Kakashi-sensei away?" Naruto exclaimed, unable to contain his distress at the thought of being separated once more after finally reuniting. "Naruto, it's all right. I will return soon. Don't forget what I told you before I left," Kakashi said with a smile. "I don't want that," Naruto protested. Unable to accept the idea of being away from Kakashi, he stepped closer and grasped the heavy handcuffs on Kakashi's wrist, viewing them as a disgrace. Kakashi was not the kind of person who should be shackled. It was the true criminal who deserved such restraints. Naruto seemed determined to pry open the cuffs, desperately pulling them apart. Sensing his intentions, the surrounding warriors closed in. "Kid, step aside. You'd best keep your distance." Tsunade stepped forward, resolute in not allowing anyone to disturb them. She had already made a significant concession by allowing Kakashi to leave with them, had it not been Kakashi's wish. She would not have so easily acquiesced. Kakashi-sensei, despite Naruto's efforts, the handcuffs remained closed. Of course, how could he possibly manage to break them? Disappointed, he leaned against Kakashi's shoulder, seeking solace. The familiar scent brought him comfort, and he wished for Kakashi to stay, not wanting to experience that maddening sense of unease again. "Naruto, stop being so sentimental. It's not like I'm going to my doom. It's as if you're wishing for my demise." Kakashi wished he could pat the heavy head resting on his shoulder, but his hands were restrained. "No, it's just I simply don't want Kakashi-sensei to leave me." Naruto insisted, gripping Kakashi's hands tightly, as if fearing he might vanish. Suddenly saying things feel strange. "All right, enough with the pouting," Kakashi replied, stepping back and freeing his hands from Naruto's grasp. He hadn't intended to say those words. It was just that continuing this way would lead to endless conversation. Kakashi's gaze drifted, perhaps somewhat affected by Naruto's earlier words. Naruto felt a pang of disappointment. He disliked Kakashi's slightly distant demeanor. He looked up, locking eyes with Kakashi, who returned the gaze. The two shared a moment of silence, and those around them sensed the atmosphere had shifted. The silence did not linger long before Naruto spoke. "Kakashi-sensei, may I ask you a question?" "What question?" "Do you love Konoha?" Naruto inquired. A question that had lingered in his mind since encountering Obito. "I do. Why do you ask?" Kakashi replied, somewhat puzzled by the sudden inquiry. "It's nothing," Naruto said, processing Kakashi's response. Suddenly, everything clicked into place. As long as Kakashi loved Konoha, he would not truly leave. This was merely a temporary matter, just a visit to the daimyo's residence. Furthermore, they had assured him nothing would happen to Kakashi, so he should be safe. Naruto closed the gap between them, compensating for the step Kakashi had taken back. He lifted his arms and embraced Kakashi tightly, resting his forehead against his shoulder. Kakashi felt somewhat uncomfortable with Naruto's sudden actions, yet he refrained from voicing his thoughts. "Kakashi-sensei, I assure you, I will swiftly apprehend the true culprit and bring you back." Naruto's voice reached his ears. Kakashi closed his eyes and smiled faintly, feeling a warm sensation within. Yes, I believe in you." "Well then, let us leave it at that," he replied, gently pushing Naruto away, his tone revealing a hint of resignation, but his spirits remained high. "Can we leave now?" the warrior interjected curtly, believing that the farewells had concluded. To him, it was merely a suspect, and the formality of saying goodbye seemed rather excessive. As if he were not being taken to prison, but rather being appointed to a position of authority. "Indeed," Kakashi said, choosing not to engage further, and turned towards the awaiting individuals. They approached him, standing on either side, ready to escort him back to the daimyo's residence. "Oh, I almost forgot. This is not suitable for me to wear right now. Naruto, please keep this safe for me, and don't forget what I told you earlier." Suddenly, Kakashi turned back after taking a few steps, pulling down the forehead protector from his head and tossing it to Naruto before continuing on his way. The crowd surrounding the village following suit. Naruto caught Kakashi's forehead protector, his brow furrowed in confusion as he gazed at Kakashi's retreating figure, his hair cascading down. It seemed Kakashi had expressed similar sentiments moments ago. However, Naruto could not recall Kakashi speaking to him before departing. At that moment, Naruto was yet unaware of the message Kakashi had left for him through Guy, and he could only blame Guy for this oversight. "Everyone disperse, return to your tasks." After watching Kakashi leave, Tsunade turned towards the Hokage Tower. Her mood was not favorable. Although she had half-threatened the others not to harm Kakashi, they had acquiesced. Yet who could truly know? That place was not Konoha, and it was not the Hokage's domain. Duplicity was often the order of the day. Tsunade understood that her words held little weight, thus her foremost task was to locate the members of the Akatsuki organization. However, even if she found them, there was no assurance that Kakashi's name could be cleared. She felt utterly at a loss. In stark contrast to Tsunade's heavy heart, Naruto was filled with the fervor to swiftly capture the criminals. Gripping the forehead protector Kakashi entrusted to him tightly, he silently vowed to apprehend the Akatsuki. Following Tsunade, Naruto and the others returned to the Hokage Tower, eagerly awaiting her orders to pursue the Akatsuki. As Tsunade and the others departed, the entrance to Konoha village returned to its usual state. However, in a nondescript corner unnoticed by anyone, A figure bore witness to the entire event, Sasuke, who had vanished after the incident at the daimyo's residence. Once you let go, you may never grasp it again. Naruto, you shall forever live in regret, he murmured. Watching Naruto's departing figure before turning away, suddenly, a gust of wind swept in from behind Naruto, carrying the distinctive dryness of the season. He seemed to sense something, halting his steps and glancing back towards the village entrance. The wind was fierce, mingled with fine sand, and the early winter breeze felt both cold and sharp. Naruto, what's wrong? Sakura, noticing his abrupt stop, also came to a halt, brushing her disheveled hair with a hint of confusion. Nothing, he replied, turning back and continuing towards the Hokage building. Had Naruto heard Sasuke's words, he would undoubtedly have taken action. Regrettably, the wind had failed to carry that message to him. How much longer must we travel? He mused, having been away from the village for quite some time. Kakashi was currently being escorted towards the daimyo's mansion, and in sync with the marching troops, he felt utterly exhausted. Although he was in a vehicle, it was a prison cart, and he found it exceedingly unpleasant. Don't worry. We'll arrive soon. Just take a moment to appreciate the scenery and the air you can breathe, someone walking beside the cart remarked, echoing a sentiment Kakashi found agreeable. He nodded in agreement, leaning against the cage and peering through the gaps between the wooden slats to admire the landscape around him. Glancing up at the dim sky, he sincerely wished for a clear day, as it would at least provide a semblance of comfort. Kakashi was acutely aware that his current predicament might not bode well. He had some understanding of the darkness that lay ahead, and he could only hope for a stroke of good fortune. As time passed, dusk settled in, and given their current pace, it would take many more days to reach the daimyo's mansion. The thought of spending so long confined in the bumpy cart weighed heavily on him, leading to a sense of gloom. Before long, the night had fully enveloped the surroundings, bringing a profound chill. Observing the flickering flames illuminating the area and the darkness that loomed ahead, Kakashi suddenly felt an overwhelming solitude, as if he were traversing into the abyss alone. He closed his eyes, preparing for a restful slumber, free from the worries of the cold. Before parting from the two children, they had gifted him a garment crafted from a unique material by their mother, thin yet remarkably warm. Reflecting on the surreal days spent in that humble abode, Kakashi found it hard to fathom, as he had not experienced them through the lens of a ninja. Those days had been refreshingly lighthearted, and he wondered how the siblings were faring now. Lost in thought, Kakashi soon drifted into sleep, while the group continued their arduous journey. Accustomed to days without rest, they all hoped to reach their destination swiftly, longing for a comfortable sleep. Meanwhile, back in Konoha, Tsunade issued a mission to Naruto and his companions upon her return to the Hokage building. The task was to apprehend members of the Akatsuki organization, with personnel arrangements similar to those made for finding Kakashi. The team consisted of Naruto, Sakura, Shikamaru, Neji, Hinata, and Kiba, with the addition of Lee and Tenten this time, while others remained to guard Konoha. Upon receiving their mission, the group made slight preparations before setting forth. According to Shikamaru's analysis, the base of the Akatsuki organization was not far from Konoha, and they had a general direction based on their previous appearances over time. Kakashi-sensei, just wait, Naruto thought to himself. After a night passed, Kakashi awoke with a yawn and surveyed his surroundings, estimating that they were approximately 4 days away from the daimyo's residence. Here. This is breakfast, someone beside him said, handing him a bun as he stirred awake. He reached out to take it, noting its dryness. After staring at the bun for a moment, Kakashi nonchalantly began to eat. Once he finished, he leaned against the cage, lost in thought, occasionally fiddling with the handcuffs on his wrists. If he wished, such restraints would pose no challenge to him. As he languidly awaited the passage of time, a sudden commotion arose around him, and amidst the shouts of the samurai, a child's innocent voice rang out clearly. "Where are you taking my dad? Who are you? Who are you calling dad?" One of the men intercepted the boy who had burst onto the scene. Indeed, those evocative words had escaped the lips of this child, who, clad in simple attire, struggled fiercely to break free from the grip of the man restraining him, though his meager strength proved insufficient. "You villains! Where are you taking my dad? Let him go." Despite the boy's desperate cries, the procession did not pause. Kakashi's vehicle continued to move away, leaving him anxious and eager to rush to its side. "Kid, your father isn't here. You'd best leave, or you'll regret it," the man replied with a hint of exasperation, knowing that if this commotion persisted, the boy's fate would be grim. From the moment the boy's voice rang out, Kakashi felt a surge of unrest. He recognized that voice all too well. It belonged to the younger brother of the siblings he had spent several days with. Bewildered, He pondered how the child had arrived in such a place, for their home was quite far from here. Kakashi straightened up, no longer leaning against the cage. Intent on discerning the situation, the child, in his innocence, might inadvertently take actions that could be misconstrued as nefarious, and even though he was merely a child, they would not hesitate to act. Are you saying that Hatake Kakashi is your father? Indeed. That's impossible. We must investigate this further. We should take him along as well, suddenly declared a man who appeared to be the squad leader. Claiming to be Kakashi's child necessitated an inquiry, for their intelligence indicated that Kakashi had no children. Perhaps this was connected to his ties with the Akatsuki. Yes. The man holding the boy cast a pitying glance at him before preparing to bind him. Kakashi remained silent, observing the scene. He could not voice his concern for the child. Revealing any interest would only jeopardize the boy's safety. In this moment, remaining inactive was the wisest course of action. What do you want? Let me go. Upon hearing their words, the little boy began to struggle once more, sinking his teeth into the hand that grasped him. The sudden jolt of pain caused his captor to release him momentarily, and the boy seized the opportunity to flee. However, the throng surrounding him rendered escape impossible, and he was swiftly recaptured. Where do you think you're going, kid? Let me go, you repugnant villains. What did you say? The boy's words evidently displeased them. One individual tightened his grip around the boy's neck, hoisting him up. The boy squirmed, his face gradually turning crimson from the strain. Contorting in agony as he clutched the hand constricting his throat, his feet flailing helplessly. Haraha! Observing the boy's torment, several of them erupted into laughter, as the tedium of their escorting duties prompted them to seek amusement. Meanwhile, the one who initially captured the boy silently turned away to rejoin the advancing group. Let him go, he asked, nearly out of breath, someone suggested after their laughter subsided. As soon as the grip loosened, the boy crumpled to the ground, coughing violently, his complexion ashen. What have you done to my brother? Just as those individuals loomed over the crumpled boy, a little girl burst forth from the side of the road. Undoubtedly, she was the boy's sister. She dashed to her brother's side, gently helping him to regulate his breathing to alleviate his distress. Are you his sister? Yes. Then you should come with us, they declared, reaching for the girl's hand. Don't touch me, the little girl screamed, fully aware of the terror that a girl's scream could evoke, although her panic should have prompted such a reaction. A closer examination revealed no sign of fear in her demeanor. Before proceeding with their intentions, they ought to comprehend why the two siblings found themselves in this predicament. They had initially set out to find Kakashi in Konoha, having heard rumors about him being a traitor and currently being escorted to the daimyo's residence. They were skeptical of these claims. Despite their limited time together and minimal conversation, it was evident during their interactions that Kakashi was not a bad person. They had searched for Kakashi for many days, and today, they had come to this vicinity seeking respite. The brother, having caught wind of something unusual, had ventured here, while the sister had initially thought nothing of it. However, upon realizing her brother had been absent for too long, she came to investigate, only to witness this scene. Why are you capturing us? The little girl inquired after her scream. For no reason at all. It was only upon her questioning that they realized they could not justify their actions. Even if they were indeed Kakashi's children, was that grounds for abduction? Perhaps they assumed we were his offspring, the little girl surmised, understanding her brother's nature and beginning to piece together the reason for their predicament. Gazing ahead, the vehicle of Kakashi had already vanished from sight, and the group had advanced considerably. You need not apprehend us, for we are not his children. In fact, you should be well aware of whether he even has offspring. If we were indeed his children, he could not have remained indifferent to the actions you just inflicted upon my brother. The truth is, he is utterly unconcerned, is he not? Does this not indicate that we share no connection with him? The young girl articulated each word with remarkable composure, her tone betraying a wisdom far beyond her years. Though your argument seems cogent, it bears no consequence. You will still accompany us. One individual dismissed her words, seizing her and simultaneously lifting the unconscious boy. They then fell in line with the main group. Throughout the journey, the girl remained largely silent, perhaps lost in contemplation or preoccupied with other thoughts. This episode came to a temporary conclusion, having captured two enigmatic children closely linked to Kakashi, potentially to be utilized as instruments. Kakashi had been monitoring the situation until the moment he could no longer discern the boy and girl. He was uncertain of their fate and wrestled with the dilemma of whether to threaten their captors against any ill intentions. However, given his current predicament, he pondered the rationality of such an impulsive action. What consequences would arise should they be apprehended? What outcomes might ensue if he acted now? With his head bowed, Kakashi deliberated intensely. He was certainly not so naive as to believe that they would release the children without hesitation. Ultimately, his resolve crystallized. If they were captured, his priority must be to rescue them, irrespective of the consequences, ensuring that two innocuous individuals were not entangled in this turmoil. Unbeknownst to him, the children had already been seized. He was situated at the front of the group while they lingered at the rear. Meanwhile, the little girl halted after a few paces. "May we not be with Kakashi-san?" she implored. "No, I'm cold. If I faint, it will be burdensome for you all to carry my brother, who must be quite heavy by now. Are you afraid that something might happen if we are together? Do you truly believe that your numbers intimidate us?" "I merely wish to remain beside Kakashi-san. Is that such a trivial request? We have been apprehended without cause." At this juncture, the girl's tone had shifted dramatically, resonating with an unsettling familiarity. Where had one heard such speech before? "Hey, do not be so heartless. I understand your intentions. Yet do you not wish to ascertain our relationship with Kakashi-san? Only then will you comprehend our worth to you, will you not?" The expressions of those around her darkened, as they struggled to reconcile the gravity of her words emanating from such a young girl. "Would you like to know who I am? Take me to Kakashi-san, or you will surely regret it," the little girl chuckled. The people around her felt an unsettling shift, since earlier they had been engulfed in a haze, as if the world had been reduced to the sound of the little girl's voice, compelling them to lead her to Kakashi. Upon seeing the two captured, Kakashi prepared to act, yet the smile on the girl's face halted him. Her expression was unfamiliar. This was not the girl he knew. Her smile lacked warmth, and he watched intently as she was brought closer. "Long time no see, Kakashi-san?" After being locked in the vehicle, the little girl greeted him cheerfully. "Who are you?" Kakashi inquired. "Oh dear, Kakashi-san, don't you know who I am?" She laughed lightly. "Are you SHBU?" Kakashi felt a sudden weariness wash over him as he considered the answer. "What have you done to her?" "Worried, are we?" "She is fine, really. I merely rendered her unconscious and left her by the roadside. She will awaken soon. When I found her, she was on her way to rescue her brother, and I couldn't allow her to act foolishly." The little girl, or rather SHBU, had used a transformation technique and edged closer to Kakashi. "What do you intend to do?" Kakashi remained motionless, his expression impassive as he regarded SHBU play. "I'll keep you company. You must feel quite lonely now. But rest assured, if you wish to leave, I can help you. I can ensure they release you without their awareness." SHBU leaned against Kakashi. "Thank you for your kindness, but I do not require it." "What about him?" SHBU pointed to the small boy lying nearby. "Don't you want me to take him too?" "Think it over carefully, Kakashi-san." A day had passed since Kakashi was taken, and Naruto's group was diligently searching for the Akatsuki base. With promising leads, they were gradually closing in. Meanwhile, Kakashi remained vigilant, feeling uneasy with the weight leaning against him. "What about him? Don't you want me to take him?" SHBU asked, still leaning on Kakashi. Kakashi hesitated, while he wished for the boy's safety. He did not trust SHBU. "Think it over carefully, Kakashi-san. Why do you want to help me?" "Because I like you, of course. Why complicate it with questions?" SHBU lifted her head and smiled sweetly at Kakashi, as if his inquiry was utterly trivial. Kakashi averted his gaze from her smile and replied calmly, "Miss SHBU, are you jesting?" "Not at all. What is it that you truly desire? Haven't you realized yet? Based on all that you have done, it may seem rather evident that your intention is to bring ruin upon Konoha through the hands of the daimyo. However, the reality appears to be far more complex than that. You have gone to great lengths to place this blame upon me, inciting suspicion among the people of Konoha, who have come to regard me as the primary perpetrator. This has forced Lady Tsunade into making a choice regarding whether to engage or not, leading to the circumstances that prompted Naruto to pose that particular question. In the eyes of you instigators, the only spectacle to behold is the resilience of trust between individuals. If the daimyo had faith in Konoha, the subsequent events would not have transpired. Now, as the situation has unfolded, it seems that the majority have concluded that I am indeed the culprit. What you wish to observe next is the reaction of those who have placed their trust in me, regardless of their faith. The multitude of coincidences and evidence laid bare before them has sown the seeds of doubt, waiting to take root and flourish. What actions will you undertake to ensure its growth?" Kakashi slowly articulated his conjectures regarding the entire affair, and it has been proven that his assertions were indeed correct. Throughout his discourse, SHBU gazed earnestly at him, appearing to absorb his wisdom. It was only when Kakashi posed his final question that she appeared to have an epiphany, realizing the connection to what Tai had once told her about the nature of human trust. "Kakashi-san, you are truly remarkable, but it seems you have misjudged one aspect. Our intentions extend beyond merely observing the destruction of trust between you. What we seek to witness is the essence of humanity in all its forms. Instead of trust, let us rephrase it as emotion. The bonds between certain individuals can be easily shattered, while for others, they remain unbreakable. After all that has transpired, as you rightly noted, most have begun to doubt you. Yet, some still place their faith in you. Perhaps, after further events unfold, even more will waver in their belief. Nevertheless, it is certain that there will always be those who steadfastly believe in you. Now, a question arises. When the overwhelming majority no longer believes in you, it is akin to being condemned. What then? You would face death. As for those who trust you, akin to those with profound emotional ties to you, they will not stand idly by as you are unjustly accused. However, with your conviction already established, those who remain loyal to you will find themselves isolated and doubted. What will happen next? Will they simply watch you perish? Certainly not. There exists another possibility. They may be formidable individuals, and I trust you understand their strength. What might they do? They would stop at nothing to rescue you, and what would the consequence be? War would erupt, and rivers of blood would flow. Yet, they are rational beings, burdened with much. Perhaps they would indeed watch you die. Nevertheless, their hearts would never find peace thereafter. Is it not a source of amusement to witness their suffering? After hearing all this, Kakashi-san, what course of action do you intend to pursue? From what I gather, the journey ahead will not be a pleasant one. SHBU calmly articulated her thoughts, concluding with a gentle pat on the somewhat somber Kakashi. After absorbing her theories, he found himself at a loss, pondering what he should do next. Kakashi-san, do you not find what I just described somewhat familiar? Observing Kakashi's lack of response, SHBU drew closer and gently whispered in his ear. After her question lingered in the air, Kakashi's eyes widened slightly. When the majority of people deem you guilty, the verdict is sealed. And what is the outcome? You simply meet your demise. Yet, their lives remain fraught with turmoil. These words seem to echo sentiments regarding Kakashi's father. Had the majority believed in him and trusted his choices, would his father have perished? Would young Kakashi have turned into the person he is now? Silence enveloped the vehicle as Kakashi offered no reply to SHBU, even forgetting her initial inquiry. Bowing his head slightly, his long silver hair obscured his eyes, concealing his expression, while SHBU sat quietly beside him. The only reason SHBU felt emboldened in this moment was that those around her were under her influence, merely wandering in a daze. Kakashi was lost in contemplation, never anticipating such tactics from the Akatsuki. What would their next move be? What course of action should he take? How might he thwart their plans? Currently, he felt trapped, as SHBU had indicated. He had an inkling of the Akatsuki's forthcoming actions, dispatching agents to the daimyo's residence to create chaos and rescue him. This would condemn him, setting the stage for their anticipated developments. The most expedient solution seemed to be suicide. It was that truly the path he should take? Surely, there must be a more viable alternative. Kakashi remained ensnared in a whirlpool of thoughts, completely disregarding SHBU's presence. Unbeknownst to Kakashi, SHBU was equally uncertain about the steps ahead. Tai merely tasked her with instilling certain notions in Kakashi and to remain by his side, never to stray far. Time ticked away, the day gradually fading into dusk. Growing bored, SHBU gazed at the seemingly slumbering Kakashi before casually lying down to rest. When SHBU awoke once more, it was the early hours of the morning. Bewildered, she surveyed her surroundings, still trying to comprehend her location. However, upon spotting Kakashi, her memories flooded back. Kakashi-san? Still awake? She inquired as she slowly sat up, observing Kakashi's slightly bowed posture. Why not sleep? Kakashi replied, lifting his gaze to offer her a smile. Why should I sleep? SHBU countered, glancing at a small boy curled up nearby. She gently moved to embrace him closer. Her gestures tender enough to make Kakashi perceive her as a genuine young girl rather than SHBU. Why did you join the Akatsuki? I recall you once claiming that your goal was to dismantle the system of the shinobi. What was your reasoning? Kakashi had temporarily set aside SHBU's earlier assertions, reminding himself not to get too caught up in the enemy's words, opting instead to observe the situation more closely. Since you have brought this up, allow me to share my tale, Kakashi-san. I pose a question to you. Do you comprehend the sensation of witnessing your loved ones perish before your very eyes? The feeling when all your hopes and future, everything familiar and cherished, vanishes in an instant. I trust you possess some understanding of this anguish. I hail from a diminutive ninja village, primarily comprised of medical practitioners. Virtually all of our ninjas are skilled in healing arts. though you may be unaware of such a small enclave, as it consists of merely over 20 souls. Despite their benevolence, the villagers are not exceptionally skilled. Many can only tend to minor injuries, while my family's medical expertise surpasses that of the others. They are kind-hearted, yet it is often the gentle who are most vulnerable to cruelty. At the tender age of 9, a group of injured ninjas stumbled into our village. They were not malevolent, so we offered our assistance in their healing. Once restored, they departed, and we rejoiced in having helped others. However, the subsequent events were far from joyous. The injured ninjas soon returned, demanding we divulge the whereabouts of those who had aided them. We remained silent, for we genuinely did not know. Enraged, they accused us of being accomplices and systematically slaughtered the villagers. My family concealed my brother and me in a hidden place before facing their fate, as was tragically inevitable. Huddled together, we listened to the anguished cries echoing outside, our bodies trembling with fear. My brother, 6 years my elder, held me tightly. When the cries subsided, the sound of destruction commenced. Do not presume it ended there. Ultimately, they discovered our hiding spot. Perhaps their patience had worn thin, for upon sighting us, they acted swiftly. My brother shielded me, and I vividly recall their scornful laughter. In that moment, he collapsed, and I scarcely remember the means of their attack, only a sharp pain in my neck before darkness enveloped me. Before losing consciousness, I beheld my brother attempting to heal me. The last image etched in my mind was of a green light emanating from my neck and my brother's eyes, gradually dimming. When I regained awareness, I lay amidst the blood that flowed from him, confronted by his unblinking gaze. His hand remained upon my neck, now cold and rigid, an eerie tableau. Indeed, the emotions of that moment have since faded from memory. I rose, the metallic scent of blood overwhelming my senses. Whether I had vomited or not eludes me. As I numbly gathered the lifeless bodies, employing my ninjutsu to mend their wounds. After depleting my chakra, I resorted to consuming restorative herbs, though they merely siphoned energy from my body. A full day had passed before I could no longer utilize my abilities, yet through my tireless efforts, I managed to tend to 7 bodies, rendering them free of wounds, each appearing as if merely asleep. I sat quietly among them, and after what felt like an eternity, hunger gnawed at me. I sought sustenance, and after eating, returned to their side, harboring a silent hope that they might awaken. Time slipped away, and I soon realized they could not be revived. Yet, I was unwilling to let them go, so I began to concoct a remedy to preserve their essence. Days blurred into oblivion as I meticulously arranged their resting places, eventually slipping into a daze of existence, the passage of time forgotten. It was then that Tai Liang found me, and we became companions. Such was the simplicity of it all. As for the reasoning behind the desire to dismantle the shadow system, it stemmed from the notion that, without the commands of the shadow, conflict would not have arisen. For the record, the 2 villages in question were Yunin and Yanin. To be honest, I do not fully comprehend it. Tai Liang asserted it as such. Shang Pu recounted her past, seemingly devoid of deep sorrow, as though she were narrating the affairs of another. Tai Liang was mistaken. Even in the absence of a shadow, such events would still unfold. Kakashi listened intently to Shang Pu's tale, surprised to learn of her experiences, and understood why she had transformed into who she was. Regardless of his correctness, I resolved to assist him in whatever he wished. Shang Pu quickly replied. After a lengthy conversation, silence enveloped Shang Pu and Kakashi. At that moment, a young boy awoke, his eyes gradually opening in the dim light, appearing bewildered by his surroundings. He gazed up at Shang Pu and slowly sat up. Sister? Where are we? I don't know. You should ask him, Shang Pu responded, perhaps feeling awkward in the presence of a child. She pointed towards Kakashi. Daddy. The boy obediently dashed into Kakashi's embrace, which displeased Shang Pu, who felt it was unfair how easily the child sought comfort. Unlike him, she approached Kakashi with trepidation, fearful of provoking his ire. Oh, long time no see. By the way, how many times must I say it? Do not call me daddy. Just Kakashi will suffice, he said, ruffling the boy's hair, though the handcuffs hindered him from doing so freely. I don't want to. I want to call you daddy. The boy pouted, his innocent demeanor prompting a reluctant smile from Kakashi. You cannot continue to address Kakashi-san as daddy. It puts him in an awkward position. He is still so young and certainly does not wish for a child of your size, Shang Pu interjected, unable to conceal her irritation. How could the man she admired have a child? The thought conjured images of Kakashi with a wife, which irked her, leaving her expression unfriendly. But sister, you said I could call him that before, the boy protested, sensing his sister's sudden discontent, clutching Kakashi's clothing as if fearing his own disappearance without that title. My current decree stands. You must call him Kakashi-san. Even if you call him daddy, he will not truly be your father. Your father has passed away. Shangpu's patience waned. She despised the navet of children, their ignorance, and their refusal to heed her words. Hey, no need to speak so harshly, came a voice, cutting through the tension. Kakashi furrowed his brow slightly, gently touching the dazed young boy who had been listening to Shobu's words, and spoke to her in a tone tinged with mild reproach. I merely wish for him to confront reality. Emotional wounds cannot be healed by others, but must be mended from within. What will happen to him if one day you are no longer here? Shobu, in front of the boy, responded with a dismissive expression, her gaze fixed intently on him, eager to gauge his reaction. Sister, what is troubling you today? The boy showed little outward reaction to her words. Instead, moving closer to Shobu, concern etched on his face. He sensed something was amiss with her today. Is something bothering you? Nothing at all. Then why do you speak in such a manner? Is there something wrong with how I speak? Your tone is peculiar and unlike your usual self. Yes, you are absolutely right. However, it seems you have missed the crux of my point, haven't you? But, all right, let us not dwell on this. Forget I said anything. Kakashi, what do you truly desire? Shobu, having lost interest in conversing with the child, turned her attention to Kakashi. And what would you have me do? He replied casually. After hearing my earlier remarks, do you not have any thoughts? Are we simply to be taken to the feudal lord's domain? You have a valid point, yet I believe the likelihood of that happening is minimal. After all, Lady Tsunade is not blind to the circumstances. My presence is not of great significance. Without me, Konoha would suffer no loss. Are you certain? Shobu replied with a cryptic smile. Kakashi, perplexed by her expression, regarded her with confusion, while the young boy looked on, bewildered, feeling excluded from the conversation. Kakashi-san, you may feel your existence is inconsequential, yet to some, it holds immense importance, like your students. You have said much, but I merely want to ask, what do you wish for me to do? Kakashi refrained from pursuing her line of thought. I do not wish for you to do anything. I simply want you to gain a clearer understanding of yourself. I remain confident that I understand myself better than you do. There is no need for your concern. Oh, I do not wish to linger on this. May I share our plans moving forward with you? Shobu cast a glance at Kakashi before turning her gaze toward the receding scenery. Sister, what exactly are you talking about? The boy was becoming increasingly confused. My apologies, but you should rest for a while. Shobu gently patted the boy's head, prompting him to drift into sleep. Kakashi-san, in whatever way possible, we wish to see you sever ties with Konoha, whether it be by your own volition or by force. We shall stop at nothing. Why go to such lengths? Because we are dreadfully bored, Kakashi-san. You must understand the darkness of a place like prison. Your fate within would not be a favorable one. Even so, what of it? I am willing. Did you not prepare from the very beginning? One might say so, yet I believe. Believe in what? That is not for you to know. Suit yourself. I merely wish for you to be mentally prepared. When you arrive at the residence of the daimyo, our next course of action shall commence. Are you certain you will take no measures? That is my concern. Kakashi maintained his composure, though one could only wonder if his heart mirrored the calmness of his exterior. Do as you please. Act as you wish. Kakashi-san, I must inform you that Tai Liang and his companions plan to rescue you a day or two after your arrival at the daimyo's estate. Of course, whether they succeed is another matter entirely, but a ruckus is undoubtedly on the horizon. As for the next steps, we shall see. Rest assured, we will all be present. You are indeed quite tiresome. Naturally, Kakashi-san, prepare yourself for the storm that shall arise because of you. Hee. I am said with a beaming smile. This seems rather unrelated to your objectives, does it not? I am uncertain. You may inquire with Tai Liang. He shrugged his shoulders, shaking his head in resignation. Meanwhile, on Tai Liang's side, after departing from the daimyo's residence, Tai Liang and Ayam returned to their base, followed shortly by Sasuke. After a brief moment to regain their composure, Tai Liang shared their forthcoming strategy, which would involve Ran as well. Ayam, you are to remain by Kakashi's side. It would be best if you accompany him into the daimyo's estate, Tai Liang instructed, with Ayam and Ran listening intently. After several days of recuperation, Ran's injuries were no longer a hindrance. Thus he would partake in the upcoming plan. Why? You will understand in due time. Ran, simply prepare to join me in the rescue. Is it really that simple? Why? Not only Ayam was perplexed, Ran shared her confusion. Tai Liang cast a lingering glance at them, observing the doubt in their eyes. He felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness and sighed deeply. Very well. I shall explain. What is Kakashi at present? A Konoha ninja. Tai Liang fell silent once more, but quickly regained his composure. He is a suspect, and our task is to eliminate the suspicion, transforming him into a genuine criminal. Why? Ayam and Ran chorused in unison. To incite the daimyo to execute Kakashi, to provoke a clash between the people of Konoha and the daimyo's residents. For the sake of amusement, Tai Liang nearly ground his teeth in frustration. The reasoning, of course, was far more intricate, but he feared they would not comprehend if he laid it bare. Oh, do you understand now? We do. Then prepare yourselves. You shall depart first while I speak with Sasuke. Be cautious. And feel free to relay my words to him. Understood. With that, sought out Kakashi, leading to the unfolding scene on his end. Meanwhile, Ran took the opportunity to fully recuperate before the plan commenced, readying himself for the ensuing confrontation. Sasuke-kun. Terra exited the base, finding Sasuke seated upon a stone, his obsidian eyes seemingly lost in contemplation. Upon hearing Teru's voice, Sasuke did not turn but rather inquired directly, "What is it?" "Let me explain the next steps," Teru began. "No need for that. I am aware of what to do," Sasuke replied coldly, revealing his aversion to being directed by others. "Very well," Teru acknowledged, turning to return to the base. As he walked, he pondered why his two companions lacked such traits, avoiding unnecessary exchanges. 2 days later, Karen approached Sasuke, sensing an approaching throng. Upon seeing him, she noted he was meticulously polishing his sword. "Sasuke, a multitude of individuals is approaching. Should we take action?" At her words, Sasuke lifted his gaze slightly, responding, "Let them come, it matters not." "Oh, then I shall take my leave," Karen said slowly, hoping for some acknowledgement from Sasuke, though it appeared unlikely. Disappointed, she exited the room. Once alone, Sasuke stared at the flickering light on the wall, his dark eyes deep and reflective. After sheathing his sword at his waist, he stepped out of the room, aware that a tempest was on the horizon. His earlier dismissal of Naruto and the others was not genuine neglect. Even if he chose not to seek them out, they would inevitably come looking for him. "Karen, Suigetsu." Jugo stepped forward. "What is it?" Suigetsu was the first to open the door, still appearing groggy from sleep. "Is there something you need?" he asked, followed closely by Jugo, with Karen trailing behind. "Didn't you say we wouldn't interfere? Accompany me to the Land of Fire's mansion." "For what purpose?" Suigetsu queried, bewildered. The others shared his confusion. "Will you come or not?" Sasuke did not elaborate further. He could have ventured alone, but feared unforeseen complications. "Of course, I shall go," Karen affirmed without hesitation. After a moment's thought, Suigetsu agreed as well, reasoning that he was rather bored and had nothing better to do. Jugo did not voice his thoughts, yet his silent step towards Sasuke indicated his intent to follow. "Let us be off." Sasuke led the way, with Karen and the others closely trailing behind. Upon exiting the base, they encountered Teru and Ran. Teru greeted them with a smile, while Ran gazed at the scenery, entirely indifferent, dressed in their team uniforms. Teru and Ran contrasted with Sasuke and his companions, who wore the Akatsuki attire. "Are we prepared? Let us depart," Teru announced, leading the group forward. The 6 of them set forth towards the Land of Fire's mansion, a storm brewing on the horizon. The journey from the base to the mansion was 3 days long, and upon their arrival, they found Kakashi had already been there for a day, the timing coinciding perfectly. Teru and Sasuke navigated through the woods when suddenly Karen approached Sasuke, exclaiming, "Sasuke, that group is just ahead." Observing Sasuke's lack of reaction, Karen chose not to dwell on it and decided to simply follow his lead. "Hey, Karen, what do you think Sasuke is up to? Why is he teaming up with the Akatsuki?" Suigetsu, unable to bear the uncertainty any longer, posed the question to Karen, knowing full well that Sasuke would remain tight-lipped. "I have no idea," she replied. "How can you not know?" Suigetsu pouted, letting out a resigned sigh. After all, Sasuke was their leader. "Why are you so curious? But I suppose something entertaining will happen soon." "Really? What is it?" Suigetsu perked up instantly. "You will find out shortly." Karen's glasses gleamed as she spoke. As Karen had suggested, Suigetsu soon discovered what she deemed entertaining, and he couldn't help but groan in frustration, pondering the reasons behind it. Just look at the current situation for clarification. They had all come to a halt, facing none other than Naruto and his group, who had arrived to apprehend the Akatsuki members, including Naruto, Sakura, Hinata, Neji, Shikamaru, Shino, Kiba, Tenten, and Lee. The sight of the opposing team weighed heavily on Naruto and his companions, as they were acutely aware that none of them were easy targets. "Well, Karen is somewhat of an exception," Naruto remarked. "Sasuke, what are you planning to do?" He confronted his former comrade. Incredulity etched on his face as he beheld Sasuke alongside those who had harmed their teacher, Kakashi. When did you all become so arrogant? If you intend to capture us, do you not have a mentor to assist you? Sasuke remained silent, but it was Taiyu who responded first. To capture you, we have more than enough help. Tintin glared at Taiyu. Oh, is that so? Taiyu chuckled, his demeanor relaxed, and he did not hide his features. His smile made him appear particularly approachable, perhaps even charming to those with a penchant for older men, though regrettably, the women in front of him were already taken. Can we skip the chatter and start fighting already? At that moment, Ran could no longer contain himself. He was eager to stretch his long and used muscles. His outburst drew the attention of Naruto and the others, who watched the seemingly youthful Ran with caution, as he appeared to be the most likely to strike first. Calm down. The priority now is not to engage with them, at least not yet, Taiyu remarked helplessly, casting a glance at him. TCH, Ran retorted, clearly displeased. Ha ha. Just a fool who only knows how to fight. Suigetsu mocked Ran from the sidelines, noting that few in this era were solely interested in brawling. What did you say? Ran would not allow Suigetsu to continue his laughter unchallenged. He lunged at him, throwing a punch aimed at his face. However, he couldn't land a blow on Suigetsu, as his watery form allowed Ran's fist to pass right through him. Ugh, just die. Ran was genuinely frustrated with Suigetsu, likely due to their shared water affinity. As opposites tend to clash, just as he prepared to teach Suigetsu a lesson with ninjutsu, Taiyu intervened. That's enough. But he's younger than me. Yet he treats me like this. After being reprimanded by Tai Liang, Wan reluctantly ceased his actions, feeling somewhat aggrieved, his dissatisfaction evident in a slight pout. Tai Liang, weary of Wan's foolishness, found the presence of such a subordinate exceedingly vexing. Typically, it was Chang-Pu who chastised him, and now that she was absent, he felt no inclination to address Luan's antics. Most of those present were rendered speechless by Luan's behavior. As the atmosphere had shifted from its earlier tension to a more relaxed state, Naruto. Without much delay, Naruto charged towards Sasuke, his target clearly in sight. Without a second thought, Naruto, the crowd exclaimed, recognizing that such a reckless attack was far from wise. Having just witnessed Wan's immaturity, they momentarily forgot that they too had a similarly foolish member on their side. Shikamaru expressed his exasperation, covering his forehead with a hand, resigned to the unfolding chaos. Well, if a fight is inevitable, then let it be. Tintin, you and Lee take on the giant. Niji, you and Hinata handle the leader. Sasuke will be left to Naruto, and Kiba will confront Wan. Sakura, you deal with that woman. I'll take care of Suigetsu alongside Shino. I'll support you all. Once Naruto sprang into action, Shikamaru promptly assigned targets, and everyone swiftly charged towards their respective opponents. I really don't want to fight. Tai Liang lamented as he faced Niji and Hinata, approaching them with caution despite their apparent youth and lesser strength. Suigetsu, come help. On another front, Karen found herself struggling against Sakura and decided to sprint towards Suigetsu, sensing he was the most available ally. I'm busy, can't deal with you. In truth, Suigetsu was also preoccupied, having to contend with Shikamaru's shadow techniques, which were proving to be quite bothersome, compounded by Shino's insects. He had no desire to confront a strong-willed woman as well. Curse that guy, Karen muttered, resigning herself to fend off Sakura alone, dodging wherever she could. Shikamaru's shadow imitation technique slightly alleviated the pressure on the Leaf villagers, and under the offensive of Tintin and Lee, the formidable Go began to falter. Though he still managed to hold on. The battle between Wan and Kiba was the most intense, both being rather impulsive individuals. Their clash expanded in scope, leaving destruction in their wake. Meanwhile, the combat between Sasuke and Naruto remained in a stalemate, as both had grown significantly, their strengths now closely matched. Sasuke, what are you trying to achieve this time? Why drag Kakashi-sensei into this? That's none of your concern. Come back to Konoha with me. You've avenged yourself. Haven to you? Who says I've taken my revenge? Those who know nothing should not feign understanding. You have no right to discuss this with me. I may not understand, but I do know you are my comrade, and I must bring you back. How tedious, if you have time for futile efforts here. You should go save Kakashi. I came here specifically to rescue Kakashi. Do you truly believe capturing them will save Kakashi? You remain as naive as ever. While you busy yourself here, Kakashi may very well be dead. Impossible. Let us await the outcome, for you shall undoubtedly regret the day you relinquished your grip. After uttering these words, Sasuke disregarded Naruto and promptly set off towards the daimyo's mansion, with Naruto in hot pursuit. Sasuke, clarify your words. Upon hearing Sasuke's statement, Naruto's heart was in turmoil. He felt compelled to decipher its meaning. Sensing Sasuke's movement while engaging with Sakura, Karen wasted no time in following in his footsteps, with Sakura swiftly trailing behind. Meanwhile, Suigetsu and Jugo, witnessing Karen's departure, wished to follow suit. Yet their adversaries proved tenacious, unwilling to release them easily. Ran. Assist them for a moment. I must take my leave. Too quickly freed himself from Neji and Hinata, unwilling to let Sasuke's solitary endeavor jeopardize their plans. Though he trusted Sasuke's competence to minimize errors. Why must I? Ran could only watch Taiyo's receding figure in despair, unaware that his opponent had no intention of prolonging the confrontation. This is bad. We must pursue Sasuke immediately. We cannot allow them to reach the daimyo's mansion. Shikamaru, upon observing their peculiar actions, quickly deduced their intentions. He abandoned his skirmish with Suigetsu and raced after Taiyo. The others, upon receiving the directive, followed suit, albeit with Kiba displaying reluctance. Yet, witnessing Shikamaru's furrowed brow, he too hastened along. What a bore, Suigetsu muttered, sheathing his blade and meandering after them, his spirits dampened. While Ran and Jugo quickly caught up. In an instant, the once tumultuous battlefield fell silent, the ground littered with remnants that bore witness to the recent chaos. Shikamaru. What transpired? Ino queried as she caught up with him, with the others also awaiting his response. They intend to create another uproar at the daimyo's mansion, to solidify Kakashi-sensei's accusations and incite conflict between Konoha, or rather, between Naruto and the daimyo's mansion. You all must understand. Should the daimyo seek to execute Kakashi-sensei, Naruto's nature assures that he will not stand idly by. Those scoundrels! Ino exclaimed with indignation, mirroring the sentiments of the others. All too aware of Kakashi's significance to Naruto. Perhaps the daimyo will not believe them, thinking Kakashi-sensei innocent? Lee pondered aloud. If that were the case, they would never have come to Konoha to apprehend Kakashi-sensei. Trust is non-existent among those individuals, Shikamaru replied gravely. Why are they so intent on framing Kakashi-sensei? Hinata, now deeply concerned for Naruto, feared he might act impulsively. Perhaps it is a malicious pleasure in witnessing the fracture of trust, she speculated. Could it be that they seek to obtain Kakashi-sensei? Ino suddenly murmured, shocked to find her words overheard. Impossible. Kiba reacted incredulously. What do you mean? Shikamaru considered, acknowledging the plausibility of the hypothesis. Huh? You want my opinion? I was merely speculating. Tian hurriedly shook her head and waved her hands, as her reasoning seemed rather absurd. Well, if you truly like someone who is already in love with another, you might resort to actions that disrupt their relationship, instigating animosity between them, leading to their eventual fallout, thus allowing you to step in and treat the person gently, ultimately winning their affection, she stated earnestly. Upon finishing, she noticed that everyone was gazing at her with peculiar expressions. Is it really that strange? You asked me to speak, and what is wrong with having a youthful heart? No, Tian, your perspective is quite insightful, Ta quickly interjected, sensing her irritation. Meanwhile, the others entirely disregarded her remarks, treating them as mere jest. With only Shikamaru deep in thought, if one were to interpret Tian's words, the motives behind the actions of the Akatsuki could be elucidated. Yet what did they desire from Kakashi-sensei? While Tian's argument held some merit, it ultimately resulted in suffering for those who admired Kakashi. Shikamaru concluded this, which aligned with the primary objective of Tai Liang and his associates. In the background, Kakashi sat in a chair. Why am I not featured in this scene? I responded respectfully, you will be shortly. Kakashi chuckled, clever of you. By the way, Tian, why do you resort to such melodramatic explanations for this story? It makes me feel as though I have become the protagonist of a soap opera. Tian, glancing around, replied, Kakashi-sensei. I didn't intend for it to be that way, but it seems that's how the narrative unfolds. Yet, doesn't it always conclude with the destroyer facing failure? And please refrain from flirting outside. It's making Naruto anxious. Naruto approached Kakashi. What? Tian, what are you saying? I'm not anxious, after all. Shbusint Kakashi-sensei's type. Tian, with a serious tone, responded, Hey, Naruto, shouldn't you feel some urgency? Shbu is eyeing Kakashi-sensei quite intently. Are you not concerned? Naruto, gazing at Kakashi, declared, I trust Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi turned his head away, shameless. Shbu, with a look of disdain, interjected. Don't make it sound like I'm a seductress. Karen, with a scornful expression, added, Aren't you? Don't even think about laying a hand on my Sasuke. Shbu retorted, rolling her eyes. Please, Sasuke interjected with a blank expression. Who was the childish one? Naruto burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Sasuke, with a frown, muttered. You're asking for trouble. Naruto, having been struck, responded. Kakashi, smiling warmly, said, All right, everyone, let us not cause a ruckus. Sasuke immediately stood at attention. I'll heed your words. Naruto, nursing his wounds, lamented, Sensei, you're biased. Why did you only speak up after I was hit several times? Kakashi, with a crescent-eyed smile, replied, Hee hee. Sakura and the others, sitting in a corner, sighed. Our hearts are weary. Is there any dog food? As early winter descends, the biting winds sweep across the land with fervor, carrying an unrelenting chill that seems intent on seizing every vestige of warmth from the world. Delicate snowflakes flutter down from the sky, though not yet fully formed, they strive to adorn the earth in their own hues. Amidst this frigid gust laced with snow, a procession slowly approaches a grand gate, escorting Kakashi back to the residence of the daimyo. Inside the carriage, Kakashi gazes calmly at the looming prison entrance, lost in his thoughts. Upon arrival, a samurai swings open the door, signaling that their destination has finally been reached. Kakashi disembarks and notices Ayam's stillness. He refrains from following the samurai ahead, instead pausing to observe the slumbering Ayam. She remains in deep sleep, having spent the past few days chattering incessantly. Whether to Kakashi or in soliloquy, scarcely allowing herself any rest. Ironically, as they near their destination, she has succumbed to sleep, leaving Kakashi puzzled about her intentions. Hey, Ayam. Wake up, he calls softly. What is the matter? Ayam stirs groggily, a cloak slipping from her shoulders, revealing it to be Kakashi's. Come down quickly. Before Ayam can fully rouse, she is abruptly pulled down, while a young boy is unceremoniously tossed out, unaware of how long he had been asleep. Honestly, why so rough? Ayam exclaims, only to find herself shackled upon landing, a decision she begins to regret, recalling her choice to negate the effects of the captor's drugs. Enough chatter, move. Her protests fall on deaf ears as she obediently follows their directives. Kakashi-san, if we don't leave now, it will be too late, she whispers as she walks alongside him. Her small stature forcing her to look up at him. Why should I leave? If you stay, your charges will be impossible to evade. Is that truly what you want? Whatever, Kakashi replies dismissively, continuing onward with the samurai into the heavily fortified prison surrounded by towering walls. This prison, situated to the left of the daimyo's residence, houses many notorious criminals from the Land of Fire, making its defenses even more stringent than those surrounding the daimyo's own abode. Escaping from such a place is no trivial task. Kakashi-san, why is it so quiet here? Ayam inquires, her eyes darting around as they enter. Passing through the walls, they are greeted by a small courtyard, dotted with numerous doors, presumably where the inmates are confined. It shouldn't be this silent, she muses. Given the cold, they likely lack the spirit to frolic about, Kakashi shrugs. The frigid temperature within, compounded by the scarcity of illumination, imbues the space with a chilling aura, prompting Ayam to tighten her cloak around her. Oh. Shangpu and Kakashi were escorted by the guards, or rather, the wardens, into a dimly lit corridor, where a staircase spiraled downward. Upon entering, they observed that the corridor was flanked by cells, with a small lamp flickering between every two cells, casting an eerie glow in the darkness. The cells were cramped and barren, featuring nothing but cold, unyielding walls, with the doors constructed from thick iron bars. The passageway was short, leading swiftly to a dead end, where a solid wall barred their exit, leaving them with no choice but to retrace their steps through the entrance from which they came. As they approached the final cell, the guard swung the door open and forcefully shoved Kakashi inside, while Shangpu was similarly thrust into the cell directly opposite. Hey, how can you separate us? She shouted indignantly, collapsing onto the floor. However, her protest was met only with the sound of a young boy being thrown into the adjacent cell and the resounding clang of the cell door slamming shut. You vile scoundrels. Just wait until I escape. I swear I will make you pay. Shangpu fumed, her frustration mounting as she found herself separated from Kakashi. Contrary to Tai Liang's instructions, which further soured her mood, surveying her surroundings for any possible means of escape, she despaired upon realizing that the walls of her cell were fortified steel, and being underground left her with no way out. Hey, what do you intend to do with Kakashi-san? Feeling a wave of hopelessness wash over her, she rushed to the door to observe the situation in the opposite cell. She witnessed the guards fastening Kakashi's handcuffs to two thick iron chains that extended from the walls, severely restricting his movement, confining him to a small portion of the cell. Unable even to reach the door. Be quiet. Before Shangpu could voice another question, the guard stationed at the door barked back, glaring menacingly at her. "We'll see about that," she muttered, deciding it prudent to remain silent for her own safety, her gaze fixed intently on Kakashi. From the moment Kakashi entered the cell, he resigned himself to their arrangements, his eyes half closed, appearing to drift in and out of slumber. To him, this was hardly a troubling situation. In fact, it was a slight improvement from his time at the Organization S base, as he was currently unscathed. Once the guards had completed their duties and departed, he casually leaned against the wall, positioning himself to catch a glimpse of Shangpu. He surveyed the confines of his cell, noting the formidable iron barriers surrounding him. And couldn't he help but reflect, isn't this the treatment reserved for serious criminals? Then again, if my charges are upheld, perhaps serious criminal would indeed be an accurate label. After contemplating his cell, Kakashi shifted his focus to the handcuffs, the chains clinking rhythmically with his movements, their sound echoing in the stillness. Utilizing the faint light filtering through the bars, he examined the mechanism of the cuffs, concluding that without a key, they could not be released. All the while ensuring his own safety remained intact. Kakashi-san? As he pondered the handcuffs, Shangpu, unable to tolerate the oppressive silence any longer, lamented that her perspective offered no clarity on Kakashi's current state. As the light failed to penetrate the confines of the cell, illuminating only its front half, it could be said that SHBU resided in the light while Kakashi lingered in the shadows. Kakashi could discern SHBU clearly, yet she remained oblivious to his presence. Kakashi responded casually, observing the hint of concern etched upon SHBU's face. He was uncertain of the sentiment. After all, SHBU was his adversary. "Are you all right? You're not going to perish, are you?" "I'm fine. I shouldn't die, right? What do you think?" Kakashi felt a tinge of exasperation. Was being locked up truly so terrifying? "I'll keep an eye on this little brat, so rest easy." Kakashi found himself at a loss for words, bewildered by the peculiar atmosphere that suggested she was on the verge of death. "Kakashi-san, do you think they will do something to me? When can I leave?" "I don't know. What are you worried about?" "I fear I may not see Tai and the others again. I realize I cannot escape this place on my own." In Kakashi's eyes, SHBU's expression appeared somewhat fragile. She was, after all, still a girl. Despite being 20, there lingered a trace of innocence within her. "Kakashi-san, if you were to die, I would ensure you lay in my embrace." "Why?" Kakashi was genuinely perplexed by SHBU's thought process. The topic had shifted too rapidly, bordering on an unconventional confession. "I know that people dread solitude, especially in their final moments. Did I not promise to prevent your loneliness?" "Well, thank you." SHBU's rationale left Kakashi both amused and bewildered. One would not typically contemplate what to do if another were to die. "No need for that. For you are destined to become my collection. However, I might depart before that happens." As she spoke, SHBU smiled, perhaps envisioning Kakashi as her possession. Her joy radiated sweetly. "Hee, we shall see. Kakashi-san, I'll let you in on a secret. As long as I am here, you shall not die." "And why is that?" Kakashi's curiosity was piqued, and he rarely lifted his gaze. "Because I am a medical ninja. If I do not wish for you to die, and you were to perish, where would my reputation stand? Do not underestimate me. I am quite formidable," SHBU proclaimed, patting her chest with assurance. "Yet, medical ninjutsu is not infallible. There are injuries beyond salvation," Kakashi queried, sensing SHBU was divulging something of great significance. "Indeed. But for you, unless it is truly grave, I can heal," SHBU affirmed with a nod. "Why am I special?" Kakashi seized upon the oddity in her words. Secret. SHBU seemed to take pride in this, chuckling softly. Kakashi chose not to respond further, instead contemplating certain elements of their previous exchange. The transformation in Changpu's demeanor is striking. Initially, she desired Kakashi's swift demise, wishing to possess him as her cherished trophy. However, her attitude has since evolved. It appears that she is now resolutely committed to safeguarding Kakashi's life, expressing a desire for him to endure, as she fears that when he departs this world, she may no longer be present. Most notably, Kakashi holds a unique significance for Changpu, for her medical ninjutsu seems to wield far greater efficacy when applied to him. What could have instigated such a profound shift in her perspective? Was it merely Tai Liang's directive, or perhaps some other underlying reason? The truth is rather straightforward. Changpu harbors affection for him, and in her eyes, Kakashi has become a companion. She exhibits a similar sentiment towards Tai Liang and Ran. As Kakashi cast his gaze once more towards Changpu, he noticed her curled up and asleep beside the cell door. Her diminutive form appeared particularly fragile. She had not draped Kakashi's cloak over herself, having instead covered a small boy with it earlier, simply seeking to rest in proximity to Kakashi. Observing Changpu's petite figure, Kakashi was engulfed in a torrent of thoughts, grappling with the enigma of her actions. Why would she choose this path? It is likely that the current Kakashi cannot comprehend this. To be continued. Mini theater, backstage Naruto. Hey, I say, if I'm not in the scene, then fine, but to spring a confession scene on me? Am I to be disregarded? Sasuke, care to explain? Me, the plot demands it, the plot demands it. Kakashi, all right, let us not blame her. Naruto, Kakashi-sensei. Be quiet. If someone treated you that way, you'd be overjoyed. Changpu, why are you all angry? Are you foolish? Sakura, you don't understand this? Changpu, I don't. Sakura, you're older than me. You should ponder this on your own. Naruto, Kakashi-sensei, you're not feeling moved, are you? Sasuke, he wouldn't dare. Kakashi, me, do you all doubt him so? Isn't it wonderful for more people to adore Kakashi-san? Naruto, that seems true. Sasuke, not at all. Me, Sasuke, lighten up. Rest assured, my stance is unwavering. Kakashi, what is this overwhelming soap opera ambience? Tai Liang, Kakashi, I wish you happiness. Kakashi. While Kakashi remained imprisoned, Naruto and his companions continued their relentless pursuit towards the same destination, the residence of the daimyo. In this exhilarating chase, Sasuke consistently maintained a considerable lead, with Naruto trailing in second place. Throughout these days, Naruto had been fervently striving to catch up with Sasuke. It must be noted that there existed a remarkable synergy between the two. Whenever Sasuke paused for rest, Naruto would likewise take a breather. Whenever Sasuke moved forward, Naruto would follow suit. However, do not be mistaken. Despite their positions as first and second, the distance between them was substantial, and their separation had scarcely diminished over the course of their journey. The sentiments of their companions were similarly aligned. Members of the Akatsuki and Team Taka had an uncanny ability to conceal their whereabouts, making it quite challenging for the Leaf villagers to track them down, only to resume their chase upon discovery. The group advanced with a leisurely yet deliberate pace towards the daimyo's residence, intermittently halting and hiding from one another. Shikamaru, how long will it take us to reach the daimyo's residence at our fastest pace? Shino, who was currently teamed up with Shikamaru, inquired. While the other members of the Leaf were predominantly paired in twos. We still have approximately a little over a day left, Shikamaru replied while running, his response reflecting the quickest possible speed, excluding other variables. Shino nodded slightly, then refocused on their path. Their target was not far ahead, and if they lost concentration, it might vanish from sight. Damn it, how can Sasuke run so fast? Naruto, in pursuit of Sasuke, leaned against a tree, panting heavily. Initially, the distance between him and Sasuke had not been vast, but it gradually widened, and soon he could no longer catch a glimpse of Sasuke. This predicament reminded him of his childhood, when he could never manage to catch up with Sasuke, a feeling of frustration welling within him. After resting for a moment, Naruto set off once more, profoundly grateful for the chakra sensing ability granted by Sage Mode. Without it, he would have been lost as to where to go next. Like Naruto, Sasuke was not easing his burden. After all, he had been on the move for several days. Yet, after a while of running, he suddenly realized that he did not actually need to push himself so hard. However, his competitive spirit compelled him to avoid being overtaken by Naruto. Thus, he maintained his pace. At the daimyo's residence, a report was made. My lord daimyo, the envoy from the Ida clan, requests an audience. In a chamber, a young guard reported to the daimyo, who sat at the center. Let him in. The daimyo casually waved his hand, taking a sip of sake. Moments later, a rugged samurai entered the room, unmistakably the leader from the mission to capture Kakashi and the Leaf, the same individual who had conversed with Tsunade. What is it? Report to you, my lord daimyo, Hatake Kakashi has been apprehended. However, the Hokage has prohibited us from laying a finger on him, and I am uncertain how to proceed with the investigation. Oh, is that so? That is your concern. You merely need to conclude the case within 5 days. Otherwise, where will the daimyo's reputation stand? That may prove impossible. He is merely a suspect. How can I conclude based on that? That is your concern. Hatake Kakashi, I once had high hopes for him. I never anticipated he would engage in such acts. It appears that such individuals are never content to remain in the shadows. How naive of me to think otherwise. Ultimately, he is nothing but a mere clown. The Lord spoke with a tone laced with disdain, while Jing Tian stood by, at a loss for words. What are you still doing here? If you fail to complete your task, You may as well commit seppuku, the Lord sneered, casting a contemptuous glance in his direction. Yes. After Jing Tian took his leave, he departed the residence with a heart laden with unease. How infuriating it was, unable to lay hands on Kakashi. How could he compel him to acknowledge his role as the principal offender? As Jing Tian walked, his brow furrowed with worry, he pondered his next move. He was not a virtuous man. Had it not been for Tsunade's timely words, he would have surely acted by now. Nonetheless, his rise to this position was not without merit. Perhaps Tsunade's counsel held some sway, yet in this context, if he wished to proceed, her words would merely serve as a trivial obstacle to be easily dismissed. Following his original path towards the prison, Jing Tian's demeanor had shifted, the initial worry had dissipated. And this short journey was ample time to concoct a suitable excuse. The next step was to deal with Kakashi. The night had fallen, and Kakashi had spent the better part of the day confined within the prison, deprived of the sky. Time had blurred, and he could only make rough estimations of the hour. Kakashi felt an overwhelming sense of boredom, longing for his beloved paradise, which he had not seen in ages. Reflecting on the unfortunate events since he had taken on the investigative mission, it seemed that calamity had relentlessly pursued him, leaving him in a state of disrepair, now imprisoned. After sitting for a prolonged period, his backside ached from the hard surface, prompting him to rise slowly and take a few steps, familiarizing himself with the limited space available. Within this confined area, Kakashi engaged in what could barely be deemed warm-up exercises. Kakashi-san? What are you doing? The clanking of his chain stirred SHBU, who blinked awake and glanced over at him. Nothing. Shortly thereafter, Kakashi ceased his movements, returning to lean against the wall as sleep beckoned him. It had been far too long since he had closed his eyes, and he longed for the comfort of his own bed. Oh, SHBU, seeing there was nothing amiss, resumed her slumber. Meanwhile, Jing Tian entered the prison not towards Kakashi, but rather into a room akin to an administration office adjacent to the main entrance. Inside, a woman lay sprawled across a desk, clad in a long black coat and thick glasses, her disheveled light brown hair a testament to her exhaustion. Upon hearing Jing Tian's entrance, she rubbed her eyes and blinked in confusion at him. Come with me to interrogate Hatake Kakashi, Jing Tian stated plainly, revealing his purpose. What? Upon grasping the situation, she perked up immediately. Let us go. Jing Tian wasted no time with idle chatter, swiftly exiting the room with her in tow. The woman, known as Yamming, served as the interrogator of this prison and was also a ninja, specializing in harmful substances rather than healing. Unlike SHBU, she is not a medical ninja and lacks medical chakra. However, she possesses a considerable understanding of human anatomy and pharmacology, fully aware of how to amplify a person's suffering. Did you not say he was off limits? Following behind Itachi, Yamming adjusted her glasses, embodying a curious demeanor. Should he admit to being the principal offender? None of this would pose a problem. Once he confesses, our stance would be validated. Konoha would hardly be foolish enough to confront the daimyo over a traitor, unless they sought annihilation. Do you wish to compel a confession? Yamming quickened her pace to walk beside Itachi, gazing at him with a smile that, while not sweet, bore an icy quality reminiscent of SHBU. It is merely a standard interrogation, Itachi stated with a blank expression. Oh, Yamming refrained from elaborating further. After all, they were all acutely aware of the situation. The two continued towards the cell where Kakashi and SHBU were held. Have you considered that even if he confesses, it would be futile? The Uchiha clan can access his memories, can't they? After taking a few steps, she spoke again. Do you believe they still have a chance to contact Kakashi? Indeed. Since he willingly surrendered, he must also be prepared for death. There is no other choice. For our sake, he must die. How cold-blooded. Heh, whatever. I simply take pleasure in my work. Reflect on your own actions before judging mine. Itachi cast a mildly disdainful glance at Yamming, then fell silent as they approached Kakashi's cell. The journey was devoid of conversation, and before long, they arrived at Kakashi's prison. Well, are we finally commencing? Kakashi sat on the floor, observing the pair. He had known from the moment they entered that their presence boded ill. As calm as ever. Kakashi. Itachi opened the cell door and stepped inside, with Yamming closely behind. Kakashi scrutinized the woman he had never encountered before, sizing her up before addressing Itachi. After all, panic serves no purpose, does it? Kakashi, I never imagined you would engage in such actions. There is no need for that look. All evidence points to you. Even if you deny it, it would be futile. You might as well confess. It would be better for everyone involved. Do you truly believe I would commit such a foolish act? If I intended to, do you think you would have apprehended me? Kakashi slowly rose, leaning against the wall, fixing a cold gaze on Itachi. The previous words from Itachi were clearly a prelude to interrogation. If Kakashi did not confess, he knew well what awaited him. A truth acknowledged by all present. Do not be so arrogant. For now, your bravado is limited to mere words. Kakashi, you are an intelligent man. From the moment you chose to surrender, you understood the consequences that awaited you. You were correct. I am aware. Even though Kakashi was currently bound and shackled, fully aware of the impending fate that awaited him, he still exuded an air of confidence and dominance, seemingly indifferent to his present predicament. It appeared that he would not concede. Thus, I shall refrain from further trivialities and commits. Perhaps Kakashi's demeanor irked Ida slightly. He shot a fierce glare at Kakashi before signaling to Yumiko. Ida approached the wall and ignited the 2 lamps, instantly illuminating the cell, revealing every detail within the room. Why must I concede? Why not simply take action? Kakashi mused, narrowing his eyes against the harsh glare of the light, a playful tone lacing his words. If I die, say what you will, do as you please. After all, I cannot voice a word, can I? That is indeed a pertinent inquiry. The feudal lords value integrity, Ida remarked, sauntering to the cell door to pull a lever. With the lever engaged, the walls emitted a mechanical whir, and the chains binding Kakashi began to shift, forcing him against the wall, his arms hoisted high while only the tips of his toes grazed the ground. This position rendered him utterly powerless. Kakashi, this is merely a formality. Your fate is already sealed. With that, Ida exited the cell, oblivious to the pair of eyes watching him from the opposite cell. SHBU had awakened the moment they entered Kakashi's cell. Initially, she had intended to inquire about their intentions, but upon seeing the woman among them, her instincts urged her to remain silent, sensing that voicing her thoughts would only exacerbate their perilous situation. Perhaps it was due to her awareness that this woman shared her trepidation. Now filled with anxiety, SHBU feared she might fail to fulfill her prior promise to Kakashi. She found herself powerless. Should her transformation be undone, everything would be lost. Thus, she could only wait for Tai and the others to arrive, or for reinforcements from Konoha, or perhaps from the Akatsuki. In Kakashi's cell, only Yumiko remained. She approached Kakashi with a slow, deliberate grace, smiling as she said, "Let us begin. My lady, I believe you should refrain from engaging in such sanguinary acts," Kakashi replied, lifting his gaze to meet Yumiko's, even though she wielded what appeared to be a perilous instrument. Yumiko held numerous long needles, akin to sunbon but slightly thicker, glistening with a sharp sheen under the light. Upon closer inspection, one could discern blood grooves etched into the needles. Should they pierce the flesh, they would undoubtedly cause relentless bleeding. Gently caressing the needles, Yumiko regarded them with a maternal affection. As Kakashi spoke, she shifted her gaze to him, a slight smile gracing her lips. "I have a fondness for blood. Its exquisite crimson hue possesses a beauty that can take one's breath away. I must confess, I have a particular preference for arterial blood, for it embodies a certain vitality." Her tone was reminiscent of one introducing a beloved, infused with a buoyant rhythm and an intoxicating allure. At first glance, it is utterly unfathomable that such words could emanate from her lips. In this regard, she bears a slight resemblance to Iris, though her appearance is decidedly more innocuous. "Your preferences are rather unhealthy," he remarked. "It has always been this way. I have grown accustomed to it." Suddenly, Kakashi realized that communication between them had faltered. Yamin could not align her responses with his inquiries. "Let us speak less, and allow me to relish my work in peace," he suggested. "From this moment on, you are forbidden from uttering a single word, lest you wish to face the depths of hell." Yamin took a step forward, closing the distance between them, her eyes narrowing dangerously as the long needle in her hand pressed subtly against Kakashi's neck, her intent unmistakably menacing. As Kakashi opened his mouth to speak again, Yamin abruptly plunged a needle into his shoulder, the unexpected pain eliciting a pained gasp from him. Upon hearing his reaction, Yamin burst into laughter, a slight flush gracing her cheeks. She ardently kissed the cold tip of the needle before leaning in closer, nearly pressing her entire form against Kakashi's. Suspended as he was, the height difference allowed her to rest against his chest. "Does something feel amiss?" she inquired with a sinister edge. "The locations I choose to pierce are quite deliberate. Soon you shall understand." "Oh, you are welcome to scream. Your cries would make for a delightful accompaniment." Kakashi's forehead began to bead with cold sweat, his complexion paling significantly as he furrowed his brow in confusion. It was peculiar. Despite the needle piercing his shoulder, the pain should have been bearable, perhaps even routine for him. Yet, his response was anything but typical. Blood trickled down the channel of his shoulder, each drop falling onto the previously pristine floor, spreading slowly and reflecting the light with a liquid shimmer. At that moment, Kakashi felt as though every part of his body was lamenting, the agony extending beyond the wound in his shoulder. He sensed a disarray within his chakra, an unsettling blockage that left him feeling swollen and accompanied by a nauseating cramp. What, he wondered, had Yaming done to him? After administering the first needle, Yaming grasped another, waving it before Kakashi's eyes. Noticing his slight tremors, she comfortingly rose onto her toes to kiss his chin. Does it feel good? Shall we continue? With that, she slowly inserted the needle into his body, Kakashi acutely aware of its gradual intrusion. As the second needle pierced his opposite shoulder, his pallor intensified further. He could now distinctly perceive the anomaly within his chakra. The chakra that coursed through him was obstructed by Yaming's needles, forcing it to seek alternate pathways, the resultant pain evident. You are doing, Kakashi began to inquire, only to be ruthlessly interrupted. Did I not say that you must remain silent? With a firm grip on the long needle, Yaming plunged it viciously into Kakashi's thigh, her tone laden with discontent. I know what you wish to ask, how I achieve this. It is quite simple. One merely needs to find the right spot. I am, after all, an expert in this field, well versed in the intricacies of chakra flow. What purpose does this serve? Surely, you understand that I will never concede to anything, Kakashi replied, his gaze dimmed and his voice rendered weak. No, I shall not compel you to speak. For I trust that in due time, your actions will speak for themselves. Yaming gently placed her hand over Kakashi's mouth, silencing him. Now you're in my grasp. Oh dear, why do you continue to speak so much? Very well, let us proceed. As soon as she finished her words, Yaming stepped back slightly and swiftly drove 3 long needles into Kakashi's body. MMPH. Upon the insertion of the 3 needles, Kakashi began to cough up blood, the crimson liquid staining his mask and dripping down his chin to the floor. At this moment, 6 long needles had pierced his body, indicating that he was bleeding profusely from 6 distinct wounds. How does it feel now? Yaming inquired, prodding Kakashi's limp head with one of the needles. Kakashi longed to respond with a simple not bad, yet the searing pain rendered him mute. He felt as though his body was on the verge of being torn apart. For the first time, he sensed an overwhelming abundance of chakra within him, each thread seemingly attacking his very being. As the 6 injuries disrupted the flow of his chakra entirely. It must be excruciating, but this is your own doing. After all, you are of the lightning affinity. If your chakra can crumple a piece of paper, it stands to reason it can affect your body as well. Unfortunately for you, I too possess the lightning affinity, and I've added a catalyst to your chakra. Kakashi, on the brink of exhaustion, yearned for nothing more than to lie down. He could scarcely support his own weight, especially with 2 needles embedded in his shoulder, which would only intensify his agony. One final needle remains. Trust me, once it is inserted, you shall find yourself incapable of uttering another word. It seems you have not heeded my previous warnings. Yaming adjusted her glasses and elegantly twirled the long needle in her hand before slowly inserting it into Kakashi's chest, the process agonizingly deliberate, allowing him to feel every incremental depth of the intrusion. True to her expertise, none of the needles struck any vital organs or blood vessels. As the last needle penetrated, Kakashi's suffering appeared to reach its zenith. Despite the earlier torment, he had managed to suppress his cries. But now he seemed utterly devoid of strength to restrain himself any longer. Kakashi struggled, his eyes wide and vacant as he stared into the abyss, the chains clanging against the walls with a piercing sound. The entire cell, nay, the entire corridor, echoed with the sound of Kakashi's anguished cries. You should find solace in the fact that you are still experiencing pain, for it signifies that you are very much alive. Pain, after all, is not such a dreadful entity, wouldn't you agree? Ami tenderly caressed Kakashi's ashen face, whispering softly in his ear. Upon hearing Ami's voice, Kakashi refocused his gaze upon her, his body still involuntarily convulsing. Remarkable, she continued. You are the first to maintain your sanity after undergoing my services. I must commend you. Thank you. For the compliment, Kakashi managed to respond coldly, having adapted somewhat to the pain. No. I ought to thank you for allowing me to witness such a beautiful sight. At least it brings me joy and the freedom to pursue my desires without concern for trivial matters. As Ami spoke, she gazed at the disheveled Kakashi with fascination. If you were to ask me whether I am a pervert, I would concede that I am, but I am unperturbed. Sometimes, possessing a conscience serves only to invite suffering. Therefore, I perceive nothing wrong in my actions. Who taught you this? I did, of course. Now, I shall take my leave. Enjoy the sound of your own blood dripping onto the ground. It's the sound of your life ticking away. With that, Ami departed, her footsteps fading until they vanished entirely. Silence enveloped the space once more, punctuated only by Kakashi's faint groans of pain. Kakashi-san, can you hear me? Suddenly, Ayam's voice echoed from across the room. Having witnessed the entirety of Ami's cruel treatment of Kakashi, her emotions had fluctuated throughout. Initially, she had yearned to rush out and tear that vile woman apart. But as time passed, she began to admire Ami's cunning methods, learning a thing or two in the process. Now, she had regained her composure and could smell the metallic scent of Kakashi's blood. The bleeding was not excessive, so the situation remained manageable. She needed to clarify the next steps. Kakashi weakly responded. Just don't die before Teo and the others arrive, or I will make you regret it. Kakashi wished he could laugh, but found it impossible. Ayam remained as she always was, uncertain whether to commend her thoughtfulness or chastise her lack of sensitivity. I truly do not understand why they captured us. According to her, they wouldn't even harm us. It's utterly absurd. Kakashi-san, let me share a more comfortable approach. You must calm yourself now. Regardless of the pain your body endures, do not become agitated. It is your chakra, and you possess the ability to control it, quiet it down. Though Kakashi did not respond, he followed Ayam's advice, and to his relief, it proved effective. After all, chakra is merely a form of energy within the body. It can be released just as easily as it can be contained, although achieving this is not always straightforward. Now, let us discuss your injuries. At this rate, you still have a considerable distance to go before facing shock. Strive to regulate your heartbeat and breathing. With each word carefully articulated, Changpu gazed at Kakashi, whose body was adorned with glimmering long needles. She couldn't help but comment on the myriad of punctures. Once she had given her instructions, she settled into silence, attentively listening to Kakashi's rhythmic breaths, and the cell once again fell into tranquility. I have returned. Let us proceed to the next phase. I have a gift for you. One that is quite effective, she announced. Soon after, Yamming returned, syringe in hand, containing a vibrant green liquid. Observing Kakashi's trembling form seemed to heighten her delight. She approached him, crouching gently beside him, her fingers brushing against his ankle, then gliding upward along his waist and chest, feeling the powerful muscles quiver beneath her touch. The warmth of his body seeping through the fabric, the exquisite contours. Yamming appeared to caress a beloved work of art, her gaze tender, her movements cautious and gentle. Yet, upon contact, Kakashi's suffering body instinctively recoiled, prompting a momentary pause from Yamming before she broke into a smile. You are truly adorable. Fear not. This is merely a mild hallucinogen, with minimal harm to your body. Do enjoy. With that, she injected the substance into Kakashi, subsequently activating a mechanism to lower him. She was not ready for her task to conclude so swiftly. Kakashi collapsed onto the ground, his consciousness gradually blurring. Yamming affectionately stroked his head before departing, now simply awaiting the results, confident they would meet her expectations. When Kakashi next regained consciousness, he found himself not in the cell, but in an empty expanse, surrounded by an endless white void, utterly alone. He wandered aimlessly, devoid of any reference point, uncertain if he was truly moving forward. After what felt like an eternity, the scenery abruptly shifted, and he found himself within a room that stirred a sense of familiarity, causing him to furrow his brow. This is my home. It wasn't long before the realization of his surroundings dawned upon him, deepening his confusion. As he turned to leave, a child burst in, causing Kakashi's pupils to constrict as he fixated on the little one. Daddy, come practice swordplay with me, the child exclaimed, rushing past Kakashi to a man nearby. Gazing at him with eager anticipation, the man bent down, tenderly ruffling the child's hair, smiling gently as he replied, Of course, Kakashi is already quite impressive. Upon hearing the man's words, the child's face lit up with confidence and joy. Father, Kakashi could hardly believe the scene unfolding before him. Indeed, he was witnessing a moment from his own childhood, a memory vividly resurrected. I will become stronger than you one day, young Kakashi declared, playing with a small knife while nestled in Shua's embrace, looking up at his father. Yes, my little Kakashi will undoubtedly grow into an exceptional ninja. Sho replied with a soft smile. Will you witness my growth? Of course, I shall take pride in you. What is this, exactly? An illusion? Kakashi found the scene before him unsettlingly real. Even the familiar scent of home felt hauntingly vivid. He stood quietly to the side, his eyes harboring a myriad of emotions. As he indulged in this cherished memory, the surrounding scenery suddenly crumbled. In an instant, the sky darkened, revealing his father lying in a pool of blood. Father? Father? Kakashi rushed forward and knelt down. Though he understood this was not reality, he could not maintain his composure as his father collapsed before him once more. A chill enveloped him as he trembled while checking on Shuma's condition. If this were merely an illusion, he would not need to fear losing anything. Please, do not die before me again. Kakashi's eyes brimmed with pleading. He yearned to forget this memory. Why? Why does guilt now fill your heart? Suddenly, a voice echoed from behind Kakashi. He swiftly turned around, the scene shifting. When he beheld himself standing before him, he found himself at a loss for words. Should he inquire, "Who are you?" Kakashi, do not be so astonished. I am merely a fragment of your innermost self. The other Kakashi slowly approached him. Now, returning to the previous question, why do you feel guilt? I do not feel guilt. Kakashi rose and met his gaze. Do not deceive yourself. You cannot fool me. Were you not just feeling remorse for your past actions? What have I done in the past? No, you did nothing. And it is precisely because you did nothing that you feel guilty. Before your father's death, during those days filled with criticism, you stood idly by, silently watching your father be wounded by the scorn of others, rendered lifeless in spirit. Kakashi's eyes visibly dimmed. He realized he could not refute this. Do not attempt to justify yourself, nor console yourself with excuses that you were merely a child or that you had exams. Those are merely pretexts. Deep down, you harbored agreement with their words, believing your father was in the wrong. I did not. Feeling struck, Kakashi quickly denied it. I am you. Even the deepest recesses of your heart are known to me. Observing Kakashi's agitation, the other Kakashi cast a scornful glance at him. At that time, you deliberately avoided interacting with your father because you deemed him mistaken. Even after his death, you continued to believe he was erroneous, viewing his actions as weakness. Moreover, you harbored resentment towards him for his failings, for his evasion, and most importantly, for leaving you. Silence. You are not me. You know nothing. I do not hate my father. You resent him for breaking the promise he made to watch you grow, for those nights spent questioning why. Why he deceived you with the assurance of witnessing your growth. You hate him. No. Be silent. Kakashi yearned to strike a blow upon his own visage. Yet his fist met only the void, for the adversary lacked corporeal form. Presently, you find yourself engulfed in remorse for the animosity you once harbored towards him. Truth be told, had you acted differently in that moment, perhaps his father would have escaped the clutches of death. In his direst hour of need, you were absent. Kakashi now languished in a stupor, his mind inundated with echoes of bygone memories. Perhaps the words of his nemesis rang true, yet all of that lay in the past. He ought not to be ensnared by such illusions in the present. As Kakashi regained consciousness, the former iteration of himself had vanished. The scenery morphed once more. And Kakashi found himself at the site of his last mission with Obito and Rin, the Kanabi Bridge. The haunting specter of Obito's demise replayed vividly before him. Pinned beneath the weight of rubble, Obito congratulated Kakashi on his promotion to Jonin, bestowing upon him his precious eye as a token of friendship, while Rin wept inconsolably. After Kakashi and Rin departed, Obito was left to be entombed by the stones. Kakashi stood by, acutely aware that no action of his could alter the grim reality that had unfolded. Yet, this did not quell the tumult within his heart. He was compelled to relive the agony of losing a comrade, each dream a vivid recollection of every excruciating detail. Kakashi, why did you fail to protect Rin? Suddenly, a bloodied Obito materialized before him, his wounds grotesque, and with eyes clouded by anguish, he cast a resentful gaze upon Kakashi. Why? Obito's tortured voice echoed. Not you, Obito. Kakashi's eyes brimmed with sorrow, panic seizing him. Why did Obito always pose such questions in his dreams? How could he possibly respond? Kakashi, you are a self-righteous fool. Were you not formidable? Why did you leave me there alone? Why? It was so dark. Kakashi, I hate you. Obito. Kakashi longed to utter something, yet Obito had already faded away, as he reached out in a desperate attempt to grasp Obito. His hand instead penetrated Rin's chest, blood cascading from his fingers to the ground. Kakashi could still feel the warmth of Rin's essence within her. His eyes widened in horror. No. Rin. Rin gazed at Kakashi, pain etched upon her features. Why, Kakashi? I do not wish to die. I want to gaze upon you forever. How could you do this? Rin, I'm sorry, I never wanted this. Will you forgive me? At last. Tears streamed down Kakashi's cheeks, the sensation in his hand eroding his sanity piece by piece. These memories were what he most dreaded revisiting, each sleepless night. He yearned to cleanse himself of his sins, yet the nightmare persisted interminably. Kakashi, I shall never forgive you. Rin offered a desperate smile before collapsing. No. Rin. Kakashi clutched her lifeless form, tears cascading uncontrollably as his hands became saturated with her blood, the crimson hue searing his vision. Kakashi, it was your ineptitude that led to their demise. You are not only incompetent but also deluded. It is your arrogance that rendered you incapable of protecting them. Suddenly, that iteration of Kakashi reappeared. At this moment, Kakashi refrained from retorting, for he believed the words spoken were indeed true. He sat vacantly, cradling the lifeless Rin in his arms, gazing sorrowfully at her pallid visage, tears cascading onto her face. Kakashi, what purpose does your existence serve? To protect Konoha? You must realize that Konoha would remain unchanged without you. To them, you are merely superfluous, remarked that indifferent Kakashi. The scenery around him shifted once more, and Rin vanished. Kakashi found himself standing in a desolate clearing, the sky cloaked in ominous darkness, an oppressive weight pressing down upon him, while the wind carried a nauseating stench of blood. Regaining his senses, Kakashi surveyed his surroundings with confusion, when suddenly, a bloodied figure emerged from the ground, grasping at his foot in a desperate attempt to drag him down. The once firm earth morphed into a viscous pool of blood, pulling him deeper as the frigid temperature gnawed at his body. Get away, Kakashi exclaimed, kicking the figure away. His mood was far from pleasant. The haunting memories replayed endlessly in his mind, the inquiries from Obito and Rin, along with the words of that other Kakashi, relentlessly probing his nerves. It became abundantly clear that he needed to awaken from this torment. Kakashi, you should be with us. You are one of us. After repelling one figure, countless others resembling the previous one emerged, all battered and unable to walk, dragging their broken forms toward him. Kakashi realized they were all individuals he had slain, ninja from other villages, or those he had been dispatched to eliminate during his time in the Umbu. They crawled toward him, wailing in despair. As they grasped at him, they began to pull him downward. Kakashi struggled, yet he could still feel himself sinking into an unbearably cold abyss. You died because you deserved it. Do not blame anyone else. Get off me. Just as he was on the verge of being engulfed by the throng, he shouted vehemently. And in an instant, everyone vanished. Alone in the clearing, Kakashi sat on the ground, gasping for breath, the earlier suffocating sensation still causing his heart to race. Reflecting on the recent events, he had to concede that fear had indeed gripped him. They were right. He was akin to them. Perhaps he truly ought to join them. Kakashi, why do you live? As anticipated, that other Kakashi reappeared, looking down upon him with condescension. For myself, Kakashi replied. Yourself? Is that truly the case? Up until now? You have not lived for yourself. Rather, you believed your existence was devoid of significance. Before your father's death, you lived to make him proud. After his passing, you adhered to societal expectations, and upon encountering Obito, you began to prioritize your comrades. Tell me, have you ever lived according to your own wishes? I am living according to my own wishes now. Such eloquent words. Yet is the reality truly as you portray it? Are you certain your motivations are not tied to Obito or the Leaf Village? I act solely for my own sake. Thus, I pose to you this question. Are you truly content? You are well aware that you have devoted yourself wholeheartedly to the Leaf. Yet what have you ultimately gained? Within the village, the one who is perpetually revered is the Hokage, while you remain merely a modest shinobi. Despite your numerous contributions, how do the villagers perceive you? To them, you are simply fulfilling your duties, devoid of gratitude or compassion. When you faced wrongful accusations, their concern was for their own interests, not for your predicament. Why then do you continue to protect them? I do so willingly. My actions are not contingent upon their gratitude. Their trust in me is inconsequential, for they are of no importance to me. Kakashi spoke slowly, his tone imbued with profound weariness. After all he had endured, he longed to succumb to sleep, to escape the turmoil of these chaotic thoughts. Of no consequence? Indeed, they are insignificant beings. But what of these individuals? Kakashi raised his hand, gesturing toward a direction. Suddenly, Sakura, Naruto, Sasuke, and all others with whom Kakashi shared amicable ties stood before him. Kakashi gazed at them, only to find their eyes filled with disdain, skepticism, and loathing. Kakashi's heart sank. Each of their gazes pierced his heart like daggers. Kakashi-sensei, I truly should not have trusted you, Naruto declared coldly, his face contorted with disgust. Kakashi yearned to step forward, yet their expressions paralyzed him. Deep down, he knew this perception was false, yet he lacked the courage to shatter it. The past was behind him, and he was confident it was not real, but now it felt different. Naruto, listen to me. Stay away from me, Naruto retorted with disdain. You are not Naruto. He would never utter such words. Naruto's remarks jolted Kakashi into clarity. Kakashi-sensei, you have deeply disappointed me. I see no reason to greet someone who stands against the leaf with a smile, you traitor. Naruto, I implore you to never speak such words to me. Kakashi's tone grew increasingly desperate as he bowed his head in anguish, acutely aware of the falsity of this situation, yet overwhelmed by sorrow. This pain arises from the fears buried deep within your soul, Kakashi, for you harbor a belief that this could indeed transpire. As Kakashi languished in his cell, tormented by his thoughts, Sasuke and the others approached the Land of Fire's capital. After an extended pursuit, the Akatsuki, Team Hawk, and the Leaf's capture squad had converged. And it was time to bring this matter to a close. Sasuke, what shall we do upon our arrival at the capital? Suigetsu inquired. Having exerted considerable effort to evade Shikamaru and Ino's entanglements, he had finally caught up to Sasuke, having navigated around Naruto, leaving him quite fatigued. He hoped not to engage in any laborious tasks at the capital. You will find out once we arrive. Sasuke did not respond to Suigetsu, but rather to Karen. She was utterly exhausted. Physically, she could not match Sakura, making it quite challenging for her to shake off Sakura's presence. However, she possessed her own advantages, notably her keen awareness of others' positions, which allowed her to avoid unnecessary detours and gain ample rest. Upon hearing Karen's reply, Suigetsu pouted, clearly displeased, yet he tolerated it. Considering they were nearing the feudal lord's estate, the four continued in silence, accompanied by Yugo, who also found it difficult to part ways with Tintin and Lee. Trailing behind Team Hawk was a group from Konoha. Midway through their journey, they had overlooked their objectives, resulting in a rather somber atmosphere within the team. Hinata, Neji, Shino, and Kiba, the reconnaissance-type ninjas, diligently pursued the clues left along the path. Fortunately, it was not a particularly arduous task, and they managed to keep pace with Team Hawk. Naruto, are you all right? Throughout the journey, Hinata had been attentive to Naruto, whose pallid complexion filled her with concern. Furrowing her brow, she gazed at him. I'm fine. You needn't worry. Naruto turned to her, offering a smile that suggested he was indeed okay, yet those who truly understood him could see the underlying unease. That's good, Hinata replied with a slight nod. However, when Naruto turned away again, Hinata's expression remained one of worry, and she let out a soft sigh as she watched him. Aside from this brief exchange, there was little conversation among the group. Perhaps it was due to Naruto's usually cheerful demeanor having turned rather somber, or perhaps it was an ominous premonition of the events yet to unfold. As for the situation with Taiyu and Ran, they ambled leisurely behind, unhurried. With Sasuke at the forefront, Taiyu felt a sense of reassurance. Taiyu, where's that guy? Ran complained of boredom, lamenting that he hadn't engaged in many fights since his recovery. Which guy? The masked man. Oh, he is probably somewhere soaking up the sun. I'm not certain. Right. Ran nodded absently and fell silent. Perhaps he was already inside the feudal lord's estate, preparing to watch the spectacle. Taiyu pondered this, but soon realized that Ran had already dashed off into the distance. Returning to Kakashi, he had been unconscious for quite some time. During this period, the 7 wounds on his body continued to bleed profusely. SHBU watched helplessly, unable to assist Kakashi, even in the absence of Yamato. Kakashi-san, wake up. Hey. SHBU resorted to the most primitive method. She needed to rouse Kakashi so he could pull out the needles embedded in his body, lest he never awaken again. Regrettably, her voice failed to reach Kakashi's consciousness. You will inevitably face this outcome, Kakashi. Accept reality. In a sea of crimson. Kakashi gazed despairingly at the figures of those he cherished, passing him by with scornful looks. He called out to them, his father, his teacher, Obito, Rin, Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, Tsunade, Asuma, Guy, and others, but they offered no response, merely walking past him with cold indifference. After everyone had departed, Kakashi sat in despondency with his head lowered, his gaze vacant. The stares of those individuals left him somewhat disoriented, and his heart had lost its warmth. Beside him stood another Kakashi, uttering words laced with mockery. Silence! Kakashi shouted hoarsely, his eyes brimming with unshed tears, stubbornly refusing to let them fall. He did not wish to acknowledge the slightest trace of weakness within him any longer. Vent your frustrations at me, but it serves no purpose. You are merely directing your ire towards yourself. No one loathes you more than you do. He crouched down, softly whispering in Kakashi's ear, Kakashi, if you find this all so agonizing, so unbearable to reflect upon, why do you persist in enduring it? You ought to rest. Fear not, nothing will go awry in your absence. Sleep now, my tormented self. Kakashi sat in silence, the words of that other Kakashi echoing incessantly in his mind. As images that shattered his heart flashed before him. Perhaps he truly ought to take a respite. This world held no further obligations for him. Gradually, he closed his eyelids, exhaustion overwhelming him, weary from bearing the weight of the past, the present, and even the future. Ultimately, the stubborn tears cascaded down his cheeks, and with his eyes shut, he surrendered to the notion that enduring pain was no longer necessary. Drifting into slumber seemed a welcome reprieve. Kakashi, get up right now. As Kakashi sought a moment of rest, the voice of SHBU pierced through, startling him awake and abruptly reminding him of his current predicament, clarifying that all of this was merely an illusion. He had to rouse himself. Despite his yearning for repose, he could not afford to do so, for there were matters left unresolved. Kakashi's mind wrestled with the urge to command his body, yet it remained unresponsive, his eyelids seemingly weighted down with 1,000 pounds. Utterly incapable of lifting. Now he could distinctly hear SHBU calling out, "Kakashi-ya." Suddenly, her voice ceased, and Kakashi, filled with urgency, yearned to comprehend what had transpired. But his eyelids felt impossibly heavy. Then, he heard the sound of a cell door opening, and several figures entered. As they approached, Kakashi struggled to pry his eyes open just a fraction, and with that slight effort, he discerned the identity of the newcomers. Recognizing who they were jolted him back to awareness, as his mind instinctively regained control over his body, driven by an innate response to evade danger. "Kakashi, how have you been?" One of the three individuals inquired, the leader among them smiling, his eye bound with a bandage, and his right hand similarly wrapped. "As you can see, everything is well," Kakashi replied, sitting up and methodically extracting the needles from his body, discarding the bloodied ones haphazardly, save for one which he retained in his hand. "You're just putting on a brave face. I trust you understand the purpose of my visit," the elder remarked, his voice imbued with a sense of weariness. "Indeed, I am quite aware," Kakashi replied with a faint smile, gazing at the bloodstains on the ground, feeling profoundly drained. All that blood was vitality. Had it not been lost, he would not feel so lightheaded now. Let us not linger on unnecessary words. The individual approached slowly, halting before Kakashi. "However, it would be prudent to first assess the situation, for I am unable to escape. Am I not? Yet. There will be those who come to your rescue. To my knowledge, a considerable number are already en route. Is that so? Then I shall take my time. Perhaps pose a question. What has happened to her?" Kakashi, leaning against the wall, stood up slightly and cast a glance at the unconscious Shobu in the opposite cell. The individual appeared remarkably composed, slightly tilting his head to observe the bloody Kakashi. "You want to die. It seems you've mingled with the enemy. Perhaps this deed truly is yours, and I must admit I support it, though the method is rather foolish. It is evident that you take pleasure in this. Seizing power has always been your ambition, has it not?" Just as he was about to articulate a response, one of his subordinates whispered something in his ear. Then he addressed Kakashi, "Let us conclude this swiftly. You have quite a few followers, after all." He stepped back, and one of his subordinates lunged at Kakashi, initiating the combat. The subordinate, with his flowing orange hair, engaged in battle, while Kakashi defended himself with a needle, the clang of steel resonating within the cell. Kakashi evaded and counterattacked within the limited space, revealing the considerable strength of the orange-haired youth, making Kakashi's defense exceedingly strenuous. The youth thrust a kunai towards Kakashi's face with remarkable speed, but alas, Kakashi's Sharingan rendered this quick in his eyes. However, he knew his chakra would not last long, and he believed this battle would soon reach its conclusion. Kakashi swiftly sidestepped, wrapping the chain around the youth's arm, then pivoted to slam him forcefully against the wall, following up with a barrage of strikes, aiming to plunge the needle into the youth's heart. The orange-haired youth, pinned against the wall with his right hand restrained, could only use his other hand to fend off the needle's advance. Had Kakashi been at full strength, the needle would have already pierced him. After a moment of stalemate, Kakashi found himself overwhelmed. The youth strained to shift right, causing Kakashi's needle to withdraw from his chest. Seizing the opportunity, he struck Kakashi's jaw with his elbow. Instantly, Kakashi perceived a flurry of stars, his mouth filled with the metallic taste of blood, which he had long known. The youth broke free from the chains, and while Kakashi was still reeling, he landed a punch to his abdomen, causing Kakashi to double over in agony, gasping for breath. His vision blurred, a white haze engulfing him. Following this, a knee strike ascended sharply, further assaulting Kakashi's chin, and he gradually succumbed to the ground, dazed, his body battered and bruised. This time, fortune did not favor Kakashi. In his weakened state, he stood no chance against a vigorous adversary. He lay on the ground, breathing weakly, each inhalation bringing pain. Once the encounter concluded, The orange-haired youth stepped aside, awaiting the next directive from the individual. As the figure approached the blood-soaked Kakashi, he lifted the latter's head and, squinting, whispered, "Kakashi, your eyes, I shall accept them." Suddenly, a piercing voice shattered the previously tranquil atmosphere surrounding the Lord's estate, proclaiming, "Enemy attack. Sound the alarm." The owner of the voice collapsed immediately after, yet his words reverberated in the ears of every sentinel stationed at the estate. In an instant, the forces of the estate began to assemble. "Hurry! They have returned. Everyone, prepare to repel the invaders. Keep a vigilant watch over the prison. Do not afford the prisoners a single opportunity to escape. Do you hear me?" In the square behind the estate's gate, a group of samurai, the estate's guardians, congregated. Each one poised for action, their expressions grave. The humiliation of their previous defeat weighed heavily upon them, and this time, they vowed to protect the dignity of the estate with their lives. Yes, the square, filled with a throng of over 1,000 warriors, echoed with their resounding and synchronized voices, exuding a spirit of unwavering resolve. "Excellent. This time, our strength far surpasses what it was before, and according to intelligence reports, the enemy numbers merely a handful. Should they achieve their objective, what face would we have left to live?" A voice rang out from the front of the formation. It belonged to Inada, the one responsible for capturing Kakashi. He was, without a doubt, the leader of the estate's guard, excluding the Lord's personal retinue. Indeed, the troops commenced their movements, each taking their positions in the areas they were assigned to guard. The adversaries they spoke of were none other than Sasuke and his companions, regrettably including the Leaf Ninjas within their scope of enemies. They would soon witness the flooding of the Dragon King Temple. A mere quarter of an hour earlier, Sasuke and his forward team had already breached the perimeter of the estate's defenses. This time, they were far from subtle the moment they stepped into the alert zone. The sentinels detected their presence, triggering the earlier commotion as everyone sprang into action. Sasuke swiftly dealt with the guards that surged towards him, his mood darkening. According to Karen's intel, Kakashi's chakra had recently begun to behave strangely and weakened significantly. Moments ago, 3 figures had appeared beside Kakashi, one of whom was his greatest nemesis, Danzo. Astute as he was, Sasuke understood Danzo's intention for appearing next to Kakashi at that moment. Without question, it was for the Sharingan. Though he harbored a deep disdain for Kakashi's possession of the Sharingan, it did not mean he would permit others to seize it from him, least of all Danzo. Thus, he had to prevent this from occurring. Sasuke was already moving at his utmost speed, with Suigetsu and Jugo closely following his pace, while Karen lagged slightly behind, her body weary from days of relentless pursuit. Yet for Sasuke's sake, she gritted her teeth and persevered. Behind them, Naruto and his group, after an extended chase, finally caught sight of Sasuke and his companions. However, the Lord's estate loomed nearer, indicating their inability to halt Sasuke's incursion. "Shikamaru, what should we do now? We cannot prevent them from entering." Tion, concerned, questioned as she observed the distance closing in. "Let's do our utmost to thwart them before they cause chaos, ensuring they do not come into contact with Kakashi-sensei." Shikamaru replied calmly, asserting that preventing their interaction would signify that Konoha stands with the daimyo's residents. "Understood. What about the 2 behind them?" Tion inquired again, mentioning that Taeyong and Ran were following closely behind. "We must stop them from entering. Then we will split into 2 groups, one to intercept Sasuke and the other to confront me. Naruto, Sakura, Neji, and Shino, you will go after Sasuke, while the rest will assist me in confronting me." Acknowledged. The group nodded in agreement. As they witnessed Sasuke and his companions beginning to engage the guards of the daimyo's residence, they recognized the urgency to hasten their pace. However, when they too came under attack from the guards, it became apparent that the situation was far from simple. "Naruto, you proceed. We will handle the aftermath," Shikamaru instructed, and the group divided into the 2 previously discussed teams. Due to the guards' obstruction, Sasuke and his companions found their progress significantly hindered, ultimately failing to prevent their entry into the daimyo's residence. Awaiting them at the entrance were thousands of guards positioned strategically, at the command of the leader. Countless arrows rained down upon the 4. "Goodness, Sasuke, you've put me in a predicament," Suigetsu complained as he dodged, seemingly aware of the intent to exhaust him. "You all stay back," Sasuke declared before leaping forward, clearly intent on breaching the stronghold alone. In an instant, all arrows were aimed at him, unfazed by the onslaught. Sasuke gripped his Kusanagi sword tightly, eliminating all obstacles in his path. Upon reaching the castle gate, the samurai surged forward, eager to eliminate this audacious intruder. Yet, one must ponder who truly lacks awareness of their own limits. Sasuke stood there, coldly observing the overconfident assailants, his dark eyes devoid of emotion. Accompanied by the chilling glint of the Kusanagi and his lithe form amidst the crowd, a crimson trail marked his passage. At that moment, Sasuke yearned to locate Kakashi swiftly. Hoping it was not too late, he wished to avoid witnessing the Sharingan fall into Danzo's hands, an affront to the Uchiha clan. Meanwhile, Suigetsu and the others were fervently fending off the samurai's assaults, unwilling to be cornered. Following the path created by Sasuke, they successfully infiltrated the inner sanctum of the daimyo's residence. Shortly thereafter, Naruto and his companions arrived at the scene. With Sakura's explanations, they managed to avoid the samurai's hindrance and quickly caught up with Suigetsu's group. What on earth are you planning to do? Sakura, alongside Shino and Niji, confronted Suigetsu, Jago, and Karen, blocking their way, while Naruto pursued Sasuke. Observing the arrival of Sakura and her companions, the samurai retreated a few paces, realizing that it was best to leave the ninjas to deal with their own kind. Having witnessed the prowess of Suigetsu and the others, we are equally uncertain. As Sasuke summoned us here, and so we arrived. Suigetsu leaned lazily against his sword, which he had planted into the ground, his eyes resembling those of a lifeless fish as he shrugged in exasperation. I refuse to believe it, Sakura exclaimed, furrowing her brows and fixing her gaze intently upon Suigetsu. That is your concern. Cease your chatter and let us engage in battle. With a flick of his wrist, Suigetsu grasped his sword anew, resting it upon his shoulder and gesturing towards Sakura and the others with a slight lift of his chin. Wait, do you wish for Kakashi to perish? Suddenly, the usually silent Karen spoke up, hands on her hips and a confident grin adorning her face. I am unclear as to what you are implying. Though Sakura felt a twinge of confusion, she dismissed it as mere trickery from their adversaries. You may choose to disbelieve, but I must inform you that Kakashi-sensei is currently in grave peril. Instead of wasting time here, you ought to hasten to check on your teacher. We shall depart. With a calm tone, Karen addressed Sakura and her companions before continuing towards Sasuke, undeterred by the minor guards who were utterly incapable of halting her, especially with Suigetsu and Jugo at her back. Stop. Before the situation could be fully comprehended, Sakura and her companions were resolute in preventing their escape. Even though they were deeply concerned by Karen's words, combat was inevitable. While Sakura and her allies stalled Suigetsu and the others, Sasuke had already reached the entrance of the prison, where Naruto stood in his path. Do not approach Kakashi-sensei, Naruto warned, standing firmly at the prison door, his clear blue eyes filled with vigilance. Move aside, Sasuke replied, his expression unchanging, his annoyance with Naruto's naive demeanor palpable. Were Naruto to grasp Kakashi's current predicament, he would surely not obstruct him. However, Naruto remained oblivious, and Sasuke saw no value in elaborating. No, Naruto asserted with unwavering determination. TCH, Sasuke frowned slightly, a look of irritation crossing his face as he charged towards Naruto. The clash of the Kusanagi sword against Shuriken sparked fiercely. Stand down, Sasuke, Naruto pleaded, attempting to reason with him. But alas, Sasuke was singularly focused on one objective: to locate Kakashi and rescue him if necessary. Perhaps due to Sasuke's clearer goal, devoid of the emotional turmoil that burdened Naruto, the outcome of their confrontation was swiftly determined. After toppling Naruto, Sasuke surged into the prison, guided by instinct towards Kakashi's location. As Naruto recovered and spat out dust, he hastened after Sasuke. Upon spotting him again, Sasuke stood silently before a cell door, his Kusanagi stained with the blood of the guards, droplets cascading down the blade. He gazed impassively at the figure sprawled in a pool of blood. When Naruto arrived, Sasuke lifted his gaze momentarily, his eyes seemingly harboring a sentiment that Naruto could not quite decipher. Yet, in that moment, Naruto felt as if his heart were gripped by an unseen force. He sensed that something dreadful had transpired. Stepping over the fallen bodies, Naruto approached Sasuke, and upon beholding the scene within the cell, a chill enveloped him entirely. What greeted Naruto's eyes was a lifeless Kakashi, bound by shackles. Kakashi lay in a pool of blood, his once silver hair now stained a dark crimson. His clothes were soaked with gore, and the exposed skin of his arms bore the marks of struggle, while his complexion was as pale as snow. Kakashi lay there in silence. But the most striking aspect was his eyes. Sasuke had already deduced from the blood seeping from Kakashi's closed left eye that the eye had been taken. Kakashi-sensei. After a moment of stupor, panic spread across Naruto's face as he hurriedly opened the cell door and rushed inside. He lifted Kakashi from the ground and quickly checked for any sign of breath. His heart calmed slightly upon discovering Kakashi still had a faint pulse. There was still hope. As Naruto softly called out Kakashi's name, he attempted to unlock Kakashi's shackles, but, as before, he found himself unable to do so. Here, just as Naruto felt helpless, Sasuke tossed him a key. Gratefully, Naruto glanced at him before carefully unlocking Kakashi's restraints. Sasuke stood behind Naruto, his eyes filled with inscrutable emotions. His grip on the Kusanagi sword so tight that his knuckles turned white, a detail he might not have even noticed. Once the shackles were removed, Naruto gently cradled Kakashi and made his way outside, knowing he needed to find Sakura quickly, lest he lose his beloved teacher. After Naruto departed, Sasuke prepared to follow. But upon noticing the irises in the adjacent cell, he paused, contemplating that rescuing them might aid Kakashi. Thus, he threw the key inside, the sound of it hitting the ground rousing the captive. By then, Naruto and Sasuke had already gone far away. Holding Kakashi, Naruto dared not move too hastily, fearful of exacerbating Kakashi's injuries. Cradling the blood-soaked body in his arms, Naruto's emotions were beyond words. The warmth of the blood felt like molten lava against his hands, searing his palms and igniting his heart in anguish. Soon, Naruto emerged from the passage, only to be confronted by the sharp blade of a katana. Release the criminal. Clearly, these warriors were unwilling to let Naruto take Kakashi away. Listen to me. Naruto desperately sought to explain, but they showed no inclination to listen, charging towards him. With Kakashi injured in his arms, Naruto could not use ninjutsu nor evade. He had no choice but to turn around, shielding Kakashi tightly against himself. Bracing for the impending pain, the winter air was bitterly cold, the frigid wind howling through the open space in front of the prison, causing shivers to run down one's spine. Even though it was midday, the temperature showed no signs of rising, making any confrontation in such an environment exceedingly arduous. Meanwhile, in the daimyo's mansion, Sakura and her companions faced off against Suigetsu and his two allies, while other warriors looked on, aware that the battles between ninjas were beyond the capabilities of those with lesser strength. Particularly concerning Suigetsu's ninjutsu, its scope is extensive. Thus, approaching too closely greatly increases the risk of being caught in its effects. Consequently, Itachi ordered the majority to guard the prison. The prisoners have been liberated. Hurry and assist. This news swiftly circulated among the guards and naturally reached Sakura and her companions. Is Sasuke already on the move? Suigetsu remarked nonchalantly, his demeanor remarkably relaxed, as if he regarded the situation with indifference. Let us hasten to join him, Karen declared, sprinting toward the prison after fending off one of Shino's attacks. Shugo had already raced ahead upon hearing the news, but Niji's obstruction had prevented him from advancing significantly. Sakura, we should hurry to ascertain the situation, Niji suddenly interjected, having overheard a peculiar piece of information. It seems Naruto has rescued Kakashi-sensei. What? What is he doing? Isn't this complicating our position? Sakura exclaimed, immediately dashing toward the prison to uncover the truth. With Sakura and her group aligned in purpose with Suigetsu's, there was no conflict between them, and they proceeded to the prison's entrance together. To the guards of the daimyo, it appeared that the Leaf Village and Team Hawk were in cahoots. Konoha had betrayed them. Quickly, stop them. After a moment of panic, the samurai displayed commendable military discipline under the guidance of their squad leaders, separating those who were too far apart, their swords glistening ominously. Allow me to explain, it is not as you perceive. We merely wish to assist, Sakura implored, finding herself and Niji encircled by the warriors. Save your breath. The fact remains that your comrades have freed the prisoners. Konoha's intentions are indeed treacherous, and the guilt of Hitaki Kakashi is beyond doubt. You shall not escape today, declared a squad leader, his tone resolute and unyielding. Niji furrowed his brow tightly. His patience was wearing thin with these unreasonable individuals. He longed to strike them down, yet his reason prevailed. He turned to Sakura and asked, what should we do now? I have no idea. We absolutely cannot surrender. Sakura whispered, her eyes warily surveying the surrounding samurai. Let us regroup with Naruto first. Kakashi-sensei's condition seems dire, Niji stated soberly. He had just used his Byakugan to assess the situation, confirming the samurai's claims that Naruto had indeed rescued Kakashi, whose condition appeared precarious. With Sasuke engaged in fierce combat beside him. Very well, let us charge forth, Sakura nodded. As soon as she spoke, Sakura and Niji sprang into action, while Shino, upon receiving Niji's signal, commenced his ninjutsu to facilitate their movement. Meanwhile, Suigetsu showed no reservations. He eliminated anyone who stood in their way with ruthless simplicity. Thus, a chaotic melee ensued before the prison corridor. A multitude of warriors encircled Naruto and Sasuke, leaving Naruto unable to act, just as he braced himself for anticipated pain. It never came. Instead, he heard a series of anguished cries. When he turned his gaze, he found Sasuke standing before him, sword in hand. The Kusanagi blade stained with fresh blood. The warriors surrounding them bore deep, bone-visible wounds on their hands. Sasuke cast a contemptuous glance at the blood on his blade, casually flicking it away, the droplets creating a striking arc on the ground, a vivid warning line that intimidated the restless foes before them. Naruto stared at Sasuke, bewildered by his actions. "Sasuke, what are you doing? Don't get the wrong idea. I'm not saving you," Sasuke replied coldly, glancing back at Naruto. "Whatever the case, thanks," Naruto said with a weak smile, the weight in his hands making the gesture feel futile. He was nearing the point where he could no longer muster a smile. "Now, let's deal with these pests," Sasuke said icily, stepping forward. The warriors instinctively retreated a step. Despite their status as warriors, their courage waned at the sight of Sasuke's emotionless, blood-red Sharingan. They felt as if they were being scrutinized by a demon from the depths of hell, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Charge. Yet, warriors are warriors. Even when faced with an opponent they could not hope to defeat, they obeyed orders, attempting to prevent Naruto and Sasuke's escape. A surge of warriors advanced, and Sasuke swiftly maneuvered between them, with Naruto closely following, narrowly dodging the oncoming blades. "Sasuke, cover me." With the numbers overwhelming, Naruto struggled to hold his ground. Even with Sasuke's assistance, he was compelled to resort to ninjutsu, temporarily setting aside Kakashi. Sasuke did not verbally respond to Naruto's plea, yet his actions spoke volumes. As Naruto gently laid Kakashi on the ground, Sasuke stood guard, ensuring the warriors could not succeed. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Naruto rapidly enacted the technique, and in an instant, countless clones of himself filled the venue. He then swiftly lifted Kakashi, moving toward the prison exit with the support of his clones and Sasuke amidst the chaos of battle cries. Holding Kakashi tightly, Naruto felt the chill seep into Kakashi's body, growing increasingly frigid. He yearned to transfer his warmth to Kakashi, hoping to sustain him until they encountered Sakura. Sakura. At long last, Naruto and Sasuke burst from the prison. The moment they stepped outside, Naruto spotted Sakura and her companions engaged in battle with the warriors. Simultaneously, as Naruto and Sasuke emerged, Sakura and her group noticed them, including Karen. Karen rushed towards Sasuke the moment she laid eyes on him, positioning herself at his side. "Sakura, hurry over here," Naruto exclaimed anxiously, and as Sakura noticed Kakashi cradled in his arms, she rushed over, with Neji and Shino clearing a path beside her. Soon, Sakura reached Naruto's side. She cast a glance at Sasuke before diverting her gaze. Meanwhile, Suigetsu and Jugo gathered, forming a group of 8. With Naruto's team and Sasuke's team now united, only to be encircled by the samurai. "Oh heavens, quickly lay down Kakashi-sensei," Sakura urged Naruto hastily. Her brow furrowed as she assessed Kakashi's condition, her voice quivering with urgency. Damn it! Damn it! After setting Kakashi down, Naruto despondently struck the ground, lamenting why he had allowed them to capture Kakashi-sensei in the first place. Sakura immediately began to treat Kakashi, while the others remained vigilant against the restless samurai. Perhaps influenced by Sasuke's demeanor, as Suigetsu and others subtly surrounded them. "Where have Karen and Danzo gone?" Sasuke inquired after glancing at Kakashi, intent on retrieving Kakashi's eyes. "Not far. Should we pursue them?" Karen responded, gauging the situation. "Let's wait a moment," Sasuke replied without elaboration. Oh, just as Sakura was nervously attending to Kakashi, commotion erupted from the crowd, and shortly thereafter, Shikamaru and the others appeared before them, followed by Taiyu and Ren heading towards the prison. "Sasuke, what are you doing here?" Shikamaru questioned upon spotting him, but Sasuke merely shot him a cold glance without answering. "Why isn't Sasuke causing trouble this time? What is happening?" Naruto quickly interjected, recalling that Shikamaru and the others were supposed to intercept Taiyu. "We received word that you had rescued Kakashi-sensei. After learning about his condition through Hinata's eyes, we hurried here, though the guards at the daimyo's residence slowed us down." Kakashi-sensei. Hinata's eyes glistened with tears as she gazed at the weakened Kakashi on the ground, struggling to comprehend who could be so cruel. Tenten, standing beside her, was filled with rage, vowing that if she discovered the perpetrator's identity, she would certainly eliminate them. Kakashi-sensei's eyes are missing. Sakura's revelation redirected everyone's attention back to Kakashi. Initially, while treating him, she had been captivated by the turmoil within his body, failing to notice the absence of his eyes. Kakashi's body seemed to churn with chaos, reduced to a mere shell. Sakura devoted all her energy to restoring his insides until she noticed the chakra pooling towards his left eye, realizing that his eyes had indeed been taken. What? Naruto, taken aback, had not previously acknowledged this detail, and the others displayed expressions of shock, their spirits further weighed down. I will hunt down that bastard, Naruto declared, eager to pursue the assailant, to which Lee immediately agreed. I will go too. Shikamaru hurriedly restrained them. You don't even know who the culprit is. What are you shouting about? Damn it. Damn it. After listening to Shikamaru's words, Naruto felt increasingly frustrated. Was there truly nothing he could do? Lee also lowered his head in dismay. Naruto. Hinata looked at him with concern. I will retrieve Kakashi's eyes, Sasuke suddenly declared. The crowd gazed at him in disbelief. Without offering any explanation for their bewildered expressions, Sasuke called upon Karen and departed. Suigetsu and Jugo covered their retreat until they exited the walls of the daimyo's castle. Naruto, we must hasten back to Konoha. My medical ninjutsu is insufficient to save Kakashi-sensei from peril. Before this issue could be addressed, another arose. Kakashi had lost too much blood, his self-healing abilities were severely compromised, and his condition was dire. She could only maintain Kakashi's current state, preventing further deterioration. You shall not leave today. Just as they intended to set off for Konoha, Hinata emerged from the crowd. Two have already departed. Suigetsu scoffed, and after seeing Sasuke and the others off, he and Jugo returned to their original positions. Though reluctant, he felt there might be some entertainment to witness, so he stayed. Hinata was momentarily taken aback, his expression turning sour. Today, you must allow us to leave. Shikamaru stepped forward to confront Hinata. On what grounds? Because if you do not, you will come to regret it. Shikamaru was reluctant to elaborate. Kakashi's plight had soured his feelings towards the people of the daimyo's castle, a sentiment he had held from the start. Let us see how that unfolds. Hinata dismissed Shikamaru's words. Suddenly, commotion erupted from the other side of the crowd, and before anyone could react, Tear, Ran, and Iam appeared before them. Good afternoon, everyone. Tear greeted with a smile. Ran stood emotionless beside him, while Iam rushed towards Kakashi, only to be immediately intercepted by the Konoha ninjas, preventing her from approaching him. Please. I am a medical ninja, Iam insisted, her eyes fixed on the kunai aimed at her. If you wish for Kakashi-san to recover swiftly, let me through. You would do well to heed her, Tear added. Shikamaru scrutinized Iam carefully, and after a moment of contemplation, he consented to let her treat Kakashi, with Sakura overseeing her actions. Thank you. Iam expressed her gratitude to Shikamaru before kneeling beside Kakashi to commence treatment. You handle the eyes. I will take care of the rest. Sakura looked up, slightly puzzled. Was Iam just speaking to her? Nevertheless, she decided to proceed. As Iam's healing chakra began to manifest, Sakura suddenly sensed something unusual. Iam's medical ninjutsu was distinctly different from that of an ordinary person. Surrounded by the guards of the daimyo's castle, Naruto, Sakura, and the rest of their group awaited the unfolding events. If escape was impossible, it was certainly not an option. Given their strengths, evading the samurai would not be effortless. Yet it was not insurmountably difficult either. After all, even elephants fear ants, do they not? In terms of numbers, their side held a significant advantage from the outset. In this modest square, the atmosphere was thick with tension. It is not merely the silent standoff between the two parties that captures attention, but also the central figures in this unfolding drama. Within the encircled gathering of Naruto and others, SHBU and Sakura are diligently attending to Kakashi's treatment. SHBU is wholly focused, while Sakura finds herself unable to concentrate. Ever since SHBU commenced her healing, a frown of confusion has etched itself upon Sakura's brow. Sakura quickly discerns that SHBU's ninjutsu differs from her own. As SHBU's chakra makes contact with Kakashi's body, an unusual reaction ensues. As if Kakashi's body were responding to SHBU's chakra, a similar chakra surges from within him, working to repair his injuries, causing Kakashi to emanate a vibrant green glow of healing chakra, accelerating the recovery process far beyond the norm. Sakura senses that Kakashi's previously chaotic state is gradually stabilizing. She carefully tends to his eyes, all the while observing SHBU places her hands upon Kakashi's chest, channeling an abundance of chakra. As the treatment progresses, beads of sweat accumulate on her brow, her dark green eyes intently fixed on Kakashi, her sole focus being his salvation. Is there something on my face? Suddenly, SHBU looks up at Sakura, her curiosity piqued by Sakura's unwavering gaze. Huh? No, not at all. Startled by SHBU's unexpected query, Sakura realizes that her lingering stare was quite impolite, causing a flush to rise upon her cheeks, creating an awkward atmosphere. Why are you staring at me? SHBU rolls her eyes and wipes the sweat from her face, grumbling about the discomfort of sweating in such cold weather. This job is unbearable. She flicks her hair back, resuming her familiar complaints. Slowly, she rises, reverting to her original demeanor the moment she steps away from the confines of the cell. For the sense of not being herself is stifling. As she begins to speak, she halts the treatment. Kakashi has barely escaped danger and now requires time to recover. May I inquire about something? After a moment of hesitation, Sakura cannot suppress her curiosity any longer, noting that Kakashi's eyes are now bandaged, allowing for a brief respite. What is it? SHBU stretches her limbs and sits back down, deciding it best to ensure Kakashi's condition improves, even as she remains unturned from Sakura. Your healing ninjutsu. Sakura hesitates, gripping her hands nervously, unsure if it is appropriate to inquire about SHBU's techniques, fearing they may be secret arts. And questioning such matters might be deemed rude, especially considering SHBU is an adversary. Noticing Sakura's incomplete question, SHBU raises an eyebrow in curiosity. After a brief contemplation, she responds earnestly, "Oh, that? I injected a specific potion beforehand, which contains my blood." Sakura finds herself perplexed by this revelation. Due to the unique circumstances within my household, our chakra originates from our cells. I possess the ability to process my own blood through a certain method and subsequently inject it into another's body. In other words, once my cells enter Kakashi-san's body, they remain there, and upon contact with my chakra, they too generate chakra. Is this what you wish to inquire about? Noticing Sakura's bewildered expression, SHBU continued her explanation. It turns out that the injection of that slightly red medicine was a preparation for this scenario, akin to a protective talisman. Hence, when Ran learned of the need to inject Kakashi, she inquired whether he intended to join the ranks. Evidently, all members of our group possess this talisman within their bodies. SHBU spoke with a light-hearted tone, her eyes shimmering with joy and confidence. Perhaps she relished discussing medical matters, given that it is her area of expertise. But won't your cell's chakra deplete? Sakura inquired, having absorbed the explanation yet still grappling with many uncertainties. "Oh, that's a different matter," SHBU replied proudly. Cells can be regarded as complete living entities. As long as they are in a suitable environment, they can thrive independently. Inside Kakashi-san's body, they are indeed living well. And chakra is, of course, present. However, they will eventually be assimilated and will become ineffective after a few uses. Oh, I see. Sakura was astonished by this peculiar method of treatment, yet its efficacy was undeniable, prompting her to consider further research. Integrating my cells into his body was initially quite painful due to rejection, so I survived by a process of absorption and merging before things returned to normal. A word of caution: do not attempt this lightly. Using the wrong formula can lead to significant complications. Observing Sakura's silence as she pondered, SHBU sensed her curiosity and smiled, delighted to encounter someone of similar interests, though she dismissed those akin to Yamiyo. "Now, I shall leave everything to you. I am off to find someone." Rising to stretch her stiff limbs, SHBU acknowledged Sakura's understanding with a nod. "Where are you headed?" Tai, noticing SHBU's intent to stir up trouble, quickly grasped her arm. "What do you mean by where?" "Naturally, I am going to confront the vile woman responsible for Kakashi's condition. I promised that once I was free, I would tear her apart." SHBU deftly tied her long, dark green hair back, clearly preparing for action as she spoke to Tai with a sense of entitlement. "You should remain here and continue treating Kakashi. Don't wander off. We don't want you getting captured again," Tai retorted impatiently, asserting that this matter was beyond SHBU's purview and admonishing her interference. "Are you underestimating my capabilities?" SHBU replied, her mood instantly soured upon hearing his words. Her comprehension was indeed peculiar. "Stay put," Tai insisted, opting for a commanding tone to assert his authority. Knowing this would compel SHBU to acquiesce. "TCH, fine," SHBU relented, pouting as she settled beside Kakashi. With so many present, it appeared that her intervention would not be necessary after all. Others stood by, observing Changpu's temper tantrum. Sakura was perplexed as to why Changpu was so furious about Kakashi's injuries. At least, that was her interpretation of her emotions. She was eager to uncover the mystery behind the unusual attitude of Yami's associates towards Kakashi and to understand what transpired between Kakashi and Yami. The others in Konoha shared her curiosity. Meanwhile, Ran languidly stared at the floor, resting his small head in boredom. Initially, he was excited when Changpu mentioned seeking retribution, but his enthusiasm was swiftly quashed by Tai Liang's intervention. Shuei and Chongwu felt similarly disinterested. While Chongwu was indifferent, Shuei could hardly bear the monotony. He found it exhausting to venture out alone, hence he remained. "Sakura, how is Kakashi-sensei?" Naruto inquired anxiously as Sakura seemed to have concluded her task. With the others attentively listening, "He is barely out of danger, but we must swiftly find a way to move him indoors. The temperature here is far too low." Sakura gazed worriedly at Kakashi, who was sweating profusely and currently running a slight fever. Remaining in such an environment would not bode well for his condition. "She is right. You must devise a plan," Changpu remarked as she sat with her legs drawn up. Suddenly, a significant thought seemed to strike her, and she leapt to her feet. Hands clutching her head as she exclaimed, "Oh no, I completely forgot about that little brat. Tai Liang, Ran, you must help me bring him out." The suddenness of Changpu's outburst startled the others, and Ran impatiently glared at her, questioning her intentions. "I promised Kakashi-san that I would take care of him." "I cannot break my word," Changpu declared, already making her way outside. "Stop. Stay here, Ran, and I will handle it," Tai Liang insisted, unable to tolerate Changpu's incessant chatter. The quickest way to silence her was to resolve the matter swiftly. "All the best. It's the one in my cell," Changpu remarked, seemingly confident that they would comply, her face brimming with self-satisfaction. Subsequently, Tai Liang reluctantly departed with Ran. "Why are you capturing Kakashi-sensei?" Naruto approached Changpu as she resumed her seat. Perhaps this question was on everyone's mind, as all eyes turned towards her. Hey, this is not the time for an interrogation. Could you please be mindful of your surroundings?" Changpu retorted, taken aback by Naruto's relentless gaze, which promised no reprieve until he received a satisfactory answer, alongside the scrutinizing stares of others, which made her instinctively shrink back. Now she regretted sending Tai Liang and ran away. Shikamaru surveyed the scene. Discerning that the warriors would not attack immediately, he calmly stated, "You need not worry, it won't de-escalate that quickly. Just explain why you captured Kakashi-sensei instead of killing him. What do you intend to use him for? If I say it's for fun, will you all attack me?" Changpu pulled up her hood, shrinking back further, unable to provide a concrete answer to Shikamaru's inquiry. "What? You did this just for amusement? You've harmed so many people? That's outrageous. It's utterly despicable." Tian exclaimed angrily, her disdain for those who disregard human life evident. "Calm down, Tian." Hinata grasped the arm of Tintin, who was eager to strike, and addressed the languid SHBU on the ground, stating, "Regardless of your motives, we shall never forgive you for harming Kakashi-sensei." Although Hinata refrained from voicing her thoughts on how Naruto was hurt, the sentiment lingered unspoken. "Speak," Shikamaru urged, fixing his gaze upon SHBU. She met his stare momentarily before averting her gaze to the others, questioning, "Why inquire about a game you already comprehend?" Shikamaru merely frowned, aware that SHBU had more to articulate. The others were puzzled but remained silent, while Suigetsu watched with keen interest. "Do not shift the blame for Kakashi-san's current predicament solely onto us. Frankly, it is a consequence of your own actions," SHBU languidly declared after a pause. Observing the subtle expressions of her audience, the mocking glint in her eyes left Shikamaru and the others feeling unsettled. How dare the perpetrator cast such aspersions, merely shirking accountability? "What do you mean?" Sakura glared at SHBU, convinced that the entire situation stemmed from the actions of the Akatsuki organization. SHBU, under the collective scrutiny, shrugged, replying, "I'm not entirely certain, but if you had placed enough trust in Kakashi-san, this ordeal would have concluded the moment he returned to Konoha. Yet it did not. You allowed those scoundrels to abduct him. This is the consequence of your inaction." Perhaps there was a modicum of truth in SHBU's assertions, for the group fell into a contemplative silence. Naruto, reflecting on the day Kakashi was captured, sank into deep regret, pondering whether things would have been different had he prevented Kakashi's departure. Sakura furrowed her brow, unable to accept SHBU's perspective. "Isn't it your organization's slander that led to Kakashi-sensei's arrest? We merely ignited the spark. Without the explosives, there would be no explosion. Why did you prepare the explosives?" "Enough," Shikamaru interjected, unable to tolerate SHBU's remarks any longer. "It is clear who should bear the blame for this situation, certainly." It is the Akatsuki. But do we have no fault in this ourselves? Upon hearing Shikamaru's words, the group fell silent. They were now faced with the full might of the daimyo's forces. If tensions remained unresolved, Konoha would confront an entire nation's military might. And the consequences of mismanagement would be dire. Compromise might be a prudent approach, yet it could jeopardize Kakashi's safety. Let us break through, Lee, who had remained quiet until now, suddenly proposed. In his view, the daimyo's estate had become the enemy, their culpability for Kakashi's harm indisputable. Indeed. Let us not linger. Kakashi-sensei's condition is precarious. We must act swiftly. Tenten concurred, her expression rife with concern. Yen and Ningji expressed their agreement, despite Ningji's initial reluctance, as he recognized the futility of opposing the daimyo's authority. However, considering Kakashi's current predicament, he ultimately acquiesced. It is evident how repugnant the actions of the daimyo towards Kakashi truly are. Shikamaru furrowed his brow, pondering the complexity of the situation. While they deliberated on whether to make a bold move, Jinda took action. He could no longer afford to postpone matters. Observing Shikamaru and the others poised for action, experience told him that inaction would yield no favorable outcome. Do you dare to act recklessly within the daimyo's domain, without contemplating the consequences you might face? After careful consideration, Jinda resolved to apprehend them immediately, adopting a stance of righteous indignation. Moreover, with his advantages, he would not allow them to escape once more. We are acutely aware of your strength and influence, yet that does not imply we shall cower. Upon hearing Jinda's voice, the others directed their gazes towards him. Disgust evident on their faces, Tenten furrowed her brow and loudly addressed Jinda, while Sakura stood up, her stance clear, ready for combat. Tenten. Shikamaru turned to shake his head at her, glancing back at Kakashi before addressing Jinda. We acknowledge our fault in this matter. But did the daimyo not promise to refrain from harming Lord Kakashi? Under the current circumstances, we are entirely justified in taking him back. Am I mistaken? Do you truly place faith in such promises? At Shikamaru's remarks, the resting Shobai could not suppress a scoff, her expression betraying her disbelief at the absurdity of the situation. Silence. Shikamaru shot a glare at Shobai, wishing fervently that she would remain mute. With a roll of her eyes, Shobai fell silent. In response to Shikamaru's words, Jinda found himself at a loss for words. Logically, one cannot inflict punishment upon a suspect without formal charges. Are you attempting to coerce a confession? Shikamaru continued pressing. Having advanced a few paces, his fists clenched at his sides. His countenance darkened as he fixed his gaze intently upon the evidently flustered Jinda. You are not entirely wrong. Yet, is Hitaki Kakashi merely a suspect? Do we not possess ample evidence? How do you ascertain guilt? By apprehending those who frame others? Forcing them to confess as the principal offenders? But where is the evidence? To me, Hitaki Kakashi's guilt is already established. For you are presently in the company of those you deem to be the principal offenders. Your actions serve as the clearest proof, do they not? Having weathered many storms, Jinda quickly regained his composure, advancing slowly while surveying Naruto and the others, a hint of derision upon his face as he unleashed a barrage of inquiries. The existence of Konoha is determined by the daimyo. Thus, you should not question the daimyo's authority. Simply follow his orders. Since the daimyo has deemed Hitaki Kakashi guilty, my actions are therefore justified, and he deserves the repercussions of his deeds. Jing Tian steadfastly proclaimed his beliefs. Yet he remained oblivious to the palpable tension surrounding Shikamaru and the others, including Naruto, who stood beside Kakashi with his head bowed, obscuring his expression. Only the whiteness of his clenched fists was visible as he struggled to restrain the urge to strike Jing Tian. If only Jing Tian possessed a modicum of awareness. You're talking nonsense. Naruto refrained from exploding, but Tenten, unable to endure Jing Tian's derogatory remarks about Konoha, surged forward. Unwilling to tolerate the insult directed at her esteemed teacher, Kakashi, she swiftly darted past Shikamaru, unfurling her scroll, and in an instant, a multitude of ninja tools soared through the air, aimed directly at Jing Tian. He immediately drew his sword in defense, and the surrounding samurai rushed forward. 10-10. The events transpired too swiftly for Shikamaru to react. Before he could comprehend the situation, 10-10 had already charged out. He hurried to grasp her arm, and miraculously, the onslaught of ninja tools ceased at the last moment. Shikamaru, what are you doing? Let me go. 10-10 shouted back, writhing in an attempt to free herself from his grip. Calm down. We can't afford to fight just yet, Shikamaru replied in a hushed tone. Though he too was nearing his breaking point, Jing Tian, noticing Shikamaru's reluctance to retaliate, assumed they were too intimidated to confront the daimyo. He waved his hand, signaling the surrounding samurai to step aside, addressing Shikamaru and the others. I advise you to abandon your resistance. Perhaps the daimyo will show leniency, and you may yet preserve your Konoha. Suddenly, a shadow flickered, and Jing Tian's words abruptly ceased as his body was hurled backward, colliding with the group of samurai behind him, sending dust swirling into the air, leaving the entire venue in stunned silence. As Shikamaru and the others pondered the unexpected turn of events, the sight of golden hair clarified everything. What just happened? Naruto, already in a foul mood, had been tempted to strike Jing Tian after hearing his remarks. Though he had developed considerable self-control with age, he could not permit anyone to demean his beloved Konoha. Fueled by unbridled fury, he no longer saw the need for restraint. He swiftly darted in front of Jing Tian, disregarding his protests, and delivered a powerful kick to his abdomen. Naruto followed Jing Tian's body as it flew backward, waiting for him to rise, while those around struggled to regain their footing, forming a slowly encroaching circle around Naruto. That guy. Shikamaru shook his head in resignation, having thwarted one temper but unable to prevent another. Well done. Upon realizing Naruto's actions, Kiba immediately applauded. Enough chatter. Let's go check on him, Neji urged as he noticed Naruto lingering without returning. Very well. I will see what is happening. You all stay here to protect Kakashi-sensei, Shikamaru stated, casting a glance at Naruto, now surrounded. Understood. With that, Shikamaru made his way toward Naruto, inevitably prepared to employ some force. Ahem. What are you still doing? Subdue him. In a sudden and unexpected moment, Naruto's kick sent Ida reeling, leaving him feeling nauseated. After a brief recovery, he noticed that his subordinates merely surrounded Naruto without any intention to strike. Rising to his feet, he shouted in anger. Naruto, with a calm demeanor, gazed down at the disheveled Ida, a rare expression for him, often seen instead on Sasuke's face. Gripping a kunai tightly, it trembled slightly, as if eager to pierce Ida's flesh. What does Konoha mean to you? Naruto suddenly inquired. What? Ida replied, wiping blood from the corner of his mouth, a mocking smile gracing his lips. It's merely a subordinate of the feudal lord. Upon hearing this, Naruto's eyes darkened instantly. Without uttering another word, he vanished behind Ida, poised to thrust his kunai downward. However, Ida, having earned his rank as captain, was not easily subdued. Naruto had only managed to catch him off guard the first time. Deflecting Naruto's attack with his blade, Ida retaliated with a downward strike. Naruto stepped back, then launched a side attack, his expression fierce, blue eyes blazing with fury, pouring all his strength into each blow. Let me make it clear, Konoha is not your subordinate, nor is it your tool. Its existence is not for you to decide. So do not present yourselves with an air of superiority. Dodging Ida's sword, Naruto blocked the incoming strike with his kunai, leaning close to Ida's ear, his tone resolute. I may not comprehend the broader picture, nor do I fully grasp what Tsunade is thinking, though I know she is always right. To me, a feudal lord is merely a famous individual. If he seeks to destroy Konoha, then he is my enemy, and I will do everything in my power to eliminate him. Do you understand? Since you dare to speak thus, wait for the feudal lord's decree. A group of arrogant traitors, Kakashi Hitaki's judgment is entirely justified. Ida regarded Naruto with contempt, as if he had just heard a joke, declaring, Konoha is finished. Do not mention Kakashi-sensei. If anything happens to him, I will hold you accountable. As long as I am here, Konoha will not fall. I will become Hokage, and you shall not harm a single soul in Konoha. Naruto's fury reached its zenith, his movements accelerating with each surge of anger, overwhelming Ida, who ultimately found himself pinned to the ground, Naruto's kunai poised threateningly against his face. Naruto stared into Ida's eyes, an intense rage compelling him to plunge the kunai down, yet he forbade himself from doing so. If you have the courage, go ahead and kill me, Ida taunted, sensing Naruto's internal struggle and feeling emboldened. Then, farewell, Ida's reckless words shattered Naruto's restraint. He would spare no one who harmed those dear to him, especially if that person was Kakashi. Naruto, stop. Shikamaru yelled desperately upon witnessing Naruto's intentions, rushing forward. But it was too late. Naruto was beyond listening, and it seemed destined that Ida would meet his end. Shikamaru watched in horror as Naruto's kunai was poised to pierce Itachi's head. Just at that critical moment, an unexpected event unfolded. A knife soared through the air unnoticed by anyone, deflecting Naruto's kunai with astonishing precision. Taken aback by the sudden turn of events, Naruto stared at his trembling hand, then glanced at Itachi, whose eyes were tightly shut under his control. Realizing the gravity of his intentions just moments prior, he instinctively leaped back, Needing to collect his thoughts, who knew what might transpire otherwise? Young man, do not act impulsively. Everything can be negotiated. After Naruto distanced himself from Itachi, a figure emerged atop a nearby roof. Undoubtedly, he was the master of the knife. Dressed similarly to Itachi, his demeanor suggested a rank higher than that of Itachi's. He crouched casually, seemingly unfazed by the surrounding chaos. Who are you? Shikamaru inquired, approaching Naruto to prevent any sudden attacks from the newcomer. I am the leader of the daimyo's personal guard. We need to have a serious discussion regarding Kakashi Hatake, the man spoke in a low voice, his expression betraying no hint of jest as he brushed a hand through his dark hair. Shikamaru looked up at him, surprised. Discuss what? Your fates. The man indicated to the surrounding samurai. Reluctantly, they began to withdraw, soon retreating to the edges of the square, transforming the once crowded area into an open expanse. Accompanied by a chilling breeze, Sakura and the others had to drape a cloak over Kakashi. As Sakura pressed the cloak down, she cast a hopeful glance towards Naruto, wishing for a swift resolution to the matter. I am well aware of the circumstances surrounding this issue, and I understand that it is far from simple. Whether Kakashi Hatake is indeed the principal culprit behind the recent upheaval at the daimyo's residence remains inconclusive, despite the evidence pointing in his direction. We both know the kind of person Kakashi is. I trust he would not engage in such reckless behavior. I sincerely regret Itachi's plight and hope this incident does not incite animosity towards the daimyo's house, the man stated calmly once the samurai had cleared the area. While Shikamaru listened intently, although this matter pertains to the daimyo's estate, it ultimately concerns you ninjas. The daimyo's house can remain uninvolved. Even if you are prisoners of a jailbreak, we can choose to overlook your actions. However, please refrain from jeopardizing the land of fire. Otherwise, we shall not let you off so easily. Such eloquence now. Yet when you apprehended Kakashi-sensei, why did you not speak so? Naruto felt a surge of discomfort. If this was to be the resolution, what did Kakashi's suffering amount to? At that time, the daimyo was in a furious state and refused to listen to reason. The man replied, descending from the rooftop and sheathing his knife, his expression one of resignation. Then why do you choose to reveal yourself now? Shikamaru challenged. This depends on one's mood. I cannot expend my time mediating your quarrels. However, should there be a plot to harm Jingtian, I cannot remain a passive observer. Enough with the idle chatter. You may depart now, and simply report back when this matter reaches its conclusion. With a flick of his wrist, he commanded the surrounding warriors to disperse before turning to leave. Naruto clenched his teeth, unwilling to let the matter rest. Wait, he exclaimed. Let it go, Naruto, Shikamaru urged, restraining him from pursuing. Is this how he simply acquiesce? Why must Kakashi-sensei endure such indignities? Naruto found himself unable to comprehend, as the insipid apologies did nothing to quell his simmering fury. What more do you desire? Perhaps this is the most favorable resolution to our dispute. Do you wish to challenge the daimyo? Do you want to plunge Konoha into war? Do you wish for the citizens of the Land of Fire to suffer the consequences of a conflict between Konoha and the daimyo? Shikamaru's brow furrowed as he shouted at the increasingly agitated Naruto. If you aspire to be Hokage, you must learn to consider all these aspects. Being Hokage is no trivial task. Have you pondered why Lady Tsunade consented to allow the daimyo's men to take Kakashi-sensei? With that admonition, Shikamaru turned away towards Sakura, leaving Naruto to reflect on his words in silence. We're back. As Shikamaru and Naruto approached Sakura, Teo and Ran returned as well, accompanied by a small child. Observing the sleeping boy in Teo's arms, Sakura's curiosity piqued, and she regarded him with an inquisitive gaze. Kakashi-san's son, Aoi remarked, suddenly feeling a twinge of jealousy. Since this little brat irked her, she felt compelled to unsettle the Konoha residents. However, she did not anticipate that they would not regard Kakashi in the same light she did. What? Upon hearing Aoi's words, everyone was taken aback, their eyes darting between Kakashi and the boy, incredulous at the revelation. This must be a joke. Soon, doubt began to circulate among the group, as they knew Kakashi spent his days engrossed in risque novels, showing little interest in practical matters. Aoi nodded in agreement. It must be a deception. I won't keep insisting that the boy is Kakashi's son. It's better to clarify this sooner rather than later for my own peace of mind. With a collective sigh of relief, the group relaxed. So what is the story with this child? Teo inquired, piquing the interest of the others, particularly the girls, who were ignited by the spirit of gossip, for Kakashi was a rare subject of such peculiar rumors. I don't know. We shall ask him once he awakens, Aoi replied, shaking her head. Meanwhile, Naruto and Shikamaru returned, stating, we must hasten back to Konoha, but first, We need to address one more issue. Shikamaru addressed the group, his gaze eventually settling on SHBU and Tai Liang, clearly indicating that the pressing concern at hand was me and Akatsuki. Hey, we did help you this time. If there's a score to settle, it shouldn't be now. SHBU remarked with discontent as she sensed the malevolent glances from Shikamaru. Yet despite her words, she cautiously positioned herself beside Tai Liang. Let's just discuss this back in Konoha. Shikamaru maintained his intense stare at SHBU for a moment before averting his eyes, realizing that engaging in conflict here would yield no benefits. Hey, didn't you say that this time I wouldn't leave unscathed? SHBU's irritation resurfaced as she noticed Shikamaru's reluctance to strike. Shikamaru's face flushed slightly, yet he remained composed. If that is your desire, I could accommodate you. Just as SHBU was about to retort, Kakashi reacted, a faint groan drawing everyone's attention to him. His brow furrowed deeply, his expression contorted in pain, leaving them uncertain of his plight. Kakashi-sensei, Kakashi-sensei? Sakura and Naruto repeatedly called out, hoping to rouse him, but their efforts seemed futile as Kakashi remained engulfed in torment. Unbeknownst to them, Kakashi was faced with a profoundly challenging yet deceptively simple choice. Look, just give up. Why endure such suffering? In Kakashi's mental realm, the version of himself that had previously appeared stood nearby, observing with a look of resignation, gently urging the despondent Kakashi seated on the ground. His tone soothing and almost intoxicating. Kakashi was on the brink of breaking down. Having lost the eyes given to him by Obito, he felt little inclination to awaken. He could not fathom why he should struggle to regain consciousness. How much better it would have been to heed Obito's words and simply drift away, thereby avoiding the harsh reality of his loss and his own inadequacy. Speak up. What can you change by remaining silent? The other Kakashi, seeing him unresponsive, knelt beside him, lifting Kakashi's chin with a hand. Upon meeting his hollow gaze, he sighed in resignation. He was a fragment of Kakashi himself, and no one understood his current emotions better. Filled with guilt and profound exhaustion, he was utterly worn out. I know you are in anguish over losing Obito's eyes, but you cannot succumb to this despair. If you remain here in despondency, no one will ever know, and your suffering will be borne alone. He could no longer bear to witness Kakashi's vacant expression. Although he disliked Kakashi's defiance, he loathed this state even more. Perhaps his words had some effect, as Kakashi's gaze began to focus slowly, ultimately reflecting pain as he looked at the other Kakashi. Why endure this? Why do your eyes remain so dry when your heart aches so profoundly? Observing Kakashi's heart-wrenching expression, the other Kakashi shook his head gently and said, Have you come to understand suffering? Why live your life so burdened? Would it not be simpler to follow my advice? You have always lived for others. Now, has the loss of Obito's eyes stripped you of your will to continue? They are a testament to the bond shared between you and Obito. Failing to safeguard them, does it not leave you feeling remorseful towards him? Kakashi remained silent, gazing vacantly at his own reflection, a solitary tear cascading down his cheek. Indeed, his mind was inundated with memories of the experiences on the Shinobi Bridge and the faces of those who had departed from his life. He pondered how wonderful it would have been to join them back then. How much easier it would have been had he never had to bear such burdens from the start. Sigh, that version of Kakashi silently wept for him. Sighing once more. Then, gently, he embraced Kakashi, whispering, It is enough now. You may weep. If you are weary, rest. I shall take care of everything. So you need not worry. Kakashi was taken aback by this sudden gesture, yet upon hearing those tender words, his emotional defenses crumbled entirely. Leaning into the embrace, he wept openly, like a forsaken child, someone who had never been granted the liberty to cry. In his worldview, there was no one to lean upon. He bore all burdens alone. The world was filled with only his stifled sobs. The other Kakashi held him close, tenderly stroking his soft silver hair, his eyes brimming with compassion. Kakashi, sleep peacefully. Leave the rest to me, will you? He said, patting Kakashi's back. Upon hearing this, Kakashi lifted his head, confusion and wariness evident in his eyes. His subconscious warned him that agreeing to this would bring sorrow to many. Trust me, will you? I shall not harm you. Sensing the emotions within Kakashi's gaze, the other Kakashi wiped away his tears, offering a gentle smile. In the end, caught between the choices of persistence and surrender, Kakashi chose the latter. After all, it was just himself. Nothing disastrous was likely to occur. Embracing this thought, he succumbed to a deep slumber. Rest assured, I shall not allow anyone to harm us again. Gazing at Kakashi's serene sleeping face, the other Kakashi's eyes were filled with indifference. Now, all that remained was to wait for him to awaken. Naruto and Sakura anxiously monitored Kakashi's condition, while Shui and others contemplated whether it was time to depart. Kakashi's state was now stable, and according to their original plan, they were meant to seize him and convert him to their side. However, the current circumstances rendered such a possibility unlikely. Only a fool would provoke Naruto when his emotions were so volatile. After all, he was the host of the Nine Tails, and Taiju wished to prolong his own existence. Moreover, Kakashi had garnered the attention of too many individuals, making it improbable for them to abduct him easily. Kakashi would require a considerable amount of time to recover, and he certainly did not wish to remain on guard against an enraged Naruto and the rest of the Leaf Village during that period. However, nothing is absolute. It is still premature to speak of giving up. Let us observe the situation before making any decisions. Tai Liang, what shall we do now? Changpu gently shook Tai Liang, who was lost in thought, gripping his clothing. For the moment, the attention of the Leaf Village members was not on them. Thus, it would be prudent to act while the opportunity presented itself. I do not know. First, you must tell me how this came to be, Tai Liang replied, regaining his composure and raising the small boy in his hands. I choose silence, Changpu said, glancing down at the boy for a moment before looking away. Her expression one of disdain. I must ask, is there truly nothing else to do? I am dreadfully bored. Luan interjected irritably from the side, nearing the brink of tedium. If there were no further activities, he might as well return home for a long sleep. Can't you settle down? It's time to address your hyperactivity. If you keep chattering away, the next time you get hurt, I won't come to your aid. Let's see how you bounce around then. Changpu shot Luan a disapproving glance. You wretched harpy. Luan, chastised, found himself at a loss for words, muttering his dissatisfaction under his breath. What did you say? Changpu's hearing was sharp. Upon catching Luan's words, she erupted in fury. Perhaps you misheard, Luan replied innocently, placing his hands behind his head and gazing skyward. Drop dead. Changpu lunged at Luan, her claws outstretched, and naturally, he did not submit without a fight. The two engaged in a playful scuffle, leaving Tai Liang somewhat exasperated. He had grown accustomed to their bickering. It had become a daily occurrence whenever they found themselves with idle time. Aside from the accustomed Tai Liang and the indifferent members of the Leaf Village, only Shui Yu and Chong Wu from Team Hawk remained, watching the playful exchange between Changpu and Luan with mild interest. Chong Wu maintained his usual stoic expression, while Shui Yu sported a pair of lifeless eyes, his face seemingly inscribed with the word boredom. When will Sasuke return? Shui Yu lamented, elongating his words. I do not know, was Chong Wu's only response. Since earlier, the two had merely played the role of background characters, their presence nearly non-existent. Sighing deeply, Shui Yu resigned himself to waiting. Just as he prepared to continue his vigil, it seemed as though fate had heard his complaints. The space before him began to distort. Recognizing the arrival of someone, Shui Yu perked up, exclaiming, I want Sasuke, not the masked man. It appeared that fate often misconstrued one's desires. After a brief distortion of space, Akatsuki Zetsu emerged. The moment he appeared, everyone but me and Team Hawk fell into a state of alertness. Although Team Hawk could be considered part of Akatsuki, their leader was Sasuke, who had recently aided them, thus their wariness was somewhat diminished. However, the figure before them was a master of manipulating the Leaf Village's Umbu. What brings you here? Upon Zetsu's emergence, Naruto and the others positioned themselves protectively between him and Kakashi, determined to thwart any nefarious intentions. Relax, I am here to return something to you, Zetsu remarked, raising his hands in a gesture of innocence, observing Naruto and the others fully armed. Perhaps to them, Afe appeared exceedingly perilous. Each of his movements sent a shiver through Naruto and his companions. What is it? Naruto inquired, feeling perhaps the most at ease among the few remaining in Konoha. His instinct assured him that Afe would refrain from any hostile action this time, much like in previous encounters. Although he had no concrete basis for this belief, he chose to trust his intuition. Sasuke. Afe waved his hand, and the space around him twisted once more, revealing Sasuke on the ground, followed closely by Karen. Ahem. Sasuke seemed far from well. His attire bore the marks of battle, stained with blood, and his face was marred with bruises, with a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth, clearly indicating he had just endured a fierce confrontation. Karen's condition was somewhat similar, though slightly better than Sasuke's. Only Afe appeared unscathed. What exactly had transpired? Sasuke, what happened? Naruto instinctively approached Sasuke, concern etched on his face as he examined the wounds. Indeed, his feelings for Sasuke remained unwavering. Mind your own business, Sasuke replied coldly, wishing for solitude. The events that had just unfolded left him feeling profoundly defeated. Sasuke. Sakura gazed anxiously at him from Kakashi's side, yearning to tend to his injuries. However, she understood that she was no longer the one capable of healing him. And with a tinge of sadness, she averted her gaze. Hey, let's not dwell on Sasuke just yet. I have more to return than just him. Look. As everyone focused their thoughts on Sasuke, Afe, somewhat annoyed, interjected. As the crowd turned their attention to him, Afe retrieved from his pocket what he intended to return. In his hand rested a beautifully crimson eye enveloped in chakra, undeniably Kakashi's eye. Upon seeing the Sharingan, Naruto and the others recalled that Sasuke had indeed attempted to reclaim Kakashi's eye, yet they could not fathom how it had come to rest in Afe's possession. Why do you have it? Give it back. Given Afe's nature, Naruto and the others naturally assumed he had forcibly taken it from Sasuke, heightening their wariness towards him. Calm down. I was always planning to return it. Afe tossed the Sharingan towards Sakura, who, though a bit flustered, managed to catch it deftly. Despite her confusion, her priority remained healing Kakashi. Once she confirmed the eye was intact, she set about treating Kakashi's injury. As the eye was indeed restored to Kakashi, the group began to believe Afe's words, yet they found themselves increasingly perplexed by his true intentions. As for why it ended up in my hands, you should ask Sasuke. I must take my leave now. After returning the eye, Afe departed, leaving behind a cluster of bewildered individuals. To understand why the eye had come to be in Afe's possession, let us rewind time. From the very beginning, Obito had concealed himself in Kakashi's vicinity. During Kakashi's torment, Obito repeatedly felt the urge to intervene. However, he lacked justifiable grounds to do so. Witnessing Kakashi's suffering weighed heavily on his heart. Consequently, he opted to momentarily withdraw. It was only when he sensed that Kakashi's condition had deteriorated to an alarming degree that he comprehended the gravity of the situation. Unbeknownst to him, this dire occurrence entailed the loss of Kakashi's eyes, a revelation that took him by surprise. Upon arriving at the cell and beholding Kakashi's wretched state, he was consumed by fury. He had already deduced the identity of the perpetrator, as few would dare to covet the Sharingan, and besides Danzo, who else could it be? Although Obito held no interest in Danzo's collection of Sharingan, he could not forgive the intrusion upon Kakashi, for the Sharingan was a gift he had bestowed upon him, and no outsider was permitted to seize it. Obito swiftly traced Danzo's whereabouts and hurried to confront him, deeming this transgression utterly unforgivable. The Sharingan represented the sole connection between him and Kakashi, and the audacity to attempt to take it without his consent was intolerable. Before long, he caught up with Danzo and his companions, his eyes beneath the mask fixated intently on the startled trio before him. As Obito appeared, F and Torian positioned themselves protectively in front of Danzo. Lord Danzo, you should leave. We will hold him off, they declared, sensing the impending threat emanating from Obito. Danzo, however, disregarded their warnings, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized Obito. What brings you here? He inquired, feigning ignorance. You have taken something that does not belong to you. Obito replied, his tone heavy with discontent. What? The Sharingan? Why are you only now seeking retribution? Danzo expressed surprise, retreating a few steps as he contemplated an escape. I had no objections to how many Sharingan you previously acquired, but you should never have laid your hands on Kakashi's. Sensing Danzo's intent to flee, Obito began to close in on him. Why? Danzo queried, to which Obito coldly responded, because it is mine. With that chilling declaration, Obito launched his assault. While Danzo seized the opportunity to flee, hindered momentarily by F and Torian. Yet, in the next instant, Obito's concerns dissipated, for others had obstructed Danzo's path. Where do you think you are running? Sasuke and Karin stood resolutely before Danzo. After departing from the daimyo's estate, Karin's abilities quickly led them to Danzo. And to their astonishment, Obito was also present. Without a moment's hesitation, they blocked Danzo's escape, as Obito was determined to reclaim the Sharingan. Refusing to allow anyone further tarnish the Uchiha name, Sasuke, Danzo recognized that escape was futile today. For Itachi had instilled in Sasuke a deep-seated hatred that would not allow him to slip away easily. Danzo, let us bring this to a conclusion. Sasuke unsheathed the Kusanagi sword, aiming it at Danzo, and in the next moment, he launched his attack. As Obito observed the unfolding events from a distance, he was reluctant to let Sasuke intervene, yet he found himself unable to extricate from the situation. The techniques of the root were indeed bothersome, a trait common to the Oil Woman clan. However, it seemed improbable to halt Obito's advance. Watching Sasuke engage passionately with Danzo, Obito felt compelled to act. He swiftly freed himself from the wind en route and made his way towards Sasuke. This matter does not require your intervention. Sasuke coldly remarked upon noticing Obito's approach while battling Danzo. How can you say that? I am also of the Uchiha clan, Obito replied. A hint of helplessness in his tone as Sasuke rebuffed his offer of assistance. Nevertheless, he respected Sasuke's decision. By this point, much of his earlier anger had dissipated, leaving him puzzled as to why he had been so enraged moments before. Sasuke chose to ignore Obito, fully focused on his confrontation with Danzo. Indeed, Danzo, as the leader of the Root, possessed formidable strength that could not be easily dismissed. Sasuke found himself struggling against this formidable opponent. Yet he recognized that tides could change swiftly. While he unleashed a frenzied assault, Danzo's responses appeared to falter in comparison. The clash of the Kusanagi sword and kunai reverberated through the air, causing chaos around them as the two became entangled in a fierce duel. To an outsider, it was nearly impossible to distinguish one fighter from the other amidst the cacophony of clanging steel. When they finally separated, both bore injuries, leaving Karen anxiously on the sidelines, unable to engage in such a high-stakes battle. Hey, Sasuke, how long are we going to keep this up? Can we wrap this up quickly? Obito, growing bored from the stalemate, called out. Sasuke, however, was too preoccupied to respond. His eyes were fatigued from overexertion. The constant activation of his Manjiki Sharingan in his quest to defeat Danzo had left him dizzy. Sensing Sasuke's predicament, Danzo seized the opportunity to unleash a wide-ranging jutsu against him. In his current state, Sasuke was unable to evade the attack in time and, with no other recourse, activated his Susanoo. Yet, it remained incomplete, providing only partial protection against Danzo's onslaught. Although Sasuke emerged unscathed from this assault, he was still pushed aside by the force of Danzo's technique. When he regained his footing, Danzo was already upon him. Sasuke, momentarily sluggish, found his vision blurred and his energy waning, yet he managed to counter Danzo's strike, and the two resumed their fierce engagement. Obito watched from the sidelines, noting that Sasuke had successfully forced Danzo to employ his Anaji, signifying that Danzo had already perished once. This was undoubtedly a promising development, yet Sasuke's condition was far from ideal. His control over Susanoo was still lacking. It appeared that he would need to step in and assist. Sasuke remained surprisingly formidable. It is often said that adversity fosters growth, and this adage holds true. Clearly, Sasuke has adapted to Danzo's combat style. His ocular techniques, when combined with the Chidori, have compelled Danzo to utilize his Sharingan repeatedly, leaving him with merely 5 remaining. If he wishes to survive, his best course of action would be to flee, for he is not only contending with Sasuke, but perhaps also with Obito, who observes from the sidelines. While Danzo possesses multiple Sharingan to expend, Sasuke does not share this luxury. His vision is nearly obscured. Despite Karen aiding in his recovery, the issue with his eyesight remains unresolved. As time progresses, the battle between Sasuke and Danzo intensifies. Danzo's desire to eradicate a threat to Konoha, coupled with his indomitable spirit, drives him to persist in the conflict. Ultimately, they reach a critical juncture. Only the right eye of Danzo's Sharingan, that of Shui, remains intact. After a second chance at life, he gazes at the weary Sasuke, feeling assured of victory. Today marks your end, Sasuke. This is the fate of opposing Konoha. With that declaration, he launches another assault, but Sasuke has yet to fully recuperate. As Danzo's attack is about to connect with Sasuke, Karen can no longer hold her ground. Stay away from my Sasuke, you old fool. With her unwavering determination to protect Sasuke, she momentarily delays Danzo's strike. However, to Danzo, Karen's martial prowess seems merely superficial, and in an instant, she is sent flying, spitting blood. Thanks to Karen's intervention, Sasuke regains some composure. Like a patient leopard, he pounces forward, his grasp on the Kusanagi sword radiating a fierce brilliance. Danzo. Sasuke's fierce roar is accompanied by a palpable sense of pressure. He is not merely bluffing. His right hand has already amassed the Chidori. Despite the blood streaming from his eyes, he fixates on Danzo, his crimson gaze brimming with fury. As he approaches, Sasuke unleashes Amaterasu, leaving Danzo with no escape. The black flames consume all, and he perishes beneath the onslaught of Amaterasu. Yet, one must not forget that he possesses another chance at resurrection, albeit this time the timing proves unfavorable. Sasuke awaits at the sight of his rebirth. The moment Danzo materializes, Sasuke's Chidori pierces through his chest, emanating a resplendent blue light. Consider yourself victorious, but this is not over. Danzo gazes at Sasuke with lingering resentment before his life fades away. Once Sasuke confirms that Danzo will not awaken again, he collapses to the ground. However, before he can rest, Obito's voice jolts him upright. Sasuke, get away from there. After absorbing the urgency in Obito's words, Sasuke glances down at Danzo, noticing an unsettling peculiarity about his body, and prepares to retreat. Yet, in the next moment, he halts, realizing that Kakashi's eye remains in Danzo's possession. As he bends to retrieve it, it is already too late. A blinding light emanating from Danzo engulfs him entirely. Then, the world seems to freeze, and moments later, a spherical space centered around Danzo vanishes entirely. Sasuke. Xianglin was taken aback by the scene before her, watching helplessly as Sasuke was engulfed. Her heart was ablaze with anxiety as she struggled to rise and stumbled towards the gaping pit ahead, fervently wishing that Sasuke awaited her there, even if he were on the brink of death. However, upon discovering the desolate emptiness, despair overwhelmed her, and she sank to the ground, tears streaming down her cheeks. In that moment, she felt lost, deprived of all light in the world. Yet, just as she wallowed in the anguish of losing Sasuke, his weary voice pulled her back to reality. Sasuke. Upon seeing him supported by Itachi, she rushed forward, her expression a mixture of panic and joy. She reached out her hand to assist in his recovery. It was Itachi who had rescued Sasuke in that critical moment. And fortunately, the Sharingan was unscathed. However, being saved by Itachi did not sit well with Sasuke's mood. Sasuke bit down on Xianglin's arm, while she, lost in bliss, completely forgot her own injuries. Soon after, Sasuke regained a significant amount of strength. Let us return now, Itachi remarked, sensing that their mission was nearing completion and it was time to head back to the daimyo's residence. Thus, Itachi, along with Sasuke and Xianglin, soon appeared before Naruto and the others. Inside the daimyo's residence, the members of Team Hawk regrouped. Sasuke, who did you fight? You look utterly disgraceful, teased Suigetsu, observing Sasuke's battered state. Shut up, Sasuke snapped, his foul mood evident, unwilling to tolerate Suigetsu's incessant chatter. Recognizing Sasuke's menacing glare, Suigetsu wisely fell silent, while Xianglin shot him a look that conveyed, you deserve that. Meanwhile, on the side of Yamato, the atmosphere had quieted down. Shursui and Arma had exhausted themselves from their earlier bickering. Arma now sat on the ground, dazed, still recovering from the exertion. All eyes in Konoha were on Kakashi. After Sakura's treatment, Kakashi's eye had returned to its former state. Yet there were no signs of him waking up despite his body's significant recovery. Don't hold out too much hope. It seems Kakashi-sensei will need a long period of rest before he can awaken. We should take him back to Konoha, Sakura advised after thoroughly assessing Kakashi's condition. Then let us go now. It will take quite a while to return to Konoha. Shikamaru nodded in agreement. Naruto, you carry Kakashi-sensei. Understood, Naruto replied, crouching down as everyone carefully placed Kakashi onto his back. Once prepared, they set off. As Naruto felt the weight upon his back, a myriad of emotions surged within him. He realized that he had seldom carried Kakashi, while Kakashi had borne him many times before. After all, why would Kakashi allow Naruto to carry him? Naruto endeavored to move as gently as possible, wishing not to disturb Kakashi's rest, just as they departed the daimyo's residence. Yamato and Team Hawk also made their exit. As Naruto and his companions believed this matter had reached a conclusion, Terio and his group suddenly obstructed their path. Why the rush? You still have one person left behind, Terio remarked, glancing at the slumbering boy in his arms. Very well, hand him over. Shikamaru stepped forward to receive the child from Terio's grasp. Now you may depart, or do you wish to fight? If it's a fight you desire, then so be it. Juan interjected, only to retreat immediately after. He is just joking, haha, goodbye. Terio offered an awkward smile before turning to leave, with Juan trailing behind, playfully making faces. After a brief glance at Kakashi, who was resting on Naruto's back, Shobai followed suit. While everyone focused on Mii's departure, no one noticed Kakashi's eyes had quietly opened. In an instant, he vanished from Naruto's back. Everything transpired so swiftly that by the time Naruto sensed the weight had lifted, Kakashi had already appeared behind the Hawk squad. By the time the others reacted, Kakashi had drawn Sasuke's Kusanagi and stood atop a nearby tree, his open eye revealing no emotion. Naruto, momentarily stunned by the wooden figure on his back, felt a surge of joy upon realizing Kakashi was awake. Though puzzled by Kakashi's actions, he couldn't help but beam and call out, Kakashi-sensei. The rest of Konoha also breathed a sigh of relief. Kakashi's awakening was indeed a positive turn. In stark contrast to Naruto's elation, Sasuke felt a deep sense of humiliation at having his weapon snatched away. His expression darkened as he glared at Kakashi. However, it wasn't long before Naruto sensed a shift in the atmosphere. Kakashi did not respond with his usual smile, instead regarding Naruto with a cold stare. Beneath his casually tousled silver hair, a chill emanated from his eyes. An experienced Umbu might have noted this was the expression Kakashi wore when assessing an enemy during missions. Not only Naruto, but the others also picked up on Kakashi's unsettling demeanor. Sakura tentatively called out, "Kakashi-sensei?" Meanwhile, Sasuke, still simmering with anger, found himself perplexed. Why did Kakashi take my sword? Upon noticing the commotion, Terio and his group approached, standing by to observe the unfolding drama. "Kakashi-sensei, what is wrong?" Naruto cautiously approached Kakashi, his face etched with concern, yearning for Kakashi to smile and reassure him as he once did. "Stay away from me," came the icy retort. Accompanied by the Kusanagi pointed at Naruto. This left Naruto momentarily speechless, and the Konoha ninjas wore expressions of shock. "Looks like there's a show to watch," Terio remarked, surprised yet intrigued by the turn of events, while Shobai wore a contemplative expression, sensing something was amiss. The cold wind continued to howl, filling everyone's garments. As the fallen leaves mirrored the sinking hearts of Naruto and his companions before the daimyo's estate. "Kakashi-sensei, what is wrong with you?" It is difficult to fathom that Kakashi would audibly inquire of Naruto, his blade poised menacingly. His expression was fraught with perplexity. The strands of Kakashi's hair danced gently in the frigid breeze, and his gaze, piercing through the tousled locks, was as cold as ice. "What is wrong with me?" "I am perfectly fine." Kakashi offered a faint smile, yet the warmth had vanished from his countenance. Sheathing his sword, he leapt from the tree and locked eyes with Naruto. "Kakashi-sensei, please, do not jest," Naruto implored, his voice laden with dismay, while Kakashi remained unperturbed. "Naruto, this time, leave me be." Kakashi's gaze swept over the gathered villagers of Konoha, and in the next instant, he vanished from their sight. "Kakashi-sensei." The sudden disappearance caught everyone off guard, prompting a frantic search for his figure. Kakashi-sensei has headed towards the daimyo's residence. Hinata, utilizing her Byakugan, instinctively peered in the direction of the daimyo's abode and confirmed her suspicion. Upon hearing Hinata's words, everyone hastily retraced their steps, uncertain of Kakashi's intentions and what he might do, all acting amidst the chaos. As Naruto and the others set out, Sasuke and his companions had already forged ahead. Due to their earlier positioning, Sasuke easily closed the distance to Kakashi. "Kakashi, are you unaware that one should not take what belongs to others?" Even in his compromised state, Sasuke showed no intention of sparing Kakashi. "Sasuke, it would be prudent for you to step aside." Kakashi's expression remained unchanged, regarding Sasuke as if he were a stranger. "Very well, return my belongings first." Sasuke's interest in halting Kakashi was waning. Rather, he was curious to observe Kakashi's next moves. Yet he would not let the matter of his stolen Kusanagi sword rest. "You cannot protect what is rightfully yours." Kakashi, disinterested in further discourse with Sasuke, recognized that Naruto was close behind and that he had matters to resolve. After uttering those words, Kakashi drew his sword and charged at Sasuke, who could only defend himself with shurikens. With his vision still impaired, Sasuke found himself at a disadvantage from the outset, and it wasn't long before he bore several new wounds. "Damn it!" Sasuke retreated slightly from Kakashi, taken aback by Kakashi's adept swordsmanship and skillful technique. There was a side to Kakashi he had not anticipated. "Sasuke." Upon witnessing Sasuke's injuries, Karen immediately became concerned. "Suigetsu, hurry and assist him. Don't involve me. Look at Sasuke, he's reveling in this. If I intervene now, I might get skewered myself." Suigetsu vehemently shook his head, unwilling to engage in a troublesome affair. Honestly, Karen stamped her foot in frustration. When she redirected her attention to the battlefield, the two combatants had already vanished. Upon locating their auras, she followed closely, with Suigetsu and Jugo trailing behind. Kakashi, intent on reaching the daimyo's residence swiftly, was compelled to escalate the pace of his combat. Like Sasuke, he had imbued his Kusanagi with a layer of lightning, compelling Sasuke to exercise utmost caution with every encounter. Two individuals, entwined in a tumultuous relationship, hastened towards the Great Ming Mansion. Just as they were about to arrive, Naruto and his companions caught up with them. "Kakashi-sensei, what on earth are you doing?" Upon witnessing the clash between Kakashi and Sasuke, Naruto could no longer remain passive. He interjected himself between them, seeking to halt the confrontation. "Naruto, step aside," Sasuke insisted. unwilling to be disturbed in his duel with Kakashi. Sasuke, can you please be quiet for a moment? Naruto retorted impatiently, a rare display of his frustration. Soon, the others from Konoha arrived, positioning themselves behind Naruto to separate Sasuke and Kakashi. Sasuke, just hold on for now. TSK, furrowing his brow. Sasuke, recognizing their numerical advantage and his own weakened state, reluctantly paused his assault. Kakashi's gaze turned icy as he addressed Naruto. Move aside. The sword in his hand crackled with lightning, poised for an attack. What if I refuse? Naruto stubbornly stood his ground, pained by Kakashi's demeanor, aware that he bore some responsibility for the turmoil. Then let us fight. In the next moment, Kakashi surged forward, and Naruto hurriedly defended himself. Shocked by the ferocity of Kakashi's every strike, as if he truly wished to kill him, Naruto struggled to comprehend this betrayal. The coldness in Kakashi's eyes pierced deeper than winter's chill. Kakashi-sensei, please stop. Sakura cried out frantically from the sidelines, while Hinata and Tintin urged Kakashi to cease. In the face of a distracted Naruto, Kakashi easily subdued him, as Naruto's reluctance to harm Kakashi contrasted sharply with Kakashi's indifference to Naruto's suffering. Before long, Naruto found himself pinned to the ground, multiple wounds marring his body, warm blood seeping forth to stain his garments. Kakashi pressed his foot upon Naruto's neck, and Naruto, in agony, desperately attempted to dislodge the foot that made breathing a struggle, but to no avail. His current state rendered him significantly weakened. Kakashi-sensei. Naruto's eyes fluttered open as he gazed imploringly at Kakashi, his voice hoarse and fragmented as he called out his name. Kakashi lowered his gaze, silently observing the helpless Naruto, his profound eyes devoid of any emotion, resembling a machine. Kakashi-sensei, release Naruto. Sakura could not bear to watch Naruto suffer, without a second thought. She charged forward, only to find herself frozen in place the next instant. At the very moment Sakura moved, Kakashi's sword was poised mere centimeters above Naruto's eye. A silent warning unmistakable in its intent. Naruto, still in disbelief, widened his eyes as the lightning of the Kusanagi sword flickered in his blue gaze, yet he remained unfazed. His focus unwaveringly fixed on Kakashi, holding on to the belief that Kakashi would never truly harm him. Naruto, did I not just instruct you to leave me be? As Sakura halted, Kakashi smiled gently at Naruto, retracting his sword and simultaneously lifting the constraints placed upon him. Naruto immediately broke into a violent cough. I can't. Cough, do it. His expression was one of torment, clutching his throat, his gaze filled with resentment as he stared up at Kakashi. From his position on the ground, Kakashi appeared as gentle as ever, reminiscent of the days when he would lazily sleep through training sessions, cheerfully urging Naruto to rise, albeit with the understanding that the aftermath was seldom pleasant. That's your concern now. Kakashi replied nonchalantly. Do you wish to abandon us? After catching his breath, Naruto asked sorrowfully, his voice tinged with a quiver. Abandon? You have never belonged to me. What is there to abandon? If anything, it is you who have forsaken me. I am weary, Naruto. I no longer wish to return, so let me go, Kakashi said softly, crouching down, his tone almost comforting. I refuse. Kakashi-sensei will never leave Konoha because you cherish it. In a sudden burst of energy, Naruto leaped to his feet, delivering a fierce kick toward Kakashi. Anticipating the move, Kakashi effortlessly blocked Naruto's attack with the sheath of his sword, subsequently thrusting the blade toward him. Naruto barely managed to deflect it with a kunai, but the electric charge coursing through the sword rendered his hands numb, threatening to slip the weapon from his grasp. At that moment, as he exerted every ounce of strength to resist the sword, Kakashi unexpectedly eased his pressure before delivering a powerful kick to Naruto, who could only hastily shield himself, yet was still sent sprawling. Kakashi pursued him relentlessly, landing several more kicks until Naruto crashed into a tree, large enough for several to embrace, splintering wood scattering everywhere. Coughing, Naruto tasted blood at the corner of his mouth, feeling as though his chest would burst from the pain. Naruto, spare me the talk of Konoha. It seems only by your death will you relent. Kakashi gazed down at the fallen Naruto, raising his sword. No. Kakashi-sensei. Naruto looked up at Kakashi in despair, lifting his hand in a futile attempt to grasp him, yet he could not bring himself to strike. In the next moment, without hesitation, Kakashi plunged the sword downward. Naruto, Sakura, racing towards them, witnessed the scene and cried out in desperation, unable to believe that Kakashi would kill Naruto. She clung to the hope that it was all an illusion, a mere fabrication. Kakashi rose, casting a cold glance at Sakura and the others before departing, intent on pursuing his earlier objectives. Lying on the ground, Naruto stared vacantly at the sword, mere centimeters from his head, Kakashi's words echoing in his mind. Next time. My aim will not be so poor. Abandon me. Let me go. Both you and the people of Konoha, keep your distance. When Sakura reached Naruto and discovered the sword had not pierced him, she breathed a sigh of immense relief. Indeed, Kakashi would not kill Naruto. Naruto-kun. Hinata's eyes were already brimming with tears. Witnessing Naruto's plight from afar had plunged her into a frigid despair, even causing her to forget to use her Byakugan to confirm his safety. Upon witnessing Naruto's safe condition, her tears nearly spilled over. Today, Naruto had endured an overwhelming blow, her heart aching as if it would shatter. She could only beseech Kami-sama to spare Naruto further sorrow. Naruto, are you all right? Sakura stepped forward, assisting Naruto to her feet. In a daze, Naruto leaned against Sakura's support, rising to glance at Shikamaru and the others, who wore expressions of deep sorrow. Shikamaru's brow furrowed in distress since earlier. What shall we do now? Neji inquired, the weight of the moment rendering the others speechless. What else can we do? We must pursue and bring Kakashi-sensei back to Lady Tsunade for clarity, Shikamaru replied, emphasizing the urgency of their task. It seems we have no choice. Let us proceed. The group nodded in agreement and hastened toward the daimyo's residence. Once the Leaf villagers departed, Sasuke approached to retrieve his sword, discarding it disdainfully. Damn Kakashi, he muttered, before following Karen and others in the direction of the daimyo's estate. Then, the Akatsuki made their appearance, having lingered in the shadows, witnessing the unfolding drama. What a riveting performance, Tayuya remarked appreciatively. Now, let us continue. They trailed behind Naruto and her companions toward the daimyo's residence. The expressions among the group were a mix of impatience. While Shobu's demeanor remained inscrutable, perhaps she possessed knowledge of something yet unspoken. Where has Kakashi-sensei gone? Amid the pursuit, Kakashi had vanished entirely from Naruto's sight. As they neared the daimyo's estate, any further disturbances could prove troublesome. Neji furrowed his brow, speaking gravely. He's just ahead, still tracking Kakashi within his Byakugan's range. Stay close. This time, we shall not allow Kakashi-sensei to escape. He is not yet recovered, and we must ensure his safety. Shikamaru urged, sprinting ahead while turning back to address the group. Kakashi-sensei's condition is precarious. We must hasten to allow him rest. Sakura quickened her pace, her concern solely for Kakashi's well-being, dismissing all else. Everyone, let's disperse and surround Kakashi-sensei from all angles. Kiba, you should temporarily leave and secure this child before returning. Shikamaru instructed after a moment's contemplation. Without hesitation, Kiba scooped up the boy and mounted Akamaru, departing swiftly. Hey, Shikamaru, what about me and Sasuke? Will they be all right? Tenten voiced her concern as she glanced back anxiously. They're not concerned with the child at this moment, and Kiba can assess the situation, Shikamaru reassured, then waved his hand. Now, let us split into our respective teams. Sakura, Naruto, Lee, and Neji, along with Shikamaru, Hinata, and Shino, formed 3 separate teams pursuing Kakashi from different directions. This time, it seemed unlikely he could evade capture, and one could only hope he wouldn't resort to any reckless actions. Wow, they have split up. Will they make it in time? The daimyo's residence is just ahead. Teo, trailing behind, found amusement in their division, speaking with a peculiar accent. It appeared that our Kakashi-san could not indulge his whims this time. Perhaps we should lend him a hand. Suit yourself. Ruan, with her hands clasped behind her head, ambled along with a bored expression, her eyes darting around, seemingly intrigued by the scenery. She had nothing to occupy her time. A fight would suffice. Indeed. I wish to see that wretched woman once more, Alway exclaimed, her face alight with excitement. The changes in Kakashi thrilled her, and she was determined to uncover the truth behind them. Then let us hasten, Ruan. Unleash your signature move, though the daimyo's residence may not be easy to infiltrate. Teo instructed. Of course. Ruan adjusted her attire, her expression betraying her impatience. The fun was about to begin. In an instant, much like when Kakashi approached the first base of the Akatsuki, a cloud of smoke rapidly spread from Ruan's center, enveloping the surroundings in a haze. The dim sky further diminished visibility, rendering the world almost claustrophobically narrow. As Ruan moved, the smoke expanded, soon enveloping the 3 teams from Konoha, including Kakashi himself. What is this? Sakura and Naruto were bewildered by the smoke, compelled to halt. Back to back, they guarded their surroundings. Naruto, what should we do now? Damn it. I can no longer sense Kakashi-sensei. What on earth is happening? The smoke indeed disrupted Naruto's perceptive abilities. Similarly, Neji and Hinata's Byakugan had lost significant efficacy. To them, the smoke appeared to be composed of chakra, greatly reducing their visual range. This is Ruan's skill from the Akatsuki. The smoke is harmless. But our position may have been compromised. We need not stop. We should continue on our previous course. They are unlikely to target us. Their focus should be on Kakashi-sensei. Shikamaru deduced, having understood Ruan's abilities from the intelligence provided. He felt a twinge of regret for their earlier decision to separate. Meanwhile, in this peculiar confrontation, Sasuke and his group remained the most relaxed. Sasuke had no desire to engage in battle. He intended merely to observe, for he did not wish to be surrounded by a throng of samurai again. Hey Sasuke, what exactly are we here for? What does Kakashi intend this time? Karen had long been itching to ask this question. To rescue Kakashi and, incidentally, incite a conflict between Naruto and the daimyo's residence. Kakashi likely seeks vengeance. His intent is unmistakable. It is a rare moment when Sasuke responds to Karen's inquiry. They are currently perched upon a tree, as there is no longer a need to draw nearer. With Amaya now in motion, it is indeed a fortuitous opportunity for them to rest. While conversing, Sasuke seems to be reminiscing about Kakashi's earlier demeanor. Karen, eager to inquire further, refrains from disturbing him upon noticing that he has closed his eyes to lean against the tree trunk. Yet, she remains perplexed as to why Kakashi is deemed so exceptional. Meanwhile, Kakashi finds himself less than 200 paces from the feudal lord's estate. Although the dense fog obscures his sight, he can still discern the multitude of guards stationed atop the estate's fortifications, including those at the city gates. It appears that the samurai who had been present in the square have mobilized entirely, suggesting that the entire estate is now under stringent surveillance. Nevertheless, Kakashi must gain entry. He has an imperative task to undertake, one that he perceives as the commencement of all subsequent endeavors. Entering this time will not be an easy feat. Kakashi discreetly conceals himself within the branches of a tree, observing the commotion outside through the gaps in the foliage. The estate has become a veritable fortress, and he is determined to avoid past mistakes. He meticulously scrutinizes the surroundings, hoping to discover a potential point of ingress. His body, however, can no longer endure another fierce confrontation. The amount of chakra at his disposal is already insufficient for reckless expenditure, and now it is entirely inadequate. He is incessantly bombarded by signals from his weary body that yearn for rest, yet Kakashi is unwilling to relent at this juncture. The Amaya organization has commenced its operation, presenting a prime opportunity to execute his plan. Thus, he must remain patient for a while longer. Despite the chaotic haze making it challenging for Kakashi to ascertain the positions of others, he is acutely aware of who possesses an intimate knowledge of all present. Kakashi, it has been a long time. How have you been? During Kakashi's moment of repose against the tree, Teo and his companions have arrived at his location. Greeting him with a smile, Kakashi lifts his gaze slightly towards Teo, inquiring, "What brings you here?" "Of course I have a reason. Otherwise, I wouldn't seek you out. Although I am unaware of your recent circumstances, it seems you are about to embark on something rather intriguing. You appear to be in dire need of our assistance." Teo responds with a grin, his eyes reflecting an enigmatic intent. "Kakashi, what are you evading?" "None of your concern," Kakashi replies, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinizes Teo, who seems to be aware of everything, then promptly averts his gaze, his expression suggesting a reluctance for Teo to delve deeper. "Indeed, it is not my concern, Kakashi-san. I have a proposal for you. Would you care to hear it?" Undeterred by Kakashi's aloof demeanor, Teo wisely chooses to overlook it, squatting down to meet Kakashi's gaze directly, his tone unexpectedly gentle as he reveals the purpose of his visit. Kakashi studies Teo intently, his face reflecting contemplation, yet in the next moment, he recoils. Someone like Teo cannot be trusted, though there is no harm in listening to what he has to say. "What is your proposal?" Kakashi, perched upon another tree, inquired from a distance while observing the positions of Ran and Sh. "I am uncertain of your intentions to return, though it seems to revolve around something akin to vengeance. Am I correct?" Your gaze betrays that sentiment. Taeyong's tone was lighthearted, yet upon hearing these words, Kakashi's expression swiftly darkened. "Come now, do not adopt such a fearsome demeanor. I have chosen to stand by your side this time." In response to Kakashi's wariness, Taeyong immediately raised his hands in a gesture of innocence, wearing a cheerful smile that starkly contrasted with his initial composed impression. "Is this what one calls a slow-to-warm type?" "No need for that. We are adversaries," Kakashi replied curtly, preparing to depart. "Wait a moment. I understand we are enemies, so feel free to disregard us. But allow us to assist you. Your current condition cannot sustain you for long. Can you truly accomplish your plans in such a state?" Taeyong's words halted Kakashi in his tracks. He turned to face Taeyong, unable to discern his expression from this angle. After a brief silence, Kakashi spoke. Why? Why must there be a reason? It is simply for amusement, Taeyong replied, spreading his arms and shrugging casually. However, the matter was not merely a whim. Within the daimyo's residence were those who desired the downfall of Konoha, and aiding Kakashi might provoke action from such individuals. Very well, assist as you wish. But do not impede me. And do not forget, I am always prepared to strike you down from behind, Kakashi spoke in a low voice, resolutely intent on bringing this matter to a conclusion. Understood, Taeyong responded with a smile. Shall we now discuss how to re-enter the daimyo's residence? First, I will draw the attention of the guards at the main entrance. Ran, once everyone is gathered, execute that technique. SHBU, deploy your specially crafted explosive tags. This should allow us to breach the entrance, Taeyong instructed, addressing Ran and SHBU while Kakashi listened attentively. It is not so simple for certain individuals. Dispersing smoke is trivial, Kakashi interjected, pointing out the flaw in their plan. He was aware that some swordsmen could sever flames, steel, and even water. Smoke would be no exception. Come now, do not underestimate me. You are well aware of my capabilities, Rand retorted, displeased. As he believed those mere swordsmen could not disrupt his technique, especially with SHBU aiding him. Think as you wish. I merely state the facts, Kakashi replied indifferently. Their methods did not concern him. Once this affair was concluded, he hoped to be free from such torment. Taeyong, why does Kakashi-san wish to proceed in this manner? After Kakashi departed, SHBU questioned in confusion, noting the stark contrast between Kakashi's current demeanor and his previous self. Who knows? Perhaps he simply wishes to distance himself from those who might inflict harm upon him. After all, if one does not care, how can one be harmed? Taeyong speculated. Oh, so this is what Kakashi-san is truly thinking? SHBU murmured, as if she had grasped something profound. Kakashi had already turned towards the daimyo's mansion. And shortly after, Tai and the others set off, ready to cause another ruckus. The sky gradually dimmed, the sun sinking lower, bringing a chilling drop in temperature. The biting wind swept mercilessly across the land, seemingly intent on stealing every trace of warmth, leaving only an endless void of cold. The sky appeared to loom low, suffocatingly close, thick clouds scattering faint rays of sunlight, constantly reminding people that night was imminent. The area before the daimyo's mansion was entirely shrouded in mist. And as time passed, visibility diminished further, leaving a sense of emptiness and uncertainty about what awaited them ahead. Naruto, can you find a way to clear this? At this moment, Sakura and Naruto's pace was scarcely faster than walking, their sense of direction becoming particularly unreliable. No, even if we blow it away, it will just come back, Naruto replied, shaking his head, relying almost entirely on his hearing to determine Sakura's location. But I can sense the daimyo's mansion is not far off. There is a chakra presence. Stay close to me, Sakura. Understood. Sakura followed Naruto closely, both proceeding cautiously yet steadily toward the daimyo's mansion. Meanwhile, Shikamaru and his companions had reached the city gates, confronted by numerous guards, leaving him with a headache. How could he possibly explain the situation? He certainly could not say that Kakashi was returning to stir up trouble again, inviting them to join in their defense. It was rather peculiar, though. Why had they arrived first? What are you back for? The leader, who had initially suggested allowing the Leaf Village members to depart, emerged from behind the guards. In the flickering firelight, his calm demeanor suggested a complete lack of interest in the unfolding events. I can't explain it clearly. Let us just stay here, Shikamaru mumbled, struggling to convey the situation. He observed the current state of the daimyo's mansion. If Kakashi intended to storm in now, there would be no way he could leave unscathed, especially with the indifferent leader now on high alert. The man scrutinized Shikamaru's face for a moment, then waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Do as you wish." His demeanor was casual, exuding confidence as he turned to leave, his back radiating self-assurance. He had not been present during the initial chaos at the daimyo's mansion. He had been assigned to escort the princess and had only recently returned. Observing the scene before him, he felt no turmoil in his heart. Merely chastising his subordinates for their ineptitude before moving on, he could be described as someone devoid of the samurai spirit. Shikamaru. Who is he? Hinata inquired after the man departed. The three leaned against the walls of the daimyo's mansion, gazing at the hazy flickers of light and the bustling guards surrounding them. Uncertain, he proclaimed himself the leader of the elite guard. I had previously heard my father mention this individual. Aside from those already in the public eye within the dimming mansion, many others remain concealed. Among them is a formidable figure named G. known for his capricious nature, yet serving as the very core of the mansion's martial strength. That must be who he is, Shikamaru mused, resting his hand on the back of his head. I see. Hinata nodded thoughtfully, gazing into the unseen distance, lost in her own contemplations. What if Kakashi-sensei does not arrive at Deming Mansion? What if he leaves amidst the swirling fog? The silence among Shikamaru and his companions did not linger long. As Shino interjected with a question, Shikamaru opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, Kakashi had no compelling reason to return. However, at that moment, someone provided an answer to this dilemma. In an instant, the previously still fog began to stir, appearing almost sentient, transforming from a light mist into a dense shroud, through which the flames flickered dimly. It was then that the realization struck. The enemy had arrived. Shikamaru reacted swiftly. He understood that something lurked within the fog. He instructed Hinata and Shino to ascend the city walls to observe the unfolding events from above. They witnessed the light of the flames extinguishing one after another, indicating that the guards were falling one by one. Indeed, the fog harbored treachery. Shikamaru furrowed his brow. What shall we do? I did not anticipate they would truly breach from the front. Yami is too reckless. The front. This is bad. It seems Kakashi-sensei will not be here. After a moment of contemplation, Shikamaru suddenly realized. He promptly moved towards the left side of the Deming Mansion. Although the number of guards there matched that at the main entrance, the terrain was more conducive to stealth. He surmised that if Kakashi intended to return, that area would serve as an excellent point of entry. It was unexpected that Yami would intervene. Now, disentangling Kakashi from Yami seems implausible. Hinata and Shino, not overthinking the situation, followed Shikamaru's lead. Hinata glanced back at the chaos, asking, what about the main entrance? With that leader present, Naruto and the others will arrive shortly. Without turning back, Shikamaru replied. The three hastened along the city walls at their utmost speed. Teru, is it time for a full-scale assault? One observed the situation within the fog with clarity, noting that the guards had fallen in significant numbers and were growing restless. Teru shook his head. While many had indeed succumbed, the remaining forces were not overly formidable. The medicinal herbs that Iam could deploy broadly were not particularly potent. We should wait. Venturing out now would undoubtedly lead to annihilation. When, then? We shall wait until none remain standing, striking when they let down their guard. How tedious. Ruan's mood soured considerably. At that moment, Iam unexpectedly slapped him from behind. Do you feel dissatisfied with my herb's efficacy? Are you expressing discontent? Ouch. That hurt. What was that for? I never thought such a thing. How much do you enjoy misinterpreting others' words? Ruan exclaimed, clutching the spot where he was struck. Please be silent. Are you trying to attract our enemies? Tai Liang lamented, scratching his head in frustration. What a bunch of incompetent allies. Suddenly, he sensed a change in the movements of their pursuers. 3 incoming from this direction, he exclaimed, realizing that their earlier scuffle had indeed drawn the attention of their foes. Who are they? Tai Liang inquired. 2 teams from the Konoha squad, and 1 from the daimyo's estate, moving with remarkable speed, Juan reported, unable to contain his excitement. Relocate immediately, Tai Liang commanded, springing into action. Juan, you take evasive maneuvers. Understood, Juan replied, leading the way. Where exactly is our final destination? Juan noticed that their escape was growing increasingly futile. They had fallen into an encirclement. To the daimyo's estate, Tai Liang stated, recognizing that their objective was to assist Kakashi. Stay close to me. Juan focused on finding the most optimal route to breach the daimyo's estate, disregarding all other considerations. If a battle is to ensue, let it be on enemy territory. The more destruction, the better. Meanwhile, Kakashi was concealed within a thicket, acutely aware of the activity at the main entrance to the daimyo's estate. He was preparing to slip through a gap. Juan's ninjutsu had proven invaluable, allowing him to remain hidden while the enemy was out in the open. Assessing the moment, it was time for him to act. Summoning jutsu, Kakashi called forth Pakken. Kakashi, what is the matter? Pakken asked, surveying their surroundings. After a moment of hesitation, he instinctively covered his nose with his front paws, as the air was thick with the scent of medicinal irises and the overwhelming stench of blood emanating from Kakashi, which was quite disconcerting. What has happened? Pakken shook his head to regain focus, determined to fulfill his mission despite the grim circumstances. Nothing much. I just need you to locate someone, Kakashi replied, looking at Pakken as he tore off a piece of fabric from his sleeve and handed it over. Of course, follow me. Pakken sniffed the fabric and began to track the scent. Wait, Kakashi called out, prompting Pakken to turn back, puzzled. This is the daimyo's estate. Kakashi deemed it necessary to inform Pakken of their situation, lest he be caught off guard later. What? Kakashi, what on earth are you doing? Pakken exclaimed, leaping up in alarm. Though unaware of whom Kakashi was searching for, he understood that trespassing into the daimyo's estate was no trivial matter. You needn't concern yourself with that, Kakashi said, his gaze fixed on the horizon. By the way, how are you not in Mia's clutches? How did you escape? Pakken recalled the last time he was summoned. A lot transpired. Let us not delve into that now. Kakashi wished to bypass the details. Very well. Parker scrutinized Kakashi closely. Although he sensed something amiss, he refrained from pressing further, as Kakashi appeared to harbor unspoken burdens. Parker leaped onto Kakashi's shoulder, guiding him with vague directions, and soon Kakashi prepared to depart. Seizing a moment when the guard's attention wavered, he dashed forth, swiftly scaling the wall to reach its summit. There, he neutralized a nearby guard, seizing the weapon from his grasp. Cloaked by the mist, his actions went unnoticed. Kakashi moved with a quiet, fluid grace, as if rehearsed countless times. Hey Kakashi, what exactly are you planning? Parker's intuition grew increasingly uneasy as he observed Kakashi's peculiar behavior. Kakashi offered no answer. What is next? Over there, Parker continued to direct him, resolute in assisting Kakashi despite the ominous air surrounding him. Upon hearing Parker's guidance, Kakashi crouched and leapt down from the wall, seeking refuge beneath a large tree. Exhaling deeply, he steadied his breath. The preceding flurry of activity had left him slightly breathless. Soon, he resumed his journey, treading cautiously along the edges of the buildings. Kakashi, are you all right? Despite Kakashi's outward demeanor resembling his usual self, Parker discerned the difference. Indeed, Kakashi bore wounds. I'm fine, Kakashi replied, now perched atop a rooftop, surveying the surrounding layout before proceeding toward his objective. Meanwhile, the fog began to dissipate, indicating that combat had commenced on Mina's side. He needed to hasten. Navigating past numerous patrolling guards, Kakashi finally arrived before a house. Inside was the person he sought. At that moment, the mist had completely cleared, exposing him within the line of sight of the Byakugan. He had to act swiftly, utilizing the cover of night. He searched for a means of entry, while the battle raged at the front door, where Mina's forces had fully arrived, and Tai Liang found himself overwhelmed. Kakashi pondered the swift escalation of the conflict. The front door lay some distance from his position. After meticulously calculating the arrival times and assessing who was most likely present, he plunged in without hesitation. Guided by Parker, he located his target, who concealed himself in the rafters, poised to strike, though the moment was not yet ripe. Parker had remained silent, acutely aware that Kakashi was undertaking a perilous endeavor. He felt powerless to intervene. Disrupting Kakashi's plan could lead to dire consequences for him. Earlier, he had detected the presence of Shikamaru and others, leaving him utterly bewildered about the unfolding situation. Thus, Kakashi lingered in the rafters, intently monitoring the individuals below, calculating the precise moment to act. While Kakashi remained concealed in the shadows of the rafters, a fierce battle unfolded outside. Initially, Ino and her companions had no choice but to take the most expedient route to evade pursuit from three directions. Just as they believed they had narrowly escaped, they were confronted by an individual who appeared utterly nonchalant, none other than the enigmatic Tsukasa. Though they regretted their preoccupation with the three pursuers, which had blinded them to this presence, there was no choice but to engage, hence the swift onset of conflict. In the dim corners of the building, Kakashi meticulously sensed the movements around him. He was acutely aware that Shikamaru and his team were approaching, while Niji had already clashed with Ino, and Naruto along with Sakura were in hot pursuit. Without any chaotic jutsu, his position had become unmistakably revealed. It seemed the moment was drawing near. Kakashi calculated the time, his gaze coldly fixed on the individuals conversing below. TCH, merely a petty ninja, daring to contend with the feudal lords. Such audacity is laughable. I cannot fathom Tsukasa's reasoning for allowing them to escape. You fail to see the bigger picture. If they return to Konoha, that would serve as irrefutable evidence, allowing us to openly eradicate Konoha, one replied. Oh, I see. Truly, Tsukasa is astute, thinking several steps ahead. It's not as if he cares about such matters. He simply wishes to avoid complications. He holds nothing in reverence. Is that so? Indeed, the existence of Konoha has long been a thorn in the side of many officials. Should a pretext arise to eliminate Konoha and harness their power for ourselves, I am certain it would please many. Yet, do you believe the people of Konoha would yield so easily? If they resist, then they shall be eliminated. Their total eradication poses no issue. However, I am confident that some among them will ultimately abandon their struggle. Few can bear to witness the demise of their cherished ones. Hostage-taking would suffice. Ah, you raise a valid point. Yet, the battle rages fiercely outside. Shouldn't we lend a hand? I am but an injured party, and with Tsukasa present. What is there to fear? Nevertheless, let them fight. They are all but a collection of refuse. Meanwhile, beneath them, two individuals engaged in conversation, one of whom was the very person responsible for capturing Kakashi and bringing him to the feudal lord Ida. Kakashi intended for Paku to trace his scent, as Ida's essence lingered on him when he was cast into the cell. It was a self-inflicted predicament for Kakashi. The other individual appeared to be Ida's confidant. Their discourse was profoundly repugnant. How could one not be disgusted by a person who disregards the value of life and possesses no semblance of shame? Paku, perched upon Kakashi's back, seethed with the desire to leap down and dispatch them immediately. Now, he began to comprehend Kakashi's intentions. It seemed the so-called ninja they spoke of was indeed Kakashi, yet the specifics of the conflict with the feudal lord remained unclear. Kakashi listened impassively to their exchange, his expression unchanging as he observed Ida's contemptible visage, patiently awaiting the right moment. He had long been aware that this matter would not conclude easily. Human desire is invariably insatiable. Gripping the knife he had seized, he closed his eyes and endeavored to regulate his breathing. Despite the air being tainted with the metallic scent of blood, he must disregard the discomfort that surged through his body. He aimed to deliver a fatal strike, a skill he had often employed in the shadows, though he feared it might now be rusty. Indeed, Kakashi had returned to the daimyo's estate with the singular purpose of eliminating Itachi, a task motivated by a simple disdain. However, an additional reason for his demise had recently surfaced. Kakashi took a deep breath, abruptly opening his eyes, which gleamed with a piercing intensity. In the next heartbeat, he vanished from the rafters. At that precise moment, Parker leaped away, positioning himself above to observe the unfolding events. Kakashi swiftly moved behind Itachi, executing his strike with fluid precision, the entire sequence unfolding seamlessly without a hint of delay. Itachi, oblivious to the impending doom, had already lost his life. While his loyal aide reacted promptly, drawing his weapon, yet he was unable to evade Kakashi's lethal blade. After dispatching both adversaries, Kakashi flicked the blood from his knife and gazed down at the lifeless forms, his expression obscured by his hair. Suddenly, he let out a pained grunt, collapsing to one knee, using his blade for support, and began to gasp for breath. The exertion had taken a considerable toll on his body. "Kakashi, are you all right?" Parker exclaimed, leaping down with concern etched on his face. Kakashi struggled to rise, aware that an avalanche of challenges awaited him. Leaning against a nearby pillar, he closed his eyes to rest, while Parker remained by his side. Parker knew that Shikamaru and the others would soon arrive, so he refrained from excessive worry. It seemed that Naruto and the others were also approaching, leading Parker to believe that Kakashi would be safe. Yet, he could not comprehend why Kakashi, in such poor condition, had chosen to take matters into his own hands. He felt utterly bewildered. Unbeknownst to Parker, the events that would unfold next would deepen his confusion. As Parker anticipated, it was not long before Shikamaru, Hinata, and Shino burst onto the scene. Upon witnessing the situation, they were rendered speechless, staring at Kakashi, who rested nearby, with the bloodied knife still in his hand. An oppressive silence enveloped the room, the sounds of battle outside seeming distant and remote. "Kakashi-sensei." Shikamaru cautiously stepped forward, calling out. Kakashi slowly lifted his gaze, silently regarding Shikamaru without uttering a word. "Ah, Shikamaru, you've arrived. What mission are you on?" Parker approached, greeting them casually, oblivious to the strange expressions on their faces. "Hey, what is wrong with you all? Your expressions are odd." Noticing their silence, Parker began to sense that something was amiss. "Parker, come back." At that moment, Kakashi finally spoke, his tone as calm as ever. Parker, puzzled, glanced back at Kakashi but ultimately returned to his side. At this moment, Naruto and Sakura arrived, accompanied by a throng of guards who swiftly encircled Kakashi. "Hey, Kakashi. What's going on?" Even Parker, who had been utterly bewildered from the start, sensed the gravity of the situation and cautiously observed the guards brandishing their blades in their direction. "It's nothing. Just consider it my departure from Konoha," Kakashi replied nonchalantly, though his words carried a weight that belied his demeanor. "What? Kakashi, have you lost your mind due to a fever?" Parker exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face, followed closely by indignation. "Are you on some sort of medication? You're so loud." "Let's head back," Kakashi remarked, casting a glance at the furious Parker. Without further explanation, he dispelled the jutsu, as Parker's voice exacerbated the throbbing pain in his head. In the absence of Parker's clamor, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. Long time no see, Naruto. Kakashi greeted the still figure of Naruto, though his tone was markedly different from usual. Kakashi-sensei, why are you doing this? Perhaps taken aback by Kakashi's unexpected actions. Naruto's mood soured, his gaze involuntarily lingering on the two lifeless bodies on the ground. You mean them? It's nothing. They deserved it, Kakashi replied casually, gesturing towards the fallen figures. However, upon noticing the peculiar expressions on Naruto and his companions, Kakashi's demeanor shifted from calm to ominous. Naruto, why do you question me? Kakashi narrowed his eyes, his tone growing icy. This is not a question. Perhaps Naruto too felt he should not confront Kakashi, his voice faltering. Why can't you consider my reasons for doing this? If you truly trusted me, you wouldn't have asked that, Kakashi articulated slowly. Kakashi-sensei, we certainly trust you. But you've become frightening, and we don't know how to respond. Naruto was rendered speechless, prompting Sakura to interject, her heart heavy with concern over whether they could safely depart from this lord's estate. Sakura, if you truly trusted me, you wouldn't have intervened when I aimed my blade at Naruto. If you genuinely trusted me, you would believe I would never harm him, would you not? Kakashi continued, his words leaving Sakura at a loss for a response. With a heavy heart, Sakura lowered her gaze, struggling to find words. She had indeed been terrified that Kakashi would harm Naruto, especially after witnessing him inflict serious injury upon Naruto previously. Did this mean she did not trust Kakashi? Listen, I'm exhausted. I've had enough. I don't want to carry this burden any longer. Please, just leave me be. Kakashi suddenly shifted his tone, tinged with a hint of desperation. Kakashi-sensei, we can help you bear it. Don't forget that we are still here by your side. Upon hearing Kakashi's words, Naruto promptly responded with a resolute expression. Though your words bring me joy, I shall not return, he declared firmly. Kakashi, rarely smiling, then commenced his actions. He dashed along the wall of the house, leaping onto the roof of another building. At this moment, he could distinctly observe the flickering lightning in the distance, indicating that Tai Liang was indeed struggling. He had not employed any significant jutsu, suggesting that his movements had been restricted. Kakashi-sensei, you cannot escape. Come back with us. Naruto shouted from across the way. Kakashi had already dealt with several key figures within the daimyo's residence, and the unfolding events were uncertain. Do not concern yourself with me any longer, Naruto, Kakashi murmured softly, a volume too faint for Naruto to hear, evidently intended for his own reflection. In the next instant, Kakashi executed an act that could only be deemed suicidal. He leaped directly into the encirclement of the guards, charging towards the front gate without a moment's hesitation. He opted not to engage the guards, but skillfully evaded them while advancing swiftly. Kakashi-sensei, what on earth do you intend to do? Naruto interjected, positioning himself directly in Kakashi's path. Yet, it seemed Kakashi's gaze passed through him, unyielding as he continued onward. As Kakashi brushed past Naruto, he uttered a quiet phrase, and time appeared to stand still in that fleeting moment. Goodbye, Naruto. Naruto momentarily froze, and it was only when Kakashi had dashed beyond him that he regained his senses. Wait, Kakashi-sensei, what do you mean? He gazed after Kakashi's retreating figure, suddenly feeling an insurmountable distance between them. However, Naruto was still Naruto. He would not relinquish his pursuit so easily. He quickly gave chase, for Kakashi was now running low on energy, and this time, he would not let go. Kakashi's body was on the verge of collapse, and he was certain that if a bed were offered to him at that moment, he would succumb to slumber in an instant. Regrettably, such an indulgence was impossible now. Naruto stood behind him. If captured, it would be a most unfortunate turn of events. Yet, how could he navigate this predicament? How could he escape? As he fought through the chaos, the wounds adorning his body began to bleed anew, and at this rate, he would soon succumb to unconsciousness. His head felt heavy, and he longed to abandon all concerns and simply fall. Kakashi gripped his blade tightly. Yet the relentless tide of guards was becoming increasingly overwhelming. Ah, is this truly the end? It seems rather swift. Kakashi struggled to resist. And just when he believed it was all over, Naruto appeared before him. Naruto seized Kakashi's sword-wielding hand with determination, firmly preventing him from continuing the fight while simultaneously fending off the guard's onslaught. Stop it, Kakashi-sensei. It is not yet time for goodbyes. Do not speak as if you have already resigned, for I have not relinquished my hold. Naruto's gaze, filled with concern, scrutinized Kakashi's weary visage. What drives you to act like this? It is not in your nature. Why I must do this, you will come to understand in due time, Naruto. I have already bid farewell. With a forceful motion, Kakashi shook off Naruto's grip and swung his blade toward him. Though his hand trembled uncontrollably, his aim remained true. Naruto swiftly sidestepped the attack. Unlike at the outset, his mind was now resolute. No matter what befell Kakashi, he would not allow him to escape again. Shino. Can you separate them? In the distance, Shikamaru and the others watched anxiously as Naruto battled amidst a throng of guards, fearing that Kakashi, the greatest foe of the daimyo's estate, might be ambushed from behind. Certainly, Shino replied, nodding. He then unleashed a myriad of insects from his sleeves, which traversed the guards to envelop both Naruto and Kakashi. I apologize, Kakashi-sensei, but even if you are reluctant, you must return with us today. Naruto's eyes were unwavering as he raised his hand to block Kakashi's assault. Kakashi displayed no reaction to Naruto's words, seemingly convinced that he would not be captured. He stepped back, maintaining a calm demeanor as he regarded Naruto. Within the insect-formed barrier, Kakashi quickly found himself bested in battle. He drove his blade into the ground, leaning his weight upon it while gasping for breath, his expression one of anguish, with his brow furrowed deeply. Kakashi-sensei. Naruto observed Kakashi's suffering, an inexplicable chill creeping up from his toes, compelling him to approach and check on Kakashi's condition. Stay away from Kakashi-san. Suddenly, the voice of Iam pierced through the fray, followed by a kunai adorned with an explosive tag, which shot between Kakashi and Naruto before detonating. The smoke immediately enveloped the scene, and Shino's insects fell one by one. The experienced onlookers swiftly distanced themselves from the haze. Once the smoke cleared, Kakashi's figure had vanished from sight, leaving only a multitude of insects scattered on the ground. Shino, what is that? Shikamaru inquired, somewhat taken aback by the sudden turn of events, directing his question to Shino, who was inspecting the insects. It's nothing. The insects are merely unconscious, Shino replied after examining the creatures in his hand. It seems the drug is not particularly potent. Hinata, any sign of Kakashi? Hinata, employing her Byakugan, scanned the area but found nothing, only the chaos of combatants ahead. Noticing Hinata's furrowed brow, Shikamaru suggested, look below. Following his advice, Hinata began to search underground, and indeed, she spotted two figures who seemed to be stationary. Pointing ahead, she indicated their location. Upon hearing this, Naruto sprang into action, followed closely by Shikamaru and the others. Kakashi's chakra was nearly depleted, and the other individual clearly lacked proficiency in Earth-style ninjutsu, especially considering she was carrying Kakashi. They are emerging, Hinata observed as Shampoo brought Kakashi up from the ground, and they began to head towards the main entrance, having spent but a brief time underground. I want to thank you, Kakashi said, supported by Shampoo, as he surveyed the surroundings, feeling that the outcome was already determined. You're quite talkative. Do you remember what I said to you in prison? It seems the time for realization has come. Don't worry, I will always be by your side. So do as you wish, Shampoo continued, maintaining her grip on Kakashi, despite his unsteady gait. Mind your own business, Kakashi retorted, glancing back at Shampoo's indifferent expression, regretting his previous indulgence. If he continued to immerse himself in this situation, he would ultimately be the one to suffer. Perhaps it would have been better had he never engaged in the first place. You think I wanted this? I could smell the fresh blood on you from afar. After all my efforts to stabilize you, you go and harm yourself again. If I don't retrieve you, all my hard work would be in vain, Shampoo responded, clearly disagreeing with Kakashi's assertion that she had time to spare. The battle against the feudal lord had proven unexpectedly arduous. Kakashi gently pushed Shampoo away, halting their progress. He gazed at her, his eyes reflecting an inscrutable light. He had gone to great lengths to keep Naruto and the others at bay. He did not wish to fall into another pitfall. Oh, suit yourself, Shampoo replied, momentarily taken aback before scrutinizing Kakashi closely, and then she dismissed him, her eyes sweeping the area rapidly. If you wish to end things here, so be it. But please allow me to fulfill my promise. Holding a weapon, SHBU stood before Kakashi, vigilantly watching the approaching figures, clearly in a protective stance. Were it not for her prior experiences and his understanding of her character, Kakashi might have assumed she merely sought to bind herself to him and Naruto. Gazing at her slender frame, much shorter than his own, he found himself at a loss to articulate his feelings. To assert he felt nothing would be a blatant falsehood. This time, we shall be considered a community of fate, shall we not, Kakashi-san? As she observed Naruto and the others closing in, SHBU could no longer afford to maintain her previous carefree demeanor. This was a significant crisis, demanding utmost seriousness, despite her efforts to appear calm. Her heart raced with anxiety. Bring Kakashi-sensei back. Without hesitation, Naruto charged toward SHBU, his eyes cold with determination. Then come and seize him yourself. It seems Kakashi-sensei has no intention of returning with you, SHBU replied, attempting to distract Naruto while reluctantly fending off his attacks. Indeed, she was utterly inept in physical combat. Explode. In her confrontation with Naruto, SHBU found herself repeatedly employing explosive tags. Though a novice in martial arts, she excelled in medical ninjutsu. Damn it, this cursed thing. The concealed elements within the smoke forced Naruto to dodge incessantly, endangering those around him. Behind SHBU, Kakashi observed the clash between her and Naruto before shifting his focus to Shikamaru and the others who were also intent on retrieving Naruto. What a nuisance, Kakashi remarked, visibly agitated. His brows had yet to relax, and his eyes bore an unchanging detachment. He turned his attention to the battlefield where Tear and Ran engaged in combat. Tear was currently pitted against an unfamiliar opponent, their strength seemingly balanced, though perhaps that adversary held the upper hand. Tear was being pressured to the point where he scarcely had time to form hand seals. And then there was Ran, who seemed overly ambitious, taking on 3 opponents simultaneously. His arrogance was palpable, yet he demonstrated considerable skill in ninjutsu, managing to hold his own against Niji and the others without suffering grievous injuries. Ran wore a joyful expression reminiscent of a child's innocence, while his ninjutsu filled the air with a chilling mist, exacerbating the already harsh environment. After a brief respite, Kakashi rejoined the fray, but as he moved to assist SHBU, he found his path obstructed by Sakura. Kakashi-sensei, I shall be your opponent, she declared, taking her stance. However, her expression betrayed her true feelings. She had never genuinely contemplated battling Kakashi. Standing in opposition, she struggled to quell her racing heart, feeling a profound sorrow as she met Kakashi's gaze, which now resembled that of a distant stranger, reminiscent of Sasuke's own aloofness. Oh, Kakashi responded, his tone flat, before launching into an attack. Suddenly, Kakashi found himself immobilized, gazing down at the shadow beneath him, realizing that he had underestimated Shikamaru. I apologize, Kakashi-sensei. Your body can no longer engage in battle at will. Sakura retracted her stance, uttering these words with a hint of remorse. Her eyes filled with sorrow that threatened to overflow in tears, yet she ultimately turned her head away, for there was no time for her grief. Kakashi maintained his previous posture, regarding the sorrowful Sakura with indifference. His emotions were beyond articulation. Perhaps others were unaware of his profound discomfort, but witnessing Sakura's plight caused a slight pang in his heart. I am sorry, Kakashi-sensei, Shikamaru spoke from a short distance behind Sakura. He had initially thought that the shadow imitation technique could not be employed, yet tonight's moon shone particularly bright, and fortunately, Kakashi had stepped out of the shadow. Hinata, please apply the pressure points. Understood. Hinata approached Kakashi, remorse evident in her voice as she apologized, swiftly pressing several of his pressure points with focused precision. Shikamaru. This should suffice. Suddenly, an unknown object plummeted into Shikamaru's vicinity, shattering the ground and sending dust swirling into the air. Shikamaru and several others were compelled to leap to higher ground, while Naruto and Ino's skirmish was abruptly halted, not that it was forced, for even without the falling object, Ino was on the verge of defeat. Once the shadow imitation technique was lifted, Kakashi collapsed to the ground, utterly unable to control his body. The sensation of helplessness threatened to drive him to madness. Had Hinata not shielded him, he would have already been pierced by the debris that scattered in all directions. As the dust settled, the onlookers finally discerned the identity of the fallen object. Ran, Ino exclaimed, startled by the striking red hair illuminated by the moonlight. Oh dear. That was quite exhilarating. However, it seems Taiyu wishes to retreat. Ran slowly rose from the ground. A faint smile gracing her lips despite the blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Her voice was weak, and as she spoke, a violent cough erupted from her. What happened? Ino inquired, rushing to Ran's side, tending to her fresh wounds. What else could it be? We are outnumbered. I am facing 3 opponents alone. It has been quite a struggle, yet they are not faring well either. He. Spitting a mouthful of blood, Ran still managed to smile. For now, we should retreat. That unknown figure has effectively thwarted Taiyu's movements. Very well, retreat it is. Ino glanced at the situation near Taiyu, nodding in agreement. However, as she prepared to leave with Ran, they realized there was no escape. The Leaf Village members had completely encircled them. Ino cast a worried glance toward Kakashi, but soon redirected her focus to the figures from the Leaf. Kakashi lay motionless, calmly analyzing the current situation. It appeared that Mina would have to endure today. Though Sasuke and the others had yet to engage, presenting an unpredictable variable. Furthermore, the enigmatic masked man loomed ominously. What would transpire next remained uncertain. Hinata had shifted her complete focus onto SHBU and ran, with Kakashi seemingly safe for the moment, yet she lacked awareness of the danger surrounding her. The retainers of the Daime had encircled her, isolating her from Konoha and its allies. They intended to capture him, for he was the notorious assassin of Lord Itachi. All those surrounding Kakashi unsheathed their blades, the sharp tips directed menacingly towards the defenseless Kakashi on the ground. He lifted his gaze wearily. Meeting the hateful stares of his captors, entirely closed his eyes. So this is how it ends. You're awake? Kakashi groggily opened his eyes. And upon seeing the expressionless visage that mirrored his own, he quickly regained his senses and scanned his surroundings, soon realizing he was within his own consciousness. What have you done? After a moment of bewilderment, Kakashi suddenly rubbed his temples in distress. Flickering memories flooded back, and he comprehended fully the actions he had taken. Angrily, he confronted the doppelganger seated beside him. The other Kakashi, now fully aware of his counterpart's clarity, smiled softly and replied, I merely did what we both desired. This is what you wished for? Your methods are rather blunt. Kakashi paused for a couple of seconds, then shook his head in resignation. Being Kakashi himself, he understood the reasons behind those actions. Isn't that the essence of it? With this, everything is resolved. Konoha should remain unharmed. Aren't you pleased? You are no longer bound by Konoha's constraints. Doesn't that bring you joy? Those who could inflict pain upon you have departed. Are you not happy? You need not ponder this or that anymore. Isn't that liberating? The other Kakashi looked perplexed, unable to grasp why his counterpart was upset. He curiously inquired, believing his actions to be entirely justified, as everything was aimed at his own happiness. Yet, wouldn't that lead to loneliness? Kakashi sighed softly before responding. Loneliness? Compared to the pain inflicted by those I cherish, it pales in significance. So, you choose to distance yourself from them? Indeed, to push them away. And then to sever ties completely. Do you harbor hatred for them? Hate? Yes, indeed, I despise them. But you just referred to them as those you cherish. Hate does not negate affection. It is precisely because I care for them that I feel animosity. They have caused me sorrow, whether in the past or present. I detest seeing you weep. I wish for you to no longer feel fear, to awaken alone in the pitch-black night, confronting an empty room with a silent resolve. I desire for you to be unshackled, to stop forcing yourself, and to cast away those burdens that weigh heavily upon you. I no longer wish to silently shed tears alone, comforting myself in solitude. I have had enough. Kakashi, with a sorrowful expression and an air of intensity, articulated the sentiments he had harbored over the years. Indeed, you remain Kakashi Hitaki, and your actions mirror my own. Both of us seek happiness, solace, and fulfillment, yet you choose to distance yourself while I opt for guardianship. Kakashi gazed at him with a faint smile, rising to lean against the other Kakashi. Your approach does indeed bring closure to this matter, albeit at the expense of Naruto and the others. After this, I shall officially be perceived as one with Obito. How self-centered. It seems I am entirely disregarding the feelings of others. Humph, I only engage in actions I will not regret. However, your treatment of Naruto is rather harsh. Is it not? It must be done. You are right. I hope this brings an end to it, a fitting conclusion, and surely Obito cannot escape his fate. Yet, I have yet to apologize to Naruto. How troublesome. Let me make it clear that you are now in a state of unconsciousness. You think you can wake up at will? I am the master of my own body, and you may vanish now. Haha, it appears I have fully recovered. I truly do not understand how you persist, but I believe we will meet again. For now, I merely fade away. Well, thank you for everything and farewell. I appreciate your assistance in making a choice I could not make alone. Fool. Kakashi felt the presence behind him gradually dissipate. He was aware that this was merely a temporary absence. Hinata's technique had momentarily restricted his chakra, and the other Kakashi, if he was not mistaken, was concealed within his chakra, akin to a volatile element, a result of his experiences in captivity. Yet, none of that mattered anymore. Kakashi moved forward step by step, knowing that once he left this space, he could awaken. His steps were resolute, despite his awareness of the events that awaited him. After an extended period of running, Kakashi finally emerged, and upon sensing the state of his body, he felt a bitter smile forming, though he could only manage a wry grin. His chakra was painfully scarce, his muscles weak and unresponsive, rendering his awakening seemingly futile. Kakashi kept his eyes closed, attentively listening to the sounds around him. He found himself isolated from a group. While SHBU and Ran battled against the guards, the forces of Konoha were similarly engaged in hindering SHBU and Ran. And distant noises of collapsing structures and ground-shaking impacts suggested the fierce battlefield of Tai. The combat style of SHBU is primarily centered on projectile weaponry, with her 1,000 blades and kunai adorned with explosive tags flashing in and out of sight. A circle of adversaries around her continually falls. And in the face of SHBU's unique abilities, Shino's ninjutsu proves futile, while Shikamaru finds himself at a loss. The moon is now obscured by clouds. And with Ran providing cover, they cannot approach her at all. If this continues indefinitely, we must flee. Ran erects a water wall to fend off the relentless onslaught from all directions. His chakra is dwindling, and he must escape quickly. Very well, go fetch Kakashi-san. SHBU consents with a nod, instructing Ran as beads of perspiration accumulate on her brow, strands of hair clinging damply to her forehead. Why should I bother? It's not as if he is in any danger, Ran protests, reluctant to assist Kakashi, though it cannot truly be called rescue. Hearing this, SHBU furrows her brow, fixing Ran with a scornful gaze. What do you think we've exerted ourselves for? Stop your prattling and take action. It seems as though she is hurting him like a duckling. Fine, I'll go, Ran grumbles, though his face betrays his unwillingness. Nonetheless, he complies with SHBU's directive. As he departs from her side, he casts a glance back, sensing that SHBU's complexion appears notably paler than usual. Perhaps it is merely his imagination. After Ran leaves her, SHBU leaps onto a rooftop, seizing the advantageous terrain to confront their foes, while Ran hastens toward Kakashi. Upon observing Ran's movement, Naruto and the others spring into action. They cannot allow him to reach Kakashi under any circumstances. Ran's path is obstructed, and gazing at Kakashi, who is prone among the crowd, he feels a surge of irritation. He is disinclined to engage in such fruitless endeavors. For Kakashi bears no relevance to him, yet he must comply with SHBU's request. Water style, hidden mist technique. A dense fog envelopes the surroundings, and Ran vanishes from sight. Before anyone notices him, he is already moved behind Naruto and the others. When they finally detect him again, he swiftly forms hand seals to execute another jutsu. Water style, water bullets. Several water spheres launch toward Naruto and his companions, leaving them with no choice but to evade. Meanwhile, Ran has approached Kakashi, now only a short distance away. Facing off against Ran, who possesses considerable taijutsu prowess, his opponents stand no chance. Oh, long time no see. Whether you like it or not, you must come with me now, Ran declares as he swiftly lifts Kakashi, moving him toward the daimyo's residence with remarkable speed. Thus, they would fulfill their mission by extracting Kakashi. Kakashi allows himself to be carried by Ran, as it will take some time to break free from Hinata's pressure points. Fortunately, Hinata's grip is not excessively strong due to Kakashi's condition, making it feasible to release him. Thank you for the trouble. Kakashi smiles weakly, his tone somewhat feeble. It's good you recognize the inconvenience. You're now a hot potato that everyone desires, Ran responds, somewhat taken aback by Kakashi's sudden greeting. Though he answers with an awkward expression. Mother, I too am unwilling. It seems I have offended everyone around me, Kakashi sighed, uncertain whether to blame others or himself for the current predicament. For now, it is best not to dwell on it too much. Whoever was killed. It appears this group will not spare you. He halted, gazing at the seemingly unchanged number of guards surrounding the feudal lord's estate. Indeed, it seems so. However, I feel no remorse for their deaths. They deserved it. Kakashi chuckled helplessly, harboring no regret for the demise of the Inuzuka, as he believed it was justified. As chaos ensued, he glanced around, following Ran to higher ground. Few guards possessed the prowess to pursue them relentlessly, but the archers could, unbeknownst to them. They had drawn near the city walls, where a row of archers stood poised. The airborne Ran and Kakashi undoubtedly made for excellent targets, training the archers' accuracy. Ran found himself exasperated, having to dodge the formidable arrows to survive. Observing the projectiles capable of piercing rooftops, he wiped the sweat from his brow. Well done, Kakashi remarked, seemingly relishing the sensation of being led to safety, while simultaneously admiring Ruan's skill in evading the relentless barrage of arrows. Perhaps you should speak less. Your chatter is excessive. Have you forgotten I am your adversary? Ran retorted, drenched in sweat, his breath uneven. At this point, I cannot even discern who the true enemy is. Kakashi, upon hearing this, lowered his gaze slightly, a hint of solitude creeping into his tone. Nevertheless, You still have many admirers, one replied, his tone now devoid of its earlier levity. Kakashi raised his eyes to see Naruto, Shikamaru, Sakura, and Neji approaching. The others were likely still engaged with SHBU. But just moments ago, Tai had returned to her side, managing to extricate himself from the grip. Kakashi regarded them, and they returned his gaze. For a moment, silence enveloped the group, permeated by an unusual tension. The emotions in Kakashi's eyes had shifted from indifference to one filled with profound remorse and the warmth of bygone tenderness, mixed with a subtle hint of nostalgia. Kakashi-sensei. The moment Sakura met his gaze, tears welled in her eyes. She understood that their Kakashi-sensei had returned. Though the separation had been brief, it felt as though centuries had passed. Unlike Sakura, Naruto did not shed tears. Yet the complexity of his emotions was evident in his eyes, an amalgam of regret, joy, nostalgia, and determination. Put down Kakashi-sensei, he finally spoke, breaking the prolonged silence. Unlike the fragrant calamus, Ran offered no response to Naruto. Obediently, he set Kakashi down in a location shielded from the arrows and immediately engaged in combat. With his chakra diminished, he opted for close quarters fighting. Kakashi leaned against a wall, observing the clash between Naruto and Ran, where their movements intertwined and separated. Sakura appeared to seek an opportunity to reach Kakashi, yet was thwarted by Ran's ninjutsu. In his confrontation with Naruto, Ran vividly demonstrated the prowess he had displayed against Kakashi, with Naruto finding himself at a disadvantage. Employing his low-level ninjutsu in conjunction with his physical techniques, Ran executed a near-flawless combination. However, the situation escalated when Neji and Shikamaru also engaged Ran, turning the bout into a 1-against-3. Kakashi anticipated that Ran would soon succumb to defeat. As Kakashi had foreseen, Ran was ultimately struck in the chest by Neji, sent hurtling back like a bullet, crashing into a wall and sustaining significant injury. Meanwhile, the battleground of Taiyang and the fragrant calamus was equally dire. With Ji present, Taiyang struggled to unleash his full potential, while the fragrant calamus felt herself nearing exhaustion. All personnel, listen up. Surround everyone. Any resistance will be met with lethal force. Ji commanded from his elevated position as the situation neared resolution. The guards swiftly and methodically complied, isolating the fallen Ran, the weary fragrant calamus, and Taiyang from Konoha's forces. Unlike the previous encounter, this time, each encirclement was backed by skilled archers, warning that any attempt to escape would likely result in dire consequences. Kakashi lay quietly, gazing at the icy blades and arrow tips, determination flickering in his eyes. His body's chakra points were nearly unblocked, and in an unnoticed moment, his fingers subtly moved. Naruto and Sakura, witnessing their encirclement, felt a surge of frustration, yet they understood the necessity of restraint. Their hearts were tumultuous as they glanced at Kakashi, acutely aware of the ramifications of his actions. Being taken by the daimyo's men would surely lead to his demise. Shikamaru, equally troubled, had contemplated Kakashi's intentions from the outset. A rather absurd yet plausible conclusion formed in his mind, one he fervently hoped would not come to fruition. The Konoha members listened intently as Ji declared, "Let this matter conclude here. You have no ties to these individuals, and we are aware of this. Thus, I ask that you refrain from further involvement. Should you wish to continue, consider the potential consequences. I do not wish to elaborate further." As Ji observed that the scene had stabilized, he spoke again. "Wait. How do you intend to handle these individuals? What about Kakashi-sensei?" Shikamaru frowned, sensing that this matter should not conclude so abruptly. Although the ninjas should be dealt with by you from Konoha, the relationship between this group and Konoha remains somewhat ambiguous. Therefore, let us, the feudal lords, handle the matter. As for Kakashi Hitaki, he has already been convicted, so you need not concern yourselves with him. Ji slowly approached Naruto and the others, responding to Shikamaru's inquiry. Upon hearing Ji's response, Naruto became restless. Did this imply that Kakashi's fate was sealed? However, Naruto was unwilling to accept such a conclusion. Just as he was about to speak, Shikamaru restrained him. "Naruto, calm down. We all know what Kakashi-sensei has done, but it's premature to reach a definitive conclusion. Regardless, he is still a ninja of Konoha, and any decision regarding his execution must receive the Hokage's approval. Therefore, you cannot act unilaterally." Once Naruto fell silent, Shikamaru turned to Ji. "You have a point. Thus, Kakashi Hitaki shall remain with us, while we will handle those three ourselves. Rest assured, as long as Kakashi remains compliant, we will not take action against him until the Hokage's orders arrive. Do not doubt my words. I am not as unscrupulous as Jinta." Ji casually rested a hand on the hilt of his sword, adding, "However, I hope the Hokage will make the right decision. For Kakashi, Hitaki has already been deemed one of their accomplices. Shikamaru found himself at a loss for words. Dee's approach could indeed be considered quite accommodating. Meanwhile, as they deliberated, Kakashi merely listened quietly, his emotions difficult to articulate. He was acutely aware that Naruto and the others would not easily allow the feudal lords to execute him. Thus, there remained a possibility that events could unfold as Shobai had once described to him, a scenario he wished to avoid. Having regained control of his body, he gazed towards Shikamaru and the others negotiating with Shi, his eyes betraying a deep sense of apology. Much of the blame for this situation rested on his shoulders. This matter should not conclude in such a manner, and Konoha ought not to be further entangled in it. It was time for him to take action. Kakashi steadied himself, took a deep breath, and with great effort, he sat up. The weakness in his arms nearly caused him to collapse again. What do you think you're doing? Stay still. The surrounding guards immediately issued warnings upon perceiving Kakashi's intentions, yet he paid them no heed and unsteadily rose to his feet. The commotion around Kakashi quickly captured Naruto and the others' attention. Although they were puzzled as to why Kakashi was able to move, they looked on anxiously at the frail figure on the verge of collapse. Naruto longed to be by Kakashi's side at that moment. Kakashi-sensei, please don't do anything reckless. Sakura called out, observing Kakashi's precarious state. Whatever Kakashi chose to do now would be futile, particularly given his condition. Upon hearing Sakura's caring voice, Kakashi turned to their direction, tilting his head with a smile that transformed his eyes into crescent shapes, warm yet tinged with melancholy. Kakashi-sensei, what are you planning to do? Naruto was the first to perceive the subtle change in Kakashi. The moment he beheld Kakashi's smile, a sudden wave of anxiety washed over him, causing his fingertips to tremble uncontrollably, as an ominous premonition seized his mind. Observing Naruto's flustered demeanor, Kakashi offered no response, instead casting a cold glance at the hostile guards surrounding them. In that fleeting moment, Naruto sprang into action, his instincts urging him to reach Kakashi before it was too late. Without a word to Sakura and the others, he leaped from the encirclement, disregarding their cries. His gaze fixated solely on the solitary figure of Kakashi. However, just as Naruto broke free, Kakashi moved swiftly, seizing a guard's sword, and in the next instant, he incapacitated several assailants while evading the arrows aimed at him. Yet, this defiance was transient. After deflecting a few blades, Kakashi found himself too exhausted to continue resisting. Crouched on the ground, he gasped for breath, ignoring the encroaching weapons, and lifted his gaze to the approaching Naruto. Summoning his last vestiges of strength, he managed a faint smile and uttered words that shattered Naruto's heart. I'm sorry, Naruto. Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief at the nearly devastating words echoing in his ears. Terror gripped him as he gazed upon Kakashi's apologetic visage, a face now etched indelibly in his memory, flooding him with an overwhelming dread and an icy chill. His fingers ached slightly as he reached out, yearning to bridge the seemingly insurmountable distance to Kakashi. No. Stop. Sakura and the others stood helplessly behind, witnessing the events unfold in an instant, desperately striving to reach Kakashi and prevent the calamity they dreaded most. Yet, everything transpired in the blink of an eye. Before Naruto could make contact, Kakashi's smile remained frozen upon his lips, when suddenly, a fireball descended from above, shattering the stillness of the moment. The last image seared into Naruto's mind was Kakashi's weakening smile, on the brink of being pierced by blades and arrows, before the flames obscured his vision, leaving only the echo of Naruto's frantic cries amidst the smoke-filled chaos. Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi's gaze remained fixed on Naruto, as if he could never behold enough of him. He lamented that he could no longer accompany Naruto on his journey, yet he wished for Naruto to cease worrying about him. Let this matter conclude with his demise. Though he recognized the cowardice in such an act. But what harm is there in a single moment of weakness? When the flames from the fireball finally dissipated, Naruto was confronted with a scene that plunged him into despair. Kakashi's head hung low, his body still crouched, as numerous guards' blades pierced through him, blood cascading down the blades, staining the ground around him. As the blade withdrew from Kakashi's body, he coughed up a copious amount of blood, collapsing helplessly to the ground, devoid of strength to uphold himself. No. Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi-sensei. Naruto exclaimed, rushing with unparalleled speed to catch him as he fell onto the blood-soaked earth. Holding the bloodied Kakashi in his arms, disbelief washed over him as he cried out in heart-wrenching anguish. The events that had transpired felt prolonged. Yet they had occurred in an instant. Merely seconds had elapsed since Naruto began his frantic dash towards Kakashi. As previously stated, everything unfolded too swiftly for a proper reaction. Sakura. Sakura, hurry over here. Naruto, cradling Kakashi, felt the warm blood continuously oozing from him, tightening around his heart like a vice, leaving him breathless. The air was thick with the metallic scent of blood. Each breath he took felt like a dagger to his heart, causing his body to tremble involuntarily. The chilling cold enveloped him, creating an illusion that no matter how intense the flames, they could not warm him. His desperate cries for Sakura echoed with hopelessness and helplessness. Perhaps even he was oblivious to the hoarseness and tremor in his voice. Kakashi-sensei, Kakashi-sensei, answer me, he shouted into Kakashi's ear, yearning for a response that might forever remain silent. Gazing upon Kakashi's face, now devoid of color, words eluded him, choking in his throat, leaving him unable to utter a sound. He longed for Kakashi to smile and respond as he once did, regardless of Naruto's antics. Yet now, he feared such responses would be eternally lost to him. Please, put down Kakashi-sensei. Sakura soon arrived at Naruto's side, her voice trembling just as his did upon witnessing Kakashi's condition. Naruto complied, laying Kakashi gently on the ground, as Sakura immediately channeled her medical chakra with all her might, her hands trembling uncontrollably over Kakashi's chest. Kakashi's situation was dire, with all vital organs compromised, the chances of survival seeming exceedingly slim. The guards had initially intended to intervene, yet they refrained, stepping back as the people of Konoha were too preoccupied with Kakashi's plight to concern themselves with reprimanding them. Shikamaru and the others encircled Kakashi, remaining silent as Sakura poured her efforts into healing him. Sakura's expression remained unchanged, her brow furrowed in mounting despair, and the hearts of those around her sank deeper with each passing moment. Suddenly, Sakura recalled the medical ninja from the organization. Perhaps her healing techniques could enhance Kakashi's chances of survival. I will go fetch her. Naruto sprang into action, sprinting towards the direction of Buu. Despite the attempts of the guards to impede his progress, they were momentarily paralyzed by the fury emanating from Naruto's words. All of you, get lost. Witnessing the fierce expression on his face, they wisely parted to grant him passage. As Naruto rushed towards Buu, she too was making her way towards him. She had taken a moment to evade the bothersome arrows, but now the path was clear before her. Her expression was one of deep anxiety. She had not anticipated arriving at their appointed time so swiftly, and now, she feared she might not be able to keep her promise. The overwhelming scent of blood she detected suggested that Kakashi's chances of survival were non-existent. Please, save Kakashi-sensei, Naruto implored upon seeing Buu, to which she simply nodded. And the two hastened back. However, when Naruto and Buu returned to Kakashi's side, despair enveloped him completely. Sakura had ceased her efforts, her face stained with tears, while Hinata and Tenten wept alongside her. Shikamaru and the others hung their heads in sorrow, unwilling to confront such a harrowing reality. Hey, Sakura, why have you stopped? Why are you crying? Naruto gazed at Sakura in bewilderment. Naruto. Sakura lifted her tear-filled eyes to him, and upon witnessing his desolation, her tears flowed uncontrollably, cascading like a breached dam, mingling with Kakashi's blood on the ground, creating small ripples. Naruto knelt upon the earth, gazing at Kakashi's lifeless face illuminated by the flickering light, rendered speechless. Kakashi's last words echoed hauntingly in his mind. I'm sorry, Naruto. On this day, Naruto once again experienced the agonizing pain of losing someone dear, feeling utterly powerless to change the outcome. In a clearing surrounded by guards, Kakashi lay motionless in a pool of blood, his once silver hair now stained and disheveled. Sakura sat helplessly beside him, weeping, while the other two girls were similarly overcome with grief. An atmosphere of sorrow enveloped the scene, and Shikamaru and the others could no longer bear to look upon Kakashi's pale visage. Naruto, in despair, knelt silently nearby. Buu stood quietly at a distance, her own emotions perplexing her. It was not that she felt sorrowful enough to cry, yet her heart was heavy with regret. She had failed to fulfill the promise made to Kakashi in prison, though perhaps it was unnecessary, for he was surrounded by many now. He was not alone. Yet, she lamented that she had not upheld her vow that as long as she was present, Kakashi would not perish. If one seeks death with a single-minded resolve, none can save them. Nonetheless, driven by her ethical duty as a healer, Buu felt compelled to examine Kakashi's condition. However, as she attempted to approach, a violent force repelled her, and those around her found themselves similarly affected. All caught in the wake of one individual, the one who had been drowning in sorrow all along, Naruto. Naruto lifted his head and howled, a sound that teetered between weeping and despair, resonating with profound sorrow and hopelessness that pierced the hearts of all who heard it. His eyes, devoid of focus, gazed vacantly at the sky, shrouded in grief that obscured his vision, yet not a single tear fell, as if he could only release his emotions through his anguished cries. The intensity of Naruto's wail was heart-wrenching, leaving listeners with a palpable sense of unease, as though the world had been reduced to the echo of his voice. Compounding the dire situation, a layer of Nine-Tails chakra enveloped Naruto. In the moment of his outburst, those nearby were forcefully thrown aside, and the ground beneath them buckled. The gravity of the situation escalated with Naruto's increasingly desolate cries. It was catastrophic. Naruto's profound sorrow had created a fissure in his psyche, allowing the Nine-Tails to seize the opportunity to infiltrate. Immediate intervention was imperative, for the consequences could be dire. Shikamaru quickly regained his composure and called out to the others from Konoha, emphasizing the urgency of their predicament in the absence of Yamato. If Naruto's tails multiplied further, they would be unable to contain him. Everyone from the daimyo's residence, disperse at once. Shikamaru instructed, addressing the similarly displaced Ino, who, after assessing the source of the pressure, nodded in agreement and issued a retreat order, unwilling to sacrifice his subordinates in vain. Naruto, please calm down. Sakura rose and approached him, fully aware of his emotional turmoil, yet determined to prevent him from spiraling deeper into despair. Naruto, stay calm. Naruto-kun. The crowd rallied, their voices directed at Naruto, who, while still within earshot, seemed impervious to their pleas. His vacant gaze remained fixed, his sorrowful cries continued unabated, his skin beginning to deteriorate, and the coloration of the tailed beast cloak deepening. If this continued, it would soon be too late. Seeing that Naruto was no longer receptive to external stimuli, Shikamaru reluctantly prepared to employ forceful measures. We must restrain him. Delay as long as possible, he commanded. Shino, you hold him back for a moment. Tintin, provide ranged support. Hinata, Niji, Lee, and Sakura, move once he is incapacitated. Shikamaru orchestrated their actions, and upon hearing his orders, everyone sprang into action. Shino initially managed to ensnare Naruto with his insects, albeit briefly, as Naruto's Nine-Tails chakra inflicted significant harm upon them. Yet, it was sufficient to buy time. Shikamaru awaited the opportune moment, when the moon emerged from behind the clouds. Shikamaru, I can't hold on much longer. Shino's urgent reminder echoed, and just as he spoke, the moon revealed itself. Shadow mimicry technique. Shikamaru's shadow extended beneath him, swiftly connecting to Naruto's feet, who had now manifested three tails. Roar. Naruto's voice had irrevocably transformed into the bellow of a tailed beast, visibly irked by Shino's insects. He directed an enraged roar towards Shino, his wide eyes glaring in fury. Due to the constraints of the shadow imitation technique, Naruto found himself momentarily immobilized. In a fit of rage, he bellowed, desperately seeking to break free from his binds. He struggled with all his might, as Shikamaru's shadow had already enveloped his entire being. Now was the moment. Shikamaru clenched his fists tightly, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. The restrained Naruto, devoid of his tailed beast transformation, inflicted great anguish upon him. Shikamaru was exerting every ounce of his strength to maintain control, for Naruto's power had become overwhelmingly formidable. As previously discussed, Sakura and the others advanced to attack. Yet their efforts failed to diminish Naruto's vigor. Their strikes were precise, and though Naruto howled in agony under their onslaught, he remained fundamentally Naruto. Sakura and her companions hesitated to exert their full force, a slight reluctance that inadvertently fueled Naruto's burgeoning strength. Observing the futility of their previous attacks, they began to withdraw slightly. Now, Naruto's roars were laced with sorrow, fury, and a hint of helplessness and confusion. His vacant gaze wandered, searching for something elusive, as he incessantly shouted at those around him. Were it not for Shikamaru's technique, he would have undoubtedly caused chaos. He was bewildered, uncertain of what actions to take, for the identity of his enemy remained undisclosed. Suddenly, Naruto unleashed a primal scream, and with the eruption of his voice, he broke free from Shikamaru's shadow technique. His power surged further, and the fourth tail began to manifest subtly. Naruto's escape caused Shikamaru to collapse to the ground. Remaining near Naruto was a torment, as the pressure emanating from him was overwhelming. Moreover, Naruto's emotional instability rendered his chakra control nearly non-existent. This situation was untenable. Something had to be done. Sakura wiped away the faint trace of blood from her lips, tears still glistening on her cheeks. She knew she had to set aside her sorrow to stop Naruto. Gradually, she approached him, step by step, entirely disregarding the surrounding tension. Sakura, it's dangerous. Shikamaru and the others realized her intentions and attempted to dissuade her, but she remained undeterred. Naruto stood rooted in place, continuing to roar. Upon noticing Sakura's approach, he immediately let out a deafening cry, seemingly warning her to keep her distance. Naruto, listen to me. This won't solve anything. You'll only inflict greater harm upon those around you. Please, return to yourself. I don't want to see you regret this later. Didn't you say you could control yourself? Look at what you've become, completely dominated by the Nine Tails. Wake up. Don't let those around you suffer any longer. Sakura did not flinch in the face of Naruto's roar. With her hands pressed against her chest, she spoke loudly, hoping her words would penetrate his turmoil. Perhaps it was truly Sakura's words that struck a chord. Suddenly, Naruto fell silent, tilting his head in confusion, his vacant eyes fixed on her. Though a twinge of fear gripped her, she held his gaze, her eyes brimming with determination. Naruto, you must calm down. This is not what Kakashi-sensei would want to see. Do you wish to make him sad? Are you ignoring his words as well? Naruto. At last, Sakura nearly shouted, perhaps stirred by the mention of Kakashi, as tears streamed down her face once more. Sure. This time, Naruto did not scream or remain silent. Instead, he slowly uttered those 3 syllables with a hoarse, deep voice. The words spoken by Sakura momentarily restored a semblance of sanity in Naruto, prompting him to reflect on everything related to Kakashi, and he fell silent. Just as everyone believed Naruto would gradually regain his composure, preparing for a new wave of restraint, he erupted with fury once again. In Naruto's mind, all memories were frozen at Kakashi's final, sorrowful smile, quickly followed by the grim scene of Kakashi's demise, obliterating the fleeting lucidity that Sakura had briefly restored. This memory was too heart-wrenching for Naruto to bear. He yearned to forget, to escape. He began to wail, each cry filled with sorrow and despair, starkly different from his earlier rage, resembling a forsaken little creature abandoned by its parents. Naruto's fury reached its zenith as he struck towards Sakura. She swiftly evaded, and where his hand had landed, the ground caved insignificantly. Archers, prepare. Fire. Just as Naruto intended to pursue Sakura, a torrential rain of arrows descended upon him from the rooftops. Though largely ineffective, it successfully diverted his attention from Sakura. Alas, Kakashi's body. Once Sakura had retreated to safety, she realized that near the site of Naruto's rampage, Kakashi lay there, having not been flung far at all due to his position on the ground, which minimized the impact. None of them wished for Naruto to further desecrate Kakashi's body. It would be a profound affront to Kakashi, and Naruto would surely regret it upon regaining his senses. Just as everyone anticipated Naruto to strike Kakashi, he halted, his hand hovering above Kakashi, gazing at his pale visage. A sound escaped him, distinct from before, soft and laced with confusion and pleading, akin to a youngling seeking affection. Naruto. Kakashi-sensei will never return. Never. At this moment, Sakura could no longer contain herself, tears cascading down her cheeks as she pressed her hand tightly over her mouth, desperately trying to suppress her cries. She understood that no matter what Naruto did, Kakashi would not awaken again, and she could scarcely fathom the unbearable truth Naruto would have to confront upon regaining consciousness, how excruciatingly painful his heart would be. After a brief silence, Naruto erupted once more, turning his wrath upon the guards armed with bows and arrows, injuring many under his rampage. As if the momentary tenderness had merely been an illusion shared by those present. Shikamaru and the others certainly could not stand idly by, but unfortunately, the ninjutsu they could employ here was too limited in scope to effectively restrain Naruto's actions. What is she doing? As the crowd busily attempted to thwart Naruto, Sakura noticed that SHBU was stealthily approaching Kakashi. In the next moment, Naruto detected her presence, and it was evident that SHBU's actions had incensed him, prompting an immediate attack. After being repelled by Naruto, SHBU remained by the sidelines, quietly observing the unfolding events. The guards of the daimyo were clearly focused on Naruto, making it quite easy for her to escape if she so desired. However, she needed to ascertain one crucial matter. She had previously promised Kakashi that as long as she lived, she would ensure his survival, and furthermore, if he were to die, it would be in her arms. These 2 promises weighed heavily on her conscience, as she felt she had yet to fulfill them. She was compelled to confirm Kakashi's fate, driven both by her commitment and her dedication as a healer. Although she recognized that Sakura, also a medical ninja, had confirmed Kakashi's death, she still yearned to verify it herself. As Naruto was distracted by the guards, SHBU cautiously made her way toward Kakashi. However, just as she was a few steps away, Naruto returned, appearing before her in an instant. SHBU paid no heed to Naruto's descending hand, the gust of wind rushing toward her, and instead, she reached out and grasped Kakashi's hand. In that moment, a faint smile graced her lips. Meanwhile, in the distance, Tai and Ran were thrown into a state of panic, realizing too late the recklessness of SHBU's actions. At that instant, Naruto's hand struck, sending SHBU hurtling away with a resounding crash that weighed heavily on Tai's heart. SHBU. Tai and Ran rushed toward the spot, where she landed with all their might. Though Sakura and the others were puzzled by SHBU's actions, they had no time to ponder other matters, as Naruto's situation remained unstable. After launching SHBU into the air, Naruto did not relent. He continued his assault. Soon, he found himself standing before SHBU, who lay amidst the rubble, severely injured and in tatters. With her head tilted, she lay motionless, leaving her condition uncertain. However, if Naruto were to strike her again, she would surely meet her demise. Without a hint of hesitation, Naruto raised his hand and brought it down with force. SHBU's presence had provided him with a target, and it seemed he would not cease until she was eliminated. The impact of Naruto's attack reverberated through the air. Where his palm struck, all debris was reduced to dust, creating a significant indentation in the ground. For anyone to endure such a blow would be nearly impossible without succumbing to death. Yet, when Naruto lifted his hand, the onlookers were met with an unexpected sight. Aside from a small trace of blood, there was no gruesome carnage where SHBU had fallen. Upon witnessing the scene, Naruto erupted in a furious roar, his tail thrashing wildly, stirring up clouds of dust and debris in its wake. He scanned the surroundings, desperately seeking any trace of SHBU, and ultimately, his gaze settled upon a nearby ruin. There, SHBU lay cradled in Taeyong's arms, drenched in blood, while Ran stood nearby, glaring intensely at the frenzied Naruto. Observing Naruto, who had completely lost his rationality and was overtaken by primal instincts, Taeyong felt an overwhelming sense of dread. It was evident that Naruto's focus was now solely on them, and the prospect of escaping unscathed seemed nothing short of a fantasy, particularly given that he had to carry SHBU with him. SHBU's breath was growing faint. Had Taeyong taken the brunt of Naruto's recent attack, he too would have sustained serious injuries, let alone SHBU, whose physical condition was already precarious. Thus, SHBU's situation was dire, and Taeyong knew he must hasten to return her to their base. Ran, take care of SHBU for a moment. I will attempt to stop him. Use this opportunity to flee with her, Taeyong instructed, shifting SHBU into Ran's arms before charging toward Naruto, seizing the initiative. Hey, be careful. Ran called out from a distance, cradling SHBU tightly, but Taeyong was too preoccupied with the battle to respond. Following his earlier confrontation with Shi, Taeyong was filled with pent-up energy. Shi's agility and swordsmanship had vexed him immensely. However, he felt confident in overcoming the instinct-driven Naruto. As Taeyong fought valiantly, Ran made his way toward the outskirts of the daimyo's residence, clutching SHBU, whose lifeless demeanor filled him with an unsettling anxiety for the first time. He silently prayed that SHBU would hold on, believing that they would return to the base and she would recover. Suddenly, a faint sound escaped SHBU's lips, barely audible amidst the chaos, yet Ran heard it clearly. He quickened his pace, tightening his hold on her. What? Ran replied, not looking at SHBU. Knowing well her disposition, she would certainly prefer no one to witness her current state. My promise is not broken, SHBU murmured. Her voice so delicate it was almost imperceptible, yet there was a hint of joy in her tone. Please, don't speak. It feels rather ominous, Ran replied, disliking the current exchange. SHBU's condition resembled a fleeting glimpse of vitality before death, leaving a disquieting impression. Don't worry. I'm not going to die. Just take me home. Wait, are you concerned for me? SHBU teased, her familiar banter emerging as if nothing were amiss. Despite her weakened state, I am not. Just be quiet, Ran retorted, struggling to contain his frustration. He had no patience for SHBU's antics at this moment. Amidst a cacophony of emotions, Changpu yearned to smile, yet exhaustion rendered her incapable of doing so. The chaotic expression she beheld was unclear, but she discerned its unfavorable nature. It baffled her. After all, was it not merely death? Countless lives had been lost at their hands, and one would think she would have reconciled with such a harsh reality. I shall not perish, as long as you remain. Changpu seemed to muster her final strength to utter this phrase before falling silent, her form collapsing languidly into one's embrace. Hey, Changpu. Hey, one shouted, bewildered by her words, yet received no response, reminiscent of Naruto calling out to Kakashi. Frustration boiled within him, yet he pressed on, clutching Changpu tightly. In his eyes, she was formidable. If she could heal others, surely she could heal herself. Unbeknownst to him, however, Changpu had ceased to breathe. Meanwhile, Luan raced desperately towards the base. While Tai Liang fervently attempted to thwart Naruto's pursuit of him, Tai Liang unleashed a barrage of ninjutsu, engaging in a fierce confrontation that primarily relied on physical prowess. Despite possessing a substantial amount of chakra, he could never hope to match Naruto's strength. The battle raged intensely, leaving devastation in their wake. Tai Liang found himself in disarray. His hands nearly immobilized under Naruto's overwhelming force. Enduring Naruto's relentless strikes with sheer agony, the muscles in his arms screaming in protest. He could not sustain this for much longer. Though Tai Liang's attacks had been evaded by Naruto, he managed to somewhat suppress him. However, Naruto, frustrated by Tai Liang's resilience, began to lose his composure. The chakra of the Nine Tails surged forth, threatening to unleash the fifth tail, which could lead to Naruto being consumed by the Nine Tails' influence, possibly forever altering his essence. Shikamaru and the others were determined to prevent such a calamity. Now was not the opportune moment to vanquish the enemy, but rather to restrain Naruto. As Tai Liang steadily retreated before the increasingly formidable Naruto, he appeared to be cornered. Naruto's strike landed squarely, yet in that fleeting moment, Tai Liang transformed into a plume of white smoke, merely a shadow clone. Over here, you fool. In a moment of Naruto's distraction, Tai Liang reappeared above him, lightning crackling in his hand, ready to deliver a crushing blow to Naruto's head. Just as Tai Liang anticipated success, Naruto vanished from his sight. Before he could react, Naruto's palm struck him, and though he managed to feebly block with his arm, he was sent careening away. Coughing, Tai Liang staggered to his feet after colliding with numerous obstacles, shaking off the impact. He returned to the battlefield, where Naruto was already charging towards him. Adhering to a philosophy of striking first, water style, water bullets. Just as Tai Liang prepared to confront Naruto, an attack abruptly interrupted his own. After Naruto was attacked, he stumbled back a few steps, and all attention shifted to the unexpected arrival. On a rooftop, Suigetsu, clad in Akatsuki attire, greeted those who noticed him with a playful smile, accompanied by Sasuke, Karen, and Yugo. They had sensed Naruto's unusual chakra and rushed over. Otherwise, they would have preferred to remain as mere observers. What is going on? Karen surveyed the chaotic scene, unsure where to begin her critique. She glanced at Sasuke, hoping for guidance, as they were uncertain about their next move. However, when Karen looked at Sasuke, she was taken aback by his chilling expression. He was fixated on a particular spot, his gaze exuding an unsettling coldness. Following his line of sight, she understood the source of his unease upon spotting the unperturbed Kakashi. Although she had previously noticed Kakashi's chakra had vanished, she had refrained from mentioning it to Sasuke. Hey, Sasuke, now that we've successfully drawn the hatred here, what should we do next? Suigetsu observed Naruto, who stared blankly at him, feeling a twitch of apprehension as he realized he had drawn trouble upon himself. Let's go. Sasuke assessed the situation below and recognized that his presence was no longer warranted. Tai had already managed to escape, while Suigetsu diverted attention to himself. Casting one last glance at the motionless Kakashi, he decisively turned away. Sakura stood by Kakashi, hoping to glean something from Sasuke's expression as he glanced in her direction. But alas, he maintained his usual stoic demeanor, though his eyes betrayed a shift. However, Sakura did not perceive this change. Witnessing Sasuke's unyielding departure, she lowered her head in anguish, staring at Kakashi's seemingly slumbering face, her heart aching painfully. The days of Team 7 would never return. Noticing Sasuke and the others attempting to leave, Naruto refused to let them go easily. With a fierce shout, he pursued them, his explosive speed astonishing as he closed the gap. Realizing Naruto's extraordinary velocity, Suigetsu resorted to ninjutsu to slow him down. Under Suigetsu's interference, Naruto's pace diminished, and as water obscured his vision, Yugo struck him forcefully in the abdomen. Naruto was sent flying backward, and they seized this opportunity to make their swift exit. Sakura and the others, watching Sasuke and the others retreat rapidly, felt a pang of reluctance but were too preoccupied with Naruto's dire condition to pursue them. Once Naruto regained his footing, he immediately aimed to chase after Sasuke, but this time, Shikamaru and the others would not allow him to act recklessly, especially while he still possessed four tails. Let us go, Shikamaru declared, and with the exception of Sakura, the rest of the Leaf Shinobi charged toward Naruto. This time, they would not hold back, yet Naruto proved to be a formidable challenge to approach. Under the cover of Shino and Tenten, Every strike from Neji and Hinata found its mark with precision. Lee fully leveraged his strengths, albeit with minimal effect. However, after the recent skirmish with Tai Liang, Naruto felt increasingly fatigued. He knew that if they persisted in their assault, he would eventually regain his strength. With a growl of frustration, Naruto became irate at the relentless barrage, akin to the incessant annoyance of mosquitoes that one cannot shake off. In a sudden burst of rage, he spun around, his four tails thrashing forcefully, clearing away anyone attempting to approach him. Neji and the others were knocked to the ground, never having anticipated such a day would come. Facing the fully transformed Naruto, their hearts were tumultuous, their hands trembling. As they prepared to rise again, Naruto was already upon them, and there was no time to escape. Just as they braced themselves for the anticipated pain, it did not come. Instead, numerous wooden stakes erupted from the earth, ensnaring Naruto tightly and rendering him immobile. Forced to roar in fury, Naruto struggled desperately. Cracks began to form in the wooden restraints, but just as he was on the verge of breaking free, a green figure appeared above him, accompanied by a cry of awe kick. It descended rapidly, delivering a powerful kick to Naruto's back. In an instant, the wooden stakes shattered, and Naruto was forcefully pinned to the ground, the earth within a 5-meter radius fracturing and sinking, dust swirling around. As the dust settled, Shikamaru and the others recognized the newcomer. It was Guy, standing triumphantly on Naruto, flashing a self-satisfied grin, while Naruto found himself once again bound by the wooden stakes. A clear handiwork of Yamato. Teacher Guy, Captain Yamato, their arrival brought a sigh of relief to Shikamaru and his companions. Upon seeing Shikamaru, Guy dismounted from Naruto, while Yamato, after Guy departed, summoned several peculiar wooden pillars around Naruto. Guy approached Shikamaru and the others, his expression grave. I apologize for our tardiness. Teacher Guy, what brings you here? As Shikamaru and the others rose from the ground, they were eager to understand why Guy was present. A little girl came to us on a mission, saying her brother was missing and asked us to search for him. Initially, we were not meant to intervene, but when the girl mentioned Kakashi, Lady Tsunade sensed something amiss and sent us to investigate. We aim to check on Kakashi's situation. By the way, where is Kakashi? He isn't still in prison, is he? Guy began to explain their presence, only to realize that Kakashi was conspicuously absent from his line of sight. Upon hearing his question, Shikamaru and the others wore expressions of sorrow, seemingly reluctant to delve into the topic further. Noticing their demeanor, Guy paused, although somewhat slow to grasp the situation. He understood that such expressions were indicative of something amiss. Where is he? Guy's reaction was subdued, yet his countenance darkened ominously. He struggled to contain his rising anger, for he had yet to confirm the truth. The crowd fell silent, parting to grant Kai passage, while Sakura and Kakashi entered his line of sight. He gazed deeply at Kakashi, who lay motionless on the ground, devoid of vitality. The thought of his eternal rival, with whom he had shared countless playful contests, no longer being a part of his life was unfathomable, though every future challenge would be met with effortless victory. The absence of Kakashi would render any such triumph utterly hollow, devoid of satisfaction. Kai took slow, deliberate steps towards Kakashi. Sakura watched him, her heart aching ceaselessly. She understood the bond between Kai and Kakashi, recognizing that Kai's outward calm belied the turmoil within. Who did this? Kai asked, his voice heavy with sorrow as he looked upon Kakashi's bloodied visage. Sakura, uncertain how to respond, hesitated. Revealing that it was the work of the daimyo's men would shatter Kai's heart, for vengeance was a luxury he could not afford. Moreover, the question of culpability remained murky. After a moment of contemplation, Sakura disclosed the true instigator of the tragedy. I see, Kai replied, his expression inscrutable as he nodded and turned away from Kakashi. He could no longer bear the sight of his friend's face, which only intensified his anguish. They had endured the loss of many comrades and had grown accustomed to such grief. Now, all that remained was for him to avenge Kakashi and fulfill the dreams he had left unaccomplished. Sakura, Shikamaru, and others looked on with concern. The Kai before them was a shadow of his usual self, stripped of youthful exuberance. In the face of a friend's demise, such levity was utterly unfathomable. Amidst this heavy atmosphere, Naruto's cries provided an unsettling backdrop. His voice, once a fierce roar, was now fading. As under the combined efforts of Captain Yamato and the first Hokage's necklace, Naruto gradually shed the cloak of the Nine Tails, his skin marred and battered, bearing the scars of his struggle. The Nine Tails chakra dissipated slowly, leaving behind a weary, wounded Naruto. Once he had stabilized, Yamato removed the wooden restraints, beads of sweat forming on his brow from the exertion. He exhaled deeply, wiping his forehead before rising to his feet. Seeing this, Sakura rushed over to assess Naruto's condition, immediately beginning to heal him. Today, she had expended an immeasurable amount of medical chakra. Though she too was fatigued, she was determined to alleviate Naruto's suffering, for he bore the heaviest burden in this ordeal. Yamato approached Kai and Shikamaru, his gaze drawn to a silver glint that seemed dimmer than usual. His hands trembled involuntarily as he made his way to Kakashi. "Senpai," he murmured, crouching beside Kakashi to examine him closely, furrowing his brow tightly. His expression betrayed no emotion. After assessing the situation, he formed hand seals, summoning wooden planks from the ground to construct a large wooden box that enveloped Kakashi. Finally, he removed his cloak and draped it over Kakashi's lifeless form. As Yamato executed a series of actions, the only sounds that permeated the air were the rustling of the wind and the crackling of burning wood. Upon completion, he approached Kai and the others. "Captain Yamato, let us refrain from discussion for now. We must first attend to what needs to be done." Yamato's expression remained unchanged, devoid of any overt sorrow. As he turned to scan the area for someone resembling a leader, "Are you searching for me?" Perhaps sensing Yamato's intent, a figure emerged from the crowd. He had been tending to the wounded. "Indeed, we wish to retrieve the body of Hatake Kakashi and return it to Konoha. May I ask for your permission?" Yamato expressed, with Kai and the others sharing his concern. "This is rather difficult. Typically, the bodies of such criminals are displayed publicly." The man hesitated, however. "It is not entirely impossible. May I ask for your reasoning?" "He is a classic criminal, having coerced the daimyo, murdered officials, and conspired with the Akatsuki. These 3 charges weigh heavily upon him. He is already a rogue ninja. Why do you wish to bring him back to Konoha? After all, he no longer qualifies as one of its own, does he?" The man scratched his head, seemingly troubled. Yet, as he uttered his first words, the intensity of Yamato's gaze could have slain. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the man quickly shifted his tone. "Is reasoning still necessary? As his friend and junior, we will not permit you to exploit his death for your purposes." Yamato's declaration rang firm, indicating his unwavering stance on the matter. Kai and the others echoed his sentiment, their eyes resolute, as if suggesting that any refusal would provoke further action. Let me first consult with the daimyo," the man said, scratching his head, appearing quite troubled. "The daimyo is not here. There is no need for further delay," Shikamaru interjected promptly. "If the daimyo were present, you likely would not have engaged in battle, and matters would not have escalated to this point." Exposed. The man seemed to sense the awkwardness, lowering his hand. Yet his demeanor remained casual as he smiled at Shikamaru. "Very well, you may take Hatake Kakashi back," he announced to all from Konoha, though dissent arose from some within the daimyo's estate. "Captain, how can this be? What of our brothers who were injured and lost their lives because of him?" "Silence. I hold the highest authority here," the man snapped back, his irritation evident as he furrowed his brow. After that, no further objections were raised. "Thank you," Yamato bowed slightly, with Kai and the others also expressing their gratitude. "No need for thanks." The man waved his hand dismissively and turned to leave. As they watched him depart, the Konoha group fell into a contemplative silence, uncertain of what to say. Kakashi's crimes were undeniably real, and despite their reluctance, how could they seek to vindicate him? "Let us discuss this further upon our return," Kai finally spoke, stepping beside Kakashi, while Yamato moved towards Naruto and Sakura. Through Sakura's unwavering efforts and Naruto's innate ability to heal, Naruto's condition has been continuously stabilized. Yamato, bearing the weight of Naruto on his back, felt his heart waver. He could surmise the reason for Naruto's madness, how deeply he cherished and respected Kakashi, always aspiring to surpass him and protect those around him. Now, Kakashi lay lifeless before him, a heart-wrenching sight indeed. Yamato did not wish to dwell further on this. The thought of a world devoid of Kakashi, the mentor who often took advantage of him, the one who called him Tens, felt profoundly lonely. "Let us return," he decided. Carrying Naruto, Yamato led Sakura, who followed closely behind, as they joined forces with Guy and others to depart from the tumultuous land of the daimyo. Meanwhile, Shikamaru and a few others bore Kakashi's lifeless body, hastily making their way back to Konohagakure. "Captain, are we really allowing them to leave like this? This cannot be right," a guard exclaimed to the commander standing amidst the ruins after Yamato and his group had departed. "Indeed, this is an unorthodox decision," replied the commander, "but I abhor complications. After all, this concerns the world of shinobi. If I can avoid involvement, I shall. There are peculiarities surrounding this matter. Therefore, it would be prudent for the daimyo's estate to refrain from interference. As for the injured, I can only attribute their condition to a lack of strength at this juncture. Their demise is inevitable, and I believe they're aware of it as well. With that, the commander strode purposefully towards the Daime's residence, disregarding the discontented crowd behind him. Intriguing. Upon returning to his quarters, the commander reclined on his bed and mused aloud. He had long recognized the ambitions of the Hinata clan. Was Kakashi's act of killing merely an act of retribution, or did he possess knowledge of deeper secrets? If he was indeed privy to such information, could it be that Kakashi had betrayed them? This conundrum warranted contemplation. At that moment, the sun ascended, with the first rays of light illuminating the ravaged grounds of the Daime's estate. Observing the aftermath, it became clear why the residents of the Daime's estate opposed the departure of the Leaf Village shinobi. 8 days had elapsed since their departure from the Daime's estate, and due to the exhaustion of the majority, the journey back had been particularly prolonged. Finally, on the morning of the 9th day, Yamato and his companions returned to Konohagakure. Leading the procession were Guy and Yamato, who entered the village slowly. At that moment, Tetsu and Izumi emerged to inquire about the situation. Upon witnessing the scene behind them, they asked in a tone laced with uncertainty yet tinged with conviction, "Who are those individuals?" During the time of their absence, news of the events at the Daime's estate had spread like wildfire. Everyone was now aware of Kakashi Hataki's alleged treachery. Alongside disappointment, disbelief permeated the air. "Kakashi," Guy responded calmly. "How could this be?" Tetsu and Izumi were taken aback, their expressions turning sorrowful. "All right, we must report to Lady Tsunade now. Please excuse us." Guy continued after a moment. "Understood." Tetsu and Izumi stepped aside, allowing the group to enter the village. Yamato, carrying the still unconscious Naruto, proceeded to the hospital, accompanied by Sakura, while the others, having placed Kakashi's body respectfully, followed Guy to the Hokage's office to brief Tsunade. "Lady Tsunade, we have returned." As soon as they entered, everyone beheld the long unseen Tsunade, who appeared exceedingly haggard. She rested her head upon her hand, only lifting it when Guy and the others arrived. "Where is Kakashi?" she inquired in a somber tone. Upon hearing the news of Kakashi's demise, she nearly succumbed to her emotions, for the circumstances surrounding his death were utterly unbelievable. She had a general understanding of the events, yet she needed to hear Shikamaru and the others' reports before reaching a definitive conclusion. At the hospital, Guy replied, "Very well. Come with me. Shikamaru, you and the others have worked hard. Return to rest." Tsunade nodded and rose to address them. "Understood." Shikamaru and the others departed, leaving only Guy, Hinata, and Tsunade in the room. "Let us proceed." Yes. In an instant, the room was devoid of occupants. Moments later, the trio appeared within the hospital. Tsunade conducted a grim examination of Kakashi's lifeless form, the weight of the experience rendering the air nearly suffocating. Guy and Hinata harbored a flicker of hope, wishing against reason for Tsunade to utter something contrary to their expectations, yet she remained silent. After a swift and composed inspection, Tsunade exited, entrusting the remaining duties to the other medical personnel. Guy and Hinata followed her, at a loss for words. Perhaps Tsunade's intentions aligned with their own, both yearning for a miracle to unfold. Tsunade walked in silence, seemingly aimless, until she arrived at a grave marked with the name Konoha Tsukumo. Gazing at the dust-covered tombstone, her expression remained tranquil, though her eyes flickered with emotion. Kakashi was gone, and she grappled with how to convey this to Tsukumo. Kakashi had been both her subordinate and a cherished protege. "Let us go." Tsunade lingered only briefly before returning to the Hokage's office, with Guy and Hinata closely following. Upon her return, Tsunade's demeanor had noticeably improved. "Now, what do you propose we do?" "Let us first arrange matters concerning Kakashi-san," Hinata suggested. "This issue is quite troublesome. Kakashi has been designated as a rogue ninja, and thus his funeral cannot follow standard protocol. Furthermore, his name will not appear on the memorial stone." Tsunade's voice was heavy with the weight of unbearable truths. "How can this be? Kakashi has done nothing wrong. He is not a rogue." Guy's frustration was palpable. "Not a rogue? Where is the evidence?" "Conversely, there exists a plethora of evidence indicating otherwise." "What am I to do?" Tsunade slammed her palm upon the table, her own reluctance evident. Should they proceed with the standard burial for a man laden with accusations, Konoha's reputation would be irrevocably tarnished, and there would be no way to justify it to the daimyo. "Tsunade-sama, is there no way to alter this outcome?" Hinata, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, inquired. Believing that Kakashi did not deserve such treatment. "You may leave for now. I wish to be alone," Tsunade murmured, massaging her forehead as fatigue weighed heavily upon her. She waved her hand, signaling for Guy and Hinata to depart. Understood. Hinata, noticing Guy's intent to speak further, gently guided him away. In the room, only Tsunade remained, her arm resting on her forehead as she murmured in a voice barely audible to herself, "What shall I do?" At the Konoha Ninja Hospital, Naruto lay on the hospital bed, an unexpected tranquility enveloping him. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a serene and peaceful atmosphere. In stark contrast, Naruto's expression betrayed a hint of unease. Beads of cold sweat adorned his forehead, perhaps a sign of troubling dreams. This should have been a tranquil afternoon. Yet it bore a weighty undertone. Beside the bed, Sakura sat in a chair, dozing off, her face etched with fatigue. Since Naruto's return to Konoha, she had been by his side, tending to him, and now, finally unable to hold on, she had succumbed to slumber. Kakashi-sensei. 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 Suddenly, Naruto began to stir restlessly, his body thrashing, head shaking erratically, brow furrowed, and in a panic, he called out Kakashi's name. His agitation roused Sakura from her sleep. She quickly grasped his flailing hand, attempting to soothe him. Naruto, Naruto, calm down, it's all right. Perhaps her words had a calming effect, for gradually, Naruto settled, and the room returned to its prior stillness. Sakura, how is Naruto? After all these days, why hasn't he awakened? At that moment, Yamato gently opened the door and entered, glancing at Naruto before inquiring of Sakura. I'm not sure. His body has nearly recovered, yet he remains unresponsive. Perhaps he is evading reality, reluctant to awaken. Sakura gazed at Naruto's sleeping face, her eyes filled with sorrow. The impact of Kakashi's death weighed heavily on them, but she held on to the belief that Naruto would eventually recover. This cannot continue. We must find a way to rouse him. Kakashi-senpai's funeral is tomorrow. Naruto surely wouldn't want to miss it. Reality is what it is. If we cannot change it, we must accept it. Yamato's tone, though calm, carried a hint of frustration regarding Naruto's apparent avoidance. After speaking, he did not linger but turned to leave. Naruto, can you hear me? Kakashi-sensei's funeral is tomorrow. If you do not awaken, you will miss it, and that would bring you regret for a lifetime. I beg you. Please wake up. I am struggling alone. I do not want to send Kakashi-sensei off by myself. As Sakura spoke, she leaned over the bedside and wept, devastated by the thought that only one student would attend Kakashi's funeral. Despite Sakura's pleas, Naruto showed no signs of wanting to awaken. And so, a day passed, drawing closer to the time of Kakashi's funeral. In the Hokage building. Within the Hokage's office, Sakura confronted Tsunade, her voice raised in anguish. Why? Why can't Kakashi-sensei's name be inscribed on the memorial stone? In that moment, she had forgotten the customary decorum, though one could hardly blame her for such a reaction. Sakura had always been devoted to caring for Naruto, and she had not been involved in the arrangements concerning Kakashi, nor had anyone informed her about them. They merely mentioned the time, and thus she remained oblivious to the fact that Kakashi's name would not be inscribed on the memorial stone. Had she known, she would not have remained silent until the matter was finalized. Regarding Kakashi's actions, it was only natural. One would not etch the name of a rogue ninja in such a sacred place. Tsunade did not meet Sakura's gaze, turning her head slightly as she spoke to her. What defines a rogue ninja? Kakashi-sensei is not a rogue. You are fully aware of the immense contributions he has made to Konoha, Lady Tsunade. Why must this incident serve as the basis for judgment? You cannot erase all his merits for this one misstep. It is simply illogical. Sakura could not reconcile Tsunade's perspective. Sakura, please remain calm. Lady Tsunade had no choice in this matter. The higher-ups do not recognize Kakashi as one of their own. They believe his transgressions outweigh his contributions. Lady Tsunade has fought for him, but the pressures from various fronts were overwhelming. Ino reassured Sakura from the side. Tsunade had indeed pondered over Kakashi's situation extensively. Yet the pressures were immense, and Kakashi's actions left her unable to defend him robustly. After weighing the pros and cons, she arrived at such a decision. Very well. I shall calm myself. But why were there only a handful of attendees at Kakashi's funeral? Why did you, Lady Tsunade, not attend? Sakura momentarily set aside the issue of the memorial stone, shifting her focus to other matters. The reason was straightforward. Kakashi was deemed a rogue ninja. The Hokage would not attend the funeral of a rogue, nor would any other ninja. Tsunade's voice was low, her eyes betraying a sense of helplessness. Rogue ninja? Kakashi-sensei is not a rogue. Sakura perhaps realized that continuing in this vein would yield no results. With tears welling in her eyes, she uttered those words before storming out. The entire situation felt bizarre. How could Kakashi-sensei have become a rogue ninja? Why had he changed so drastically? Why had he allied himself with the Akatsuki? Why had he died? Sakura dashed out of the Hokage building, her mind racing with questions of why. All she wished for was the permanence of Team 7. Yet fate had shattered her desires in such a cruel manner. Sakura ran frantically, soon reaching the place where Team 7 used to train. The very spot where they first competed for the bells. She relentlessly struck a sturdy tree, each punch forcefully embedding into its trunk. Splintering wood flying in all directions with each impact. One punch followed another without pause, until finally, a massive tree succumbed and fell. Sakura, panting and weary, let her hands drop as she breathed heavily. From the moment she had started running, she had not ceased. Her knuckles were already slightly reddened. After venting her emotions, Sakura gradually regained her composure. She leaned against the fallen trunk, gazing at the open space before her, her mind drifting back to the memories they had shared, she, Naruto, Sasuke, and Kakashi, all together in those days. Sakura stared blankly ahead, as if the vivid images of Naruto's boisterous antics, Sasuke's sardonic remarks, and Kakashi's exasperated expressions materialized before her, only to vanish in the blink of an eye. Unbeknownst to her, Sakura's tears began to cascade down once more. A poignant reminder of her own helplessness. She lifted her head, covering her eyes, seemingly determined to halt the flow of her sorrow. After sitting for a while, she rose, wiping her slightly reddened eyes, and made her way toward the village. The time for Kakashi's funeral was drawing near, and she needed to rouse Naruto from his slumber. As she departed, the fragility that had once lingered in her gaze was replaced with unwavering resolve. Naruto, wake up. Upon her swift return to the hospital, Sakura dashed straight to Naruto's room, disregarding the astonished stares of those around her. She shouted as she forcefully kicked open the door. Yet, the next moment she froze. Naruto, when did you wake up? Naruto was propped against the wall, quietly gazing out the window. An aura of calm enveloping him that was markedly different from his usual exuberance. Ah, Sakura, he responded, turning his attention to her. I just woke up not long ago. Naruto, are you alright? Sakura inquired, concern etched upon her features, as his demeanor felt oddly unsettling. I'm fine, Sakura. I'm sorry, he murmured, his head bowed, obscuring his expression. Sorry. Sakura was taken aback. I distinctly promised to find Kakashi-sensei and bring him back, but, I'm sorry. Naruto's voice quivered, laden with a burgeoning sense of regret. Naruto. Sakura approached him slowly, wishing to offer solace. As she drew near, she noticed a glimmering droplet fall onto the bed, followed by another, then a third. Ah, how peculiar. Why are the tears flowing unbidden? As Sakura neared, Naruto quickly raised his head to wipe away his tears, speaking as he did so. However, when he lowered his hand, the tears continued to stream from his azure eyes. I promised I would save Kakashi-sensei, yet I failed. Why am I so weak? He was right there. Why couldn't I protect him? It shouldn't be this way. Naruto, please don't cry. Regret will not change anything. Kakashi-sensei's funeral is about to commence. He wouldn't want to see you like this. Sakura fought to keep her own tears at bay. After dabbing his eyes, Naruto quickly regained his composure. During his time in a coma, he had been plagued by the same dream, the haunting image of Kakashi's demise, a scene he had relived in countless regrets. Let us go? Sakura. Soon, Naruto gathered his belongings, and after ensuring everything was in order, he departed the hospital with her. Sakura informed him of the funeral arrangements. And contrary to her expectations, Naruto displayed little reaction. Understood. This is only temporary. I will definitely reclaim what Kakashi-sensei deserves, he asserted with unwavering determination. His tone returning to normal. It appeared that the collapse she had feared upon his awakening had not materialized. Naruto was far stronger than she had anticipated. Upon arriving at the funeral site, a mere handful of individuals gathered. Kai, Yamato, Hong, and Irika. Kakashi's resting place was beside the memorial stone, beneath a tree where he often lingered. Burdened by the weight of his past, he was unable to enter the ninja cemetery. Kakashi frequently visited the memorial stone. This location would surely resonate with him. Kai, Yamato, Irika, and Hong each exchanged greetings with Naruto. Although labeled a funeral, it was more a solemn remembrance, as all arrangements had already been made by Kai and Yamato. Naruto, Sakura, perhaps you should share a few words with Kakashi, Irika suggested from the sidelines. Indeed, Kakashi-sensei. I cannot accept your last words of apology, for you have wronged me not. The one who owes an apology is I, for failing to fulfill our promise. Rest assured, I shall absolve you of your sins, and will not let you down again, Naruto declared, gripping Kakashi's forehead protector tightly. He had just retrieved it. His gaze was resolute, and determination resonated in his voice. I will support Naruto, So do not worry about him, Sakura added softly, her voice slightly hoarse. You are right, Sakura, Kakashi. You can rest easy, a voice suddenly interjected from behind. Sakura turned around in disbelief. Tsunade-sama? I thought, she began, bewildered, as numerous others appeared. Tintin, Ino, Shikamaru, Niji, Hinata, Lee, and many from Sakura's generation. I come as a senior, Tsunade replied with a gentle smile. We come as friends, echoed Shizen and the others. And we come as your juniors, Shikamaru added. None of them wore their ninja headbands. They had temporarily set aside their identities as shinobi. Let us bid farewell to Kakashi with dignity, Tsunade stated solemnly. And so the funeral concluded swiftly, with nearly everyone departing, leaving only Naruto, Sakura, and Kai. Naruto, I have something to tell you, Kai said after a moment of contemplation. What is it? Naruto inquired, intrigued. Before Kakashi received his mission and left the village, he asked me to relay a message to you. I apologize for having forgotten until now. Perhaps it holds little significance at this point. Kai spoke calmly. What is it? What did Kakashi-sensei say? Naruto reacted with heightened curiosity. He said, believe in yourself and protect Konoha. Ah, how strange it feels to say this now. Kakashi truly was something else, uttering such words. Kai chuckled lightly, reflecting that perhaps Kakashi had foreseen his own failure back then. Understood. Thank you, Kai-sensei, Naruto responded, his expression dimming slightly. Kakashi had merely wished to convey the importance of protecting Konoha, a place that meant everything to him. He would never betray it. Well then, I shall take my leave. Kai nodded and departed, leaving Naruto and Sakura standing before the gravestone for a considerable time. Sakura, let us head back. Okay. 10 days have elapsed since the conclusion of the Damingfu incident. The demise of Kakashi, though profoundly difficult to accept, must be faced as life continues. On the surface, the village of Konoha appears to have returned to its former state. Perhaps due to Kakashi's passing, the populace has overlooked another significant event, the death of Danzo, a figure cloaked in the shadows of Konoha. His demise stirred only internal upheaval, and the village remains unchanged in his absence. Life persists as it always has. Near the memorial stone, before Kakashi's grave, a solitary figure stands in silence, gazing at the epitaph etched upon the gravestone of Hitaki Kakashi. The cold wind sweeps through, rustling the dry leaves at his feet, casting a lonely silhouette against the desolate backdrop. Hey, how long do you intend to stand there? I have no desire to endure this chilly breeze with you. Have you had enough of staring? Suddenly, a head pops up from the ground beside him, addressing the solitary figure. Kakashi is dead, isn't he? The figure remains fixated on the gravestone's inscription, seemingly oblivious to the emergence of the other. Why does he find this gravestone so irksome? You know best, don't you? Why ask me? The head, encased in an odd green plant-like shell, retorts with an air of exasperation. I'm baffled, really. Why go to such lengths to fabricate Kakashi's death? Not only is it laborious and time-consuming, but it also yields no reward. The head is unmistakably that of Zetsu, the informant of Akatsuki, with his companion, Obito, also known as Tobi, standing nearby. Got it. You're so annoying. It's just about making a body. Is it really that arduous? Obito responds with a tone of confusion. Huh. If you're unaware, don't speak so nonchalantly. Try creating a perfect substitute in such a short span of time. Zetsu's irritation is palpable, questioning the need for lengthy explanations to someone he considers rather foolish. At this moment, the usually silent black half of Zetsu finally chimes in. Indeed, he isn't dead. Yet here he is, lingering about. I wonder how his mind operates. Can you both refrain from criticizing me? Obito, adorned with a few visible sweat drops, turns away, exasperated. He had come solely to ascertain whether White Zetsu's substitute had been compromised. However, according to White Zetsu, exposure was impossible, as both the physical condition and chakra had been flawlessly replicated, leaving no room for suspicion. Well then, there is no need to linger here any longer. After a brief pause, Obito cast one last glance at the pristine gravestone before vanishing from sight, with Zetsu following suit, disappearing into the earth. In the Akatsuki's base, in the room of SHBU, chaos reigns as the team mourns SHBU's demise. Tai Liang entered through the door and looked at the motionless Ran, who was slumped over the table. After leaving the daimyo's residence, the two reunited 2 days later, returning to their base in just 4 days. The death of Changpu had long been an undeniable reality, and although Ran was reluctant to accept it, he ultimately did, becoming increasingly despondent. She had assured me that she wouldn't die. Ran buried his head in his arms, his voice muffled and sorrowful. Yes, yes. You have repeated that countless times these past few days. Tai Liang sat down on a nearby chair, his hands still wrapped in bandages. Without Changpu, their wounds healed at a slower pace. Though Tai Liang appeared indifferent to Changpu's demise, only he understood the turmoil within, having spent 8 years with her. You should have grown accustomed to this by now. Your persistence is meaningless. Tai Liang gazed at the unwilling Ran, perplexed as to why he insisted on remaining in this room, filled with Changpu's lingering presence. It was hardly conducive to recovery. I know. Ran suddenly lifted his head upon hearing Tai Liang's words. His crimson hair was disheveled, and he looked utterly fatigued. Ah, that insufferable woman. Always nagging me to do this and that, and now she still haunts me. What a nuisance. Ran irritably scratched his head, his tone dripping with dissatisfaction. Well, take it easy. Noticing a slight improvement in Ran, Tai Liang rose from the chair and made his way toward Changpu's secret room. Ran, aware of Tai Liang's intentions, slumped back down in boredom. He rubbed his eyes, feeling inexplicably drowsy since returning to the base. Tai Liang assumed this was due to Ran's melancholy. While there was a hint of truth to that, most of his time was spent in slumber, the reason eluding him. Upon entering the secret room, Tai Liang surveyed his surroundings, briefly glancing at Changpu's collectibles before stopping in front of a glass jar. He raised his gaze to the face that had recently displayed such vivacity before him, a pang of sorrow piercing his heart. Inside the jar was Changpu, illuminated by light. Her complexion strikingly pale, her long, dark green hair floating gracefully in the liquid, exuding an eerie beauty. You certainly sleep soundly. Tai Liang shook his head in resignation as he looked at her face. There would be no more incessant chatter beside him, which could perhaps be a blessing. Yet he felt an undeniable void. How's Kakashi? A sudden voice interrupted Tai Liang's contemplation. He turned to see the newcomer, none other than Obito, who had recently been in Konoha. How would I know? I am not Changpu, Tai Liang replied, moving closer to Obito as they both gazed into another glass jar. This jar was subtly different from the others. The liquid inside was not green but a faint crimson. The most astonishing revelation was that the person within was Kakashi, whom many in Konoha believed to be dead. Within the confines of the jar, Kakashi's visage remained unchanged, however. The mask that typically adorned his face was replaced by an oxygen mask. Bubbles of air, exhaled by Kakashi, ascended slowly through the water before ultimately vanishing. Clearly, this apparatus served as a means to aid in Kakashi's recovery. Perhaps this was the medicinal vessel that SHBU had alluded to long ago. He will recover. Won't he? Obito lifted his gaze, quietly observing Kakashi's closed eyes and tranquil expression. He should, for SHBU is indeed formidable. Tai also regarded Kakashi. Yet his thoughts diverged from Obito's. He had sacrificed many years and companions for what could only be deemed an ill-conceived plan, which might ultimately amount to naught. Nevertheless, any further discourse on the matter now seemed futile. Obito responded nonchalantly. Noting that Obito appeared disinclined to depart soon, Tai chose to leave the room. Kakashi, you're dead, you know. You sought to end your life without my consent, believing you could so easily escape this wretched world. That is impossible. You shall continue to endure this suffering. Once Tai exited, Obito began to soliloquize to Kakashi, his eyes, concealed beneath the mask, fixated on Kakashi, glimmering with an intensity that mingled obsession and resentment. What will you do when you awaken to find yourself without a place to belong? This world no longer has a space for your existence. Your presence is no longer acknowledged. What shall transpire then? I eagerly await the revelation. By the end of his musings, Obito's tone carried a hint of pleasure, born from the belief that Kakashi had become akin to him. After articulating these thoughts, Obito lingered in silence for a moment, pondering why he had felt a flicker of joy earlier. Reflecting on his emotions at Kakashi's grave, and then glancing at Kakashi before him, he furrowed his brow slightly. Subsequently, with a modicum of anticipation, Obito vacated the chamber. Yet, he was not the sole visitor. Sasuke, still several dozen kilometers away, uncovered the truth that Kakashi was not deceased. Karen sensed Kakashi's faint chakra. Upon relaying this information to him, a sudden wave of relief washed over Sasuke, alleviating the oppressive gloom that had enveloped him for days. This shift was most palpable to Karen and the others, as Sasuke's previously heavy aura noticeably lightened upon hearing the news. They hastened without pause toward the location. And it was only when Sasuke beheld Kakashi alive that he fully reverted to his former state. At least for him, a troubling concern had been resolved. Standing before the glass jar, bathed in a soft, rosy glow, Sasuke gazed into Kakashi's eyes, a tumult of emotion swirling within him. What are you truly contemplating? It seemed Kakashi's prior actions perplexed Sasuke as well. Why treat Naruto and the others in such a manner? Could it be that Kakashi harbored resentment toward Konoha? If that were the case, it would not be entirely unwelcome for Sasuke. Sasuke-kun, is that you here? As Sasuke was deep in thought, Tai Liang entered the room once more. What do you wish to do next? He asked with remarkable directness. I do not know. Feel free to decide, Sasuke replied, perhaps reluctant to display any concern for Kakashi in front of others. He turned and walked towards the door, his expression as inscrutable as ever. Oh dear. What should I do? It feels as if I lack a plan, he mused as he brushed past Tai Liang and exited the room. Tai Liang leaned against the door, scratching his head in distress while casting a distant glance at Kakashi in the jar, prompting his contemplation. This won't do. I must adapt to the situation. Ultimately, Tai Liang relinquished his earlier plans. The departure of Shobu had unsettled him, disrupting his previous strategy. While Kakashi had managed to endure, he had lost Shobu in the process. The relationship between the Fire Country's daimyo and Konohagakure had indeed turned discordant, as anticipated, yet it had not completely ruptured. With Kakashi's demise as a catalyst, the objectives of the daimyo's estate and Konohagakure had aligned, now focused on the entity known as me, and perhaps even including Team Hawk. It seemed the original plan had become obsolete. Closing the door behind him, Tai Liang exited the chamber, restoring silence to the room. A soft luminescence emanated from the various jars, the intertwining green and red light imparting an inexplicable eeriness to the atmosphere. Upon leaving the room, Tai Liang beheld the figure of Ran, slumped over the table in slumber. He found himself at a loss for words, pondering whether Ran's despondency stemmed from Shobu's death. He would need to reassess the situation. Ignoring Ran, Tai Liang proceeded directly out of Shobu's room, leaving only Ran behind, excluding the contents of the jars, of course. Unbeknownst to Tai Liang, had he lingered a moment longer in that secret chamber, he might have witnessed the stirring of Kakashi within the crimson liquid. Kakashi's silver hair floated gracefully in the fluid. Perhaps due to the medication, no external injuries were evident, though his internal wounds remained unhealed. Shortly after Tai Liang's departure, Kakashi's eyes, concealed beneath his silver locks, gradually opened. Where am I? He wondered, awakening in Shobu's secret room, cloaked in dim light. His first query upon regaining consciousness was, where am I? Kakashi's gaze wandered, yet the murky red liquid obscured his view, preventing him from discerning his surroundings. He was aware only that he was enclosed within a vessel. He attempted to raise his hand to touch the barrier before him, but found himself utterly devoid of strength, his chakra severely diminished. After struggling for some time, he ultimately conceded defeat. It struck him as odd. He retained memories of the events that had transpired, the last image etched in his mind being that of a fireball exploding before him, followed by a loss of consciousness. Yet, in that fleeting moment before darkness overtook him, he recalled a scent drawing near. Kakashi endeavored to ascertain his environment, but after such a prolonged period of disuse, his vision was slow to return. Nonetheless, he could still perceive his body submerged in liquid, the oxygen mask consistently supplying air, a clear indication that he had not yet succumbed to death. Kakashi squinted, attempting to discern the source of light filtering through the confines of the vessel he inhabited, apart from the glow emitted from within. Inside the container, Kakashi remained motionless, yet his eyes darted about restlessly. He felt a peculiar sensation. Although the liquid enveloping him was comforting, the inability to exert physical strength rendered him somewhat disconcerted. Having regained consciousness for approximately 10 minutes, his vision had fully returned, and with persistent effort, his body gradually began to regain its vigor. Perhaps due to prolonged inactivity, his nerves felt somewhat dulled, and his muscles slightly slackened, but he anticipated that this sensation would soon dissipate. Kakashi lifted his hand, freeing himself from the restraints that bound him, and pressed it against the glass wall. Leaning forward, he reduced the distance to the transparent barrier and gained a clearer understanding of his surroundings. Upon glimpsing the exterior scene, he began to comprehend his location. Gazing at the numerous glass containers encasing him, he affirmed that he was in the base of May, where he spotted SHBU within one of the vessels. Kakashi observed the seemingly slumbering woman inside the glass chamber, yet he was acutely aware that SHBU had succumbed to death. A sudden recollection of her words during their time in captivity flooded his mind. She had not betrayed her promise, but its fulfillment was now impossible. However, her statement that she might perish before Kakashi had likely come to fruition. This thought stirred a twinge of discomfort within him, though he quickly regained his composure. Not lingering on that sight for long, Kakashi redirected his focus to himself. Despite feeling somewhat feeble, he could now exert control over his body. He attempted to shatter the glass imprisoning him, but to no avail. The thickness of the glass proved formidable. Had it been merely glass, he might have succeeded. But the reinforcement of other materials rendered it exceedingly difficult for him in his current state. He raised his head slightly, noting that the interior of the vessel was not entirely sealed. A faintly red liquid left a gap between the surface and the top of the container. He made a minor movement, exerting a modicum of strength in his hands and pushing upward. To his astonishment, he felt a degree of give. Realizing this, he refrained from further pushing against the top and settled back into stillness. The liquid environment was soothing, and he had no objection to lingering a while longer. Time passed unmeasured before Kakashi awakened once more. His physical condition remained mediocre. Without hesitation, he extricated himself from the entanglements that bound him and, albeit with difficulty, climbed out of the glass vessel. However, upon his feet touching the ground, he found himself unable to support his body, having grown accustomed to the buoyancy of the water. The sudden disorientation and weakness caused him to collapse onto the floor, the exertion of the previous actions having depleted much of his strength, leaving him to rest momentarily against the ground. Kakashi's entire body was damp. His hair clung closely due to the moisture, and water trickled down his cheeks, pooling silently at his chin before dripping onto the floor. It was perhaps only when his skin made contact with the cold ground that he realized he was without clothing. The winter chill prompted an involuntary shiver to course through his body. Kakashi furrowed his brow, seemingly dissatisfied with his disheveled appearance. Gradually, he propped himself up with both hands. His foremost task now was to locate some clothing. He had grown so cold that he felt lethargic. Without chakra, his body was no different from that of an ordinary person. In this frigid temperature, not only was he without clothes, but he was also drenched, experiencing an unbearable chill. Damn it. Kakashi painstakingly crawled up, using the platform beside him for support. He managed to stand, yet his legs trembled incessantly, as if releasing his grip would cause him to collapse once more. A self-deprecating smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth. This frail demeanor could easily be a source of amusement for Guy for an entire year. Kakashi struggled to gain control over his body. With the aid of the surrounding objects, he could precariously maintain his balance. Slowly, he made his way along the row of glass jars, inching closer to the wall. However, when he passed one particular jar, he halted. Inside was a child, the only one present, though not quite a child, appearing to be around 15 years old. The age was one reason for his pause, but the more compelling factor was the child's resemblance to him, immediately reminding Kakashi of the tale told by SHBU. There was no doubt this child was SHBU's brother. This revelation perhaps illuminated why SHBU held such affection for Kakashi. While her gaze often bore a hint of dependency, she must have seen a reflection of her brother in him, for she was indeed a brother's girl. Not lingering long, Kakashi resumed his movement. There was no longer any need to dwell on such matters, especially since SHBU was no longer present. The winter's chill relentlessly sapped his body heat, and he found himself regretting his decision to leave the comfort of the jar. Kakashi painstakingly made his way to the wall, then gradually inched toward the doorway. Upon touching the wall, he sensed something amiss. This room was cloaked in a barrier, likely established by SHBU to protect the contents within. Reaching the door, he gazed at the heavy stone barrier before him, feeling an overwhelming sense of malice emanating from the world outside. Staring blankly at the stone door, he had grown so cold that he could scarcely muster the strength to move a finger. Yet, fortune favors the bold. Just as Kakashi contemplated retreating back to the jar, the door swung open from the outside. He stood, dazed, as a figure entered. Kakashi greeted the newcomer nonchalantly, oblivious to the absurdity of his state. The person who entered was Ran, who had been sleeping outside. Observing Kakashi, Ran's lips twitched in amusement as his gaze scanned him from head to toe. Following Ran's gaze, Kakashi looked down and suddenly realized he had failed to cover his modesty. Swiftly, he raised a hand to shield himself. If you wouldn't mind, could I trouble you for a piece of clothing? Kakashi chuckled dryly. Take it. In a swift motion, Ran discarded his uniform, tossing it to Kakashi. Upon receiving it, Kakashi donned the garment, which still bore the lingering warmth of Ran's body. Although it was not significantly warm, it provided a comforting sensation to Kakashi, who had endured the chill for an extended period, akin to stepping into a heated room during winter. This prompted Kakashi to tighten the fabric around him. The warmth of human contact truly was soothing. The uniform, however, fit Kakashi somewhat short, leaving his calves exposed. Nevertheless, it was better than nothing, and he expressed his gratitude to Ran. No need, Ran replied, his gaze drifting away from Kakashi's smiling visage. He had not anticipated that Kakashi would possess such striking features. Particularly when he smiled, it radiated warmth. Yet, Ran chose not to dwell on this revelation. So why did you come out? Shouldn't you be resting to heal? What do you intend to do? What do I want to do? I am curious about your intentions, Kakashi retorted, displaying a lack of interest in the topic. He leisurely exited the room and settled into the spot where Ran had been napping, while Ran took a seat opposite him, observing Kakashi's seemingly casual demeanor. He should be arriving soon, that person, Kakashi mused, reclining comfortably with his legs crossed, his pale feet swaying gently. Although framed as a question, his tone exuded certainty. Who? Just as Ran inquired about the identity of the impending visitor, an answer materialized before them. A space began to distort, and Obito emerged before Kakashi and Ran. Kakashi, you have awakened, quite swiftly, Obito remarked, standing where he had appeared, gazing at the languid Kakashi. Upon first seeing Kakashi's true visage, he found himself momentarily bewildered, unable to recognize the man before him. Like Naruto and the others, Obito had long sought to uncover Kakashi's true self, yet witnessing it firsthand felt peculiarly unsettling. Who knows, I have but one question. Why save me? Kakashi inquired, resting his chin on his hand. He vividly recalled the scent of the last person he had seen. Why save you? It was merely a whim. Perhaps in the next moment, I might even kill you, Obito replied, uncertain of how to address the question. Should he admit that he did not wish for Kakashi's demise? That was evidently out of the question. It is somewhat enjoyable to see you struggle in this world. Considering you are already dead. Is that so? I am indeed dead. That is quite fortunate, Kakashi responded with little reaction to Obito's words. He cast a sidelong glance at Obito, his tone light, as if he were unperturbed by the conversation. You do not seem particularly pleased. What reaction are you hoping to elicit from me? Or perhaps a better question would be, what satisfaction do you seek from me? Obito, in that moment, felt a surge of irritation, perhaps provoked by Kakashi's nonchalant attitude. For reasons unknown, he found himself disinclined to witness Kakashi in such a manner. Are you not interested in the fact that you are already dead? Obito queried, leaning against the wall and scrutinizing this markedly different version of Kakashi. Regardless, this is all you're doing, isn't it? To be frank, I have no interest in it. I have always wished to die. It matters little to me. Kakashi gradually rose from his chair, feeling an overwhelming desire to leave this place. As he turned to you, he simply expressed his gratitude for your intervention. You did that for Konoha, right? After a brief silence, Obito inquired. What do you mean by that? Kakashi replied, making his way towards the door, his demeanor cold as he passed Obito. You have nowhere left to go. Obito, watching Kakashi distance himself, involuntarily remarked, indeed. I am without a home, but another way to say it is that the world is my oyster. Kakashi turned, facing Obito. I do not know who you are or what ties bind us, but do not presume that I will ally with you. Then would you mind if I were to kill you now? Obito's tone darkened, his murderous intent palpable. Do as you wish, Kakashi retorted, continuing on his path. Unfazed by the threat. Wait, you cannot kill him, Wan interjected, unable to remain idle. He could not allow Kakashi to perish so easily. What would be the meaning of SHBU's death then? You two can fight it out. I am leaving, Kakashi said, scratching his already dried hair before stepping outside. As soon as Kakashi departed, an awkward silence enveloped Wan and Obito. Wan casually retracted his previously outstretched hands, returning to the table to lie down once more. Obito, however, did not attempt to stop Kakashi, he simply vanished from the room. Kakashi walked slowly through the dim corridors of the base, the chill of the ground proving unbearable for one whose chakra had yet to recover. Kakashi. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind him, Sasuke. Upon hearing it, Kakashi halted. Ah. Sasuke, long time no see, he greeted with a smile as he turned to face him. What exactly do you intend to do? Sasuke directly addressed the matter at hand, his confusion about Kakashi's actions palpable. Do you harbor hatred for Konoha? Kakashi hesitated, then nodded slightly. Then do you seek revenge against Konoha? Sasuke stepped closer, probing further. Not at all. It's bothersome, Kakashi replied decisively. And what about Naruto and the others? Sasuke scrutinized Kakashi closely, hoping to catch a hint of his true feelings. They have nothing to do with me. Kakashi's response remained unwavering, his expression betraying no emotion, convincing Sasuke that Kakashi had indeed moved on from Konoha. What do you plan to do then? Sasuke pressed on, now merely a step away from Kakashi. Rest. Would you care to join me, Sasuke? Kakashi suggested earnestly after a moment's contemplation. Sure. Sasuke nodded, intrigued by this enigmatic Kakashi, eager to discover what his intentions truly were. Kakashi smiled, seemingly satisfied with Sasuke's response. He approached Sasuke, scrutinizing him for a moment, before suddenly collapsing onto him. However, you must first find me a set of clothes and some food. Winter had long since settled in, with snowflakes perpetually drifting from the sky and a veil of white covering the earth. The activity of animals had diminished, as the snow absorbed all sound, rendering the world seemingly in a state of slumber. Yet, for humanity, the changing of the seasons was of little consequence. In Konoha, within Naruto's room, the continuous snowfall had cast a shadow over his spirits. He had yet to fully emerge from the sorrow of Kakashi's departure. Clutching a doll resembling Kakashi, he gazed out at the hazy Konoha, his eyes devoid of their usual fervor. Currently, relations between Konoha and the Land of Fire remained tense, prompting ninjas to act with caution. Missions were restricted to B rank or lower. Although Naruto yearned to confront the enemies, Tsunade forbade him from venturing out. Those who had acted out of line while waiting at the Land of Fire had not been assigned any missions, leaving Naruto to languish in idleness, lost in thought while staring out at the scenery. Suddenly, the door, which had been closed, swung open. Hearing the sound, Naruto's gaze snapped to the entrance, and a spark of light returned to his eyes. Kakashi. Ah, Sakura. Upon seeing the visitor, however, his expression dimmed, and he offered a self-deprecating smile. His mind had been preoccupied with Kakashi, leading him to mistakenly believe it was Kakashi who had arrived, as he alone would come at such times. Sakura entered the room, clutching a bag of snacks. She had heard Naruto's earlier call and noticed his melancholic smile. Frowning with concern, she tossed the snacks down before him, exclaiming, "How long do you intend to remain like this? Didn't you promise to clear Kakashi-sensei's name? Do you truly wish to fight? Why can't you accept reality and look forward?" Initially, Naruto had been his usual self, but ever since the snow began to fall, his mood had soured, much like the weather. Perhaps he was reminiscing about the days spent with Kakashi, Sakura, and Sasuke. "I don't even know what is wrong with me. I can't fathom why I keep thinking of Kakashi-sensei. I don't understand why I feel this way. He's gone, yet I find myself unable to move forward." Naruto's reaction to Sakura's words was intense as he shouted at her, desperate to comprehend his feelings. He had quickly recovered from Jiraiya's passing, yet this time with Kakashi, it was different. Sakura was at a loss for words. After a moment of silence, she said, "Lady Tsunade has given us a mission to escort a merchant convoy. Departing tomorrow. Prepare yourself well. You cannot continue like this." After her words, a flicker of light returned to Naruto's eyes. Although Tsunade was not allowing them to delve into matters concerning their enemies now, once they set out, she would no longer have control over them. "Naruto, I sincerely hope this mission proceeds smoothly. Please reflect on Tsunade's intentions. I do not wish to see you in this state any longer." Observing Naruto seemingly revitalized by the prospect of the task, Sakura felt a measure of relief. After expressing her thoughts, she turned to depart. "Thank you, Sakura. I understand," Naruto uttered just as she was about to leave. Upon hearing this, a faint smile graced Sakura's lips, as Naruto's tone had returned to its usual demeanor. Once Sakura had exited, Naruto's gaze fell upon a large bag of snacks before him. "Well then, let's indulge," he mused. By the way, why has Sakura suddenly turned so considerate? After giving his face a brisk pat, he discarded unnecessary items and emptied the contents of the bag. Upon spotting a package of dried fish, he paused momentarily. "Sakura, how can you reproach me? Why purchase something that Kakashi-sensei enjoys? Even if you did, there would be no one to share it with." With a wry smile, he placed the fish in the bedside drawer, thinking it would be better suited for when Choji visits. Subsequently, Naruto began to feast on all the treats Sakura had brought. "Now, let us prepare for tomorrow's mission. Kakashi-sensei, I will accomplish this task," he declared earnestly, rising from his bed and addressing the forehead protector positioned before a photograph. It seemed that after indulging in snacks, Naruto had fully regained his spirits. Meanwhile, in Kakashi's room at the base, he sat wrapped in a blanket, lost in thought. The recovery of his chakra was progressing far more slowly than anticipated, perhaps due to the magnitude of his previous injuries, leaving him feeling quite cold. After encountering Sasuke, he had fainted and awoke in this place, where a fresh set of clothing awaited him similar to what SHBU had provided before. Once he donned the attire, a sense of reassurance washed over him. Indeed, wearing a complete outfit felt vastly different from merely putting on a jacket. As Kakashi continued to languish in thought, Taeyong entered. Observing the disheveled state of the man before him, Kakashi bore little resemblance to the formidable opponent he had once faced. His hair was tousled, one eye shut while the other appeared languid, devoid of its usual sharpness, and he was swathed in blankets like a rice dumpling. "What brings you here?" Kakashi inquired, his interest evidently waning. "I wish to discuss a matter with you," Taiyang replied, leaning against the wall, his expression inscrutable. What matter? Concerning your whereabouts. Would you be interested in collaborating with me? Taiyang revealed his initial intent. Why would I partner with you? I was once a ninja of Konoha. Can you truly trust me? Kakashi questioned, perplexed by Taiyang's inquiry. My enemies do not include Konoha. Your past as a ninja bears no relevance to me. As for why it should be you, well, you are the only option left, are you not? With SHBU deceased, you shall take her place. Tai Liang clasped his hands together and spoke in a tone of negotiation. Since you cannot return to Konoha, and even if you did, you are not Kakashi. Collaborating with us could enable you to achieve many things. I have no aspirations, Kakashi replied coolly. He was acutely aware of his predicament, a traitor to Konoha, an enemy of the land of fire. Given that he had already perished in a sense, there seemed little reason to wade further into murky waters. Is there anything you still cherish? Tai Liang suddenly felt compelled to pose this question, observing Kakashi's demeanor. Cherish? Of course, Kakashi narrowed his eyes, having emerged from beneath the covers and seated himself at the edge of the bed. What is it? The weather, feeling hungry, and such trivialities. Tai Liang rubbed his forehead, feeling somewhat insulted by the simplicity of the response. Let me be blunt. Do you have someone you care about? Sasuke, the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, and so forth? What if I were to destroy them? Would you remain indifferent? The question is whether you possess the strength to do so. Kakashi did not directly answer. Forget about Konoha. You cannot even defeat Naruto. Do you harbor such unwavering faith in Konoha and in your students? Tai Liang fixed his gaze intently upon Kakashi, feeling that the latter's words were hardly commendable, suggesting that he remained aligned with Konoha. It is not faith. I merely state the facts. Then, would you be interested in witnessing my true strength? To see if Konoha is as formidable as you claim? Tai Liang smiled, noting the absence of warmth in Kakashi's eyes. Speaking of Konoha felt akin to discussing a stranger. That sounds intriguing. Would you consider collaborating with me to gauge Konoha's true capabilities? The prospect of obliterating what you once sought to protect holds a certain allure, does it not? Perhaps. Kakashi furrowed his brow, pondering for a considerable time. But that would diverge significantly from your objectives. Not at all. While we aim to dismantle the system of the Kage, fundamentally, that system cannot be eradicated, for the title of Kage is merely a label. A village will invariably have a leader. What we wish to dismantle are the bonds between the Kage and the other ninjas. Concentrating power in one individual will lead to no good. Are you suggesting that you wish to restructure the ninja system? A new order? More or less? Truth be told, I am uncertain. Tai Liang stroked his chin, embodying the step-by-step approach that Chang Pu had described. You do not genuinely wish for success, do you? Why do you say that? Because, thus far, your stated ambitions appear to be aimed at achieving a goal, yet in reality, you merely wish to explore the nature of human relationships. The Kage and the ordinary ninjas. The daimyo and Konoha, Naruto and me, the daimyo and the Hokage. You simply wish to see if this world aligns with your vision of it, do you not? Kakashi sat at the edge of the bed, his gaze slightly lifted towards Tai Liang, his hands casually propped behind him, his eyes gleaming with confidence. You adorned your actions with a veneer of elegance. Although you executed them quite adeptly, you had not truly accomplished anything. What you yearned to witness. Was it war? Perhaps Kakashi's words were too startling for Tai Liang, or perhaps Kakashi was indeed correct. He remained still, studying the nonchalant Kakashi, his eyes filled with curiosity. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke gravely. You are indeed right. But what I desire to see is not war. Perhaps my intentions are merely for self-fulfillment. Humans often seek various justifications for conflict, some of which could be deemed absurd. Individuals will go to great lengths for their own interests, and when one possesses significant power, they may forsake fundamental human virtues for gain. Is this not how wars begin? One side, or several, initiate conflict over matters that, from our perspective, seem unworthy of contention. What I wish to observe has remained unchanged from the very beginning. What have you experienced in the past? Upon hearing this, Kakashi adopted a more serious demeanor, noting Tai Liang's tone, rife with disdain for war and contempt for those in power. Perhaps, in the struggle for dominance among people, he has lost something significant. You must have seen all you wished to see. Do you still have a goal? No, there are still things left unseen. For both of us have yet to gain clarity. Tai Liang stepped forward, looking down upon Kakashi. You have every reason to despise me, to harbor resentment towards Konoha, to loathe the feudal lords. However, you do not overtly express any desire for vengeance. I am curious to witness your subsequent actions. Setting all that aside, I ask you, Do you believe what I just said holds truth? Whether it is true or not, I cannot ascertain. Yet this is how we have survived, for ourselves. For certain individuals, we must sometimes engage in acts of necessity. I assume I have grasped your ideals. It is said that if one does not act for oneself, they are doomed to perish. It is impossible for humans to be devoid of selfishness. Disputes are inevitable. The question lies in how you choose to respond. So, should your self-indulgence not come to an end? Oh, why complicate matters? Since we have arrived at this juncture, why not continue the game? Since you just agreed to cooperate with me, let us play on together. Surely, it is time for you to indulge in a bit of selfishness as well. Tai Liang smiled, suddenly feeling that his earlier words were inconsequential. What truly mattered was the pursuit of joy. Let it be. Notions of righteousness are mere platitudes. Fine. You make valid points, so I shall humor you for a while. However, before we proceed, ought you not to change my working environment? It is dark and cold here. I can hardly endure it. After hearing this, Kakashi reclined back, gazing at the flickering ceiling lights. He had always been the passive party. Perhaps it would not be so bad to take on the role of the initiator for once. Why are you being so finicky? If you dislike it here, then do not remain. Noticing that Kakashi had acquiesced, Tai Liang turned and headed toward the door. There was little to occupy himself with now. He need not linger here, wasting my provisions. TSK, Kakashi gazed at the retreating figure of Tai Liang, letting out a discontented click of his tongue. However, he realized there was no necessity for him to linger any longer. After all, if action were to be taken, Tai Liang would surely find a way to inform him. Rising from his bed, Kakashi donned the disheveled coat and made his way towards Sasuke's room, determined to fulfill the promise they had made to rest together earlier. Kakashi made his way step by step towards Sasuke's room, but before he could reach it, he was intercepted by Karen. What do you want with Sasuke? She inquired. If you have something to discuss, that's fine. Don't worry, I won't cause any trouble for your Sasuke. It's merely a conversation between men. And I will return him to you shortly. Kakashi regarded Karen thoughtfully before breaking into a smile. He was well aware of how to handle a girl like her. Oh, what are you saying? What Sasuke? My family. I'm not. Karen's face flushed crimson as she stumbled over her words, rendered speechless by Kakashi's remarks. Yes. Taking advantage of Karen's daze, Kakashi slipped past her and arrived at Sasuke's door, raising his hand to open it. Sasuke, let us go have some fun. As he entered and observed the resting Sasuke, Kakashi noted the wary glint in his eyes, which did not concern him. It merely signified his intentions. Sasuke scrutinized Kakashi carefully. The latter had regained his previous laid-back demeanor, though the Akatsuki attire he wore struck Sasuke as incongruous. Have you joined the Akatsuki? Not at all. It's akin to your relationship with them, Kakashi replied, settling himself on the edge of Sasuke's bed. What are you really thinking? Sasuke asked, sitting up and fixing his gaze on Kakashi. He had posed this question numerous times, still unable to fathom how Kakashi could so easily abandon Konoha. Mind your own business. Come have fun with me. My chakra has fully recovered, so for now, you can be my bodyguard, Kakashi said with a smile, his eyes curving into crescents, exuding warmth. Sasuke, confronted by that familiar smile, felt an unexpected surge of irritation rise within him. Not killing you is already my mercy. You want me to protect you now? Forget about protection. Just come with me. Kakashi insisted, his tone friendly yet imbued with an air of insistence that brooked no refusal. Fine, just go away, Sasuke retorted, turning his back on Kakashi, feeling miffed at being treated like a child. All right, I'll come find you later, Kakashi said as he stood to leave, uttering the words just before stepping out. Once Kakashi departed, Sasuke stared at the now-closed door, furrowing his brow as he lay back on his bed, perplexed by Kakashi's current demeanor. Before long, Kakashi found himself standing at the entrance of the base. Earlier, he had informed Taiyu of his departure, and Taiyu had said nothing further. Kakashi intended to collect some items from Shofu's room, aiming to avoid any delays, yet he lingered nonetheless, while rummaging through Shofu's belongings for some ninja tools. Kakashi stumbled upon his tattered clothing, carelessly discarded aside. Initially, he didn't plan to pay attention, but a few fragments caught his eye, prompting him to approach. As he lifted the garments, a worn-out little tank top surfaced, a gift from the two children during his stay at their home. It had once provided warmth, but now, given its condition, it was no longer wearable. Kakashi gazed at the fragments of the vest, his expression seemingly lost in contemplation, a wistful glimmer flickering in his eyes. He retrieved the vest and approached a table, opening the drawer to place it inside, reasoning that it mattered little since SHBU was no longer present. Where do you wish to go? Suddenly, a cacophony of sounds erupted behind Kakashi. He turned to see Ran lifting his head from the table. a crimson mark adorning his forehead as he fixed his gaze on Kakashi, awaiting a response. To have some fun. Would you care to join? Kakashi replied gently. I have no time for you, but you would do well to refrain from causing any harm to me otherwise. I shall not let you off easily this time. Believe me, I will not lose to you again. Ran disdainfully declined Kakashi's invitation, concluding with a menacing tone. Yes, yes, yes. Kakashi nodded nonchalantly, dismissing Ran as he proceeded towards the door. Kakashi-san. Just as he was about to step outside, a voice halted him abruptly. He spun around, fixing a keen stare at Ran. What do you want? Ran asked, puzzled by Kakashi's sudden stop. Nothing. Kakashi scrutinized the room, noting no anomalies, and shook his head, concluding it must have been a mere figment of his imagination. He then exited SHBU's room, making his way to the base's exit. Perhaps I dozed off. Ran shrugged, stifling a large yawn. He felt a fleeting dizziness moments ago. Indeed, oversleeping was not advisable. He rose, stretching languidly, and blinked, stepping out of the room. Now, he sought something to eat. In the blink of an eye, his irises appeared to shift to a verdant hue, only to revert to their original state in an instant. An anomaly unnoticed by Ran, as he was oblivious to it. Meanwhile, Kakashi arrived at the base's exit, donning his hood, his face entirely obscured in shadow. In the biting cold, his garments billowed in the wind, and Kakashi's eyes flickered in and out of visibility as the fabric swayed. He awaited his companion, Sasuke. However, after a prolonged, shivering wait, Sasuke had yet to appear, and impatience began to gnaw at him. Just as he contemplated returning to summon Sasuke once more, Sasuke emerged, his expression as stoic as ever. Dressed in his usual Akatsuki attire, Sasuke's face bore an icy demeanor, his aura steeped in teenage angst. Where are you headed? Sasuke inquired as he approached Kakashi. Having already spoken with Karen and the others, he had nothing pressing to attend to, and being apart was of little consequence. Let us set aside that matter for now. Do you not feel any sense of propriety for making me wait so long? I am not even a ninja at this point. Could you not show a modicum of consideration? Kakashi turned, delivering a swift slap to Sasuke's head, catching him off guard, leaving Sasuke reeling from the unexpected blow. Sasuke's face darkened, shadows enveloping his eyes as he struggled to suppress the urge to draw his sword, once drawn. It would be impossible to sheath again. Where are we going? He demanded. To the hot spring town. At this season, where would be most delightful to go? I have long desired to visit, but alas, I was unable to break free until now, so let us proceed. Kakashi observed Sasuke, whose clenched jaw suggested an impending eruption, and promptly answered his question before leading the way to their destination. Sasuke did not respond but silently trailed behind Kakashi. Through Sasuke's eyes, Kakashi's silhouette appeared surreal against the hazy backdrop of falling snowflakes, at times. His attire led Sasuke to believe that the figure ahead was merely a member of the Akatsuki rather than the Kakashi he knew. As they journeyed, it could hardly be called a rush. Their pace was leisurely, with frequent stops. Kakashi's mobility had diminished, and his chakra had yet to recover significantly, indicating that his injured veins required complete restoration. Meanwhile, Naruto and his companions were preparing to embark on their first mission since Kakashi's incident. At the entrance of Konoha village, Naruto and Sakura, laden with backpacks, awaited their fellow comrades. This time, Naruto and Sakura were assigned to the same mission, with Yamato as their mentor, a combination that was welcomed with enthusiasm. Due to matters concerning the route, Sai was unable to join them, leaving just the three of them. Really? Why is Captain Yamato so slow? Naruto grumbled, leaning against a tree, hands clasped behind his head, gazing at the gently falling snowflakes. Just wait a moment. He'll be here shortly, I believe, Sakura replied, though she too was growing impatient. She brushed off the snowflakes that had settled on her shoulders and donned her cloak's hood, feeling that they wouldn't have to wait much longer. Why is it that someone in our team is always late? Kakashi is one thing. But when did Yamato start adopting this habit? Apologies for the delay. Yamato arrived just as Naruto and Sakura were on the verge of impatience, offering an apologetic smile. Captain Yamato, you aren't lost on the path of life like Kakashi-sensei, are you? Naruto teased, casting a sidelong glance at him. Naruto, please don't jest about that. Yamato replied, scratching his head in exasperation, causing some snowflakes to tumble from his hair. Sakura observed Yamato's appearance and seemed to comprehend the reason behind his tardiness. Snow had accumulated on his hair and shoulders, evidence of having stood still outdoors for quite some time. She had only gathered a little after standing briefly, while Yamato's snow was clearly from a prolonged wait. Captain Yamato truly respects Kakashi-sensei, Sakura remarked after a moment, smiling at him. Huh, what brings this on? Yamato asked, puzzled by Sakura's sudden comment. "It's nothing. Let us be off," she replied, turning away without answering his question, her eyes betraying a hint of sadness. "All right, let's go," Yamato commanded, and the three of them vanished from their spot simultaneously. 2 days had passed, and they found themselves at a distant inn. "Why is the hot spring village so far away?" Kakashi inquired, slurping the ramen that had been served before him, while Sasuke, also eating, chose to ignore Kakashi's question. One might wonder how they ended up in this location. Due to Kakashi's declining physical condition, he found himself more susceptible to hunger. Just 2 days had passed, and their provisions were already depleted, forcing them to dine at a restaurant. The food was indeed delightful. After swiftly devouring a bowl of ramen, Kakashi donned his mask once more. Since his visage had already been revealed to Sasuke, there was no longer any need for concealment. Then why not return to Konoha? Sasuke coldly remarked, expressing his dissatisfaction. "I'm not foolish," Kakashi replied, resting his chin on his hand, his tone nonchalant. He then turned to the proprietor. "Check, please." "Certainly. That will be yen," the owner responded cheerfully. Kakashi gestured to Sasuke, indicating it was his turn to pay. Sasuke, with a resigned expression, took out his small snake-shaped wallet, realizing that he had been brought here without any money of his own. "Thank you for your patronage. Where are you two headed?" the owner inquired after collecting the payment. Initiating a casual conversation with Kakashi. "To the hot spring village," Kakashi replied with a smile. "Ah, everyone seems to be heading to the hot spring village these days. That could be problematic. I've heard there are many thieves lurking along the routes, making it quite perilous unless you possess bodyguards like a wealthy family. You two seem rather solitary. Do take care," the owner warned, clearly eager to share the latest news. Upon hearing Kakashi mention the hot spring village, he launched into a tale, recounting how numerous individuals had fallen victim to robbery, turning the once serene destination into a veritable hell. "Thank you for the warning. We will exercise caution," Kakashi said patiently, expressing his gratitude. The owner smiled and departed, seemingly pleased to have been of assistance. "Mind your own business," Sasuke muttered, appearing quite impatient. After all, it was he who had settled the bill, using what little pocket money he had left from previous allowances. "All right, let's go," Kakashi said with a resigned shake of his head as they exited the inn, with Sasuke following closely behind. The journey to the hot spring village would take approximately 4 to 5 days, and it seemed Sasuke's wallet would remain at risk throughout the trek. Meanwhile, Naruto and his companions had successfully joined the merchant caravan they were tasked with protecting. This particular group was transporting valuable garments and a significant amount of gold and silver, having hired Konoha ninjas for protection due to the perilous nature of their destination. "Sir, where are you headed for business?" Naruto inquired from atop a pile of packaged goods, addressing the well-bundled driver in front of him. "To the hot spring village. It's quite the bustling destination right now. In past years, we would always conduct our trade there at this time," the driver replied, wiping his nose with a handkerchief, his demeanor amiable. "I've been there before. It's a splendid place," he continued nostalgically. "The hot springs are exquisite. My dear sage used to take me there frequently." Surprised by the mention of their destination, Naruto smiled as he reminisced about the past. "Indeed, make sure to savor your time there, young man," the driver suggested, noting Naruto's reflective tone with a smile. "Thank you, dear uncle," Naruto joyfully responded, then reclined upon the cargo, his eyes gazing at the softly falling snowflakes. This mission felt remarkably different. Although he had previously undertaken tasks with Yamato and Sakura, this experience was distinctly unique. It seemed as though an eternity had passed. Had the cosmos shifted? Were the people and things he once knew now altered? Or did it all feel like a distant memory? In any case, the change was profound. "Ah, never mind. Perhaps a nap would suffice." Naruto slowly closed his eyes, disregarding the snowflakes that gradually blanketed him, and drifted into a deep slumber. For days later, Kakashi and Sasuke were still traversing the path to the hot springs. "Sasuke." Kakashi settled beneath a tree, fatigue evident after their long journey. "What's up?" Sasuke inquired, observing the disheveled Kakashi seated on the ground. Such a cold demeanor, Kakashi thought silently, gazing at Sasuke's impassive expression, rubbing his neck, feeling utterly exhausted. He suddenly realized he had chosen the wrong spot to rest. This was no respite but rather a form of suffering. The journey was long, and their pace was slow, leading to a significant waste of time. Initially, Kakashi had intended to ask Sasuke to procure some food, but it appeared that was not feasible. Leaning against the tree trunk, he closed his eyes to recuperate, leaving Sasuke to his own devices. "We're almost there. You just..." Sasuke started, noticing Kakashi's reluctance to continue. Just then, He sensed something amiss, his gaze sharpening immediately. Simultaneously, Kakashi opened his eyes, meeting Sasuke's intense stare. A subtle smile graced Kakashi's lips, his eyes sparkling with an enigmatic light. It seemed reckless individuals were approaching. With so few in number, they were truly courting death. Kakashi sat still, recognizing that there were merely 4 intruders. He found himself at a loss for words. These must be the thieves the shopkeeper had mentioned a few days prior. Yet he could not fathom why they would target 2 individuals who appeared rather unassuming. Sasuke looked down at Kakashi, his hand resting on his sword, his intentions clear. He was prepared to eliminate the intruders. Let us ignore them and simply leave, Kakashi suggested after some contemplation. They were merely lurking in the shadows, refraining from engaging, so it seemed prudent to disregard them. However, contrary to his words, Kakashi did not make any move to depart. Instead, he retrieved a kunai from his pouch, twirling it in his hand before launching it at an inconspicuous patch of grass with blinding speed. A scream pierced the air moments later. Kakashi arose, slowly advancing forward, while Sasuke stood behind him, watching with interest as Kakashi maintained his composed demeanor. When Kakashi had suggested ignoring the situation, Sasuke had assumed he would actually do so. However, it was evident that was not the case. He leaned back against the tree, arms crossed, quietly observing the unfolding events. "Brothers, let us go." Before Kakashi had ventured too far, several burly men suddenly sprang from the underbrush, wielding long blades and charged at him with reckless abandon. Initially, they had intended to wait for an opportune moment to strike, but Kakashi's unexpected preemptive attack cost them one of their own, leaving them bewildered. 3 of these men advanced on Kakashi from various directions, their blades slicing through the air with ferocity, perhaps fueled by the anger of their fallen comrade. Their assaults were swift and powerful, and their coordination was evident, reflecting a certain degree of training. Kakashi, holding a kunai, remained composed as he deflected their onslaught. Despite his dwindling chakra reserves, he found their lack of skill, far beneath that of even a basic ninja, rendered the fight trivial. Kakashi observed the trio with a frigid gaze, his eyes gradually losing their warmth. To him, their capabilities were laughable. A single nin could easily dispatch them. Their decision to attack had stemmed from a misjudgment of the situation. Their demise was inevitable. The men fought in unison, their knife techniques reminiscent of organized training, indicating they were merely insignificant pawns within a larger gang. It was time to resolve this matter swiftly. With that thought, Kakashi initiated his counterattack. He bent low to evade one man's strike, swiftly maneuvered past the other 2, and before they could react, slashed their throats. Blood gushed forth, staining the ground, and some splattered onto Kakashi, who cast an impatient glance at the crimson marks on his attire. One man remained, witnessing the demise of his comrades. With a primal scream, he lunged at Kakashi from behind. Kakashi stood motionless, and just as the blade was about to strike, he pivoted swiftly, lifting his right hand to sever the assailant's grip. The man's hand flew away, and he collapsed, howling in agony, clutching his severed limb as blood poured from the wound, soaking the snow beneath him. Kakashi looked down at the trembling figure, pale and shivering, and after a moment's contemplation, he drove his bloodied kunai into the man's thigh before turning away to leave. "Why not kill him?" Sasuke inquired, glancing at the man writhing in torment, and then at Kakashi's impassive expression, perplexed. After all, the man was as good as dead unless someone came to his aid. Was it not preferable to let him await his fate? Kakashi smiled faintly at Sasuke and replied, "Let us go? Please, help me. Save me." The man cried, tears streaming down his face as he implored Kakashi. Yet, they paid him no heed. Ignoring his desperate pleas as Kakashi and Sasuke resumed their journey towards the hot springs village. "Help me, hey, are you all right, sir? What happened?" The man lay in the snow for what felt like an eternity, uncertain whether he was fortunate or cursed. The frigid weather had mitigated his blood loss, and he struggled to move forward on one leg, hoping to encounter someone who might offer assistance. After trudging for about 10 minutes, he spotted a merchant caravan, and after one last cry for help, he collapsed. At last, one's gaze is drawn to the captivating golden hair and the anxious expression that adorns the face. Indeed, the caravan he encountered was the very one under Naruto's protection. Naruto summoned Sakura to attend to the injured man, and under Sakura's medical ninjutsu, he gradually regained consciousness. Uncle, what happened?" 2 individuals, clad in black coats, robbers. With those words, he succumbed to silence. Sakura retracted her healing hands. The man had lost too much blood. There was nothing more she could do. "Robbers." Naruto gently laid the man down and returned to the caravan, where Captain Yamato subsequently dealt with the body. 2 robbers in black coats, It seems we must remain vigilant. Although this was merely a fleeting incident, Naruto's caravan pressed onward toward the hot springs village. Shortly thereafter, he stumbled upon the corpses of two others, along with remnants in the underbrush. Naruto, something is amiss. These individuals are likely the robbers, Sakura observed, noticing signs of prior occupation in the grass, evidence of a struggle scattered about, chaotic, with blades strewn across the ground. It was evident that these assailants had met their end after failing in their attempt to plunder. Naruto, Sakura, look. Yamato retrieved a kunai from the body hidden in the foliage, the very one Kakashi had used to slay him. He presented it to them. The scent of herbs lingering on the weapon, reminiscent of the kunai left at the Daime's estate, indicating a connection to the Akatsuki organization. Captain Yamato, are you certain? At the mere mention of Akatsuki, Naruto's excitement surged, akin to a sudden windfall. It appears that the members of Akatsuki are also en route to the hot springs village. Yamato nodded, stowing away the kunai. For now, let us complete our mission. We shall investigate further upon reaching the hot springs. Captain Yamato, what transpired? Inquired the leader upon their return to the caravan. Nothing to worry about. Let us continue our journey, Yamato replied with a smile. Captain Yamato. I wish to catch up quickly, Naruto expressed, trailing behind Yamato. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Sakura frowned, pulling him aside with a hint of irritation. Do not let personal feelings interfere. We are still on a mission. It is imperative that we complete it smoothly as I previously stated. Yes, I understand. Naruto scratched his head, grinning, though it was evident that his heart was not in it. His thoughts were undoubtedly focused on the two individuals suspected to be affiliated with Akatsuki. Honestly, Sakura sighed as she watched Naruto return to the carriage. Exchanging a knowing glance with Yamato, both resigned, hoping Naruto would not be consumed by thoughts of vengeance. Meanwhile, on the path to the hot springs, Kakashi and Sasuke shared little conversation. Following their earlier exertions, Kakashi found himself once again beset by hunger. He turned toward Sasuke, eyes glimmering with expectation. Sasuke, what are you plotting now? Sasuke, recognizing Kakashi's intent, quickly shielded his wallet, which had significantly dwindled during their travels. It was astonishing that he, the esteemed Uchiha Sasuke, was now fretting over finances. I'm hungry. Let us find something to eat. With a tone of certainty, Kakashi asserted that it appeared he did not wish for Sasuke to decline. I refuse. Sasuke stepped back a few paces, frowning as he fixed his gaze on Kakashi. Unfazed by Sasuke's stare, Kakashi's eyes gradually narrowed, his gaze shifting from direct to sidelong, evoking an expression of disdain. Sasuke, observing Kakashi's infuriating demeanor, felt his temper flare. He could not help but shout at Kakashi, "What do you mean you have no money to have fun?" Kakashi, somewhat taken aback by Sasuke's rare display of anger, soon adopted a serious expression. Sasuke, do you not wish to visit the hot springs? Not at all, Sasuke replied decisively, clarifying that he merely intended to observe Kakashi and had no intention of indulging in leisure or serving as Kakashi's attendant. Upon hearing Sasuke's response, Kakashi narrowed his eyes, contemplating for a moment. I see. Would you like to stretch your muscles first? Soaking in the hot springs is most comforting when one is weary. Sasuke was left speechless by Kakashi's unconventional reasoning. What kind of thought process is this? I refuse to engage in pointless activities. Let us go rob a bank instead. You're nearly out of money, aren't you? Kakashi approached Sasuke with a slight smile. I don't need you to instruct me on what to do, Sasuke retorted, expressing his aversion to Kakashi's attitude, which was framed in a tone that felt non-negotiable. Kakashi, upon hearing this, shook his head slightly and turned away, saying, Sasuke, you haven't changed. You can wait here for a while. Or you may head to the hot springs first. I have some business to attend to and will catch up with you shortly. Without waiting for Sasuke's reply, Kakashi vanished from sight. Sasuke, expressionless, gazed in the direction Kakashi had disappeared, indifferently continuing on his path. Although he wished to observe Kakashi, it did not imply that he needed to remain at his side at all times. After approximately half an hour, Sasuke found himself unable to proceed further. He remained quite concerned about Kakashi's whereabouts and decided to pursue him, believing that half an hour should suffice to catch up. What exactly was Kakashi up to? After parting ways with Sasuke, Kakashi sprinted in a particular direction, intent on fulfilling his earlier statement, robbery. Utilizing the summoning technique, Kakashi summoned Pakin from atop a tree. Kakashi, how long has it been since you called me? If not for our contract still being in place, I would have thought you were dead. Where are we? What happened at the daimyo's residence last time? Why did you do that? How is Konoha? What are your intentions? Pakin bombarded Kakashi with a barrage of questions upon his arrival. Those questions can wait. First, let us complete your task. Do you know where the scent above originates? Do not seek individuals, but rather the source. It should be in this direction. Can you manage that? Kakashi produced a piece of fabric from his pack. A remnant he had hastily cut off during his scuffle with the bandits. That is manageable, though winter scents are notoriously difficult to track, Pakin replied, choosing not to delve deeper into the inquiries. After sniffing the fabric Kakashi held, he looked up and said, "Follow me," before leading the way ahead. Kakashi trailed closely behind, both of them moving at an astonishing speed. After winding through the terrain, Kakashi was led by Parker to what could hardly be described as a village. It resembled more of a makeshift stronghold. The atmosphere was thick with tension. Parker leaped onto Kakashi's shoulder, gazing at the stronghold ahead, and asked what his intentions were. Robbery. Kakashi replied succinctly, and without waiting for Parker's response, he dispelled the summoning technique, knowing it would hinder Parker's movements. Crouching low, Kakashi stealthily maneuvered through the underbrush. Circling the stronghold, the defenses appeared rather lax, allowing him easy access. Swiftly bypassing the guards, he infiltrated the encampment. Kakashi's cold gaze fell upon the raucous revelry inside. This was the den of the bandits from earlier, a place that had no right to exist. Observing the scene before him, his eyes grew increasingly frigid as a classic tableau unfolded, a beauty ensnared by a beast, and this beauty was one who had been forcibly taken. Just as the woman was about to relinquish her resistance, Kakashi could no longer restrain himself. Without uttering a word, he launched his shuriken, each one claiming a life in silence. As the onlookers began to react, they found themselves marked by a fatal cut across their throats, their cries stifled in their throats. Kakashi, like a phantom, moved without a sound. Those present, caught unawares, met their fate. Outside, an eerie silence enveloped the area, and as they ventured inside, the sight of Kakashi, with bloodied kunai in hand amidst the crimson-stained ground, left them trembling in fear. "Please, spare me," a few stammered, retreating in terror. Kakashi regarded them with a frigid stare, and without hesitation, he extinguished their lives with remorseless indifference. The hubbub that had filled the space moments ago was extinguished in mere minutes. "Miss, are you all right?" Kakashi approached a corner where the abducted woman cowered, offering her a gentle smile as he extended his hand to assist her. "Please, don't kill me," she trembled, her eyes wide with terror as she looked at Kakashi. Her fear caused him to halt his outstretched hand midair. He regarded her with a detached gaze and quietly withdrew, muttering, "No need to thank me." Exiting the stronghold, Kakashi maneuvered to a different area. The stronghold was indeed quite expansive, and the earlier revelers had congregated together in their merriment, saving him considerable effort. He arrived at a more opulent chamber, swiftly rummaging through it and seizing a sum of money. Placing the coins into a small pouch, he weighed it in his hand, content that this should suffice for both of them. Kakashi smiled with satisfaction, as if the preceding events had never transpired. Turning to leave the room, he inhaled deeply. The air tinged with the scent of blood that struck him as oddly nostalgic. With a leisurely stride, Kakashi exited the stronghold, leaving behind a trail of crimson.